Chapter 1. The Zombie's Lament. Damn it! This marks the 138th day of Chu Ge's polite greetings, and also her 138th day as a zombie. After the apocalypse erupted, Chu Ge did not awaken any supernatural powers. Coupled with her striking beauty, she resembled a delicate little rabbit caught between a wolf and a tiger. Unwilling to endure such a life, she found herself detached from all ties, with no kin left in the world. Rather than hide and cower in constant dread of being harmed by her fellow humans or devoured by zombies, she thought it preferable to embrace the merciful existence of a mindless corpse. Without thought, without consciousness, there would be no suffering. Thus Chu Ge took the plunge, targeting the most handsome zombie she could find, and willingly thrusting her delicate arm into its mouth. As expected, after being bitten, she successfully joined the ranks of the undead. Her limbs stiffened, her movements became jerky and claw-like, and a chilling roar escaped her throat. Her eyes were clouded, as if veiled by a thin film devoid of warmth, her body icy and her complexion a ghastly shade of gray. Decomposed and terrifying, she was once the belle of the university, yet Chu Ge felt a strange satisfaction she could now blend seamlessly into the legion of the undead. Everything went smoothly, perfectly, but who could tell her why she still retained consciousness? Where was the promised mindlessness of a soulless body? Damn it! Chu Ge immediately retched, successfully grossed out by herself. Gazing at her decaying skin, she could not accept this new reality, and thus resolved to end it all. However, to her dismay, she found herself unable to die. She jumped from a tall building, her brain splattering upon impact, yet moments later she was revived with vigor. The first thing she did upon rising was to retch once more. Suppressing her nausea, she painstakingly placed her scattered brain back into her fractured skull, using a needle to sew her shattered head together. Though still repulsive, it was somewhat improved. In a gunfight, her head was pierced by a bullet, yet while her companions fell lifelessly around her, she remained stubbornly alive. Thus, Chu Ge reluctantly accepted the fact that she seemed to possess an immortal body. Crack! The sound of her leg bone fracturing echoed. Zombies had lost their pain receptors, so she felt no discomfort. Still, she glared angrily at the zombie that had just broken her leg. Roar! Can't you see there's a person here? Oh wait, is there a corpse? The zombie innocently stared with its blood-ridden sockets, Roar lying on the road to scam, dreaming of extortion. Chu Ge was furious. How dare they accuse her of scamming? She had always been virtuous, unwilling to crush even an ant. How ridiculous! Damn! There was an ant crawling into her decaying flesh. With a swift motion she smacked it dead, inadvertently tearing off a chunk of her rotting flesh, exposing stark white bone beneath. This caused her heart to ache profoundly. After all, every inch of decayed flesh was of utmost importance. She did not wish for her body to become merely a skeleton while still alive. Through over 100 days of stitching and mending, her sewing skills had significantly improved. Thanks to her adept needlework, she had managed to avoid ending up like other zombies, missing limbs. At least she still appeared whole. Chu Ge gazed at her rotting arm. Ugh! This marked the 10,086th time she had successfully repulsed herself. Just then, the zombies on the entire street suddenly grew agitated. Including Chu Ge. Their murky eyes glinted with a hint of red. The scent of human flesh wafted through the air, tantalizing the zombies. All zombies went berserk, clawing their way toward the source. Chu Ge, propelled by instinct, limped toward the scent, her movements hindered by her broken leg. She moved as stiffly as an elderly man on the brink of the grave. Roar! Remember to leave me some to drink. I won't compete for food. Chu Ge watched as others raced ahead of her and yelled in protest. Initially, she had tried to resist feeding, but that was 100 times more agonizing than withdrawal. It felt as though her very soul trembled in pain. Moreover, prolonged starvation would drive one into a frenzied state, causing them to attack humans. Her human consciousness would not allow her to become a mindless monster that attacked indiscriminately. Thus, to avoid becoming a savage, she began to experiment with feeding. She recalled her first meal, which resulted in 3 days and nights of retching, despite only having taken a small sip of fresh snow. Even though it was deliciously sweet, her mind struggled to accept it. Acceptance was forced upon her, for the fact that she was a zombie could no longer be changed. Thus, she embarked on a path of eating and retching and eating with no turning back. Eventually, she discovered a method, pouring her meals into a fancy glass, convincing herself it was red wine, making it somewhat acceptable. Her sustenance consisted of those who had recently perished. A simple cut to her wrist would yield a cup of warm snow. With the gait of an elderly man, she finally arrived at her destination, encountering a scene littered with corpses, likely remnants of a recent bloodbath. The air was thick with the stench of death. Numerous zombies had already begun to feast, some devouring intestines, others relishing fresh brains. The chilling sound of flesh being torn apart echoed incessantly. Chu Ge was quite picky. Too fatty was unappetizing, too ugly diminished her appetite, too old made it difficult for her to chew, and too tender was simply unpalatable. After a long search, she remained dissatisfied. A gentle breeze swept through, and her eyes lit up with a crimson gleam as an exquisite scent of blood wafted toward her. It was intoxicating, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Compelled by an unseen force, she followed the aroma. At last, she discovered the body in a concealed corner. A tall figure leaned against the wall, head tilted back, revealing a face devoid of color, strikingly beautiful. He appeared as though a deity had descended. One leg bent, an arm casually draped over it. Blood from the wound on his chest had stained half his body. The scent was irresistible. With an exhilarated roar, Chu Ge made her decision he was the one. Yet, the corpse seemed vaguely familiar. Chu Ge tilted her head, studying the handsome cadaver. Her sluggish mind struggled to recall his identity. Since becoming a zombie, not only had her movements slowed, but her thoughts had dulled as well. After a prolonged contemplation, she still could not figure it out. Oh well, he was dead anyway. Eating came first. Chu Ge retrieved her dining utensils from her LV bag. A high-stemmed glass. Ding, she flicked the rim with her fingertip, producing a clear melodious sound. Chu Ge tilted her head back, savoring the delightful resonance. Had anyone else witnessed this, they would surely be horrified by the eerie expression a zombie could display. Chu Ge slowly squatted down with stiff movements, placing the glass upon the ground. With rigid hands, she traced a cross over her chest. Amen, the pre-meal ritual was complete. As she grasped that large hand, its coldness accentuated her own feeble warmth. A sense of familiarity enveloped her heart. At that moment, a pair of bottomless icy black eyes opened, radiating a piercing light. Chu Ge's heart raced as recognition dawned upon her. Chapter 2. Reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Yi Nanyu, her former boyfriend, with whom she had parted ways under tumultuous circumstances. Seeking death, Yi Nanyu's voice dripped with coldness as he rose to his towering height, exuding an intense aura. He withdrew a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the hand that had just come into contact with the zombie. His pitch-black eyes, devoid of warmth, fixed intently on the female zombie he had just kicked away. Had he not been ambushed, exhausting his supernatural powers to eliminate his foes, he would have effortlessly dispatched such a creature. Even without powers, it would merely take a flick of his finger to end it. A murderous glint flickered across Yi Nanyu's face as he strode purposefully toward the zombie. Chu Ge felt no pain, yet she sensed that his kick had fractured several of her ribs, causing her chest to cave in. Damn, that was ruthless. Was this still the same puppy who once cried out, "Sister, please in bed?" Yi Nanyu paused, hearing a familiar sound. He scanned the surroundings, finding no one else present. Could it be that he was hallucinating again? Chu Ge, stiffly rising, attempted to flee, but her body betrayed her, lunging toward Yi Nanyu uncontrollably. The allure of his blood-soaked flesh was simply too potent, awakening the deepest, most suppressed instincts of her zombie nature. For the first time since her transformation, she craved a single person's blood and flesh with such fervor. Roar, an eerie sound escaped her lips. Seeing the zombie charge at him, Yi Nanyu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He drew a dagger, striking with lightning speed toward her head. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the wind blew, revealing her ashen face. Yi Nanyu's pupils dilated, and his hand hesitated mid-strike. In the next instant, Chu Ge had tackled him to the ground. With her sharp teeth bared, she emitted a primal roar, driven by an uncontrollable hunger for blood and flesh. She struggled against Yi Nanyu's hold, yet his grip was too strong. She could not break free, and in the process lost more of her decaying flesh. Her heart ached, causing her to hesitate in her struggles. Yet her mouth continued to emit desperate roars. Yi Nanyu's expression turned grave, conflict flashing in his eyes as he extended a trembling hand toward her. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her face, and as he clearly beheld her countenance, his grip suddenly tightened. The tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes bordered on madness. Wow, he turned his head slightly and spat it out. Chu Ge. Damn. The hurt is minimal, yet the insult is profound. Back then, he was so eager to grasp my thigh, and after such a long separation, he now vomits at the sight of me. Indeed, men are all wretched beings. Out of the corner of her eye, Chu Ge caught sight of the large, rotting patch on her arm, clinging precariously to life. She retched slightly, hastily lowering her sleeve to cover it. Yinan had emptied his stomach, his complexion growing even paler. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his dark hair clung damply to his skin. Whether due to excessive blood loss or another reason, he felt a chilling tremor coursing through his body. Gazing at the now soulless Chu Ge, a myriad of complex emotions surfaced in his dark eyes. A semblance of disdain, hatred, sorrow, regret, and perhaps even love. Recalling her betrayal, Yinan's gaze hardened anew. He staggered to his feet. This was fortuitous, sparing him the need to take further action. Let her rot and decay in this apocalyptic world. Hey! Why is Yinan leaving? At least grant me a taste of blood or a morsel of flesh before departing. How come I never noticed how stingy he is before? What is that little brat Yinan staring at? I know I am naturally beautiful, but there's no need for him to gaze at me so intently. I might become bashful. Yinan was utterly convinced he had indeed heard Chu Ge's voice, rather than merely hallucinating, yet observing her from start to finish, she emitted only guttural cries, devoid of coherent speech. He furrowed his brow deeply. Damn! Why is she lunging at me again? What kind of enchantment has Yinan cast upon me? As Yinan witnessed Chu Ge rushing towards him, he confirmed that what he heard was indeed the voice of her heart. It seemed he wished to ascertain something as he spoke. As long as you stand still, I may consider granting you a bowl of blood. The frenzied Chu Ge immediately halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. Really? Is Yinan not jesting with me? Yinan validated his thoughts. Despite Chu Ge's transformation into a zombie, she retained human consciousness. Observing the once exquisitely beautiful Chu Ge now reduced to such a grotesque form, he scoffed coldly. Chu Ge, is this the life you choose to lead? In the past, he had cherished her as if fearing she might shatter, desiring to present her with all the beauty the world had to offer. That day marked their second anniversary. He had reserved the finest restaurant and prepared a candlelit dinner, yet he sat alone as the establishment closed, the sumptuous food long cold, and she had not shown. Yinan glared at Chu Ge with a gaze filled with loathing, gritting his teeth. Do you regret betraying me? Chu Ge met Yinan's profoundly intense gaze, which contained an overwhelming array of emotions that startled her. What is happening? Is Yinan's inquiry a sign he wishes to rekindle what we once had? Yinan scrutinized Chu Ge with disdain, snorting softly. Chu Ge, you certainly have the audacity to think so. With that, he turned and departed. Chu Ge stood in bewilderment as she watched Yinan walk away. Didn't he say if I remained still, he would grant me blood? Damn! I knew I couldn't trust that kid Yinan, just like back then when he swore it was the last time in bed and never kept his promise. Fine, if he won't give it, then so be it. I don't need it. In one moment Chu Ge thought this, yet in the next, she limped after him, dragging her broken leg. Her body felt numb, collapsing. Her movements were beyond her control. Yinan walked ahead, while Chu Ge followed, clawing and flailing, her gaze fixated on his broad shoulders, slim waist and long legs, salivating at the sight. Especially that pert, firm rear, which she had only dared to touch before now. Was it too much to rush forward and take a bite? After all, they once called each other husband and wife. Chapter 3. He must be out of his mind to turn back and seek her out. Yinan was aware that Chu Ge was trailing behind him, yet he paid her no heed. Injured and with his power still not fully restored, darkness was fast approaching, and he urgently needed to find a safe refuge for the night, for once night fell, the zombies would become far more frenzied. Their aggression heightened, that he resolved to locate a secure place to spend the night before addressing anything else. Yinan's ears perked up as he heard a series of thuds behind him. Damn it! Turn already! This accursed body, so rigid and unyielding, can't even manage a simple turn. He caught wind of Chu Ge's inner grievances and turned his head to glance back, unable to suppress a chuckle. He witnessed Chu Ge repeatedly colliding with a utility pole, her stiff form refusing to navigate around it. There was something oddly endearing about her clumsiness. Suddenly, Yinan became acutely aware of his thoughts, and he shook his head in frustration. Why, Yinan, have you lost your mind? How could you find this heartless woman charming, with her decaying body and grotesque appearance? There was nothing remotely appealing about her. He averted his gaze from Chu Ge, quickening his pace to leave. It was irrelevant that she was now a zombie. Even if she had not transformed, their story had long since concluded. His decision to spare her life was already a testament to his last vestige of mercy. Meanwhile, Chu Ge remained rooted in place, her stiff legs repeatedly crashing against the utility pole. Bang damn! Bang damn! With each collision she cursed out loud, her mind numb with despair. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would have chosen suicide from the beginning. Now she found herself in a liminal state, neither truly alive nor dead, unable even to end her own life. A zombie clad in a suit, clutching a briefcase, resembling a beleaguered office worker, stumbled past her. Chu Ge hastily called out to it, howling. Hey there, could you lend me a hand? The office worker zombie tilted its head. Its murky eyes fixated on Chu Ge, blood streaming from its chin, remnants of flesh clinging to its garments, a clear indication that it had just feasted. It howled. Care to buy insurance? Upon noticing the name tag dangling from its chest, identifying it as an insurance agent from a certain bank, Chu Ge felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even as a zombie, it still clung to its profession. What a dedicated office drone. It seemed unreasonable not to assist him in achieving his sales targets. She howled. I'll buy it, just help me out first. Bang bang. Chu Ge continued to ram into the utility pole, the sound of her bones cracking resonating with each impact. The office worker zombie reached out and pulled her away from her self-destructive behavior, prompting her to cease this torturous act. Yet, she did not halt her forward motion, still drawn onward by the tantalizing scent of Yinanyu's blood wafting through the air. Her legs felt as though they were being controlled by an unseen force. Wholly disobedient to her commands. For heaven's sake, legs, can you not be a bit more cooperative? Is it really necessary to rush toward sustenance like this? Chu Ge berated her unyielding limbs in her mind. She howled. What happened to your promise to sell me insurance? The office worker zombie pursued her. She howled. I can't stop. How about this, you tie my legs together and I'll buy 10 insurance policies. Upon hearing the mention of 10 policies, the office worker zombie was immediately invigorated. Lunging at Chu Ge, she tore off its tie and bound her legs together. She howled. All right then. She howled. This is outrageous. Chu Ge was on the verge of tears, helplessly crawling forward. Numbed by her plight, she wondered if Yinanyu had cast some sort of curse upon her. A guttural roar escaped her lips. Damn it, hold me down. The overworked zombie obediently pressed its weight upon her. Chu Ge, you truly are remarkable. A deep sinister voice suddenly echoed. Engaging with men out in the open. Chu Ge, you certainly have no reservations. Chu Ge? The overworked zombie, catching the scent of blood emanating from Yinanyu, crawled off Chu Ge and lunged at him, claws bared. Yinanyu's dark eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, a sharp dagger flew forth, striking the zombie squarely in the head. Thud! The overworked zombie collapsed lifelessly. Releasing the ties that bound her feet, Chu Ge, witnessing the gruesome demise of the zombie, felt as if she were glimpsing her own fate. Yet, unexpectedly, Yinanyu allowed Chu Ge to tackle him to the ground without retaliation. Surrounded by the scent of blood, her murky eyes glinted with a crimson hue, and she instinctively opened her mouth to bite into Yinanyu's slender neck. The cold tip of her nose brushed against his slightly warm skin. And just as her teeth were about to sink in, a large hand seized her face, and a clean handkerchief was stuffed into her mouth. Dare to bite again and I will shatter your teeth, came the ominous voice. Chu Ge trembled in fear. Her teeth were essential for sustenance, and losing them would be catastrophic. She yearned to escape, but the intoxicating aroma of blood and flesh emanating from Yinanyu drove her into a frenzy. Her cries muffled and desperate, claws flailing. Yinanyu grasped her arms to prevent her sharp nails from causing harm. However, as he held her, he inadvertently pulled away a handful of decayed flesh. Yinanyu's pupils dilated in shock. He turned his head and violently retched, having already emptied his stomach, leaving nothing but bile to expel. Chu Ge tactically leaned back, fearing the vomit would splatter on her. If only this fool had given me his blood sooner, there would have been no such trouble. Yet perhaps it was for the best, a perfect remedy for his obsessive cleanliness. It wasn't truly revolting. It was merely his obsession at play. Glancing at her grotesquely decayed arm, Chu Ge hastily removed the handkerchief from her mouth, and without time to turn away, she retched, splattering Yinanyu with the contents of her stomach. Yinanyu immediately stiffened, his face shifting from pale to green. Gritting his teeth as he bellowed, Chu Ge, I will not let this go. My apologies, let me clean that up for you. You. Yinanyu. Chapter 4. Such a death would be too lenient for you. Bang bang. Chu Ge found herself bound to a chair, restlessly writhing. Her mouth emitted continuous roars, She fixed her gaze upon the bathroom door. Yinanyu had been inside for nearly 2 hours. They were currently in a hotel. And Chu Ge had not anticipated that Yinanyu would bring her along. What was he planning to do? Exact revenge. Was it for the earlier incident or for the grievances of their past separation? He was from High City, not Rong City, and had only come to Rong City for his studies. That year, he had shattered the small home they had shared and left Rong City to transfer schools. Since then, she had never seen him again. It had been 3 years, and she never expected to encounter him again in this apocalyptic world. Why was he not staying in High City but instead journeying thousands of kilometers to Rong City? What about his sister, Yi Shiyu? Creak. The bathroom door swung open, interrupting Chu Ge's thoughts. She turned to look, instantly captivated by the sight of his superb physique. He was wrapped in a bath towel around his waist, his abdominal muscles taut, and his chest glistening with moisture. Every contour of his physique was perfectly defined, exuding an undeniable sense of strength, as if the very essence of hormones threatened to spill forth from the screen. A solitary droplet of water trickled down his chest, gliding over his abs before disappearing beneath the towel. Gulp. Chu Ge instinctively swallowed hard. Damn! The current Yinanyu was 100 times more alluring than the Yinanyu of yore. In that moment, she realized that the boy who had once gazed at her with sparkling eyes and called her sister had transformed into a man. Just then, a slightly damp towel flew towards her, covering her head and obscuring her vision. Subsequently, she heard the rustling of fabric, and the inability to see only heightened her intrigue. Damn! If it weren't for the fact that we belong to different species now, I would have certainly taken Yinanyu right then and there. Yinanyu paused momentarily while zipping his pants, a fleeting glimmer passing through his eyes, and his fingers subtly moved to secure the zipper. Yinanyu sat on the sofa, clad in black casual pants that enveloped his long legs, and a white shirt worn loosely, all buttons undone. A jagged scar marred his chest, a wound inflicted by a sharp object. But it was merely superficial, posing no serious threat. Chu Ge, restless, perched on her chair, glaring at Yinanyu with fierce intensity. Yinanyu, you bastard, let me go. Yinanyu lazily lifted his gaze to her, offering no response. On his left hand, he wore a vintage black and gold ring, radiating an air of noble mystique. He gently rotated the ring, which immediately emitted a faint golden glow, and then, as if by magic, medical supplies appeared on the table. Chu Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this lad Yinanyu possessed a spatial ability. Who wouldn't envy such a gift? She was certain he was an ability user. Otherwise, he would have long since lost this space taken by others. Since the apocalypse, she had witnessed such occurrences countless times. There were those who fought to the death over ability cores, others who brawled for resources, and some who sacrificed their companions to fend off zombies in a bid for survival. In this post-apocalyptic world, the darkness of human nature had been magnified exponentially, revealing all manner of demons and monsters. No one could guarantee that their companions wouldn't turn on them the very next day. Chu Ge had grown weary of this constant state of anxiety, which is why she had willingly embraced becoming a zombie. After all, compared to humans, zombies were far simpler beings. At least she didn't have to worry about a companion stabbing her in the back. Yinanyu picked up the medical supplies and began tending to his wound. As he treated himself, he heard the chaotic thoughts swirling in Chu Ge's mind. Just kill her. After all, releasing her would only be a menace to humanity. Yinanyu stood up and strode towards the wildly agitated Chu Ge, who, upon meeting his dangerously intense gaze, felt her heart skip a beat. Here it comes, here it comes. He was definitely going to kill her. Yinanyu halted before Chu Ge, retrieving a gun from his spatial realm, aiming it squarely at her head. No matter how much hatred swirled within him, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Various emotions surged in Yinanyu's eyes, yet his index finger hesitated to pull the trigger. The shaking of his hand intensifying, banged at the gun misfired. Yinanyu watched as the bullet hurtled towards Chu Ge's head, his complexion turning pale in an instant, his body instinctively reacting with a swift kick. He toppled the chair, causing Chu Ge to fall, and the bullet grazed her hair. Thud! The bullet embedded itself into the wall. Yinanyu gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he gazed upon the fallen Chu Ge, his eyes brimmed with emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Why? Why did he choose to save her? If she were to perish, the hatred he had harbored for years would be alleviated. Wouldn't it? His hand, gripping the gun, trembled uncontrollably. He found himself incapable of raising it once more to point at her head. Such a death would be too lenient for you. He uttered a parting remark before fleeing in disarray. In Chapter 5, I have pledged my life to Yinanyu. Chu Ge, upon hearing the sound of a door closing next door, realized that Yinanyu had moved to the adjacent room, leaving her alone. No, a corpse remained here. What could Yunanyu possibly mean by this? He neither killed her nor released her. Her mind, dulled compared to before, could not fathom his intentions. What was he planning? Regardless, she decided to let things unfold naturally. If he were to take her life, she might even owe him her gratitude. Still lying on the ground, bound to a chair, her stiff body rendered her incapable of rising. Damn it! Not even a hand to help me up before leaving. Leaving a delicate beauty like me sprawled on the floor. Yunanyu is losing his gentlemanly demeanor by the minute. Just yesterday, I had made plans with my group of zombie girlfriends to hit the dance floor tonight. Having heard that a few handsome zombie newcomers had joined in the eastern part of the city. Now how am I to revel like this? That little brat Yunanyu is nothing but trouble. Unbeknownst to Chu Ge, Yunanyu in the next room had heard her unspoken thoughts and wore a grim expression. Very well. His palm crackled with electric power, crashing down upon a table, shattering it to pieces. Bang! Chu Ge, startled by the noise from next door, shuddered involuntarily, a sense of unease creeping in. Wait, her heart had long since hardened. What was there to feel uneasy about? Sleep. Chu Ge closed her eyes, lying still like a corpse. No, she was indeed a corpse. In the dead of night, the city resembled a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, fraught with peril. The streets were devoid of life, littered with shattered glass and remnants of blood. As the undead reveled under the moonlight, they were disturbingly agitated in the night, wreaking havoc in every corner of the city. Chu Ge felt an unusual agitation herself, compounded by her lack of sustenance that day. Her murky eyes glowing a fierce red in the darkness, blood vessels began to creep up her neck, creating a ghastly sight. Bang! The ropes binding her snapped entirely. Chu Ge swiftly rose, her agility in the night contrasting sharply with her daytime self. She was now nimble enough to scale walls. She cracked her neck from side to side, revealing a sinister smile. In the adjacent room, Yunanyu abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly rolling out of bed. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Chu Ge's door wide open. His heart raced as he stepped inside, only to find the severed ropes and an overturned chair on the floor. Chu Ge was gone. Yunanyu clenched his fists, fury igniting in his dark eyes. She truly had the audacity to venture out. Chu Ge, you are indeed bold. Just then, a shadow loomed above him, pouncing fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Yunanyu felt a sharp blade slice through his wrist, a coldness pressing against him as warm blood was swiftly consumed. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Yunanyu had no time to react. No. It was more accurate to say he had never anticipated that Chu Ge would dare to ambush him, transforming from her daytime demeanor into one so agile. Yunanyu's dark eyes deepened as he gathered the power of thunder in the palm of his hand, striking towards Chu Ge's shoulder. A slick sensation brushed past his wrist, prompting Yunanyu to instinctively tighten his fist. Halting his hand mid-motion. A flicker of struggle flashed in his ebony gaze before he closed his eyes, relinquishing his hand and allowing Chu Ge to savor his blood. His body radiated intense heat, while hers felt chillingly cold. In the enveloping darkness, their forms intertwined, the only sound being the soft, rhythmic swallow of her consumption. The tumult within Chu Ge gradually subsided as she resolved within herself. In this lifetime, I am bound to Yunanyu. Whoever dares to covet this sustenance shall face my wrath. Yunanyu's eyes suddenly snapped open, a glimmer of light dancing within. He grasped Chu Ge's chin, locking his gaze onto her eyes that shimmered with a dim crimson glow in the shadows. What did you just say? Repeated. Chu Ge, exasperated, tossed her head in an attempt to free herself from his grip. Release me, I need to feed. If you remain silent, I shall deny you sustenance. She regarded him as if he were mad. What is there to say? Whoever tries to take my food, I shall confront. No. The previous statement. Uncertain, Chu Ge ventured. I am bound to Yunanyu for this lifetime. Yunanyu nodded. Yes, stay close. Chu Ge, though slow on the uptake, finally comprehended that Yunanyu could indeed hear her innermost thoughts. He appeared in a surprisingly good mood, bringing his wrist closer to her lips. Hurry, do not waste it. Chu Ge had no time to ponder Yunanyu's peculiarities, her cold lips pressed against him. Drinking eagerly, the tumultuous emotions within her calmed as a surge of strength coursed through her body, nourishing her flesh. The sunken sternum began to mend, the fractured leg bones commenced reconstruction, and from the decayed regions, tender flesh began to sprout visibly. In truth, zombies evolved through the consumption of copious amounts of flesh and blood. Chu Ge's severe decay stemmed from her picky eating habits, as she had refrained from fresh meat and only reluctantly consumed a few sips of blood. This lack of sustenance rendered her appearance more dilapidated than other zombies. Were it not for her undying nature, she would likely have been the first zombie in existence to perish from starvation. Yunanyu's large hand gently caressed Chu Ge's seaweed-like hair, The only part of her still resembling vitality, he recalled the mornings of yore when he cherished waking before her, doing nothing but tenderly stroking her hair, waiting patiently for her to awaken, solely for the sweet good morning kiss she would bestow upon him, her eyes sparkling as she greeted him. Those moments made him feel that the entirety of the day was imbued with beauty. Just as he imagined they would continue to share such a life together, reality delivered a crushing blow. Chu Ge, aware of the need to ration her nourishment, refrained from excessive indulgence after quelling her hunger. She held Yunanyu's large hand, delicately licking the wound on his wrist with a reverence akin to that of a devotee honoring a deity. Yunanyu's fingertips trembled, his dark eyes cast down, concealing the emotion swirling within that moment. The wound that Chu Ge had licked began to heal at an astonishing pace, and mere moments, the injury on Yunanyu's wrist vanished entirely, leaving no trace of a scar. As if he had never been harmed at all. Yunanyu gently caressed the delicate skin on his wrist, his gaze profound and his expression tinged with astonishment. The saliva of Chu Ge possessed remarkable healing properties. His eyes then drifted to her decaying arm. Chu Ge, perceiving his thoughts through his gaze, shot him an irate glare. "Do not force me to spit blood upon you." Glancing at her rotting limb, an unsettling sensation arose in her throat from the blood she had just consumed, prompting her to hastily clamp her mouth shut and swallow once more. Yunanyu. Chapter 6. The weight of hierarchy. A sudden, eerie sound echoed from the corridor, followed by the unmistakable noise of something crawling toward them. Chu Ge sensed the presence, her heart constricting with alarm. It was indeed a mutant, undoubtedly drawn by the alluring scent of Yunanyu's blood. With a feral growl, Chu Ge emitted a warning cry, staking her claim in an attempt to deter the approaching creature. However, her hopes were slim, for the creature was superior to her in rank. Ordinarily, Chu Ge would not contend with a mutant for sustenance. She would simply yield, knowing that food could be sought elsewhere. Yet tonight, for reasons unknown, she felt an unwillingness to relinquish her prize. Perhaps it was the rarity of encountering a meal that suited her palate, and she was loath to let it slip away. The sound of the mutants crawling grew ever closer, emanating an aura of dominance that sought to compel Chu Ge into submission. The ordinary zombies wandering the hotel sensed this hierarchical pressure and retreated in droves. In an instant, the once crowded hotel was rendered desolate of its undead occupants. Under the weight of this oppressive force, Chu Ge trembled uncontrollably. This sensation was what people often referred to as the crushing power of authority. But who was Chu Ge? With a weight of 100 pounds, 99 of which were defiance, no one could coerce her into actions against her will. So what if her opponent was of a higher rank? After all, she possessed the gift of immortality. Fear had no dominion over her. Turning to Yunanyu, she noticed his expression was grave. He seemed to recognize the challenge that awaited outside. "Stay in the room. And no matter what you hear, do not emerge." As soon as she spoke, she strode toward the door, only to be halted by Yunanyu's warm hand grasping her arm. "Stay here. I shall go." No sooner had he spoken than the door was shattered with a resounding crash. Boom. A grotesque creature appeared at the threshold, its limbs splayed, claws as sharp as steel, resembling a slick mass of flesh. It was utterly repulsive. Hungry, so very hungry. Its sickly green eyes fixated on Yunanyu, foul drool dripping from its maw, its tongue flicking out like a serpent's fork. "This is my food. I can find other sustenance for you." Chu Ge attempted to negotiate. A mere ordinary zombie dares to overstep its bounds. The mutant's eyes blazed with emerald light, its hind legs tensing as it lunged toward Chu Ge. "I shall deal with you first." Yunanyu's gaze sharpened in an instant. Positioning himself protectively before Chu Ge, his palm transformed, conjuring a whip of lightning, woven from countless threads of electricity. The air around the lightning whip shimmered, a testament to the immense power it contained. Chu Ge's murky pupils quivered in shock. She had not anticipated that Yunanyu was an elemental wielder of formidable lightning prowess. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he lashed out with the whip. The abomination was struck by a lightning whip, letting out a piercing scream as it was flung away. Although it had become a lifeless entity, devoid of any sensation, the impact of the lightning whip seemed to penetrate the very core of its being. As Chu Ge observed the abomination being mercilessly tossed aside, a pang of pain echoed in her heart. Perhaps she should feel grateful that Yunanyu had not treated her in such a manner. Trembling, the abomination managed to rise, shaking its dazed head, hissing with palpable anger. Its claws expanded ominously, and with a fierce swipe, it unleashed several translucent blades of attack that tore through the air towards Yunanyu. In a swift motion, Yunanyu turned and embraced Chu Ge's waist, narrowly dodging the onslaught. The blades grazed past them, crashing into the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Bang! The entire pane shattered, cascading shards around them. Before Yunanyu could react, The abomination had charged right in front of him. Hiss! The abomination's razor-sharp claws lunged towards Yinanyu's neck. He sidestepped, yet still felt 3 delicate lacerations form on his neck. Blood trickling down. Sensing the scent of blood, the abomination became frenzied, its tongue flicking towards Yinanyu's neck. In the next instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and the abomination's head was severed, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Its body collapsed, revealing Chu Ge behind, wielding a cleaver. A sinister smile graced her stiff lips, a reminder that underestimating an opponent comes with its own price. Chu Ge seductively extended her tongue, licking the blood splattered across her face, savoring the taste. Not only did the abomination's grotesque exterior repulse her, but even the taste of its blood was vile. Indeed, Yinanyu's blood was far more delectable. Chu Ge turned her gaze to Yinanyu. Noticing the crimson marks on his neck, her eyes glinting with a hint of crimson. You are injured. A minor wound, nothing to fret over. Yinanyu retrieved a clean handkerchief, intending to press it against his injury. However, before he could, Chu Ge grasped his hand, and in the next moment, a cold touch pressed against his neck. Yinanyu's body jolted, standing rigidly, his dark eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. Chu Ge tiptoed, delicately lapping up the blood that oozed from his wound, then extending her tongue to cleanse the surrounding stains, gliding it along his slender neck, an inexplicable sense of sensuality lingering in the air. Yinanyu's fists gradually tightened, his gaze deepening, the area she had licked radiating warmth and trembling. Memories of their once intimate connection surged forth. His large hand instinctively found its way to Chu Ge's impossibly slender waist, preparing to draw her close only to be pushed away. Enough. The desire in Yinanyu's eyes dissipated in an instant. He suddenly realized the thoughts that had crossed his mind moments ago, his brows furrowing tightly. This was madness. Her mere teasing could so easily stir his heart. Hadn't he learned his lesson from 3 years ago? I shall retire for the night. Yinanyu exited the room in a hurried escape. Chu Ge made no attempt to stop him. The sweet, luscious blood, the pulsing artery beneath her tongue, each sensation tugged at her very nerves. Who knows how much self-control she had exerted to refrain from biting him just now. Regaining her composure against the craving for Yinanyu's blood, she turned her attention to the severed head of the abomination. Ha! A display of hierarchical dominance, is it? Bang! Chu Ge cleaved the abomination's head in half with a single stroke. A crystal, no larger than a thumb, rolled out. Chu Ge picked up the crystal, wiped it with her clothing, and tossed it into her mouth, crunching it with abandon. It bore no distinct flavor, merely leaving her with a peculiar tingling sensation in her mind, as if something were about to sprout. Stretching lazily, she cast her gaze toward the moon hanging high in the sky. It was likely around 2 in the morning. Surely, she could still make it to her friends' gathering, for they were all notorious night owls. In the midst of the long drawn-out night, how dull it would be not to seek a bit of amusement. Chu Ge paused to listen to the neighboring room, noting the absence of sound, and stepped out of her quarters. The hotel was devoid of its former undead inhabitants, leaving only the echo of her footsteps in the silence. Accompanied by the flickering lights in the corridor, the atmosphere was thick with terror. In times past, Chu Ge would have felt a shiver of fear, but now she was the very embodiment of death. If anyone were to fear, it would be them fearing her. She sauntered out of the hotel with a carefree demeanor, unaware of the small tail that followed her. The night was nothing short of a paradise for zombies. Some of them leaped and howled atop car roofs, while others crouched in the middle of the road, tearing at flesh. There were those who busily smashed shop windows with bricks, wreaking havoc, and many more meandered aimlessly, swaying their heads. Chu Ge navigated through this chaos with ease, occasionally encountering familiar undead faces. Roar! You wouldn't understand. This is called fashion. A stylish zombie with striking black hair flicked his bangs, only to have his entire scalp fly off, leaving behind a bloodied skull. Roar! What the hell? The zombie hastily scrambled to find his scalp. Chu Ge shook her head, her eyes squinting at a plump, trembling female zombie nearby. Roar! Mrs. Huang, out again looking for your husband? Mr. Huang should be in that bar street over there. I saw him last week. You might find him there. Roar! Thank you, Xiao Chu. As Mrs. Huang passed by, she left a trail of decaying grease in her wake. Chu Ge grimaced in disgust, quickly picking up her pace. Bam! Lost in her thoughts, Chu Ge inadvertently kicked a skateboard, causing a half-bodied zombie to tumble off it. Roar! It's you again, Chu Ge, the dismembered zombie bellowed. Roar! Damn it, boss, sure, what happened to you? Chu Ge's slow-witted mind finally recalled. Roar! Sorry, I momentarily forgot. Let me help you up. Roar! What? Apologize. For what? You better be gentle with me. The fierce Bosher suddenly turned bashful, casting a flirtatious glance at Chu Ge. Roar. Don't worry, Bosher. I promise to be gentle with you. Chu Ge forced a smile, attempting to convey warmth, but her rigid skin rendered her expression eerily unsettling. Seeing her softness, Bosher became even more flustered, his imagination running wild at in the next moment. He felt a sensation of weightlessness. As he plummeted into the sewer, he looked up to see Chu Ge, now a distant figure waving at him from beside the manhole cover. Roar. Chu Ge, this isn't over between us. Chu Ge promptly replaced the manhole cover and brushed her hands together. She then stepped onto Bosher's skateboard, gliding away from the scene with effortless grace, a paragon of virtue. She was indeed the kindest soul. Chapter 7. The aesthetic of the zombie realm. Was she simply too outdated? Chu Ge glided on her skateboard, significantly faster than walking, and arrived at the designated meeting spot within a few minutes. Her sisterhood was still waiting for her. The advantage of zombies lies in their sluggish intellect. Had they been human, they would have long departed, showing little patience for tardiness. Roar. Sisters, I apologize for my lateness. Chu Ge tucked her skateboard under her arm. Roar. Chu Ge, didn't I tell you to dress more alluringly? Why are you still dressed so dowdily? Remarked a female zombie clad in a provocative purple lace slip dress, accented with a mustard yellow scarf and adorned with Peppa Pig pajama pants, her feet shod in fuzzy slippers. Roar. Exactly, Chu Ge, dressed like that, how could you possibly attract a guy? Quipped another female zombie donned in a bright red raincoat, who fancied herself elegant as she dramatically swished the trailing hem. Roar. Why don't you go and revamp your look, we'll wait for you here. Suggested yet another female zombie, sporting a military coat atop ripped fishnet stockings, her feet encased in oversized pointed leather shoes. Chu Ge felt a significant blow to her aesthetic sensibilities as she glanced down at her attire. A fitted Chanel leisure sports ensemble, complemented by Gucci sneakers and a casually slung LV champagne bag. Her slow-witted mind tilted in confusion. Was she truly that unfashionable? It appeared she must keep pace with the trends of the zombie realm to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule. Roar. I'll let it slide today, but next time I shall dress more stylishly like my sisters. The three female zombies nodded in appreciative agreement. Roar. Then let us proceed. Chu Ge followed her sisterhood to a bar, her first visit. And to her astonishment, the establishment still had electricity. As she stepped inside, the music blared deafeningly, and the kaleidoscopic lights assaulted her eyes. This bar seemed as if it were still operational. Zombies, with their poor vision yet acute hearing, were drawn to any sound, creating an amusing spectacle. Chu Ge navigated the throng of zombies alongside her friends, eventually reaching a group of male zombies. These were presumably the handsome newcomers from the Eastern District her sisterhood had mentioned. Indeed, the aesthetic of the zombie realm was strikingly unconventional. A man in a faded sweatshirt paired with a floral quilted jacket, lugging a trendy snakeskin bag, stood out. Another muscular gentleman exuded a seemingly normal appearance in a suit and tie. But upon closer inspection, his bottom half was clad in a minuscule skirt paired with red high heels. Each of the others had their own distinctive flair, leaving Chu Ge momentarily speechless. Or rather, illuminated with surprise. The male zombies scrutinized Chu Ge, their disdain evident in their eyes. Chu Ge. Roar. Where did you find such a little country bumpkin? Inquired the miniskirt muscular zombie. Roar. My sister here hasn't fed today. She's a bit dazed and came without dressing up. Please don't mind her, replied the raincoat-clad zombie. Roar. So she hasn't fed. I have some snacks, let me see, said the one with the snakeskin bag as he dove into it, rummaging around. Roar. Here you go, it smells divine. I can hardly bear to eat it myself. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, drawing the attention of surrounding zombies, their mouths watering and roars echoing incessantly. Roar. So delicious, so delicious. Roar. I want to eat, it smells too good. Roar. I want some too. Only Chu Ge, upon encountering the grotesque sight of a decaying dog's head infested with maggots, retched violently. Damn! After countless calculations, she never anticipated her defenses would crumble here. The zombies howled. Apologies, my stomach has been unsettled lately. Do enjoy your meal. Chu Ge tilted her head, pushing away the hand of the loathsome bagman, distancing herself from the source of malevolence. The howls echoed. The sisterhood and the band of handsome men surged forward, swiftly devouring the maggot-ridden dog's head. They were insatiable, even licking clean the remnants of what Chu Ge had expelled onto the ground. Witnessing this, Chu Ge felt a wave of nausea. Damn it, she regretted coming here. Wouldn't it have been far more delightful to sleep peacefully in a hotel? Instead, She had chosen to endure this torment. Just then, the music from the bar abruptly ceased, replaced by voices emanating from the second floor. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. The zombies on the first floor immediately grew agitated, their howls intensifying as they clawed and clawed towards the second floor. Being a zombie herself, Chu Ge harbored an intrinsic hunger for flesh, her throat emitting a guttural roar. Simultaneously, she observed that the staircase leading to the second floor was securely sealed with an iron gate, and the railing had been artificially heightened with iron rods. Clearly, this place had been preemptively fortified to prevent the zombies on the first floor from ascending. Her initial instinct that this place was operated by someone was evidently correct. There were indeed individuals orchestrating events here. But for what purpose were they luring the nearby zombies with music? Just as Chu Ge pondered this, an individual emerged from the second floor. A man with a scarred face. Followed by a few lackeys. Chu Ge was taken aback to see the scar-faced man still alive. It seemed their paths had crossed once more. Her gaze drifted downward, settling on his crotch, before she scoffed and averted her eyes. She was curious to see what he intended to do with the assembled zombies standing on the second floor. The scar-faced man regarded the throng of clawing, howling zombies below with the eyes of a predator. "Bring the women over," he commanded at his behest. His lackeys ushered forth a group of battered, terrified women. Upon seeing the horde of zombies below, the women turned pale, trembling in fear. One woman rushed forward, kneeling at the scar-faced man's feet, clutching his leg in desperation, pleading, "Big brother, please spare me. I will do anything you ask. I will serve you faithfully." The woman's entreaties fell on deaf ears as the scar-faced man remained unmoved, prompting her to audaciously unbuckle his belt in public. What was dignity compared to survival? The scar-faced man did not hinder her actions, however. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim, his features contorting as madness flickered in his eyes. The woman, realizing the horrifying truth, gasped in shock. He was impotent. It turned out, all of this was due to his inability. Terrified, she began to bow her head repeatedly, begging for mercy. "I know nothing, please let me go. I implore you. All women should perish," the scar-faced man snarled, his visage grotesque. He seized the woman and hurled her from the second floor, where a legion of ravenous zombies awaited below. Her piercing scream shattered the air. Instantly, she was torn apart by the multitude of zombies, the scene steeped in bloodshed. "Ah!" The other women screamed in terror. Some of them vomited uncontrollably, while others fainted outright, creating an utterly chaotic scene. "Ha ha ha!" The scar-faced man erupted into a deranged laughter, reveling in the sight of women being torn apart, devoured by zombies, deriving immense pleasure from their suffering. A frenzied light flickered in his eyes as he discarded the other women without a second thought. Chapter 8. A narrow path of enmity. The women's minds blanked instantaneously, collapsing to the ground in utter despair. Engulfed by a profound terror that loomed over them all helplessly, they could do nothing but plead for mercy. The roars of the zombies echoed from below, driven into a frenzied state by the allure of flesh and blood, their gaping maws and clawing limbs poised for another feast. Among the horde, Chu Ge wiped the blood of a woman from her face, her eyes glowing with a dim red light as they fixated coldly on the scar-faced man. This scoundrel, devoid of humanity, had descended further into depravity, torturing women to satiate his vile desires. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, bases of all sizes sprang up, and survivors banded together in small groups to combat the zombies. Chu Ge had once been part of a team with the scar-faced man. Alongside others. He, relying on his meager prowess in combat, arrogantly appointed himself as leader, tyrannizing the group and even casting his lecherous gaze upon her. One night, he forcefully invaded her room, while their companions feigned ignorance, tacitly condoning his beastly acts, with even one of them shutting the door to conceal his depravity. The depths of human malice were laid bare. Thus, she pretended to acquiesce, feigning friendliness, until he became disoriented, at which point she seized a bottle from the table and smashed it against his head. As he staggered, Chu Ge did not relent, relentlessly striking his head with the bottle until he collapsed to the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Only then did she, breathless, cease her assault. As she departed, she inadvertently stepped on his manhood, carelessly grinding it underfoot. In such a repugnant group, she could hardly remain any longer. Before leaving, she bestowed upon them all a grand farewell gift. Watching the house engulfed in flames and hearing the screams emanating from within, she turned away with a flourish. Little did she anticipate that the scar-faced man had survived. Truly, a reflection of the adage that good people do not live long, while evildoers thrive for a millennium. What are you waiting for? Throw them all down! The scar-faced man bellowed. His underlings hurriedly rushed forward to seize the women. "Ah! Help! I don't want to, let me go! Don't grab me, please!" The women struggled desperately, their cries echoing as they pleaded for mercy, hoping against hope that these brutes would spare them. Yet, facing a pack of beasts, how could they expect any compassion? One by one, the women were cast down, shredded by the countless zombies below, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The revelry of the zombies, the anguished screams of the women, and the scar-faced man's perverse laughter all conspired to enliven the darkness of the night. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes narrowing in malevolent focus on a woman who stood out amidst the crowd of zombies. It was her. A profound hatred ignited within the scar-faced man. If not for this wretched woman, he would not have been reduced to this state each day. He harbored thoughts of feasting upon her flesh and drinking her blood. No wonder he scoured every nook and cranny of the survivor camps in Rongqing without catching even a glimpse of that wretched woman. Ha ha ha. He thought she had some grand abilities, yet she has simply succumbed to becoming a zombie. A mere woman, who ought to have humbly accepted her place beneath a man, instead chose to disgrace herself and became a zombie, serves her right. A triumphant smile spread across the scarred man's face. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as he caught sight of Chu Ge, who revealed a chilling smile directed at him that it sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he realized how out of place Chu Ge appeared among the horde of zombies. While the other zombies roared and gnawed at flesh, she stood eerily still, her murky eyes fixated on him with a menacing intensity. Was she watching him, perhaps remembering him? The scarred man's expression soured. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. How could a zombie possess any consciousness? A malicious glint flickered in his eyes, regardless of whether she had awareness or was merely a zombie. In the end, they all would meet their demise. You lot, go capture that zombie. The henchmen followed the direction the scarred man pointed. They immediately spotted the unusual zombie. Their eyes widened in surprise. Such a peculiar zombie was a first for them. Were it not for her ashen complexion and murky eyes, they might have mistaken her for a human standing there calmly. Bring her here. The scarred man shouted, his impatience evident, as Chu Ge's gaze only intensified his unease. The henchmen huddled together to strategize. Descending to the first floor to capture Chu Ge was clearly futile, as it was teeming with zombies. Certainly a death wish. I have an idea. One of the henchmen exclaimed. Slapping his thigh, he produced a length of rope from somewhere, fashioned a noose, and swung it a few times before casting it towards Chu Ge. However, he missed. Undeterred, the henchman continued to throw the rope, yet time and again he failed to ensnare her. MD, with your pathetic attempts, you'll probably go bankrupt before you catch anything. One of his companions quipped. One more time. I refuse to believe this. The henchman twisted his head and threw the rope once more. The next moment he exclaimed in delight, I got it! I got it! The previously sarcastic henchman furrowed his brow, muttering, Did I just see that zombie shift slightly before it was caught? Am I seeing things? Chu Ge regarded the rope binding her with a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust in her eyes. Pull her up! The scarred man urged excitedly. The henchmen exerted their strength to hoist Chu Ge up with the rope. The scarred man beheld the disheveled, shambling figure of Chu Ge and wore a smug smile. Bring me a sharp knife. I wish to personally carve this wretched woman's flesh piece by piece. And no sooner had he uttered his command than Chu Ge revealed a sinister smile. Before the scarred man could react, the rope binding Chu Ge suddenly snapped, and she lunged towards him. The scarred man's face paled, and he yanked a nearby henchman to shield himself. The henchman barely had time to react before Chu Ge sank her teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. The scarred man, witnessing Chu Ge's sudden ferocity, stumbled back in terror. The other henchmen, watching their comrade being bitten, were stricken with fear, their legs trembling. Save me! Help! Save me! The younger brother desperately reached out for his companions, pleading for rescue, yet none came forth to save him. Chu Ge's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. After a couple of disinterested gulps, she disdainfully released her grip. He was utterly inferior to Yi Nanyu. Then let us share this with the comrades on the first floor, allowing them to taste the terror of being torn apart by zombies, she resolved, casting the struggling younger brother down. His eyes widened in horror, pupils filled with dread, as a piercing scream escaped his lips, and the next moment, countless claws penetrated his flesh, and torrents of blood flowed forth like a river. The sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply, accompanied by the ripping of flesh. Chu Ge's gaze, devoid of any human emotion, fixed upon the scar-faced man as if to declare, You shall be next. Instantly, the scar-faced man felt his hair stand on end, shouting, Quick, you must kill her. Chapter 9. The onslaught commences. The younger brothers' faces were etched with fear, hesitating to approach. Even the dimmest among them recognized that this zombie was no ordinary foe. None wished to be the first to step forward, terrified of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrade. Regrettably, Chu Ge had no intention of sparing anyone with lightning speed. She lunged at the crowd. The younger brothers, thrown into a panic, scattered in all directions. The scar-faced man, his face pale with rage, glared at the pitiful assembly before him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he bellowed, "Resist! How can a mere ordinary zombie frighten you so? Are you all worthless?" Exchanging glances, the younger brothers gritted their teeth, steeling themselves for a fight. Just as they turned, the first two among them were instantly ensnared by a pair of chilling claws around their necks. Meeting those soulless, murky eyes, they trembled uncontrollably. The remaining brothers recoiled in terror. "Let go of me! Release me!" The two ensnared younger brothers struggled vigorously, yet the slender arms remained unyielding, tearing away bits of decayed flesh. Observing the putrid remnants falling from her arm, Chu Ge felt a fleeting pang of sorrow. Damn it! With one in each hand, she flung the two younger brothers down to the first floor. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted, only to be abruptly silenced, replaced by the sounds of gnawing and devouring. Chu Ge fought swiftly, like a specter, capturing each fleeing younger brother one by one and casting them down. By now, the first floor had become a pool of blood, strewn with dismembered limbs. Raising her hands, she prepared to hurl the last younger brother down. His face turned ashen with fear. He cried out incessantly for salvation. "Help! I don't want to die! Someone save me!" At that moment, a dull thud resonated against the back of Chu Ge's head. Behind her stood the scar-faced man, a sinister grin plastered on his face, gripping the dagger that had pierced her skull. "Ha, Chu Ge, meet your demise," he thundered, laughing maniacally as he thrust the dagger deeper into her brain. The younger brother, held aloft by Chu Ge, felt a surge of joy. He had been saved, spared from becoming zombie fodder. Yet in the next instant the sensation of weightlessness hit him, as Chu Ge still cast him down with eyes wide in horror. He questioned, "Why is this happening?" She was struck in the head. "Why is she not dead? I cannot accept this. I am so unwilling. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." He emitted a howl of despair and fury. Subsequently, countless zombies engulfed him, their chilling screams resonating from within the horde. But within moments silence fell, leaving only the sound of flesh being devoured. At that moment, the scarred-faced man stood paralyzed, fear etched upon his features, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead before him. Chu Ge had twisted her head in a bizarre manner, a complete 180, her murky eyes fixated upon him with unwavering intensity. She reached up and withdrew the dagger from her skull, the icy blood splattering onto him. The scarred-faced man shuddered, scarcely daring to breathe. Chu Ge's gaze was akin to that of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment, the unknown dread gnawing at his sanity, unable to withstand the pressure. The scarred-faced man turned and fled. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Chu Ge's lips. To flee now was futile. A searing pain struck the back of his head, and his body crumpled, consciousness slipping away. When the scarred-faced man awoke once more, he found himself bound to a chair. Before him stood a table, where Chu Ge was engaged in some activity. A glint of silver caught his eye, and he soon realized it was a knife and fork. He then observed Chu Ge meticulously arranging the dinner plate, positioning the cutlery with precision, before retrieving a tall glass from her bag. Polishing it to a gleam with a pristine white cloth, she raised the glass to the light, allowing it to refract a beautiful glow. Before contentedly placing it down, unfolding the cloth, she tied it around her neck, each movement exuding an air of elegance. In a fine dining establishment, the scarred-faced man would undoubtedly have found her captivating, yet now, the scene appeared utterly bizarre, sending chills down his spine. Chu Ge was evidently poised to commence her meal. Yet the plate before her was empty. Where was the food? At that moment, he saw her grasp the knife and fork, her murky gaze directed at him. The scarred-faced man felt his breath catch, fear amplifying his dilated pupils. Surely she could not be. Chu Ge regarded the scarred-faced man's terror with a gentle smile. "I shall begin." The scarred-faced man struggled with all his might, understanding the meaning behind Chu Ge's gaze. He looked at her as one might regard a horrific entity. The fear was palpable in his widened eyes. Chu Ge rose, holding the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right, advancing towards him. The scarred-faced man screamed in terror, "Do not come any closer. Please, do not." Yet he was like a fish upon the cutting board, at the mercy of the slaughterer. Sweat poured down his face, his complexion ashen as he beheld Chu Ge drawing nearer. In a state of utter despair, he cried out, "Get away, do not approach, just leave me be." Another agonizing scream erupted from him. The zombies below roared in a frenzy. Hearing the cries of her companions, Chu Ge turned her gaze to the scarred-faced man, a strange smile curling at her lips. As she approached him with knife and fork in hand, he cried out in torment, "Just kill me, I beg you, end my suffering." Chu Ge responded with a seemingly benevolent smile, though the tautness of her expression rendered it eerily sinister. A deafening roar echoed, Fear not, for you shall meet your demise. But first, let me appease the hunger of my companions. Chapter 10. The Onslaught of the Cannibal Crows. Yu, having slain a myriad of zombies along his path, finally arrived at the entrance of the bar. The air was pierced by chilling, heart-wrenching screams emanating from within, accompanied by the unmistakable cacophony of numerous zombies howling. Even at the threshold, the pungent stench of blood was palpable. Recklessly barging in would undoubtedly be unwise. Thus Yu surveyed the structure before nimbly scaling the balcony of the second floor. He endeavored to mask his presence, concealing himself behind the curtains as he peered inside. What he beheld next widened his pupils in horror. Chu Ge was, astonishingly, feeding the zombies. The man bound before her had legs that had decayed into stark white bones. The mottled knife marks adorning the bones suggested that he had been vivisected countless times. Occasionally, she would pause to lift a glass from the table, sipping as if it were the finest red wine, her every movement exuding elegance and grace. The first floor was teeming with a dense throng of zombies, resembling a slaughterhouse. Blood splattered across the walls while pools of it formed upon the floor. It seemed his fears were unfounded. This place was a sanctuary for her kind, and they appeared to revel in their existence. Yu turned to depart, but as he did so, a ravenous crow as large as an eagle swooped down to peck at his eyes. Reacting swiftly, his hand like a vice clamped around the creature's neck. The crow flapped its wings in futile struggle. Harnessing the power of lightning, Yu sent a surge through the cannibal crow, instantly transforming it into a charred carcass. The acrid scent of burnt feathers permeating the air. That moment, darkness enveloped him, and upon glancing upwards, his expression shifted in alarm. A vast swarm of cannibal crows descended from the heavens, drawn to the bar by the overpowering scent of blood. It was imperative to evacuate swiftly, lest he find himself in dire straits. Furrowing his brow, he leaped from the balcony railing. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the debt owed to her, and resolutely stepped into the bar. Chu Ge, taken aback by Yu's sudden appearance, inquired, "What brings you here?" Observing the increasingly agitated companions below due to his presence, she felt a twinge of annoyance. "Why are you out at this hour? Don't you know that zombies are most active at night?" Her provisions were coveted by other zombies, causing her great displeasure. Yu turned to close the glass door of the balcony, hastening towards Chu Ge. "We must leave at once. What is happening? You seem on edge. The swarm of cannibal crows is approaching the bar." There's no time to waste. Upon hearing the mention of the cannibal crows, Chu Ge's complexion shifted, for they were indiscriminate feeders, devouring both corpses and humans alike. Even the undead. It was said that wherever the cannibal crows passed, not a soul remained. Their sharp beaks could efficiently reduce a body to mere bones. "Let us leave swiftly," she urged, her fragile form unable to withstand further turmoil. Yu's expression grew grave. There was no time to lose. In the next instant, the glass surrounding the bar shattered simultaneously, as thousands of cannibal crows surged inside. The cacophony of their cries was deafening. "Retreat!" Yu shielded Chu Ge as they retreated in haste. The scarred-faced man, bound to a chair yet still clinging to life, stared wide-eyed at the approaching flesh-eating crows. His voice lost to exhaustion suddenly, his eyes turned a ghastly crimson as the crows pecked them out. A muffled groan of agony escaped his lips. Countless crows encircled him, feasting upon his flesh, inflicting unbearable torment as his chest was torn open. His beating heart was devoured, and the scarred-faced man succumbed to his torturous fate. In mere moments the crows scattered, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal remains devoid of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the zombies on the first floor were also besieged by the crows. Acting on instinct, they retaliated, their sharp claws shredding the bodies of the crows. Yet, the overwhelming number of crows made it inevitable for them to sustain injuries. Once a zombie fell, a throng of crows would converge to partake in the feast, swiftly reducing it to bones. Blood and flesh flew, and the ground became littered with increasing numbers of skeletal remains alongside heaps of shredded crow carcasses. The entire bar resembled a hellish battlefield. At this moment, Yu and Chu Ge had retreated to a private room on the second floor, the heavy door momentarily barring the crows from entry. The incessant thuds of the crows crashing against the door echoed ominously, and it seemed the door would not withstand for long. Amidst the cacophony of their companions' cries and the relentless sounds of the crows, Chu Ge swallowed hard. What should we do now? Yu scanned the room, noting its sealed nature with no windows in sight. It was clear that there must be ventilation ducts. He glanced at the ceiling and quickly spotted one. With the door already trembling under the crows' relentless assault, they had to act swiftly. I will ascend first, then you pass your hand to me, and I shall pull you up, he instructed. Chu Ge nodded in agreement. Yu, tall and agile, climbed up effortlessly. He positioned himself at the duck's entrance and extended his hand to Chu Ge. Grip my hand. A cold touch grasped his warm hand, causing Yinanyu's fingertips to tremble. He lowered his gaze, exerting force to hoist her upwards. Unexpectedly, halfway through, Chu Ge suddenly cried out, "Let go, let go!" Yinanyu assumed she was merely throwing a tantrum, responding with patience, "Almost there. Just hold on a little longer." With a resounding crash, Chu Ge fell heavily to the ground, though she felt no pain. Yinanyu stared in shock at the rotting severed arm in his grasp. Momentarily rendered speechless, Chu Ge, witnessing her transformation into a one-armed figure, stomped her foot in distress, demanding, "You owe me an arm," to which Yinanyu merely turned his head. Retching, Chu Ge exclaimed, "Have you no manners?" Chapter 11. The health-conscious zombie. With another deafening thud, tiles by the door shattered and fell. Startled, Chu Ge shivered, shouting, "Yinanyu, for heaven's sake stop retching and get me up here." Yinanyu's face paled as he sweated profusely. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ge, "I must have owed you in a past life." Desperate to discard the decaying arm, he ultimately resorted to tying Chu Ge's arm behind him with a rope, a task immensely challenging for someone with his cleanliness obsession. He then leaped down from the duct, his long legs landing with ease. "I will carry you up," Yinanyu declared. "Hurry, hurry!" Chu Ge urged him on. Yinanyu bent slightly, his hands clasping her slender waist in an attempt to elevate her. Suddenly, a thought struck him and he inquired, "Is your waist sturdy enough to withstand this?" He certainly did not wish to witness her being cleaved in two, with her innards splayed across the ground. "You never showed any concern before, even when we were indulging ourselves in bed," Chu Ge retorted. Yinanyu's expression stiffened, and he murmured under his breath, "The previous you was delicate and easily toppled, while the current you is frail and prone to disintegration. Can you expect them to be the same?" "What did you say?" "Nothing." With his arms showcasing perfectly sculpted muscles, he grasped Chu Ge's waist and lifted her. Chu Ge, with great effort, began to climb into the ventilation duct. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the door gave way, and a horde of man-eating crows surged in. Yinanyu, "Hurry up!" Chu Ge shouted anxiously. Not wishing to see her hard-earned provisions devoured by a swarm of bothersome crows. With a swift motion, Yinanyu unleashed a lightning whip that sent the foremost crows flying, buying them a moment of reprieve as he nimbly ascended the duct. As the cover closed, several crows were trapped and crushed, while others collided against the iron lid of the ventilation shaft. Yinanyu drew a dagger to secure the lid, ensuring the crows could not break free before their departure. "Continue climbing through the duct," Yinanyu instructed. Chu Ge nodded and crawled ahead, with Yinanyu trailing behind. The duct was eerily silent, save for the sounds of their movements. After a short while, Chu Ge halted. "What's wrong?" Yinanyu inquired. Chu Ge gazed at the decaying flesh on her arm, nearly worn away, and felt a pang of sorrow. "I can't go on. I'm losing my flesh." Yinanyu's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. "With that rotting flesh of yours, it's better off discarded." "I refuse. Without my flesh, I'd be utterly hideous." Yinanyu took a deep breath, contemplating how she would ultimately drive him to madness. "Will you keep climbing?" "No, I won't." Chu Ge stubbornly replied. "Very well, if you choose not to climb, you shall remain here for the crows to consume." Yinanyu passed her by, leaving her behind. Chu Ge, comfortably reclining in the duct, was suddenly met with a menacing voice. "Get up here." A smirk graced her lips as she nimbly positioned herself onto his broad back. "There won't be a next time," Yinanyu declared with fierce determination, carrying her forward without complaint. Chu Ge, akin to a sloth, relaxed completely atop him, her cool cheek pressed against the warmth of his neck, inhaling the crisp scent that enveloped him. In such intimacy, it felt reminiscent of their past nights together. Yinanyu scoffed. "Chu Ge, it's been years since we last met, and while you may not have matured in other aspects, your audacity has certainly thickened." Chu Ge chuckled lightly, unfazed by his words. "Stop laughing. It sends shivers down my spine," he retorted. Her laughter froze as she realized how increasingly rude he had become. "I heard that," he remarked lightly. Chu Ge promptly shut her eyes, feigning death upon his back. Yinanyu sighed in resignation, dutifully bearing the weight of the young lady as they crawled through the duct. Minutes later, they finally reached the exit, stealthily departing the bar. As for the outcome inside, whether the crows or the zombies emerged victorious remained a mystery to them. Upon returning to the hotel, Yinanyu unfastened Chu Ge's severed arm, caught in a dilemma of whether to place it down gently or discard it altogether. "Perhaps it's better to let go tomorrow. I shall procure the finest prosthetic for you, ensuring it surpasses this decayed appendage. Prosthetics for you to wear, but I shall not don one myself." Chu Ge stepped forward, seizing the severed limb and cradling it tenderly. "It has been with me for over 20 years. I would never abandon it." Chu Ge stifled a dry heave, disdainfully wiping the flesh remnants from her hand on the corner of her clothing. Yinanyu could not conceal her disgust, exclaiming, "Is this what you call not abandoning something?" Observing Chu Ge retrieve needle and thread, she proceeded to crudely stitch the severed arm. Yinanyu stood aghast. "What are you doing? Can't you see? Are your eyes not functioning? What purpose does this serve? The nerves are severed. Stitching it will only result in a useless hand. What of it? When my head was severed, I picked it up and sewed it back together, and now it's just fine." Chu Ge dramatically showcased a full rotation of her head. Chilling and grotesque, Yinanyu felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing that a person of lesser fortitude might have fainted at such a sight. "Isn't it cool?" A mischievous smile crept upon Chu Ge's lips, while Yinanyu found it unbearable to witness, declaring, "I'm going to take a shower." "Didn't you already shower this evening?" "I've become filthy," she replied tersely, stepping into the bathroom. Such a cleanliness obsession. Chu Ge murmured to herself. When Yinanyu emerged from the bathroom an hour later, Chu Ge had just completed stitching her severed arm. It hung limply, resembling a tattered rag. Chu Ge retrieved a thermos from her bag, unscrewed the lid, and a metallic scent wafted into the air. "What is that?" Yinanyu inquired, her brow furrowing. "Blood," Chu Ge stated unapologetically, as if it were common knowledge that she was a zombie. Yinanyu chose not to comment further, though her brow remained knitted in concern. She watched as Chu Ge rummaged through a red pouch like an elderly woman, extracting dates, goji berries, and dangshin, placing them into the thermos. "What on earth are you doing?" "Nourishing my health. Don't you know this?" Yinanyu thought this must be the most absurd jest she had ever heard. A decaying zombie discussing health preservation. Chu Ge capped the thermos, shook it, then opened it and gulped down the contents. Suddenly, akin to Qiu Qianqi, she began to expel the ingredients in a flurry. Dates, goji berries, and dangshin were ejected one by one. Yinanyu regarded Chu Ge's antics with a face full of disdain. "What are you doing? Zombies don't consume such things." "Didn't you mention health preservation?" "Indeed. Health preservation, precisely. So, you intend for those ingredients to bathe?" "Bathe? No, they are for health." Chu Ge's slow-witted expression was evident as her head tilted while Yinanyu pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration, realizing the folly of attempting a rational conversation with a zombie. At that moment, Yinanyu noticed the freshly stitched connection of Chu Ge's arm beginning to heal. In mere moments, the once limp appendage, resembling a worn cloth, could actually be lifted. Chapter 12. Astonishing evolutionary speed. How is this possible? Yinanyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, upon noticing his gaze fixated on her severed arm. Chu Ge was astounded, her pride shining through as she raised her arm to demonstrate a full 360-degree circle. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I told you with a bit of repair it's still usable. Why is it like this? You wouldn't know, would you? We zombies evolve through flesh and blood. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Quite advanced." Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened. He was well aware that zombies evolve through flesh and blood, yet he had never witnessed such rapid evolution as hers. The fact that a mere jug of blood could restore her severed arm was astonishingly unnatural. If that were the case, it seemed illogical for her to be in such a state of decay. Chu Ge appeared to discern his confusion and explained, "It's because I don't consume meat." "Weren't you once a voracious meat lover?" Yinanyu questioned skeptically. In her mind, Chu Ge protested, "That was about chicken, duck, and fish. It's not the same now, is it?" "That makes sense," Yinanyu nodded, then earnestly continued, "But now you are a zombie, and you must adapt to the culinary customs of the undead." Upon hearing Yinanyu's words, Chu Ge was left dumbfounded. No, rather, her undead self was in disbelief. Was this truly the words of a human? "I'm saying this for your own good. Being picky is not a commendable habit." Yinanyu spoke with the gravitas of a concerned father. "You're absolutely right. Being picky is indeed a poor habit. I've made my decision to reform, starting with you." With that, Chu Ge lunged at Yinanyu with exaggerated gestures. Unfazed, Yinanyu reached out to grasp her head, preventing her from advancing further. 160 centimeters. Chu Ge appeared rather petite next to Yinanyu's towering 188 centimeters, her limbs seemingly short in comparison. Despite her flailing, she could not reach Yinanyu's form. Roaring that "I told you not to be picky. I never said you should eat me," Chu Ge exclaimed, "and furthermore, refrain from lunging at me. You have no idea how filthy you are now." Yinanyu regarded her with a look of disdain, surveying her blood-soaked and dirt-streaked appearance. Having tolerated it for far too long, Chu Ge glanced down at herself. From her perspective in the zombie realm, where was the filth? In fact, she often found herself too clean, which alienated her from other zombies, causing some to shun her. "I'm not dirty. I washed." Yinanyu felt a throbbing in his temples, exasperated to the point of headache. Do you not smell yourself? You reek. What stench? You're just talking nonsense. Chu Ge lifted her shirt collar to sniff, then turned her head, grimacing as if about to retch. Nanyu observed her reaction with satisfaction, hoping she would finally acquiesce to taking a bath. However, he clearly overestimated Chu Ge's limits. She reached into her bag and produced a bottle of Dior perfume, spraying it into the air a few times before twirling joyfully, enveloping herself in the fragrance. With a click, she capped the perfume bottle and fanned herself elegantly, exclaiming, "All right, now I smell delightful." Nanyu was left utterly petrified. "I'm off to bed. Smelling all lovely now," Chu Ge declared, turning to leave. Yet, she was swiftly halted as Nanyu seized her by the back of her collar, dragging her away. "Hey! Nanyu, you scoundrel! What are you doing? Let me go or I swear I'll call the authorities." Chu Ge cursed inwardly with an unbearable sense of cleanliness. Nanyu could no longer tolerate the situation for even a moment longer. He unceremoniously dragged her into the bathroom and hurled her into the bathtub. Gulp! Chu Ge was caught off guard, swallowing a mouthful of water, and stood up, drenched and utterly disheveled. The water dripping from her body was stained red, causing the surrounding water to take on a pale crimson hue. Nanyu's lips twitched. "Was this what you referred to as not dirty? It's the clothes that bled." Dressed entirely in black, Chu Ge attempted to climb out of the bathtub with her short legs. Observing her stubbornness, Nanyu, in a fit of anger, took matters into his own hands, pushing her head underwater and giving her a rough tug. "Chu Ge, you've turned into a zombie, not a piece of trash. Understand?" His grip was strong, leaving her unable to break free, and she could only cry out in protest. Water from the bathtub splashed out continuously, drenching Nanyu. "Are you stripping or shall I?" At his words, Chu Ge shivered, her hands instinctively clutching her chest. "Get out, I can wash myself." "What are you covering? It's not like I haven't seen before," Nanyu remarked nonchalantly. Had Chu Ge not transformed into a zombie, she would have undoubtedly blushed furiously at this moment. "Get out, don't make me bite you." She glared at Nanyu with a fierce expression. For reasons unknown, Nanyu suddenly burst into laughter. A low, rich sound escaping his lips, imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. His smile was the most radiant she had ever seen, capable of captivating a multitude of girls. Once she believed they could last forever, only to discover he was merely a heartless deceiver. Chu Ge, feeling indignant once more, retorted, "What is so funny? Just get out." Nanyu, accustomed to her capriciousness, remained unfazed, tousling her hair with his large hand. After all these years, her temper remained as foul as ever. Infuriated, she thought to herself, this little brat always toyed with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Once she found her next long-term sustenance, she would devour him at the first opportunity to avoid the annoyance of his presence. Half an hour later, reluctantly having taken a shower, Chu Ge emerged from the bathroom clad in a white hotel bathrobe. At this moment, the horizon was tinged with a hint of white, signaling the approach of dawn. As she walked, she resembled a frail old man nearing the grave, in stark contrast to her agility the previous night. "Come here." Nanyu beckoned her from the head of the bed. Chu Ge hesitated, unwilling to approach, yet her feet seemed to possess a will of their own, driven by an instinctual yearning for flesh and blood. During the day, apart from her thoughts, her actions resembled those of a mindless zombie, consumed by an insatiable craving for meat. Though her body moved towards him, her heart vehemently resisted. "Nanyu, are you a beast? Even after I've turned into a zombie, you still dare to lay your hands on me." Interspecies unions never yield good results. "Sit." Just as Chu Ge prepared to lunge at him on the bed, his words halted her in her tracks. "Sit." Noticing him point to a chair beside the bed, she hesitantly took a seat. "What are you doing?" Nanyu flashed her a smile but remained silent. 1 minute later. Nanyu, you bastard, let me go. Why are you tying me up? Hurry and release me." Chu Ge struggled and shouted as Nanyu bound her securely to the chair, a satisfied smirk on his face as he then lay down on the bed to sleep. He refrained from binding her, fearing that he would constantly live in dread of her drinking his blood and devouring his flesh. This heartless woman was simply untrustworthy. "Hey, Nanyu, wake up. You can't just tie me up and sleep soundly while I suffer. Don't you think that's excessive?" Listening to Chu Ge's inner turmoil, Nanyu's lips curled into a faint smile, and soon he succumbed to slumber amidst her various curses. Upon hearing his steady breathing, Chu Ge realized he had indeed fallen asleep, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Nanyu, you have some nerve." Chapter 13. Feathered friends. At this moment, daylight had fully arrived, the sun high in the sky. Chu Ge, tightly bound for several hours, fixed her gaze on the peacefully sleeping Yunanyu. Still not awake, was he a pig? Just then, a pigeon alighted on the balcony, cooing that it was a scruffy creature with patchy feathers and decaying flesh. Its eyes clouded with a white mist, unmistakably a virus-infected pigeon, perched on the balcony railing. It basked in the sun while grooming its sparse plumage. Chu Ge's murky eyes brightened, and she hollered, "Brother Pigeon, lend me a hand, please untie my ropes." To her surprise, the zombie pigeon flared up in indignation, turning its head to glare at Chu Ge, cooing. "Who are you calling Brother Pigeon?" she shouted. "Uncle Pigeon? Grandfather Pigeon." The more she spoke, the more agitated the zombie pigeon became, pacing back and forth on the railing in a huff. Noticing its dissatisfaction, Chu Ge suddenly had a realization and yelled, "Oh, I get it, handsome pigeon, is that title acceptable?" Despite its appearance being far from handsome, flattering words could never go amiss. In this day and age, even a pigeon had become so self-important. The zombie pigeon, unable to tolerate it any longer, squawked sharply, cooing, "I am a female." Chu Ge, An awkward silence ensued. She shouted, "Sister Pigeon, my apologies, please forgive me." Cooing, "Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point," she hollered. Sister Pigeon is indeed straightforward, haha. "It's nothing major, I just need a small favor. Could you peck away the ropes binding me?" "Thank you." The zombie pigeon surveyed the tightly bound Chu Ge and cooed. "I won't exert myself for nothing, what's in it for me?" she shouted. "If you help me, I will owe you a favor, how does that sound?" The zombie pigeon tilted its head, pondering for a moment before finally agreeing, cooing, "Deal." The zombie pigeon flew into the room, its sharp beak severing the ropes around Chu Ge. She glanced at Yunanyu, still lost in dreams, a sinister smile curling on her lips. The zombie pigeon, seeing the strikingly handsome man lying on the bed, cooed, "He must be the one who tied you up, is he your man?" she hollered. "No, he's my food source." Cooing, "Even as a zombie, he kill you. It's evident his feelings for you run deep, yet you treat him as mere sustenance, how pitiful he must be." The zombie pigeon felt sympathy for the handsome man. Chu Ge swatted the zombie pigeon off her shoulder, shouting, "Go away, you know nothing, you flirtatious bird." Zombie pigeon, flirtatious bird? Weren't you just politely calling me Sister Pigeon? Cooing, "Wow, how could you stoop so low with someone so handsome? You heartless woman." She hollered. Sustenance is naturally essential for the master's well-being. A bloodthirsty crimson glint flickered in Chu Ge's eyes as she wielded a Western dining knife, advancing towards Yunanyu. Her hands were exquisite, each finger distinct and elongated, with a clean elegance, while delicate blue veins lay beneath her skin. Chu Ge swallowed hard, her lips quivering with an insatiable longing for that sweet, delectable blood that in the past, out of revulsion, she would drain it into a glass with a knife before partaking, never allowing her lips to touch another's flesh. Yet, for Yunanyu inexplicably enchanted the previous night, she had pressed her lips against his to suck and lick, devoid of any disgust or resistance, even yearning for more. Chu Ge, still unruly even when bound, he remarked, his voice slightly hoarse from just waking. Upon being discovered, Chu Ge decided to abandon all restraint, lunging toward Yunanyu. "I'm so hungry. I want breakfast," she exclaimed, rolling about like a large white worm under the covers, writhing and struggling in vain to free herself. Yunanyu found her quite endearing, chuckling softly as he affectionately patted the only part of her head that was visible. "Just wait a little longer. Once I finish washing up, I shall take you out to eat." "I don't want to go out. I want to eat you right now that I'm famished. I need to feed." Chu Ge protested, wrapped in her blanket, throwing a fit. Ignoring her, Yunanyu got out of bed, his dark eyes scanning the room until they landed on a zombie pigeon perched on the chandelier, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. The zombie pigeon trembled under his menacing gaze, losing several feathers, its already sparse plumage becoming even sparser. It promptly took flight towards the balcony, but a slender electric thread ensnared its claw, preventing its escape. Gugu the zombie pigeon felt a searing sensation on its foot, struggling desperately as more feathers fell away, as if an invisible depilatory machine were at work in the air. Seeing a spark of electricity arise in Yunanyu's palm, clearly poised to end the zombie pigeon in the next instant, Chu Ge hastily interjected, "Yunanyu, stop. Don't kill it." "Chu Ge, my refraining from killing you does not preclude me from eliminating all zombies," he retorted with a fierce tone, yet he hesitated to act, swayed by her words that the creature was her friend. Ultimately, in frustration, he stormed into the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang, startling both Chu Ge and the zombie pigeon. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and flee unless you wish to be slain." The zombie pigeon, though unaware of the unfolding circumstances, recognized that she had saved it. Gu, you owe me a favor now. You've saved my life. So we are even. You are a righteous being. I shall call you my friend. With that, the zombie pigeon took flight. Bird friend? Chu Ge mused. After Yinanyu completed his ablutions, he released Chu Ge from her binding blanket. As she, uncontrolled, lunged at him once more, he brandished his electric whip, swinging it towards her. Instantly, she froze in fear, her body rigid and immobile. The whip narrowly missed her, striking the bedside table instead, shattering it into countless pieces. Do you wish to end up like that table? Chu Ge shook her head vigorously. Although she would not perish from such a fate, the thought of the troublesome stitching deterred her. That if you don't want that, then behave, understand? Chu Ge nodded obediently, her compliance unmistakable. Yinanyu observed her precarious head, fearing it might topple off, and thus refrained from further reprimanding her. He retrieved a set of athletic wear from his spatial ring and handed it to the still-robed Chu Ge. I have no women's clothing, so wear mine for now. We shall procure something suitable for you later. Chu Ge accepted the garments and made her way toward the bathroom. Yinanyu couldn't help but smirk at her unsteady gait, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman on the verge of collapse. His expression soon shifted to one of furrowed brows, a hint of frustration crossing his features, as he seemed vexed by his uncontrollable attraction to her. Chapter 14. The Fall in the Lost Head. Once Chu Ge donned the outfit, she took a step out of the bathroom, only to be ensnared by the overly long pant legs, resulting in a heavy fall to the ground. Consequently, her precarious head rolled away, landing with a thud at Yinanyu's feet. His eyes widened in shock, pupils trembling as they fixated on the severed head at his feet. The head. It's gone. What followed was even more absurd. The headless body of Chu Ge crawled upright, blood gushing from the neck where her head had been. Just as one might encounter a headless fly buzzing about, now there was a headless zombie rampaging. Where is my head? Despite it not being night, the atmosphere remained chillingly terrifying, an eerie scene that would likely drive any onlooker to madness. Yinanyu, aside from gasping in disbelief, maintained a semblance of composure. His body stiffened, and after a prolonged moment, he gradually bent down, extending his hands towards the disembodied head. A closer look revealed his hands trembling slightly, a testament to the psychological impact this had on him. He lifted Chu Ge's head, her murky eyes locking onto his, and her previously vacant expression shifted to one of grievance. Yinanyu, it's all your fault for making me trip with your clothes. I won't take it lying down. You must take responsibility. Responsibility, you say? Yinanyu replied, his tone laden with implication. Stitch my head back on, and then provide me with some blood, and we shall consider the matter settled. Chu Ge's mind raced with calculations. Is that all? Otherwise, do you believe your guilt warrants additional compensation? Chu Ge responded gleefully. Yinanyu exhaled a sigh, flicking her forehead playfully. Fool. The headless body reached up in an attempt to cover its forehead, only to find nothing but air. A sight both comical and absurd. Yinanyu's suturing skills far surpassed the meager stitching that Chu Ge had attempted. Clad in a mask and medical gloves, he meticulously stitched her neck with precision, embodying the essence of a dedicated surgeon. The sutures were neat and even, with minimal scarring, unlike the haphazard results of Chu Ge's earlier efforts. Satisfied, she touched the scar on her neck, confident that a few more sips of blood would render it invisible. Her gaze drifted to Yinanyu's wrist, her insatiable thirst for blood barely concealed. Yinanyu methodically removed his gloves and rolled down his sleeves, obstructing her view. What do you mean by this? Did you not promise me blood? Chu Ge protested. I promised you blood, but never specified it would be mine, did I? Yinanyu replied, amusement flickering in his eyes as Chu Ge glared at him. Feeling thwarted, she could only lament her lack of clarity. Fine, you insufferable tease. Let us go. I shall take you out for a grand feast. Yinanyu tousled her hair affectionately. Chu Ge opened his hands, turning her head away in disregard. Yinanyu let out a helpless chuckle, assuring her, I promise, the flavor of the rations will be no less than my own. Intrigued, Chu Ge turned her head, asking, really? Yinanyu nodded. All right, I'll trust you once more that if you dare deceive me, I shall surely devour you. Chu Ge threatened playfully, her demeanor fierce yet comical. Yinanyu smiled at the corners of his mouth. Can we proceed then? Miss Chu, lead the way, Chu Ge commanded with a wave of her hand, resembling a general directing troops. That if one were to overlook her stiff and creaking movements, upon exiting the hotel, Yinanyu retrieved a military vehicle from his spatial ring, featuring bulletproof glass and a sturdy exterior. With formidable defensive capabilities, he opened the car door and called to the leisurely moving Chu Ge, who resembled an elderly lady, get in, quickly. As he spoke, 5 slender electric wires shot from his fingertips, instantly piercing the skulls of 5 approaching zombies. Chu Ge's heart raced, hastening her steps. Unfortunately, the more anxious she became, the stiffer her limbs grew. She lunged at Yunanyu with a fierce expression, her movements wild and clawing. Around them 7 or 8 more zombies surged forth, converging on Yunanyu, leaving Chu Ge caught amidst the chaos, suffering in silence. Grr. Ouch, Granny, you stepped on me. Who bumped into my waist? Good grief, lady, your nails scratched me. Grr. Don't push, calm down, comrades. Listen to my advice, don't approach that person, he is a great devil. You cannot overpower him, don't throw away your lives. Chu Ge implored. Grr. Aren't you rushing over too? If you want to hog all the food, just say it. A toothless old lady zombie retorted. Grr. Exactly, if you want to keep it all to yourself, at least ask if we agree. A plump zombie in a chef's outfit chimed in. The 7 or 8 zombies continued to press Chu Ge toward Yunanyu, driven by their insatiable hunger for flesh, their howls growing increasingly frantic. Observing Chu Ge nearly overwhelmed by the horde, Yunanyu's dark eyes narrowed and he extended his hand, sending out 5 slender electric wires. Suddenly, Chu Ge noticed the surrounding zombies, once frantically jostling for position, had come to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Looking up, she could see they were all pierced through the skull by a single fine wire. Thud. Thud. One by one they toppled over, leaving only Chu Ge standing in amazement. Holy cow! Holy cow! Yunanyu is incredible! At that moment a wire tightened around her waist, and she was yanked out of the pile of corpses. A surge of warmth enveloped her waist, and she was securely caught. All right, stop screaming, a deep voice resonated. Chu Ge's heart raced and she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes darting around in a panic. Realizing more zombies were approaching, Yunanyu wasted no time, placing Chu Ge in the passenger seat before taking the driver's seat himself. With a firm press on the accelerator, he plowed through the obstructing zombies, scattering them in all directions from the passenger seat. Chu Ge swallowed hard. Good luck, my friends. 30 minutes later, Yunanyu stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. Immediately, a swarm of zombies surrounded the vehicle, clawing at it, leaving bloody handprints on the glass. You suggested taking me out for a sumptuous meal, but are you implying that I should feast upon them? Chu Ge expressed her disgust, gesturing towards the throng of zombies surrounding the vehicle. No. Your provisions are within the shopping mall, Yunanyu replied, his lips curling into a sardonic smile, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. Chapter 15. A loss of appetite inside the supermarket's warehouse. The supplies had been entirely depleted, leaving only the desolate warehouse with its heavy doors tightly shut. The dim light within barely illuminated the faint murmur of conversation. A man known as Bingu, with a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded a dubious aura. Clearly not a man of good character. Lao San and his crew are increasingly inept. It's merely a matter of seizing a space ring. Yet they have managed to delay this long. If it weren't for my injured foot, I would have gone myself, Bingu remarked, glancing at the bandages wrapped around his foot. Had he not sustained an injury while dispatching a mutated creature, hindering his ability to pursue, dealing with an insolent brat would have been a matter of mere moments for a power-type ability user like him. They had long set their sights on the resources within this warehouse. Yesterday they had merely arrived a step too late, allowing the insufferable brat to claim everything for himself, leaving not a single strand behind. Who would have imagined that a mere child would possess a space ring? To possess a space that could store items is an invaluable asset, granting one the ability to amass countless resources at will. Such a remarkable treasure he could not let slip through his fingers. He immediately dispatched a majority of his men to intercept, determined to seize the space ring. Bingu, do you think he might also be an ability user? Lao San and his crew are likely in dire straits, one of the yellow-haired men inquired. The individuals Lao San brought along are all formidable. Even if that person is an ability user, it is improbable they could eliminate all of them at once. A short-haired black youth countered. Several other subordinates nodded in agreement, finding merit in the black youth's words. What do you think, Bingu? The yellow-haired man pressed. Xiao He is correct. Even I lack confidence when facing Lao San and his men simultaneously. Let alone that pale-faced fellow, Bingu replied. Lao San and his crew must have encountered some trouble. Let us wait a moment longer. To no sooner had Bingji's words left his lips than the warehouse door was knocked upon. Xiao He and the yellow-haired man rushed to open the door, the heavy entrance creaking slowly ajar. A tall and short figure appeared before them. Before they could react, a thin wire pierced their skulls, snuffing out their lives. Bang! Bang! The two corpses fell one after the other. It seems we have struck a hard bargain, Chu Ge mused as she circled the lifeless bodies, then pouted at Yunanyu. Her eyes filled with resentment. Did I refuse? One with yellow hair and the other pitch black. Neither stirs the slightest appetite. Nanyu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It was no wonder that despite her extraordinary ability for fleshly evolution, she remained among the weaker ranks. Given her fastidious nature, it was a miracle she hadn't starved to death. Nanyu, did you hear that? I refuse. I have absolutely no appetite. Nanyu sighed, gesturing for her to look inside. There are still a few more. Do not fret. Chu Ge peered into the darkness. Her poor eyesight, compounded by the dim light, allowed her only to discern a few indistinct silhouettes. If you still cannot satisfy me, you shall obediently allow me to drink your blood. With that, Nanyu stepped forward into the warehouse, leaving Chu Ge to dutifully wait at the entrance, for her primary role was merely to consume. Brother Bing, that individual is approaching. What shall we do now? The voice of the younger brother trembled with fear. That person had effortlessly taken down two of their comrades in an instant, and their bravado was nothing but a facade. Brother Bing's palms were clammy with sweat. Facing a lightning ability user, he felt utterly hopeless. He could only hope to navigate the situation with some semblance of cunning. Young brother, just as he began to speak, the adversary wasted no time and struck without hesitation. A slender thread of electricity surged toward his head. Fortunately, being an ability user himself, he reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time. However, his 4 or 5 subordinates were not as fortunate. Instantly pierced through the skull by the electric threads, lifeless bodies collapsing around him. In the blink of an eye, Brother Bing found himself utterly alone, his companions gone, and he regretted provoking this harbinger of death. The piercing black eyes of the opponent fixated on him, leaving Brother Bing breathless with fear. Young brother, let us talk. I am a strength-type ability user. If you spare me, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. No need. The cold voice resonated as a slender bolt of lightning struck down toward Brother Bing. He hastily dodged, but was still a moment too late, feeling the crack of electricity sear his shoulder. Boom! A blinding light erupted. Unable to withstand the pain, Brother Bing collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. A gaping wound marred his shoulder, exposing bone beneath. Blood poured forth, staining half his body crimson in mere seconds, the metallic scent saturating the air. Meanwhile, Chu Ge, growing bored at the warehouse entrance, felt a surge of bloodlust flicker in her eyes. Although not quite as intense as Nanyu's, it surpassed that of an ordinary individual by a considerable margin. Chu Ge made her decision. He would do. Brother Bing writhed on the ground, trembling from agony, cold sweat streaming down his face. He never anticipated that as an ability user, he would be bested so swiftly. A chilling growl echoed in the distance, and he thought he might be hallucinating. How could there be zombies with an ability user present? At that moment, he noticed peculiar footsteps approaching him, their gait unsettling. He looked up and was met with a pair of murky eyes. Startled, he leaned back, landing on the ground. It was indeed a zombie. This particular zombie had arrived alongside the lightning ability user. He had initially perceived her as an ordinary girl, dismissing her entirely, only to discover she was a zombie. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? In contrast to his earlier cold tone, Nanyu's voice now carried a hint of indulgence and affection. Brother Bing's face paled. This person intended to use him to feed a zombie, treating him as if he were of no consequence, despite being a formidable ability user himself, resolving not to be polite any longer. He declared, I will fight you to the bitter end. With a fierce leap, he charged at Nanyu, raising his fist to strike. The seemingly ordinary punch concealed immense power, the air rippling under the force of his blow. A testament to the energy he wielded. Nanyu remained unfazed, conjuring a lightning whip from his palm, which he swung with ruthless precision. A chilling scream pierced the tranquility of the warehouse. Bing Ge was hurled through the air, crashing several meters away, blood spurting forth from his mouth. Despite his immense strength, he stood no chance against the most formidable of ability users. A pair of long legs appeared before his eyes, and as he looked up, he beheld a stern visage. His eyes widened in terror as he witnessed a slender wire of electricity penetrate his skull. His gaze filled with unwillingness as he breathed his last. Seeing that there was no further movement, Chu Ge hastily reached for her dining utensils, fearing they would lose their freshness if left too long. What a disaster! She had forgotten to bring her eating implements. Chapter 16. Nanyu, you owe me my teeth. Nanyu noticed the distressed expression on Chu Ge's face and inquired, what is the matter? I forgot to bring my eating utensils. Nanyu? WHMY goblet, knife and fork, thermos, red dates, goji berries, and dangshan. Nanyu pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. All right, stop wailing. They're merely trifles. If they're lost, so be it. How can I eat without them? Aren't zombies supposed to directly gnaw at their prey? Chu Ge shot him a glance. I am an elegant zombie. Do you comprehend elegance? Nanyu. That he had never felt so speechless. The scent of blood tugged at Chu Ge's senses, igniting the ravenous instincts within her. Fearing that if she did not feed soon, she would lose control, she resigned herself to compromise. Fine, I'll settle for a meal today. She squatted beside the corpse, extending her pale, cold hand to grasp the still warm wrist. Observing this, Yunanyu furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Chu Ge leaned down and sniffed the corpse's wrist. The aroma of blood filled her nostrils. Yes, it should be quite palatable. Little did she know that the expression on the face of the person beside her had darkened to an alarming degree. A flicker of crimson ignited in Chu Ge's gaze as she sank her teeth into the corpse's wrist. Clang! Suddenly, an iron rod shot out, and Chu Ge bit down on it instead. Her gaze slowly shifted, revealing that the source of the disturbance was none other than Yunanyu, and fury blazed within her eyes. Yunanyu's gaze flickered as he explained, I don't know if he has bathed or how clean he is. I think it would be better to drink from a cup. For reasons unbeknownst to him. He recalled the icy touch of Chu Ge's lips against his wrist last night, her tongue gliding over his skin, sending shivers coursing through him. The thought of her doing the same to another filled him with an irritable desire to commit violence. Drinking directly like this could lead to illness. Let us use a cup instead. Yunanyu spoke gently. Chu Ge spat out the iron rod lodged in her mouth, turning her head to expel a mouthful of blood. Several white teeth lying quietly amidst the crimson froth. Chu Ge. Yunanyu, you owe me my teeth. Chu Ge roared in fury. Crouching on the ground, she cradled her teeth, tears streaming down her face. My teeth, how will I eat in the future? What? It's all Yunanyu's fault. I shall never speak to him again. At that moment, an even more potent scent of blood wafted through the air. And a glimmer of crimson flickered in Chu Ge's murky eyes. How enticing! A blood-soaked, delicate wrist was presented before her. And a deep voice resonated, drink, and your teeth will grow back. At this moment, Chu Ge was too preoccupied to ponder why he was willing to let her drink his blood again. Her pale little hand clasped around his larger one, her ashen lips slightly parted as she indulged. The sweet, luscious blood instantaneously flooded her mouth, reminiscent of a weary traveler in the desert encountering a refreshing rain. As she gulped it down eagerly, the blood coursed down her throat, transforming into vigor that nourished every part of her being. Broken teeth regenerated, emerging like tender shoots breaking through the earth, and the stitched area on her neck began to heal, becoming pristine and flawless in mere moments, leaving no trace of scars. A faint flush crept onto Chu Ge's previously lifeless face, imparting a radiant glow. The blood that she could not swallow quickly enough trickled from the corner of her lips, exuding an enchanting aura. Yunanyu's complexion paled slightly from blood loss, yet he did not rush her. Instead, he tenderly caressed her hair, patiently awaiting her satisfaction. He understood that he should not indulge her. But upon hearing her declare she would no longer regard him, he succumbed to temptation and willingly opened his wrist, offering his blood. He also recognized that he should halt this act immediately, yet witnessing her content expression made it difficult to push her away. Her tongue grazed his wound, and within mere seconds, it healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Chu Ge distinctly sensed a marked difference in her experiences when consuming Yunanyu's blood. This was a sensation she had never encountered with the blood of others. Yunanyu's blood imbued her with a continuous stream of energy, granting her a sense of rebirth and transformation. Her once stiff limbs began to exhibit a newfound agility, the decayed wounds shrinking, and even her previously ashen complexion seemed to brighten. These changes were visibly apparent, unbeknownst to her, as she drank the blood. She was also absorbing Yunanyu's extraordinary abilities. This was the reason she felt no energy from the blood of ordinary individuals, for they lacked extraordinary powers. Yunanyu had discovered this phenomenon the previous night, which was why he had brought her to seek out this power-oriented ability user, partly to exact revenge and partly to facilitate her evolution. Little did he expect that, after all the twists and turns, he would be the one to offer his blood. Yunanyu, forgive me, I was a bit harsh earlier. Please don't take it to heart. After all, what are we to each other? If my teeth are broken, so be it. Such matters will never affect our bond. You were not saying so before you offered your blood, Yunanyu retorted, refusing to let her off the hook. Huh? What did you say? Wait a moment, I need to use the restroom, Chu Ge exclaimed, fleeing the warehouse. Yunanyu watched her retreating figure, exasperated yet amused, shaking his head with a smile. Wait. Do zombies need to use the restroom? Naturally, zombies do not require such amenities, so Chu Ge's excuse for leaving was merely a ruse to wander the mall. Occasionally, she encountered a fellow companion and exchanged a few words. Just then, a female zombie staggered towards her. With a large gash in her abdomen, intestines trailing on the ground, leaving streaks of blood behind. With a warm heart, Chu Ge remarked, "Hiss. Sister, your intestines are dragging on the ground. Do you need help? I'm quite adept at stitching wounds. Hiss. No, this appearance is precisely what I need to instill fear in my enemies. Hiss. It is indeed quite shocking. Chu Ge nodded. Hiss. But are you sure you're okay? Chu Ge cast a disgusted glance at the large rat, frantically scurrying and gnawing within the belly of the female zombie, with its plump head and large ears. It was evident that it had been well fed. A low growl escaped her lips. I shall not linger further. I must attend to my hunger, for I have been feeling particularly famished of late. The female zombie, moving with an eerie gait, brushed past Chu Ge, causing the rat within her abdomen to poke its head out and emit a couple of shrill squeaks, its fur crawling with maggots. A wave of revulsion washed over Chu Ge, sending chills down her spine, prompting her to hastily depart. Chapter 17. In this era, there are always those who tempt fate. Chu Ge found herself on the clothing floor, still clad in garments belonging to Yunanyu, resembling a child who had pilfered an adult's attire. Though transformed into a zombie, she still held a desire for aesthetic appeal. This floor resembled a scene ravaged by a tornado, with clothing debris scattered everywhere and dried bloodstains marred the surfaces. In stark contrast to the supermarket, which had been thoroughly stripped bare, this floor remained relatively intact after all. In the face of an apocalypse, food had become the most prized possession, while jewels and fine garments had turned into burdens. Survivors typically flocked to the mall, making a beeline for the supermarket to gather sustenance. Few would recklessly venture here for these superfluous items. Fortunately for Chu Ge, her current state as a zombie granted her the freedom to peruse and try on whatever she desired, without a care in the world, until she found her satisfaction. She began to relish the experience of shopping amidst the apocalypse. Drifting from one boutique to another, grasping garments and holding them against herself, she would venture into fitting rooms for those she fancied. If pleased, they would be tossed into her bag, and if not, discarded without a second thought. In no time, Chu Ge had amassed a substantial collection of clothing that met her approval today. Her spirits were high, having not worn a dress in what felt like an eternity. She adorned herself in a French-style dress, its long sleeves and skirt length artfully concealing her decayed portions. Simply standing there, her unique aura remained captivating. In her prime, she had emerged victorious among a throng of beauties, securing her title as the campus belle of Dongda University for 4 consecutive years. Her eyes, resembling peach blossoms, boasted a natural pink hue at the corners, with pupils that shimmered with iridescent brilliance. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips, perfectly proportioned, curved into a smile that revealed a flawless set of 8 teeth. Her skin, fair and radiant, exuded a youthful vibrancy. Alas! A valiant hero ought not to dwell on past glories. Chu Ge gazed at her reflection in the mirror, sighing deeply. The murky sclera, the pallor of death upon her visage, and the faded hue of her once vibrant lips left her devoid of any semblance of her former allure. Bang! Bang! The sound of collapsing bodies echoed through the air. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, all made their way toward the staircase, indicating that someone had arrived. Chu Ge initially assumed it was Yunanyu, but the voices she heard were those of strangers. Darling, stand behind me. I shall deal with these repugnant zombies first, and then you may select from the high-end garments available here at your leisure. A male voice declared. Do be careful, a delicate voice responded in kind. What followed was a cacophony of battle sounds. Chu Ge found herself admiring this man. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, he did not forget to bring a woman along for, well, a touch of romance. Yet, she wondered if his prowess was formidable enough to handle the situation. Curiosity piqued, Chu Ge ventured toward the source of the fray, catching sight of a young man in the distance, wielding an ice sword to cleave through zombies while simultaneously launching ice blades to pierce those approaching from afar. No wonder he felt confident enough to bring a woman to gather these trifling possessions. He was indeed an ice elemental ability user. It was evident that, aside from mutated beings, ordinary zombies posed little threat to those endowed with abilities. The horde of zombies on this level was relatively sparse. Numbering perhaps around 10 in a mere moment, they were efficiently dispatched by the man. Chu Ge had no desire to involve herself in the fray. Just as she was about to conceal herself, the man unexpectedly caught sight of her, and an icy blade hurtled in her direction swiftly. She darted into a nearby shop. Though she possessed an immortal body and could easily evade danger, she wished to avoid marring her newly restored form with fresh scars. Moreover, she was in high spirits today, having donned a dress she adored, and had no intention of letting blood tarnish it. Hearing footsteps outside the shop drawing ever closer, Chu Ge hastily seized a fisherman's hat from within and placed it atop her head. The wide brim effectively obscured much of her face, leaving only her delicate chin and lips visible. Lin Howren burst into the shop, poised to unleash an icy blade to eliminate the zombies, but suddenly halted. There were no zombies in sight, only a woman. She stood with her back to him, admiring herself in a mirror as she showcased the garments she held. Lin Haoran's fingers twitched, and he found himself inexplicably compelled to approach her. Haoran, have you dealt with them? Lu Zhen'er stepped into the shop, surprised to find not only Lin Haoran but also a woman. Observing Lin Haoran's dumbstruck expression, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. This Lin Haoran was truly incorrigible, unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Were it not for the apocalypse and his status as an ability user, she would never entertain the notion of accepting someone like Lin Haoran, a devoted sycophant. Haoran, who is she? Where are the zombies? Although Lu Zhen'er felt a deep-seated aversion, she maintained a facade of gentleness. Lin Haoran, however, was oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixated on Chu Ge's silhouette as he called out, "Hello, are you also a survivor? This mall is quite perilous. Are you here alone?" In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Chu Ge was compelled to turn around. She remained stationary, gesturing to her throat before shaking her head. Lin Haoran immediately grasped the implication. "You can't speak?" Chu Ge nodded, suppressing the monstrous growls of the zombies within her throat, fervently wishing for their swift departure. Upon realizing her muteness, Lin Haoran's base thoughts surfaced unashamedly. "Sweetheart, go choose your clothes. This woman is somewhat suspicious that I'll stay behind to question her." Lin Haoran spoke quietly to Lu Zhen'er. She, well aware of his intentions, displayed no signs of opposition. In fact, she was rather pleased. Once Lin Haoran had vented his desires, she would have a reprieve from their usual entanglements. "Be careful," Lu Zhen'er said, casting a scornful glance at Chu Ge before she exited. In this apocalyptic world, a woman who adorned herself so flamboyantly was destined to attract male predation. It would inevitably fall upon her to clean up the mess afterward. Truly a hassle. Chu Ge observed from beneath the brim of her hat, noting the disdainful look in the woman's eyes and the man's unabashed lust. She understood precisely what was to come. In these times, there are always those who court death. With a mischievous gesture, she beckoned the man with a crooked finger before stiffly retreating into the fitting room behind her. At that moment, Lin Haoran was entirely consumed by his base desires, oblivious to Chu Ge's rigid demeanor, fixated solely on her invitation. "So, she's a temptress," he mused, hastily unbuckling his belt as he rushed into the fitting room. However, he was unprepared for what awaited him. Not the beautiful woman shedding her garments, but rather claws piercing through his throat. Blood splattered as Chu Ge's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Lin Haoran's eyes widened in shock, his bloodshot gaze fixated on Chu Ge. He never anticipated that she was a zombie. A formidable supernatural being like him had fallen victim to an ordinary undead. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, an intense bitterness. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Chu Ge's lips as she declared, "Go to hell." Drawing forth her razor-sharp claws, a torrent of blood erupted from Lin Haoran's throat. The confined fitting room was soon adorned with splatters of crimson, much of it staining Chu Ge. Lin Haoran clutched his gushing neck and collapsed, his eyes filled with a fierce hatred as they bore into Chu Ge. A tempest of fury brewing within. Chapter 18. Chu Ge finally speaks. Chu Ge methodically disassembled a writing pen, discarding its ink cartridge and cap, leaving only an empty tube. A makeshift straw was fashioned. Piercing pain radiated from his wound, prompting Lin Haoran to scream in agony. Upon witnessing Chu Ge's actions, his eyes widened in terror. The sweet wine infused through the hollow pen tube, an inexhaustible source of energy surging into her body, instigating a remarkable transformation. The decaying flesh began to sprout tender new tissue. The wound gradually shrinking, her sunken cheeks swelled, rejuvenating with collagen as the ashen hue faded away bit by bit. Yet it was insufficient. She craved more. Grasping the blood-stained pen tube, Chu Ge plunged it into Lin Haoran's carotid artery. Unleashing a deluge of blood akin to a gushing faucet, Lin Haoran's pupils dilated, his face contorting in excruciating agony, a grotesque sight. The spark in his eyes extinguished, succumbing to death's embrace. Lu Zhen'er had not ventured far. She lingered in the adjacent store. Though the zombies had been eradicated, fear held her back from straying too far. She perused the garments, her ears tuned to the sounds from next door. Initially, there were a few loud disturbances, but soon only faint noises remained, and now silence reigned. It seemed the task was completed. A disdainful smirk graced Lu Zhen'er's lips. Indeed, he was a premature discharger. She set down the clothing, preparing to seek him out, when suddenly she was jolted, disbelief washing over her as she beheld the figure approaching. It was him. A surge of elation overwhelmed her as Lu Zhen'er dashed forward. "Oui, non you." Tracing Chu Ge's scent, was unexpectedly obstructed by a woman who appeared from nowhere. He frowned slightly and coldly commanded, "Step aside." Lu Zhen'er's expression stiffened momentarily before she anxiously exclaimed, Yinan, do you not recognize me? We were university classmates and we even collaborated on research projects back in school. My name is Lu Zhaner. Have you forgotten? Yinan regarded the inexplicable woman before him, her words tumbling forth in a cacophony, impatience flickering in his eyes. He still needed to find Chu Ge, that delicate little thing, and had no time for her idle chatter. Ignoring her continued prattle, he simply maneuvered around her and proceeded on his way. The scent of blood wafted through the air, deepening the darkness in his gaze as he quickened his pace toward it. Seeing Yinan moving away, Lu Zhaner promptly silenced herself, her expression shifting as she noticed him heading toward Lin Haoran. If Yinan were to discover that scoundrel Lin Haoran had abused a woman, he would undoubtedly assume she was complicit. No, this was a man she had secretly adored for years. Since fate had conspired to reunite them, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Lu Zhaner hurried after him, attempting to grasp Yinan's arm, only to have him evade her touch, yet she paid it no mind. Why, Yinan, let us hasten our departure. We ought not to venture over there. I just witnessed an ice elemental user escorting a woman into the fitting room. Should we disrupt his endeavors, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Let us leave promptly. Lu Zhaner invoked the identity of the elemental user, hoping that Yinan would retreat in trepidation, as most individuals would be exceedingly wary upon encountering such beings. After all, they are not to be trifled with. Yet, Yinan was no ordinary person. Upon hearing that the ice elemental user had entered the fitting room with a woman, his dark eyes turned frigid. Shadows clouding his brow, he forcefully pushed aside Lu Zhaner, striding purposefully towards that direction. Upon entering the store, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. His dark gaze swept the room, landing on a fitting room from which fresh crimson blood seeped through the door's crack. Lu Zhaner rushed over, horrified to witness the copious bloodstains pooling beneath the door, her face contorting in disgust. She had not anticipated that Lin Haoran, the scoundrel, would engage in such a heinous act. Merely a mute, he had not uttered a single word. His demise was truly tragic. As Lu Zhaner saw Yinan approaching, panic seized her, and she grasped his sleeve, pleading, Yinan, let us depart. The ice elemental user is not someone we can contend with. I am terrified. Can we please leave this place? They had to vacate before Lin Haoran emerged, for Yinan would surely be in peril. Despite his despicable nature, Lin Haoran's prowess was undeniable. He was capable of slaying not only zombies but also mutated beings with ease. Get away. Why, Yinan ruthlessly shook off Lu Zhaner's grip, the force sending her tumbling to the ground. He did not cast her a single glance as he advanced, pushing open the fitting room door. Lu Zhaner, realizing she could not halt him, rapidly devised a strategy in her mind, contemplating how to confront the wretched Lin Haoran. The fitting room door creaked open, only to be obstructed halfway by an unseen object. That narrow slit, however, was sufficient to reveal the grim scene within. Lu Zhaner met Lin Haoran's lifeless, yet grotesque eyes, and a shriek escaped her lips. Ah! She stumbled backward in terror. Lin Haoran was dead. The ice elemental user had been slain by a woman. Chu Ge, disturbed from his reverie, lifted his head in displeasure, his cold gaze piercing towards Lu Zhaner. Upon locking eyes with Chu Ge's murky orbs, her eyes widened in terror, and she cried out sharply, "She is a zombie! That woman is a zombie!" Suddenly, her body froze, her pupils trembling as she witnessed Yinan crouching before the female zombie, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her mouth. He spoke softly to her, "All right, do not glare at me. I shall make her leave." While Yinan stepped back, the fitting room door closing once more, concealing the gruesome scene within. Lu Zhaner stood in shock, her body gripped by a chilling dread that coursed from her feet to her head, an all-consuming cold. Why, Yinan? How could he exhibit such intimacy towards a female zombie, allowing her such liberties? Had he lost his mind? That was a soulless creature devoid of humanity. Yinan's icy gaze fell upon Lu Zhaner, his expression one of utter disdain. "Why don't you leave? And what of it?" Yinan's tone was nonchalant, as if he were utterly unconcerned. "It is a monster. It deserves to be slain, lest it brings about our demise," Lu Zhaner shouted vehemently. Such a creature had no right to exist in this world. It should perish. While Yinan's dark eyes gleamed with a cold intensity, poised to eliminate the bothersome woman. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from behind, raspy and parched from disuse. "You'd had a chance to kill him." Yinan's spine stiffened, and he swiftly turned around to find Chu Ge emerging from the fitting room, standing right behind him. He questioned whether he had merely imagined it. How could Chu Ge possibly speak? With a penetrating gaze fixed on Lu Zhaner, Chu Ge uttered once more, "Killed me." Chapter 19. Another tooth lost this time. Yinan was undeniably certain he had heard Chu Ge speak. Her evolution had progressed far beyond his expectations. The mere infusion of an ability user's entire snow liquid had enabled her to acquire the faculty of speech. If 2 or 3 more were to come, he shuddered to think of how terrifying her evolution could become. In stark contrast to Yunanyu's astonishment, Lu Zhen'er was engulfed in sheer terror. A zombie speaking human language was utterly unprecedented under its chilling gaze. She could not help but recoil in fear. If you'd had a chance, if not, then do not blamed at me. The dry, raspy voice echoed like a death knell, instantly drenching Lu Zhen'er in cold sweat. She witnessed the zombie charging toward her, her complexion paling as she ran toward Yunanyu, crying, "Save me, please!" Yet, halfway through her flight, Lu Zhen'er abruptly halted, a surge of blood erupting from her mouth. Her eyes widened in terror as she beheld the arm that had penetrated her chest from behind. "Saved me!" She desperately reached out toward Yunanyu, blood gushing forth in torrents. With a violent shove, she was flung away, leaving a crimson trail upon the ground. Lu Zhen'er lay on the floor, blood gushing from the gaping wound in her chest. Rapidly pooling beneath her. In her agonized gasps, she glimpsed something horrifying. Her pupils constricting, the face fully revealed beneath the brim of a hat was unmistakable to her. For reasons unknown, Lu Zhen'er recalled a moment when the 4 of them had conducted research for a project, and one male classmate from out of town had asked Yunanyu why he had ventured so far for his education. It dawned on her that she had lost from the very beginning. A bitter smile twisted at the corners of Lu Zhen'er's mouth before her gaze dulled, and she succumbed to a tragic end. Chu Ge disdainfully flicked the blood from her hands, immediately discerning the unpleasant odor. Yunanyu grasped her hand, using a handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains. "Leave such matters to me next time," he remarked nonchalantly. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "You are not angry?" Her voice, still too stiff and hoarse, shifted to a silent thought. "Aren't you upset that I killed her since you knew her?" "I do not know her," Yunanyu replied, not lifting his gaze as he continued to clean Chu Ge's hand. "Oh," she responded, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. Chu Ge gazed at her reflection in the mirror, marveling at the dramatic transformation she had undergone. The ashen hue of her undead visage had completely faded, revealing pale skin that, while not as rosy as a living person's, was at least no longer frightening. The once rigid features could now express emotions. Her sunken cheeks regained their youthful plumpness, appearing bouncy and lively. If one did not focus on her eyes, one would hardly suspect that she was a zombie. Her once rigid limbs have become noticeably more agile than before. Just yesterday, she was a zombie that could not even turn around after colliding with a lamppost. Now she walks almost as fluidly as a human. It is likely that by nightfall, when the zombies are most active, her nimbleness will elevate even further. Most importantly, she has regained the ability to speak. After transforming into a zombie, her capacity for language had vanished, leaving only guttural growls in its wake. She has long forgotten how long it has been since she last uttered a word. The evolution of flesh and blood is terrifying indeed. Chu Ge is a person of action. "Where to?" Yunanyu inquired. "What a shameful waste. Wait for me here while I resolve that issue at the warehouse." She replied, "No need to go." Chu Ge halted, looking at him in confusion. "Have you eaten?" Yunanyu exclaimed. To prevent Chu Ge from uttering any more nauseating remarks, Yunanyu retrieved an item from his spatial ring and tossed it to her. Chu Ge caught it, feeling its warmth. It was astonishingly a blood bag. "Hey! That was from earlier. Did you collect it?" "Yes, I have gathered over a dozen packs, so you won't worry about me daily." Chu Ge felt deeply touched, nearly moved to tears. How could a reserve supply like this not evoke affection from its master? "I have made a decision. I shall consume Yunanyu's blood every day from now on. I must not allow him to feel neglected." Yunanyu was rendered speechless. Was she even speaking coherently? The crystal core from Lin Haoran's head had been extracted by Yunanyu and placed alongside the one retrieved from the warehouse. If zombies evolve through flesh and blood, then humanity evolves through these crystal cores, absorbing their energy to enhance themselves. In this ruthless world, whether human or monster, one must be powerful or face the consequences. Clearly, Yunanyu was the predator here. After pondering for a moment, he took a bone-cutting knife from his spatial ring. "Yunanyu, what do you need a knife for?" Chu Ge asked, sipping from the blood bag. "Which part do you prefer?" Yunanyu asked earnestly. Chu Ge glared at him. "Do you believe I would spray blood all over you? Not to your liking. I have no desire for such a thing. Do you want me to stomp on it? Then I might consider it. I assure you it's clean, fragrant. The white meat should taste better." Chu Ge's eyes widened as she stared at Yunanyu as if he were a devil. "Are you serious? Do you not understand that I am serious?" Yunanyu replied with a casual glance. "When did Yunanyu start making jokes? Now that you're here, you also need clothes. Feel free to select some," Yunanyu said. "Any quantity is fine." Chu Ge perked up. Yes, with Yunanyu's consent, Chu Ge raided the clothing section like a carefree child. With Yinanyu's spatial ring at her disposal, she had no worries about storage. After gathering her clothes, she joyfully changed out of her blood-stained dress into a new, vibrant one, donning a pair of sunglasses to conceal her murky eyes. She could easily pass for a charming young lady out for a stroll, leaving no hint of her true nature as a zombie from this day forth. Chu Ge has come back to life with a resounding thud. Just a moment ago, Chu Ge was exuding confidence, only to find herself entangled in a piece of clothing. Tumbling heavily to the ground in a most undignified manner, spitting out an exclamation, she gazed at the two front teeth that lay silently in her palm. Oh dear, why Yinanyu? I've lost my teeth again. Chu Ge lifted her head, tearfully displaying her toothless grin to Yinanyu. He staggered, quickly steadying himself against a nearby object. Woe is me, Yinanyu, hurry, let me drink your blood. It will help my teeth regrow. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as objects were knocked over, creating a chaotic scene. Chu Ge pondered. Yinanyu? Where is that imposing Yinanyu? Chapter 20. The car was stolen. Ultimately, Chu Ge did not drink Yinanyu's blood but instead consumed a bag of blood, leading to the regrowth of her teeth. Nevertheless, the day had yielded a bountiful harvest. To their dismay, they discovered that the military vehicle parked at the entrance was missing. Why Yinanyu? Where is the car? Did you not leave it here? Chu Ge was taken aback. It was evident that it had been stolen. Yinanyu's expression darkened. With so many abandoned cars on the road, why did the thief target his? It indicated a discerning eye. His vehicle, having undergone modifications, boasted exceptional performance, security, and anti-theft features. Yet, the thief had managed to steal it, suggesting they were no ordinary criminal, perhaps even an ability user. What shall we do? Where can we find that thief? As both were at a loss, a zombified pigeon fluttered down and perched on Chu Ge's shoulder. Ku. Greetings, my friend, we meet again. Chu Ge turned her head and recognized the pigeon that had freed her from her binds. Get away, I have no desire to chat with you right now, she retorted. Ku. Let me guess, your car has been stolen, hence your foul mood. Chu Ge looked at it in astonishment. How do you know? Suddenly, her sluggish mind clicked and she glared at the pigeon. Did you steal it? Speak up. The zombified pigeon raised a wing and tapped its head, utterly exasperated by her lack of intelligence. What could it do? She was its first zombie friend, and no matter how foolish, it had to accept her. Ku. I know where the thief who stole your car went. I can lead you to catch them. Chu Ge's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Pigeon sister, my dear friend, you are truly invaluable. The zombified pigeon raised an eyebrow, thinking, wasn't it just a moment ago that you were glaring at me? Elated, Chu Ge immediately reported to Yinanyu. Good news, however, he interrupted her. I understand, time is of the essence. Let the zombified pigeon lead the way. Chu Ge was taken aback, then gazed at Yinanyu with concern. When did this happen? Yinanyu was baffled by her question. When did you become a zombie? I'm so sorry, I didn't even notice. You must be in great pain. Chu Ge felt overwhelming guilt, wiping her eyes with her sleeve and sniffing. Yinanyu? Zombified pigeon? The more Chu Ge thought about it, the more sorrowful she became, embracing Yinanyu and sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, woe is me, my precious rations. I am so pitiful. The supplies I painstakingly gathered have turned into one of my own kind. How tragic. Originally, Yinanyu was quite moved. However, upon hearing her heartfelt words, he was utterly flabbergasted. Enough of the wailing. Like a slaughtered pig, that I have not turned into a zombie, he declared. Chu Ge lifted her head from his embrace in an instant, her face devoid of any tear stains. What did you say? You haven't become a zombie? Then how did you comprehend the zombie language I was speaking with, Sister Gu? Yinanyu pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation and replied, I cannot understand your so-called zombie language. I merely inferred from your expressions, as all your emotions are writ large upon your face, and a fit of anger. Chu Ge pushed Yinanyu away forcefully, muttering to herself, you deceitful wretch, making me shed tears and breaking my heart. It seems that if the emotional reserves turn into kin, one can no longer feast upon blood. Yinanyu snickered in response. What on earth are you rambling about? Chu Ge feigned ignorance with a grim expression. Yinanyu glared at Chu Ge, gritting his teeth at times. I truly wish to strangle you. Chu Ge blinked innocently, embodying a mindless automaton. She was incapable of comprehending human speech. Ahead, the zombie pigeon soared, leading the way, while Yinanyu rode a motorcycle with Chu Ge perched behind him. Abandoned, dust-covered vehicles lined the roads, and aimless zombies wandered about. The entire city seemed devoid of life, with weeds creeping through the cracks and moss sprouting on the pavement. The shop signs on either side of the street had fallen, glass shards strewn across the ground, exuding an air of desolation and ruin. The motorcycle darted through the debris like an arrow, stirring up clouds of dust. The zombies on either side merely caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by. Swallowing a mouthful of dust, Chu Ge clung tightly to Yi Nanyu's waist as she reveled in the wind and speed, though it was rather unkind to her hair, whipping it about wildly. After approximately 20 minutes, the motorcycle entered a villa district, eventually halting before one of the grand houses. It seemed that this area was occasionally cleared of zombies, for none were in sight at the moment. The villa was surrounded by tall electric fences, resembling a fortress. Suddenly, the zombie pigeon chose an unfortunate spot to land. Right on the electric fence, a crackling surge of electricity coursed through, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed feathers, and the pigeon plummeted to the ground. "Oh no!" Chu Ge exclaimed, her voice dry and hoarse. She hurriedly dismounted the motorcycle and cradled the fallen pigeon, crying out, "Sister Ge, are you all right? What happened to you?" The zombie pigeon, its feathers singed and now a dark ashen hue, emitted wisps of smoke. "Dawainanyu, you must help it. It seems as though it is on the brink of death," Chu Ge pleaded as he strode over with long strides. Retrieving a bag of blood from his spatial ring and handing it to Chu Ge upon seeing the blood, the pigeon's dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as it emitted a feeble cooing sound. Goo. Goo. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Ge took the blood bag, held it in her mouth and began to drink it herself. The zombie pigeon looked on in confusion, thinking, "Isn't that meant for me?" Yi Nanyu exclaimed in disbelief as Chu Ge gulped down the blood, shaking the pigeon in her hands. "Woe is me! Sister Ge, please don't die. Yi Nanyu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save Sister Ge." The pigeon, nearly rattled to death, muttered in gratitude, "I truly thank your entire family." Yi Nanyu could only stare in stunned silence. He found himself helpless, having no choice but to take out another blood bag from the spatial ring and hand it to Chu Ge, expressing his gratitude with a stammer. "Thank you." Before Yi Nanyu could finish his sentence, Chu Ge interrupted him. She spat out the now empty blood bag from her mouth, eager to replace it with the new one. Yi Nanyu quickly extended his hand to stop her, explaining that it was meant for the zombie pigeon. The zombie pigeon looked at Yi Nanyu with gratitude, reassured that there were still good people in the world. However, with the blood bag tantalizingly close yet out of reach, Chu Ge pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Yi Nanyu. "What? I'm so hungry." The zombie pigeon waited with bated breath for Yi Nanyu to snatch the blood bag and offer it to her. The zombie pigeon thought to itself, it despised individuals lacking principles. In the end, Chu Ge consumed 5 bags of blood, while the zombie pigeon received 1, marking a remarkably equitable distribution. The zombie pigeon had never savored such exquisite blood before. Upon drinking it, it experienced a miraculous revival. It resolved to cling tightly to this friend, intending to accompany her through a life of luxury and indulgence, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of existence. As the saying goes, foolish people enjoy foolish fortunes. Given her friend's intellect, a grand fortune awaited in the future. "Ku. You all wait here. I will venture inside to gather information." The zombie pigeon, brimming with enthusiasm, reasoned that in the event of injury, there would still be blood to consume, thus incurring no loss. "Hiss. Then go ahead, but remember to be discreet. I will ring the doorbell for you." Yi Nanyu quickly interjected. "Wait a moment." The zombie pigeon joined in the plea. "Ku. Wait a moment." Ding-dash-dong as the doorbell chimed. Both man and bird were rendered immobile. Hadn't they agreed to remain inconspicuous? Soon, noises emerged from within, suggesting someone was approaching. Yi Nanyu adjusted Chu Ge's sunglasses, drawing her behind him. "Do not speak. Stay quietly behind me while I handle this, understood?" Chu Ge nodded obediently. A glance from Yi Nanyu prompted the zombie pigeon to grasp the situation, and it promptly took flight. While Yi Nanyu listened intently to the footsteps inside. The number of individuals was considerable. Until their strength was assessed, it was wise to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. The door swung open before Yi Nanyu could utter a word. A dozen guns were swiftly drawn, aimed at them. While Yi Nanyu, Chu Ge, unaccustomed to such an intimidating display, instinctively raised her hands in surrender. "Yi Nanyu, quickly raise your hands. Do you wish to die?" Only then did Yi Nanyu leisurely raise his hands. "Come in, and behave," commanded a robust man at the forefront, exuding an intimidating presence. Chu Ge nodded, and the two of them, hands raised, obediently entered the villa under the watchful gaze of numerous firearms. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them. The zombie pigeon, perched anxiously on a nearby telephone pole, witnessed the entire scene, pacing back and forth in distress. "Ku. This is bad, this is bad." Although it did not recognize the objects in the hands of those individuals, it knew that being struck in the head by such things would lead to death. It had witnessed many zombies and humans perish in such a manner. "Ku. No, I must find help to rescue my friend. She is my first zombie companion, and she cannot meet her end like this." The zombie pigeon flapped its wings and took off. As Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge walked through the villa's courtyard, they spotted their military vehicle parked nearby. It seemed the zombie pigeon had not led them astray. It is perplexing that the other party does not inquire about the reason for such a grandiose entrance, raising the question of their intentions in inviting them in. Surely, it cannot merely be for a cup of tea. Ladies, please enjoy some tea. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table before Yi Nanshu and Chu Ge. Yi Nanshu, Chu Ge, our young lady will be with you shortly. Please be patient. The formidable and menacing man retreated to the side, falling silent at while Yi Nanshu surveyed the opulent interior of the villa. Adorned in luxurious decor, resplendent with gold and brilliance, the presence of no fewer than 10 men stationed as guards indicated stringent security. However, it was curious that there were no women in sight. Even the servants attending to the tea were men. Could it be that the young lady mentioned earlier prefers the company of men? At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the staircase. Tap, tap. Subsequently, all the men in the room bowed their heads in respect, facing the staircase, and uttered in unison, Mississippi. This scene resembled that of a television portrayal where the underlings of a gang greet the matriarch. Exuding an air of elegance. Yi Nanshu and Chu Ge turned to see a stunning woman, seemingly in her late 20s or early 30s, gracefully descending the stairs. She was clad in a jade green embroidered qipao, her every movement radiating poise and allure. Before such beauty, Yi Nanshu's gaze remained utterly unfazed, as if he were observing a mere block of wood rather than a captivating figure. In contrast, Chu Ge's eyes remained fixated on the woman's visage, her expression tinged with puzzlement. As the qipao-clad woman approached, she confidently took a seat opposite Yi Nanshu and Chu Ge, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and approachability. Chu Ge's nose crinkled slightly. Upon the woman's arrival, she detected a familiar scent. Though a closer sniff revealed nothing, she continued to scrutinize the woman's exquisite face, feeling an odd sense of dissonance. As if it were not her face at all. It is we who have intruded. Your graciousness is commendable, and we ought to express our gratitude, Yi Nanshu said politely, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman, his striking features captivating to behold. The qipao woman smiled brightly, remarking, "Guests are always welcome. There is no need for concern. I am Suing, the owner of this place, and I extend my warmest welcome to you." "Hello, I am Yi Nanshu, and this is Chu Ge. And you are Suing," appraised the two. Just as Yi Nanshu was about to speak, Chu Ge interjected, Sister. She rasped out the words. Yi Nanshu's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained silent. Oh, Suing chuckled, "I had assumed you were a couple. Miss Yi, is the lighting here too harsh? Would you like me to have someone adjust it?" Suing inquired thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on the sunglasses adorning Chu Ge's face, a flicker of something passing through her eyes. "Miss Su, I apologize. My sister is visually impaired and wears sunglasses to avoid startling others," Yi Nanyu remarked. Chu Ge maintained a smile on her face, but internally thought, "Yi Nanyu, you are truly blind. Why not find a better excuse? With my beauty, who would believe you?" "I won't believe it unless you show me." A young man entered from outside the villa. Speaking loudly, Chu Ge adjusted her sunglasses, appearing calm, yet internally she was seething. "Yi Nanyu, see? I was right, with my looks no one would believe it. Now look, you've dug your own grave." The young man who walked in appeared to be around 25 years old. Possessing a metallic arm, he was quite handsome, though his eyes bore dark circles, clearly a sign of overindulgence. "You are quite thoughtful," Suing said with a smile. "That foolish car owner must be dumbfounded to find his car missing. A top-notch anti-theft vehicle was easily taken by me, ha." The young man laughed triumphantly, unaware that the foolish car owner was seated right across from him. Yi Nanyu's face turned ashen as he glared at the young man. Splendid, no wonder he could easily steal my car. Turns out he is a metal-type ability user." Noticing Yi Nanyu's gaze, the young man disdainfully remarked to Suing, "Where did you find this nobody? No manners at all, wearing sunglasses in someone else's home. He must be a fraud." As he spoke, his eyes swept over Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge, particularly darkening upon seeing Yi Nanyu's extraordinarily handsome face. "Yao Yang, you mustn't be so rude to our guests. Quickly apologize." "Fine, I apologize." Chung Yao Yang turned to face Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge. "Sorry." Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and his metallic arm extended towards Chu Ge's sunglasses. Yi Nanyu's expression hardened, and with lightning speed, he intercepted the metallic arm. Chu Ge gazed at the arm mere inches away with remarkable composure, as if she were an invisible blind person. "This brother's way of apologizing is quite unique." Yi Nanyu scoffed, losing all pretense as he summoned electricity into his palm, surging into the metallic arm. Sparks danced across the metallic surface. "A lightning-type ability user," someone exclaimed. Chapter 22. Unable to manage life, Su Ying's eyes lit up at the mention of a lightning ability user. She swiftly turned and delivered a fierce slap to Chang Yaoyang's slap. I've indulged you too much and you've grown increasingly unruly. Go down. Chang Yaoyang clutched his cheek, eyes wide with disbelief that she had actually struck him. Xiao Qiandic go down. Su Ying's voice turned cold, a green light flashing in her eyes. Yes. A green light appeared in Chang Yaoyang's eyes, erasing all emotion as he lowered his head and retreated. Yi Nanyu watched quietly, a flicker of something crossing his gaze. I apologize for my subordinate's lack of decorum. Miss Yi, I hope I did not frighten you, Su Ying said sweetly, appearing entirely different from moments ago. Chu Ge shook her head, and to alleviate Su Ying's suspicions, she removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes devoid of color. Su Ying's hand suddenly tightened, not out of fear from Chu Ge's eyes, but rather fixated on her perfectly revealed exquisite face. Her gaze turning fervent found it, the face I have long desired. A peculiar smile crept across Su Ying's lips, her features taking on a sinister quality. Damn! Why does this woman appear more terrifying than I? A zombie. Chu Ge brushed his skin, feeling the goosebumps rise. Yan Nanyu cast a glance at Su Ying, his dark eyes shimmering with an indefinable emotion. We have already intruded upon Miss for quite some time. We have sipped the tea, and we shall not impose any further. Yan Nanyu grasped Chu Ge's hand, intent on departing, unwilling to expose her to the lurking dangers. Su Ying rose gracefully, her demeanor restored to its former elegance and warmth. Please wait a moment. It's time for a meal, and though I have little to offer, let us dine before you take your leave. No need, Yan Nanyu insisted, pulling Chu Ge along as he attempted to exit. Suddenly, a cacophony of clicks echoed as a dozen firearms were aimed at Yan Nanyu and Chu Ge. The menacing figure barked, "Did you not hear what our miss said? Hey Bao, do not be rude to our esteemed guests." Su Ying feigned anger, yet her words did not compel the assailants to withdraw. Yan Nanyu and Chu Ge perceived the underlying threat. It seemed they had ventured into a den of tigers, and unless they eliminated the entire nest, escape would remain elusive. They resolved to observe the intentions of these individuals. Since the miss insists on serving a meal, we cannot refuse such generous hospitality. We shall trouble you, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Su Ying sauntered over with a graceful sway, intimately linking her arm with Chu Ge's as if they were old friends, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "It's no trouble at all. I'm delighted. I haven't had a lady visitor in ages, and seeing Miss Yi brings me such joy." As Su Ying drew near, Chu Ge furrowed her brow. This time she unmistakably detected that familiar scent, one typically emanating from those who feast on flesh. Yet, Su Ying was not a zombie. Chu Ge could sense that much. Hence, only one explanation remained. "Miss, the meal is ready and served," a servant announced respectfully. "Very well, you may leave it." Su Ying, still entwined with Chu Ge, led her to the dining area, patiently remarking, "You must try the rare steak. It is incredibly tender and juicy. Once you taste it, you will surely fall in love." Upon entering the dining room, Chu Ge's eyes fell upon a meticulously arranged platter of bloody steak. A wave of nausea surged through her. No matter how exquisite the presentation or how skillfully it was cut, the essence of the dish was unmistakable. Yan Nanyu discerned her discomfort and silently inquired with his gaze. She mouthed sweet wine to him. Understanding the implication, his expression darkened. The situation was likely far more dire than he had anticipated. "Please, have a seat. Do not stand on ceremony." Su Ying warmly urged them to sit. Yan Nanyu swiftly masked his emotions, adopting a calm facade as he replied, "Miss Su, I apologize for not mentioning earlier that we are vegetarians." Chu Ge excelled at maintaining a stoic expression, and with her sunglasses shielding her eyes, it was nearly impossible to read her feelings. Su Ying, however, did not press the matter, displaying understanding as she gently suggested, "What a pity. If you cannot partake in meat, I shall instruct the staff to prepare some noodles for you." Her empathy, combined with her delicate charm and striking beauty, would undoubtedly endear her to others. Yet, to Chu Ge and Yan Nanyu, she appeared to be a master of deception, cloaked in a terrifying facade. "There is no need for you to busy yourself, Mississippi. We are somewhat fatigued. Could we be provided with a room to rest?" Yi Nanyu was acutely aware that the other party would never allow them to leave. It would be more prudent to remain and let them grow complacent. Su Ying seemed quite pleased with this notion, nodding with a smile. Of course, she then turned to instruct her subordinates. "Hey Bao, please escort our esteemed guests to their quarters for some rest." "Yes, miss." Hey Bao replied with a respectful bow. "Follow me." Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge trailed behind Hey Bao as they departed, a sinister gaze lingering ominously upon their backs. Following Hey Bao to the second floor, they halted before one of the rooms. "This is where you shall stay," Hey Bao indicated to Yi Nanyu, before directing Chu Ge, "Yours is over there. Come with me." Yi Nanyu grasped Chu Ge's arm, asserting, "We can share a room. My sister has impaired vision and cannot care for herself. I must be by her side." But Heibao's words were cut short as Yinanyu pulled Chu Ge into the room and shut the door with a resounding thud. Inside the room, Chu Ge's demeanor shifted from a stoic expression to one of fierce indignation as she gripped Yinanyu's neck and shook him. Yinanyu raised his hands in surrender, allowing her to vent her frustration. All right, Chu Ge, I never realized you were so petty. This is merely an excuse. Is it really worth such anger? Chu Ge's patience was evidently wearing thin. If you're going to be concerned about anything, it should be our current predicament rather than your pride. Yinanyu affectionately tousled her hair, prompting Chu Ge to swat his hand away dismissively. If there is something to worry about, it should be you. It has nothing to do with me. After all, I am as good as dead already. If I perish, your food supplies would dwindle. Do you truly not care? Yinanyu remarked casually. Chu Ge paused. Realizing the gravity of losing her provisions, she rolled up her sleeves and with a fierce determination, prepared to charge out. Damn it, whatever they are plotting, I am going out to confront them and make them regret ever entering this world. Yinanyu found himself both amused and exasperated. He was unsure whether to be gratified that Chu Ge cared for him or disheartened that she merely viewed him as a reserve food supply. He lazily grasped the back of her collar. What are you doing, trying to stop me? I am going out to devour them. Do you wish to be turned into a sieve? He retorted. At the mention of being turned into a sieve, Chu Ge deflated like a punctured balloon. Then what should I do? Just then a grotesque, bulging-eyed rat emerged from a corner, feeling its territory was encroached upon, and lunged at Yinanyu's foot. Yinanyu effortlessly crushed the zombie rat beneath his shoe. The creature emitted a high-pitched squeal. Why venture out of its burrow seeking death? Yinanyu was about to exert force to obliterate the rodent when Chu Ge interjected. Wait, Yinanyu was puzzled as to what she could possibly want to inquire of a rat. Yet he complied and refrained from finishing it off. Chu Ge crouched down, gazing at the zombie mouse crushed beneath the sole of her shoe, attempting to communicate with it, hissing. Mouse brother, I have some inquiries for you. If you share what you know, we shall release you. How about that? The mouse squeaked. What do you wish to ask? The simple-minded zombie mouse, upon encountering a kindred spirit, believed without hesitation. Understanding the mouse's intentions, Chu Ge also played along. She nudged Yinanyu's foot. Yinanyu, quickly release my mouse brother. Do it now. Yinanyu regarded her with a look of bewilderment, as if she were insane. Mouse brother? With a pigeon sister preceding and a mouse brother following, what sort of peculiar companions did she have? Once freed, the zombie mouse promptly scurried away from Yinanyu, retreating into a hole. Look at how fearsome you appear. You've terrified my mouse brother to such an extent. Chu Ge reprimanded. Yinanyu feigned innocence. Me? Fearsome? Chu Ge approached the entrance of the hole, leaning down to call inside, hissing. Mouse brother, come out, do not be afraid. With me here, no one dares to harm you. At that moment the zombie mouse cautiously peeked out. Squeaking. What do you want to ask? Hissing. What secrets lie here? Please share all that you know. Squeaking. Chu Ge was taken aback, hissing. You rambled on with a jumble of nonsense and I couldn't comprehend a single word. Could you please clarify your thoughts before speaking? Squeaking. By the gods. Chu Ge, exasperated, slapped her forehead, still unable to grasp the meaning. After a lengthy discourse, the zombie mouse grew anxious as well, biting onto Chu Ge's shoelaces, eager to lead her personally. Yinanyu, the mouse brother says he will take us to discover the secret. What do you think? Chu Ge inquired of Yinanyu. Yinanyu furrowed his brow, stating that with two living beings of such stature, they would surely be discovered the moment they stepped out of the room, rendering the plan unfeasible. The zombie mouse seemed to comprehend, scurrying beneath the bed to beckon Chu Ge, squeaking. Come quickly. Chu Ge looked under the bed, and to her astonishment, a large hole was clearly visible. The edges bore distinct claw marks accompanied by dark, aged bloodstains. Hissing. Did you dig this? Squeaking. No, this hole was already here when I arrived. Perhaps it was created by other mice. Hissing. Then where does it lead to? Squeaking. It can lead to any part of this villa. The zombie mouse had already explored the area. Chu Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement, hissing. Wow, it's as if someone handed me a pillow right when I was about to doze off. Chu Ge. Wait, before Yinanyu could intervene, Chu Ge had already followed the zombie mouse into the hole. He stared at the sizable opening beneath the bed, his brows furrowing. The diameter of this hole was large enough for a person to crawl through. It could not have been made by mere mice or cats. As for what truly created it, he instinctively felt it was not so simple, and that whatever it was likely resided within. Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened. With Chu Ge already inside, he knew he had to venture in as well, despite knowing it was amiss. The cavern was cold and reeked of rot. even as a zombie. Chu Ge found the chill unbearable, while the stench nearly made her retch. Hearing movement behind her, she realized Yinanyu was right at her heels. She was struggling to endure, and it was easy to imagine the fastidious Yinanyu's predicament. "Yinanyu, are you all right?" The sound of Yinanyu's gritted teeth echoed from behind. "Chu Ge, ever since I encountered you, misfortune has befallen me." Upon hearing the usually well-mannered Yinanyu resort to profanity, Chu Ge could only surmise the extent of his distress. She felt a fleeting moment of sympathy for him before hastening her ascent. The lengthy passageway seemed to lead to an unknown destination. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she spotted a glimmer of light ahead. "Yinanyu, hold on a little longer. I see light up ahead." Not only was there light, but sounds also began to emanate from above, crackling and crashing. Akin to the noise of destruction, Chu Ge softened her movements. Crawling to the mouth of the cave where the light cascaded down, peering out, she discovered that, like the cave they had entered earlier, this one was also situated beneath it was evident that they had traversed from one room through a secret passage to another. This new room was occupied through the crevice beneath the bed. She could see a pair of feet pacing restlessly within. Items lay strewn across the floor, indicating that the occupant was in a fit of rage. Just then, Yinanyu also made his way up, and the two of them, like inquisitive groundhogs, cautiously peeked out from the cave. At that moment, a furious voice erupted. It was none other than that of the metal ability user from earlier. What of the lightning ability user? What of his handsome appearance? I will not allow him to seduce Xiao Qian away from me. Xiao Qian loves me. She is mine and no one can take her from me. Yet Xiao Qian had struck him. She had hit him for that boy. The frustration with a furious shout. A table was overturned. Crashing to the ground, Chu Ge curled her lip in disdain. He was merely a man driven mad by love. A love-stricken fool, yet he was a threat to her plans. I will not let him off. I will kill him. Anyone who stands against me must perish. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Chu Ge's eyes as she resolved to eliminate him first. "Yinanyu, I'm going to finish him." Yinanyu quickly restrained her, pulling her back into the cave. "With your current abilities, you can not only fail to kill him but might also raise an alarm," Yinanyu whispered. "Then you go and kill him," Chu Ge replied, her tone suggesting that slaying the metal ability user was as simple as slicing through a watermelon. Just a casual swipe and he would be dead. Chapter 24. When she cast covetous eyes on her former lover, Yinanyu was utterly exasperated by Chu Ge's antics. Witnessing her foolishly dazed expression made him reluctant to scold her. There was no rush to kill him. The priority was to uncover the secrets of this place. "Right, the secret, I almost forgot." Chu Ge slapped her dull head. "Yinanyu, you're doing well. Your wits are on par with mine now." "Yinanyu. Chitter. Come on, keep up," the zombie rat called from ahead. Chu Ge and Yinanyu resumed their arduous crawl through the passageway. This time the journey felt longer, but they finally glimpsed light once more. This cave was not beneath a bed, but rather beneath a sofa, and mere inches away were a pair of feet clad in high heels. The owner of those feet was seated on the sofa at that moment. Through the crevice of the sofa, Chu Ge and her companions discerned that this was indeed the very sofa where they had first been invited to sit and enjoy tea, located in the grand hall of the villa. The owner of the feet must undoubtedly be Su Ying, for apart from her, they had encountered no other woman within this estate. Today's meal was rather delightful. Was it the same as the one from a few days prior? "Indeed, miss," came the voice of Black Panther. "Damn. This woman gives off a rather unsettling vibe. There is no place for her in the realm of zombies, and I would be the first to contest it," Chu Ge remarked with disdain. "Yinanyu. Miss, there is something I fail to comprehend. Why retain the two individuals from earlier instead of taking immediate action?" The voice of Black Panther resonated. Having finally encountered a face that one dreams of, it is only natural to ensure her spirits are elevated, thereby preserving her beauty to the utmost extent. I shall not permit fear or terror to mar even a fragment of her allure. Su Ying appeared to be in good spirits. Letting out a soft laugh, her words left Chu Ge perplexed. Yet an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. To evoke such a reaction from a zombie like herself was impressive. This woman had certainly captured her attention. Meanwhile, Yinanyu wore a grave expression, lost in his own thoughts. "Miss, that lightning-affiliated ability user seems rather troublesome. Will he be difficult to control?" "Fear not. He shall not escape my grasp. He can only submit to me, and in the end, he will love me as fiercely as the gold affinity ability user. It has indeed been a long time since I have encountered such an exquisitely handsome man. I am eager to sample his essence. He possesses the mightiest of powers, though I wonder if he is equally formidable in bed. I hope he does not disappoint." Chu Ge felt disgusted by the woman's lascivious words, particularly as she coveted her former lover. This sensation was profoundly irritating, akin to having ingested hundreds of flies. Yi Nanyu was not someone who could be touched by such a repugnant and grotesque woman. Yi Nanyu, just wait. I shall tear this nauseating woman apart for you, Chu Ge said fiercely upon hearing her words. Yi Nanyu's previously stormy countenance brightened, the nausea within him dissipating as a faint smile graced his lips. Very well. Yi Nanyu's voice was a low murmur against Chu Ge's ear, resonating with an unusual magnetism. Tingling sensation coursed through Chu Ge's ears, prompting her to turn her face slightly. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Yi Nanyu was utterly irresistible. Even without his striking visage, his voice alone could incite desires that bordered on transgression. Suddenly, a small stone at the cave's edge shifted, producing a sound. Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu stiffened in alarm. What noise was that? Su Ying's sharp voice rang out as she swiftly distanced herself from the sofa. Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu beheld a pair of leather-shod feet approaching. Kneeling down to brace themselves, slowly leaning forward. In the next moment, they were on the brink of discovery. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a zombie rat darted forth. Squeak! Startled, Black Panther leaped up, hastily drawing his gun to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The agile little zombie rat evaded the bullets, ultimately burrowing into a corner rodent hole. These damned rats again. I shall ensure that all these filthy creatures are eradicated on another day. Su Ying vented her fury before striding away from the hall in her high heels. Black Panther followed suit, neglecting to check beneath the sofa. Chu Ge let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Brother Rat. Otherwise we would have been discovered. Yi Nanyu pulled Chu Ge back into the cave, urging her to hasten their pace. The longer they lingered, the greater the peril of being discovered. The two of them continued to crawl along the elongated passage, oblivious to their impending destination. Tap, tap. Strangely, they could consistently hear the sound of high heels echoing above, seemingly belonging to Su Ying, who walked above them, their paths mirroring one another. As the sound of the heels ceased, a glimmer of light appeared before them. Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu cautiously peeked out from the cave and beheld a dressing mirror, where Su Ying was preening and making faces, muttering complaints under her breath. It's all that wretched rat's fault. It scared my face into wrinkles. Suddenly, she began to shed her clothing. In an instant, Chu Ge covered Yi Nanyu's eyes. Thinking to herself, a young man must learn to protect himself. There are things one should not behold, lest they invite misfortune. Yi Nanyu allowed Chu Ge's icy hand to shield his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. As Su Ying disrobed, standing bare before the mirror, her skin was exquisitely fair, her figure flawless. The next moment, Chu Ge's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she stared at Su Ying. She witnessed Su Ying's hand reaching behind her, her skin tearing open to reveal a gash. In mere moments, a complete skin suit was peeled away with precision. The beautiful skin and perfect figure of Su Ying transformed into that of a sagging, aged crone. Her lovely visage was replaced by a face marred by wrinkles and age. Among the elderly, she could hardly be deemed attractive. To put it plainly, if she ventured out to dance in the square, no old man would take notice of her. The notion that such an old hag could covet the youthful and radiant Yi Nanyu filled Chu Ge with a nausea that surpassed even the foulest of meals. The 20-something golden elementalist was infatuated with this elderly woman. Moreover, the dark circles and puffiness beneath his eyes indicated a life of excess. This crone possessed an astonishing allure, enough to drive a young man into a state of fervent desire. Chu Ge felt as if she had been struck by a revelation, her eyes opened to an unsettling truth. Chapter 25. An eye-watering sight. Urgent need for an optometrist. Knocked. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Su Ying approached the door, and upon opening it, she was embraced. Xiao Qian, I love you, Chang Yaoyang declared, passionately kissing Su Ying and pressing her against the doorframe as they engaged in a fervent kiss. Like groundhogs peeking out from their burrow, Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu emerged from the cave, their pupils dilating in shock, their hearts reeling from the overwhelming impact. Is anyone else as formidable as I am? Can anyone else satisfy you like I can? You are the best, the most incredible. Quickly, give yourself to me. Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu retreated back into the cave, their faces reflecting utter disbelief as they exchanged glances, both instinctively exclaiming in unison, such a perfect match, I suggest they lock it down. Chu Ge wiped her mouth and remarked, a match made in heaven. Yi Nanyu turned as pale as a ghost. After a moment of silence, both turned away and retched violently. Fortunately, the fervor above them masked the commotion below. Yi Nanyu, I don't want my eyes anymore, Chu Ge lamented in despair. Her eyes throbbed with pain, and she urgently needed to consult an ophthalmologist. Yi Nanyu covered her eyes, the veins on her forehead bulging as the commotion above intensified. Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu hastily fled the scene. As they ventured deeper into the passage, Chu Ge sensed an even more chilling atmosphere. and the stench grew increasingly pungent. Her instincts warned her that something awaited ahead. Just then, Chu Ge abruptly halted, gazing in terror at what lay before her. A humanoid figure hung inverted from the ceiling of the passage. It resembled a flayed person, with crimson flesh exposed. A gruesome sight indeed. It appeared to be asleep, motionless. Strangely, Chu Ge could not detect any familiar presence emanating from it, indicating that it was neither a zombie nor a mutant. What on earth was this creature? Had it excavated this cavern? Yinanyu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the grotesque being ahead, softly uttering two words: strange corpse. What? What is a strange corpse? Chu Ge inquired with confusion. She had heard of zombies and corpses, but what was this strange corpse? It was said that if a person endured immense torment before death, they would rise as a corpse driven by profound resentment. Strange corpses were said to possess greater intelligence than zombies, exhibiting swifter agility. Are you saying it is smarter than our zombies? Absolutely impossible. Our zombies are the mightiest. Chu Ge's focus was perpetually odd, inexplicably defending her kind. Yinanyu replied, "Didn't you claim your zombies were superior? Why not confront it directly?" He spoke with a nonchalant air. "Then let's do it. I'll show you the might of our zombies." Chu Ge rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. 1 minute later, Yinanyu stared in disbelief as Chu Ge, resembling a timid maggot, crawled cautiously beneath the strange corpse, inching her way past it without disturbing the creature above. Was this what she deemed impressive? Indeed, if cowardice could be considered a form of prowess, then it was quite remarkable. "Yinanyu, come quickly. It's sleeping like a dead pig. It's perfectly safe." Chu Ge beckoned. Yinanyu's expression stiffened. There was no way he would crawl beneath the strange corpse. He wouldn't even entertain the thought. 1 minute later. "Yinanyu, you can do it. You're almost there. Just hold on a little longer." Yinanyu held his breath, leaning against the ground with his face upwards, his gaze fixed on the strange corpse above. He moved inch by inch, using his shoulder to shift. His physique was larger than Chu Ge's, nearly brushing past the strange corpse. Just then, the corpse's entirely white eyeballs suddenly opened, locking eyes with Yinanyu in an eerie close-up. Yinanyu's scalp tingled. Seizing the initiative, he executed a swift kick, sending the unguarded strange corpse sprawling away. The creature fell a short distance, emitting a chilling sound that was a mix of crying and laughter, sending shivers down the spine. "Return my skin, return my skin." The mournful voice echoed hauntingly in the narrow passage. Chu Ge was astonished that this entity could speak. "Return my skin." The voice became piercingly sharp. The strange corpse shot towards Yinanyu like an arrow, moving with the speed of a phantom. Yinanyu brandished a lightning whip at the strange corpse, but its velocity was astounding. It could scale walls effortlessly, making it impossible for the whip to catch its form. Moreover, the constricted passage limited Yinanyu, hindering his movements, while the strange corpse thrived in this environment, displaying remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, the ghastly corpse materialized before Yinanyu. "Return my skin." The corpse, with its razor-sharp claws, slashed toward Yinanyu's flesh, seemingly intent on peeling his skin away. At that moment, a delicate white hand seized the skinless hand of the ghastly figure. Sister, calm down. You are also a corpse, and I too am a corpse. We can be considered family. Let us converse amicably." Chu Ge spoke in a stiff, hoarse voice. The sound of weeping sent chills down Chu Ge's spine, raising goosebumps upon her skin. "You tell me, who skin you? We shall seek justice for you." Upon hearing Chu Ge's words, the corpse ceased its sobbing, its limbs crawling up the wall. It cast a glance at Chu Ge before moving forward, as if beckoning her to follow. "Yinanyu, keep up." The ghastly figure led the way, with Chu Ge and Yinanyu trailing behind. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, they reached a dead end, with no sign of an exit from the cave. The corpse approached a certain spot and pushed upward with its hand, causing a large floor tile to lift slightly, allowing a faint beam of light to filter through the jet. It did not fully lift the tile at once but seemed to ascertain that no one was present before completely raising it. A brilliant shaft of light poured down. Chu Ge and Yinanyu promptly followed, climbing up. Crack, crack. Chu Ge twisted her neck, stretched her limbs, and surveyed her surroundings. However, upon noticing something in the distance, her pupils constricted sharply, as if she had witnessed something horrific. Chapter 26. A fractured mind. Yinanyu's pupils also quivered slightly, clearly shaken. Before them hung a gruesome display of bloodied women suspended in midair. Some were still clinging to life, their bodies racked with unbearable agony, their mouths emitting incessant groans, their suspended forms trembling uncontrollably. The suffering they endured was unimaginable. It was no exaggeration to say that they were living a fate worse than death. In a corner lay a pile of human bones. No wonder not a single woman had been seen in the villa. It appeared that here women were treated as mere livestock. Such brutality was beyond comprehension. A cruelty that was utterly appalling. These individuals could no longer be considered human. They were better described as malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. The ghastly figure resumed its eerie, laughter-like weeping, circling around the women as if empathizing with their torment. Nanyu's gaze deepened, and fine electric threads shot from his fingertips, piercing the heads of those still gasping for breath, liberating them from their suffering. Who would have thought that the old woman could possess such a heart of venom, driven to madness? Chu Ge felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. At that moment, the villa's alarm blared, echoing through every corner. Ding, ding, ding. Following this, a cacophony of footsteps approached rapidly. We have been discovered, Nanyu remarked. The corpse hastily lifted the floor tile leading to the cave, its pure white eyes anxiously looking toward Chu Ge. As if urging her to hide within, Chu Ge shook her head in refusal, smiling as she said, Sister. Thank you. Just a moment, I will help you. Take revenge. Bang! The door was rudely kicked open, and once again, a dozen guns were aimed at Chu Ge and Nanyu. Leading the charge was Black Panther. In the instant the door swung open, the corpse scurried up to the ceiling, clinging to it like a gecko, unnoticed by anyone below. Once again, guns, truly quite displeasing. The hoarse voice of Chu Ge resonated with an eerie chill. Raise your hands and behave, or do not blame our bullets for their indiscriminate nature, Black Panther bellowed. Had it not been for the lady's orders to preserve the exquisite facade, he would have commanded the firing of weapons without hesitation. Well, scared, are we? Oh, a peculiar smile crept across Chu Ge's face. Black Panther felt an inexplicable dread, causing his grip on the gun to tremble momentarily. At that moment, a blood-red figure descended from above, its claws swiftly tearing through the arm that wielded the firearm. Ah! Black Panther let out a piercing scream as his arm flew away, blood gushing from the severed limb. The sudden turn of events left everyone paralyzed with shock, unable to react. Shoot! Quickly, take down that monster! Black Panther shouted in desperation. Instantly, all firepower was directed at the ghastly figure. Bang, bang, bang. The spectral entity nimbly darted around the room with astonishing speed, eluding the human eye entirely. Chu Ge understood that the specter was deliberately diverting fire, and he could not betray its noble intentions. Time to feast, Chu Ge declared, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes as he surged into the crowd, his claws piercing the throats of two individuals in an instant. Blood spraying forth. Nanyu, not one to remain idle, unleashed electric threads from his fingertips, swiftly claiming the lives of 5 others as if they were mere puppets. The bodies thudded to the ground, and the crowd's faces paled in horror, their guns now aimed at Chu Ge and Nanyu, ready to fire. Yet, from the back of the throng, Black Panther shouted, Capture them alive. Do not mar the beautiful facade. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile curled on Chu Ge's lips. Oh well then, thank you very much. With that, she and Nanyu unleashed their wrath without restraint, the specter occasionally leaping out to ambush as the number of fallen grew. Capturing them alive became a distant dream. The crowd could scarcely lay a finger on a single hair of Chu Ge or Nanyu. Several waves of reinforcements had arrived, yet they still could not seize the two. Black Panther's expression darkened with each passing moment. If this continued, he feared all of them would fall to the hands of the duo without further hesitation. He shouted, Open fire, eliminate them. Bang, 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 the barrage resumed, a rain of bullets cascading through the air. Chu Ge and Nanyu each held a body as a shield, retreating as countless bullets struck the unfortunate souls they used as cover, rendering them utterly lifeless. They discarded the corpses and swiftly took refuge behind a pillar. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from the pillar. Black Panther waved his hand, signaling his men to encircle the pillar gradually. Just then, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness, as if the windows were shrouded by an unseen force. A wave of dread washed over the crowd as they looked towards the windows, their faces drained of color, a chill creeping up from their feet to their heads. Man-eating crows. It's the man-eating crows. One individual screamed in terror. What the hell? Chu Ge exclaimed, equally startled. Why have these ancestors returned? This creature, with its overwhelming numbers, devoured both the living and the dead indiscriminately, instilling fear wherever it roamed. Nanyu's expression turned grave as he said to Chu Ge, Wait for me to cover your retreat. Seize the opportunity to escape. Wait. Wait, Chu Ge responded, her gaze fixed on a particular spot outside the window, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, What the hell, Sister Pigeon is amazing. Among the swarm of menacing man-eating crows outside the window, one pigeon stood out conspicuously amidst the darkness. It stood atop a giant man-eating crow, which towered over its companions, Clearly the leader of the flock. Yinanyu's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected a mere pigeon could coexist peacefully with such ferocious creatures. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the window shattered, and a dark swarm of man-eating crows surged in. They are coming in. What are you standing there for? Shoot! Black Panther shouted. The sheer number of crows was overwhelming, an endless tide. Many had already fallen victim to their vicious attacks. Sharp beaks tearing at flesh. Get away. Leave me alone, all of you, just go away. My eyes. Help. Save me. In the midst of the ravenous flock, struggling figures were visible, their anguished cries filling the air. They helplessly watched as their flesh was devoured, powerless to prevent their demise, ultimately succumbing to excruciating agony. On the side of Chu Ge and Yinanyu, not a single man-eating crow was present, as if they existed in two separate worlds. The ghastly figure was being relentlessly pursued by the crows. Upon realizing they did not attack Chu Ge and his companions, it hurriedly sought refuge among them. The zombie pigeon, upon spotting a bloodied monstrosity approaching its friend, quickly commanded the man-eating crow king to protect them. Ku. Dare to harm my friend? You are courting death. Chapter 27. The Pigeon Sister's Majesty. Chu Ge watched as Pigeon Sister, exuding an imposing presence, led a legion of man-eating crows towards the ghastly figure, and hastily stepped forward to intervene. Roar. Pigeon Sister, stop. Don't hurt it, it's my new friend. Ku. Halt. At the command of the zombie pigeon, the crows came to a standstill. The ghastly figure quickly hid behind Chu Ge, emitting a sound that was both a laugh and a cry. Would I'm terrified. Chu Ge gazed in admiration at Pigeon Sister, who commanded the fearsome man-eating crows like a queen. Roar. Pigeon Sister, I didn't see this side of you. Your ambition is impressive. The zombie pigeon tilted its head, adopting a proud demeanor. Ku. Of course. Who do you think I am? When my friends are in trouble, I cannot stand idly by. Roar. May I inquire how you command this flock of man-eating crows? Chu Ge asked curiously, hoping to learn how to fend off any future onslaught of crows, even if he could not control them. The zombie pigeon suddenly appeared bashful, seemingly embarrassed. Ku. It's nothing, just I managed to win over their leader. Chu Ge's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? He watched as the leader of the man-eating crows obediently groomed Pigeon Sister's feathers. He gave her a thumbs up, a true role model. I am in a Yinanyu remarked. Fortunately, I did not kill Pigeon Sister this morning. Otherwise we would have faced a formidable foe. Black Panther, pale from blood loss, watched as his companions fell one by one, consumed by the crows, ultimately reduced to mere bones. Fear gripped him and he turned to flee. At that moment a figure blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? A hoarse, dry voice echoed, reminiscent of a deathly specter. Dive. Black Panther clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, ready to strike. How dare this mere woman attempt to obstruct his way? A delicate hand effortlessly intercepted his fist, exuding an icy chill, far colder than that of a typical human being. Chu Ge pushed his sunglasses back onto his forehead, his murky eyes fixating on the Black Panther. A cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I have that already. Died. The Black Panther's eyes widened in terror, realizing she was a zombie. In the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm was twisted by Chu Ge into a shape reminiscent of twisted dough. The pain caused his entire body to tremble, cold sweat pouring down. Chu Ge produced an empty pen tube and plunged it into the Black Panther's carotid artery. A torrent of blood erupted forth. Before long, the Black Panther was drained of every drop of blood, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Chu Ge, with the bloodied pen tube clenched in his mouth, had pupils glowing with a sinister red light, appearing somewhat eerie. The zombie dove observed its friend's unique feeding method with astonishment, feeling a surge of sophistication. Caw caw. Your zombie friend is quite peculiar, remarked the leader of the cannibal crow. It had consumed no fewer than 500 zombies, having witnessed countless more, yet it had never encountered such an extraordinary zombie. Damn it, it even found this zombie to be strangely elegant. The zombie dove pecked at the cannibal crow's head, cooing. Coo. Don't speak ill of my friend or you'll regret it. The cannibal crow leader erupted in fury. Caw caw. Do you dare? The zombie dove retaliated with a wing swipe. Coo. You actually dare to threaten me? The cannibal crow leader, cradling its head with its wings, refrained from striking back. Caw caw. My apologies, Your Majesty, I won't dare again. Coo. I'll show you who's fierce. The zombie dove unleashed a flurry of blows upon the cannibal crow leader, feathers cascading to the ground. Observing the domestic dispute, Chu Ge and Yinanyu exchanged glances. Bro, should we call the police? The subordinates of the cannibal crow lamented, Our leader is so pitiful, with a roar. The dove declared, Sister, I'll leave this to you. I have matters to attend to. A few small shrimp and fish struggled in their death throes. Their eradication was merely a matter of time. Cuckoo. Yes, you go ahead. The zombie dove waved its wings regally. Chu Ge nodded, beckoning the eerie corpse that lingered nearby. Sister, come here. I will take you to find the one who will skin you. The recent feeding had enhanced her vocal cords slightly, allowing her speech to flow more smoothly. She believed it wouldn't be long before she could converse like a normal person. Chu Ge led the eerie corpse, accompanied by Yinan Yu, to seek out the repugnant old woman. As the alarm sounded, Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang were caught up in their own revelry, confident that the Black Panther would handle things adeptly, rendering her intervention unnecessary. Thus, she remained in the bedroom, lost in passion with Cheng Yaoyang. After their encounter, Cheng Yaoyang embraced Su Ying tenderly, his hands lingering upon her fair, smooth skin. She remained as beautiful as ever. Her eyes, innocent as a fawn's, her delicate nose, rosy cherry lips, and oval face made her appear doll-like in her charm. Xiao Qian, I love you. Cheng Yaoyang wore a satisfied smile, placing a kiss upon Su Ying's forehead, now adorned with wrinkles. As if that were not enough, the moist kiss trailed downward, imprinting upon her sagging eyelids, flattened nose, and drooping mouth corners, finally sealing upon her lips. The two entwined for a while longer before parting. The Black Panther should be done by now. I'll go check. Su Ying rose from the bed. Cheng Yaoyang supported his head with one hand, reclining on the bed, when he saw Su Ying pick up the skin bag from the floor. Preparing to put it on. He remarked, this skin bag is rather unappealing. Allow me to select a more suitable one for you. Upon finishing his sentence, he rose from the bed, his youthful physique instantly capturing Su Ying's lascivious gaze. Ah, the apocalypse is truly delightful, with young handsome men at her disposal. How she reminisced about the old geezers who once scorned her, dismissing her entirely. Chimpf. She had no interest in their opinions. Now handsome young men were lining up for her attention. The thought of today's exquisite specimen sent a thrill coursing through Su Ying. She could hardly contain her excitement, eager for him to succumb to her charms this very evening. Cheng Yaoyang approached the wardrobe and pulled open the doors, revealing a row of skin bags neatly hung within. Among the various options, his hand deftly selected one. Caressing it with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved, he offered it to Su Ying, declaring that all the others were quite unattractive, but this particular one was the most beautiful, resembling her to a T. Su Ying's gaze fell upon the skin bag in his hands, a fleeting shadow of gloom flickering across her eyes. Indeed, Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian. Yes, I adore Xiao Qian above all. Cheng Yaoyang regarded Su Ying with eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 28. A violent confrontation with the repugnant elderly woman having donned the new skin bag. Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang descended the stairs, only to find the villa unusually quiet. Could it be that Black Panther had yet to resolve the situation? Suddenly, a hoarse female voice broke the silence. Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang turned to see Chu Ge and Yinan Yu languidly seated on the sofa, sipping tea, appearing as though they were in the comfort of their own home. The relaxed demeanor they exuded sent a chill through Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang. Their serene presence indicated that something dire had befallen Black Panther and his team. Quickly masking her emotions, Su Ying flashed a charming smile and inquired, Miss Yi, have you been resting well? She maintained an air of gentle hospitality, as if nothing amiss had transpired, merely a gracious host welcoming her guests. Chu Ge, upon noticing Su Ying's newly transformed appearance, displayed evident disgust. You old hag, stop trying to play young. Every day you wear someone else's skin. Don't you find it revolting? Su Ying's smile froze, her features contorting in outrage as she shrieked. Who are you calling an old hag? She detested being labeled as such, and Chu Ge's words ignited her fury. With your wrinkled skin, sagging flesh, and the unmistakable scent of age, am I mistaken, old hag? Chu Ge taunted. Su Ying, infuriated, screamed, I will tear your filthy mouth apart. Wretched woman, you seek death, Cheng Yaoyang declared as he witnessed his beloved being tormented. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, his metallic arm extending as he tightened his fist, aiming a blow at Chu Ge. Clang! A hatchet met his metallic fist, sparks flying in every direction. Crack! The axe shattered and Cheng Yaoyang's fist, now unimpeded, struck forward. Yinan Yu instinctively threw himself over Chu Ge to evade the impending blow. Cheng Yaoyang's eyes glinted with malice as his metallic fist transformed into a colossal hammer, descending upon the two on the ground. Yinan Yu, clutching Chu Ge, rolled away in the nick of time. Boom! The hammer struck the floor, creating a massive crater, and the surrounding tiles shattered into fragments. Yinan Yu's dark eyes surged with terror as he gathered immense electrical energy within his fist, launching a fierce strike toward the ground, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged toward Cheng Yaoyang. Chang Yaoyang's complexion shifted in shock as he stumbled backward, yet the strands of electricity moved with astonishing speed, swiftly ensnaring his feet and surging into his body. In an instant, it felt as though 1,000 volts coursed through him, causing his entire body to convulse, foam spilling from his lips soon after. He collapsed rigidly to the ground, his body occasionally twitching as the electric strands still flickered through him. Su Ying's expression darkened. She could hardly fathom that Chang Yaoyang had been taken down in a single move. "Useless!" she exclaimed furiously. "Old hag, if you're unconvinced, come up yourself." Chu Ge taunted. Su Ying's venomous gaze fixed upon Chu Ge and Yinanyu, her voice dripping with malice as she warned, "I hope you won't regret this later." Her eyes suddenly gleamed with a sinister green light, and the moment her gaze locked onto Chu Ge and Yinanyu, their expressions morphed into a vacant stare, as if their souls had been stripped away. Transforming them into mere puppets, Su Ying erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "No one can escape my soul-capturing abilities." With a triumphant stride toward Chu Ge, a frenzied light danced in her eyes. She caressed Chu Ge's cheek. Enraptured, "So beautiful. This visage shall be mine. I will don your perfect skin and continue to thrive in this apocalyptic world. Living splendidly and beautifully to become my vessel is a privilege for you." Her gaze then shifted to Yinanyu, her eyes fixated with unabashed desire. "So handsome. Let me feel you." She pouted her lips and rose onto her toes, ready to kiss Yinanyu's delicate lips. Lying on the ground, Chang Yaoyang felt his heart shatter at the sight of the woman he cherished about to kiss another man. "Xiao Qian, no!" Just then, a shoe unexpectedly intervened, causing Su Ying's grotesque lips to meet the soiled sole. Before she could comprehend, she was kicked to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of fists and feet. "Damn it, I can't hold back anymore." Chu Ge spat venomously, unleashing her fury without mercy. Despite Su Ying's youthfulness, her inner self was that of an old crone. How could she possibly contend with a vigorous young adversary? She was utterly powerless, wailing in agony, desperately searching for her teeth amidst the chaos. 20 minutes later, a sweat-drenched Chu Ge finally ceased her assault. Yet her ire remained insatiable as she grabbed a nearby chair and brought it down upon Su Ying with a resounding crash. The chair shattered into fragments. Su Ying promptly spewed a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog, barely clinging to life. "Damn it, I'm exhausted." Chu Ge pulled over another chair. Weary as she sank into it, fanning herself to quell the raging fury within, Su Ying writhed on the ground, groaning in pain, every inch of her body aflame with agony. She could not comprehend where she had gone wrong. Why had her soul-capturing abilities failed against this woman? Historically, her powers had never faltered. Regardless of how formidable the ability user, they always succumbed to her control. Refusing to accept defeat, her gaze once more zeroed in on Chu Ge, the ominous green light igniting in her eyes as she invoked her soul-capturing ability anew. Yet, Chu Ge remained untouched by the sensation of manipulation. In disbelief, she shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! No one has ever escaped my powers. Mine are the strongest." Chu Ge smiled eerily, lamenting, "What a pity. I am not human." Su Ying's eyes widened in terror as she watched Chu Ge remove her sunglasses, revealing eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty, frenzied crimson light. "You are a zombie," she shrieked, her voice piercing. Correct. A reward is in order." "The reward is?" Chu Ge's words trailed off, her expression suddenly turning cold as she struck with the speed of lightning, and the next moment, Su Ying's scream echoed throughout the villa. Chu Ge gazed at the pair of bloodied eyeballs in her hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. A reward. A pair of eyeballs. Su Ying clutched her empty eye sockets, writhing in agony on the ground. My eyes. Why?" Nanyu observed Chu Ge with a slight smirk, finding her not terrifying but rather endearing, especially when she had just ruthlessly dealt with that loathsome woman for him. With her eyeballs gouged out, Su Ying's powers dissipated, and the faint green light in Chang Yaoyang's eyes vanished. As he beheld the writhing figure of Xiao Qian on the ground, an icy chill enveloped him. His limbs trembling and his dilated pupils slowly filling with blood vessels. "Who are you?" His voice pierced the air, laden with fear, horror, and despair. This being was not Xiao Qian. Despite bearing her visage, he knew she was not his love. Suddenly, in a fit of agitation, he scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Su Ying, shouting, "Where is Xiao Qian? What have you done with her? Return her to me." Chu Ge had no patience for their love and conflict. They were destined for hell together. She lunged forward, her claws aimed at Chang Yaoyang's neck, intent on ending him swiftly. At that moment, a blood-red figure shot forth, tackling Chang Yaoyang. Chapter 29. The weeping corpse. Chu Ge's attack met with emptiness as she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the corpse that had saved Chang Yaoyang. The corpse had just arrived, only to hide away as if in fear of something. No matter how she called, It would not emerge, yet now it chose to reveal itself to save Chang Yaoyang. Piecing together the earlier events, Chu Ge seemed to glimpse the truth. It could not be Xiao Qian. Chang Yaoyang's words provided her with the answer in utter despair. He gazed upon the blood-colored monstrosity, its human skin stripped away. His complexion pale and voice trembling. Xiao Qian, you are my Xiao Qian. I will not be mistaken. Xiao Qian. He reached out a trembling hand to caress its face, only to be bitten hard on the hand by the corpse. Blood gushing forth. Chang Yaoyang appeared oblivious to the pain, gazing tenderly at the corpse that held onto him tenaciously. Xiao Qian, it's all right. I do not feel pain. Wu. The corpse emitted a sound that was both a laugh and a cry, yet this time tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Despite having saved him, it savagely bit off a large chunk of flesh from his hand, revealing the depth of its hatred. The wound on Chang Yaoyang's arm was so deep that bone was visible. Blood flowing incessantly. Despite being the one injured, he continued to sob and apologize to the corpse. Xiao Qian, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The corpse painfully closed its eyes, its body trembling delicately, the sounds it produced growing ever more sorrowful and eerie. Woo-woo. Any ordinary person hearing this would likely be haunted by nightmares for 3 days and nights. Chu Ge could not help but rub her arms, where goosebumps had risen. At that moment, the eerie corpse's voice abruptly ceased, its completely white eyes snapping open once more, fixating on Su Ying, whose own eyes had been gouged out. Su Ying seemed to sense something amiss. She crawled desperately across the ground, her voice trembling with horror as she cried out, "Stay away from me, please." The corpse's voice rose to a piercing pitch, demanding, "Return my skin." With a cacophonous shattering, all the glassware in the vicinity exploded. The corpse was incensed. Su Ying's face was etched with terror as she clawed her way toward safety, convinced that escaping the villa would grant her refuge. The corpse moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow with 2 sickening cracks. Su Ying's legs twisted in a grotesque manner. Su Ying's screams echoed like a slaughtered pig's wail. The corpse peeled away her beautiful facade, revealing her aged, grotesque visage and sagging skin. Chang Yaoyang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the writhing, hideous old woman on the ground, revulsion surging within him, prompting him to retch violently. The memories of countless days and nights flooded back, and in a fit of madness, he screamed as he gouged out his own eyes. Bloodied eyeballs rolled onto the floor. What the hell? Chu Ge gasped, shocked by the severity of his actions. The corpse, witnessing Chang Yaoyang's self-mutilation, let out a furious roar. Its claws savagely tore into Su Ying's flesh, blood and gore flying in all directions. The harrowing cries of agony persisted for a full hour. Su Ying had been reduced to a mass of flesh, her skin completely stripped away. Blood pooled around her, the stench of iron saturating the air. The torment she had inflicted upon others now enveloped her, and only at this moment did she truly comprehend the depth of her suffering, so profound that she longed for death, regretting her very existence. Lying in a pool of her own blood, her breaths grew shallow, waiting in relentless agony for the embrace of death. Chu Ge observed as the corpse donned its own skin, transforming into a beautiful, charming girl. Indeed, a skin looks its best when worn by its rightful owner. On Su Ying, it appeared utterly grotesque. A familiar scent wafted toward Chang Yaoyang, causing him to shudder violently, and in the next instant, he forcefully pushed the corpse away, exclaiming, "Don't touch me, I'm filthy." Yao. The corpse struggled to utter the name that resided deep within its heart. This single utterance shattered Chang Yaoyang's psychological defenses, unleashing a tempest of anguished sobs. Why has it come to this? Why? The overwhelming guilt and self-loathing tormented him to the brink of madness. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chang Yaoyang collapsed, a bullet having found its mark in his head. He seemed to know who had fired the shot, a hint of relief gracing his lips. Xiao Qian caught his falling body, her voice no longer a haunting mix of laughter and tears, but genuine weeping. Woo-woo. Endless sorrow, boundless grief. The corpse's white eyes shed blood tears. Finally, it raised the gun to its own head, unwavering as it pulled the trigger. Banged in the aftermath of the gunshot, Xiao Qian fell alongside Chang Yaoyang, their bodies entwined like a pair of lovebirds, forever slumbering in this apocalyptic world. Chu Ge gazed at the lifeless pair, speechless for a prolonged moment, before finally breaking the silence. I'm here. You mentioned that if just now the soul-binding ability were effective on me, would our fate be akin to theirs? It shall not be so. Yu responded without hesitation. Chu Ge, skeptical, curled her lip and retorted, "You yourself fell victim to it. What confidence do you possess?" Chu Ge, "I am not he who misidentifies his beloved. I regained my senses the moment that woman approached. Even without your intervention, I would have acted. Moreover, you are not she who watches her beloved cavort with another yet lacks the courage to confront the situation. choosing instead to cower and spy. Thus, Chu Ge, we shall never be like them, indeed, Chu Ge replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 30. She is not a zombie, merely afflicted with cataracts. Little did I expect that this old witch would possess such longevity. Still clinging to life, Chu Ge regarded Su Ying, sprawled on the ground like a puddle of muck. With evident disdain. It's time for you to feed, Yi Nanyu remarked. Chu Ge cast a devilish glare at him. Are you not afraid that should I consume it, I might become as psychologically deranged as she? She is an ability user. Her energy will greatly benefit you. This repugnant woman makes me nauseous. I refuse. With that, Chu Ge turned and departed. And what of that metal ability user? Yi Nanyu called after her. Equally unpalatable. Chu Ge waved her hand dismissively as she exited the villa. Though she was a zombie, she still had her standards. Yi Nanyu watched as Chu Ge left the villa, letting out a resigned sigh. Ability users are rare and hard to come by, especially two of them. Ultimately, it was Yi Nanyu, like a weary father, who dutifully prepared bags of blood packs, storing them in his space. The food placed within would remain eternally fresh, never spoiling, allowing for convenient access whenever desired. He understood all too well that if Chu Ge did not eat, the one who would suffer in the end would be himself. Once he had finished his preparations and stepped outside the villa, he discovered that Chu Ge was nowhere to be found. Despite searching high and low, Yi Nanyu's heart plummeted into despair. At that moment, Chu Ge was being grasped by the talons of 4 man-sized carnivorous crows, soaring through the sky. Accompanying them were Sister Ge and her boyfriend. Just moments ago, Sister Ge had mentioned taking her to visit the crow's nest. She hadn't had the chance to inform Yi Nanyu before being whisked away by the crows. Gazing down, the miniature city unfolded beneath her, yet she found no joy in admiring the scenery, her only concern being her own safety. Dear crows, do hold on tightly. I'd rather not plummet to the ground and become a mere pancake. Her voice trembled. Who? Fear not, my friend, your safety is assured. The zombie dove's words had scarcely left her mouth when, with a whoosh, Chu Ge began to plummet rapidly. What the hell? Did you not say it was safe? Zombie dove! Chu Ge screamed, akin to a thrill-seeker on a roller coaster, her voice piercing through the chilling wind that rushed past her ears. In a nearby grove on a hunting expedition, 3 men and a woman were startled by the scream. What is happening? Aren't the carnivorous crows supposed to be after corpses? How is this a living person? A crew-cut youth exclaimed. Indeed. This is peculiar. The crows are notoriously brutal, known as the harvesters of both livestock and humans. How could they spare a life? A plump man added. Why concern oneself with her? Regardless of the height from which one falls, whether one meets death or survives, does it truly matter? Brother Long, do you not agree? The woman with cascading waves of hair gazed at a tattooed man with alluring eyes. Brother Long embraced the woman, his hands wandering illicitly around her waist, laughing heartily. Xiao Mei speaks the truth. Ultimately, we all end up as corpses, so what difference does it make? The wave-haired woman nestled against the tattooed man's chest, her laughter imbued with youthful exuberance, seemingly reveling in her own charm. This man was her conquest from another woman, a wielder of wind-based abilities, a formidable ally she had secured for herself in this apocalyptic world. Down it comes, the hefty man declared, and with a piercing scream, a figure plummeted from the heavens with great force. Thud! A massive crater was formed on the ground, dust swirling around. Accompanying the descent were 4 corpses of man-eating crows. The crew-cut youth observed the stillness of the fallen figure and remarked, silence now. They must be dead. The wave-haired woman cast him a disdainful glance, as if to say what foolishness he spoke. Who could survive such a fall? Big Fat, retrieve those man-eating crows. We must leave this place to avoid attracting more of their kind. Brother Long, ever the prudent one, directed. Understood, Big Brother, replied Big Fat as he made his way toward where the crows had fallen. As he passed the enormous crater, he dared not look, hastening his pace. He had no desire to witness a person reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Today we shall feast once more, the crew-cut youth exclaimed joyfully. Though the man-eating crows consumed zombies, they were not carriers of the zombie virus, allowing for worry-free indulgence. Suddenly, a voice, raspy and eerie, echoed, May I ask if you can take your leave? A pale hand emerged from the crater, followed by a woman with long black hair, eerily climbing out in a manner reminiscent of a horror film. The scene was strikingly similar to one where a ghost crawls from a television screen. That Big Fat, terrified, dropped the man-eating crows from his hands, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A zombie. The crew-cut youth stammered, his voice quaking like a sieve. The wave-haired woman, in sheer fright, buried herself in Brother Long's embrace. Trembling uncontrollably among the 4, only Brother Long maintained a semblance of composure, perhaps owing to his abilities. which afforded him a stronger mental fortitude than the others, having slain countless zombies. Why should he fear a mere specter? Chu Ge emerged from the pit. Though her head had not been smashed to pieces, her body was far from intact. Had it not been for her lack of pain sensation, she might have succumbed to the agony. She could feel several ribs broken, her arm fractured, and her femur cracked, her internal organs jostled out of place. How infuriating! She had painstakingly restored her body. Are you human or ghost? A voice trembled in fear. Chu Ge pushed aside her hair that obstructed her vision, revealing her stunning visage. A collective gasp filled the air. Brother Long, in particular, pushed away the wave-haired woman, his eyes aflame with desire as he fixated on Chu Ge. This woman would be his prize. The wave-haired woman, discarded like refuse, looked on in confusion. Unlike those filthy men, she perceived not just Chu Ge's exquisite beauty but also the misty, murky eyes that veiled her. The woman let out a piercing scream, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Chu Ge. She is not human. Kill her at once. At that moment, the other three men beheld Chu Ge's eyes. All taken aback. Those were the distinctive eyes of a zombie. Yet, gazing upon Chu Ge's exquisite visage and composed demeanor, she bore no resemblance to the undead. Moreover, she had spoken moments ago. Which zombie could articulate words? Brother Long, I don't think she looks like one. Perhaps she is suffering from cataracts, Decaying remarked. Indeed, I share your sentiment that if she were a zombie, she would have lunged at us with a ferocious snarl. Not standing there motionless like a human, the buzz-cut youth added. Brother Long, however, remained more cautious than the others. He picked up the corpse of a man-eating crow from the ground, made a cut to let it bleed, and tossed it over. It landed right at Chu Ge's feet. That if she were a zombie, she would undoubtedly have pounced upon it to feast. Are you provoking me? A raspy female voice echoed. Brother Long observed that Chu Ge did not even glance at the man-eating crow at her feet, confirming that she was not a zombie. It was as Decaying suggested. She merely had cataracts. A renewed fervor ignited in Brother Long's eyes. So what if she had cataracts? Her beauty was sufficient. Just look at that delicately slender waist. It exuded an enticing allure. Beautiful lady, I saw the man-eating crow attack you earlier, so I intervened to save you. Now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved, he declared. Chu Ge cast her gaze toward the tattooed man, admiring how he could utter such shameless words without a hint of embarrassment. A smirk graced her lips as she replied. Oh, then I must thank you. To serve a beauty is my honor, Brother Long proclaimed, tossing his hair with an air of self-satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, to Chu Ge, he appeared nothing more than greasy and repugnant. As a beauty, merely a person? Would you care to join our team? We will protect you, and you need not fear any zombies or man-eating crows in the future. At that moment, the wave-haired woman interjected urgently. Brother Long, trust me. Kill her quickly. She is not human. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate. This woman surely harbored secrets. Slap! The tattooed man struck her across the face. Shut up. This is not your place to speak. Giving her a few days of kindness had only emboldened her. Should she dare to thwart his plans again, he would not hesitate to silence her. The wave-haired woman cradled her reddened cheek, tears streaming down her face in indignation as she glared fiercely at Chu Ge. It was all this woman's fault. Otherwise, how could she have incurred Brother Long's wrath? She vowed to expose her, and her fate would be anything but pleasant. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a bone-chilling smile from Chu Ge. Then, she heard the latter speak nonchalantly. Very well, if you kill her, I shall join you. Chapter 31. Pain. The wave-haired woman's expression shifted drastically as she shrieked. You vile woman, I tell you, Brother Long will not. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as she clutched her gushing throat, looking toward the tattooed man. You dare? Bang! The wave-haired woman collapsed to the ground, consumed by her rage and hatred. Decaying and the buzzcut youth showed no signs of shock. After all, she was merely a woman, and killing her was nothing new. Chu Ge regarded the lifeless body of the woman on the ground with a calm expression, realizing the folly of relying on a man, for men were the most unreliable of all. She lifted her gaze to the tattooed man, chuckling softly. How fortunate she was to encounter another ability user. Just the remedy for her displaced internal organs. The gaze with which Chu Ge regarded her prey was misconstrued by the tattooed man as one of adoration, with a confident toss of his hair. He chuckled. I am a wind elemental user. Fear not, I shall ensure no one dares to bully you henceforth. Brother Long is fortunate. I've never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. The rotund man whispered conspiratorially to the buzzcut fellow. When Dong Ge tires of her, there will certainly be a share for us. The buzzcut man fixated his gaze on Chu Ge and remarked, damn, I wish I could take her right now. Zombies possess remarkably acute hearing. Every whispered word reached Chu Ge's ears without fail. A cold smile curled at her lips as she directed her gaze towards the tattooed man, beckoning him with a flick of her finger. Come here. Upon receiving the invitation from the enchanting woman, the tattooed man was overwhelmed with joy as he approached her. Had he known he was striding towards his demise, his expression would have been drastically different. Very well, Chu Ge said with a satisfied smile, her demeanor shifting abruptly to one of lethal intensity. You may die now. The tattooed man barely had time to react before her claw pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in terror, bloodshot and filled with dread. Chu Ge beamed radiantly. That woman was correct. I am not human. With a sudden tightening of her grip, the tattooed man's heart exploded in her hand. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The rotund man and the buzz-cut fellow, witnessing the demise of their companion, fell to the ground in fear, their faces devoid of color, dead in their eyes. The angelic-faced Chu Ge had transformed into a bloodthirsty demon. Didn't you say that you wanted to play with me? Why haven't you come closer? Her voice carried an eerie undertone. The rotund man and the buzz-cut fellow felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat breaking out instantly. If even Brother Long, a powerful elemental user, succumbed to her hands, their fates were surely sealed. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar title, finding it unexpectedly agreeable. Sensing a shift in her demeanor, the buzz-cut man fell to his knees in supplication. We were blind, we offended the great king of corpses. We bow in apology. Please, in light of our sincerity, spare us. Chu Ge regarded the two kneeling figures with a languid gaze. Her tone equally relaxed. I could not let you go. Joy surged through the rotund man and the buzz-cut fellow as they hastily prostrated themselves, exclaiming, Thank you, great king of corpses. Thank you. Once their expressions of gratitude concluded, they scrambled to their feet, eager to flee, fearing that she might change her mind. However, at that moment shadows loomed overhead, prompting them to look up. They were instantly engulfed by a swarm of man-eating crows. As Chu Ge listened to the escalating, anguished cries, a light chuckle escaped her lips, carrying a hint of madness. With a weight settling on her shoulder, a zombie pigeon perched itself there. Ku. Friend, are you all right? Chu Ge glanced at it. Hissing, they are already dead. What does it matter? The zombie pigeon replied. As the man-eating crows took flight, two skeletal remains, stripped of flesh, fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The crows turned their attention to the bodies of the wave-haired woman and the tattooed man. Observing this, Chu Ge quickly intervened. Seeing the pigeon on her shoulder, the crows naturally refrained from provoking her, abandoning the tattooed man to swarm around the wave-haired woman instead. Chu Ge recognized this as the pigeon sister's influence and instinctively invited her. Hissing together? The zombie pigeon nodded appreciatively, having long been tempted. Chu Ge produced her feeding tool, an empty pen tube. The zombie pigeon also retrieved its feeding apparatus from beneath its wing, a milk tea straw. Chu Ge was taken aback. The zombie pigeon tossed its head in a haughty manner, embodying the essence of an elegant dove. Regardless, it would never admit to emulating Chu Ge. Following her usual practice, Chu Ge directly plunged the tube into the carotid artery on her neck. Her severely injured body began to heal rapidly. Meanwhile, the zombie pigeon, straw in beak, elegantly flicked its head with its wings. The leader of the flesh-eating crows observed his mate's audacious antics, lost in contemplation. Should he inform his foolish partner that true beauty exudes elegance, whereas she, a mere pigeon, could only be perceived as eerie, utterly devoid of grace? Upon completion, Chu Ge lifted her head and twisted her neck, feeling a newfound agility coursing through her body. Her pale lips, now stained with blood, appeared enchanting, amplifying her breathtaking beauty. She cast her gaze upon the head of the tattooed man. She had yet to sample a human crystal core, and Yinanyu had forbidden her from doing so. Her inherently rebellious nature compelled her to pursue that which was prohibited. Chu Ge drew forth the spring knife hanging from the tattooed man's waist and plunged it into his skull. Searching within upon encountering a hard object, she deftly pried it out with the blade's tip. A crystal core, roughly the size of a thumb, fell to the ground. Chu Ge, unrefined as ever, wiped it on the tattooed man's clothing and promptly tossed it into her mouth. Crunching down. A surge of rich energy erupted within her, which she swallowed whole. Before long, Chu Ge felt her body heat up, only to be followed by an excruciating pain, as every bone in her body ached. The sensations compounding upon one another, she could not recall the last time she had felt such pain. It sent her rolling on the ground, crying out in agony. The flesh-eating crows were startled into flight, flapping their wings as they ascended into the sky. The zombie pigeon, seeing Chu Ge writhing on the ground, became frantic, pacing anxiously beside her. Ku, dear friend, please don't frighten me. What's wrong with you? The zombie pigeon continued to pace, eager to assist but unsure how. Suddenly it remembered. The pigeon halted and addressed the leader of the flesh-eating crows, cooing, quickly go find her man, hurry. At the command of his wife, The leader of the flesh-eating crows dared not disobey and immediately took to the skies. Chapter 32. Chu Ge transformed. The tracking abilities of the flesh-eating crows were exceptionally formidable. Once they had caught a scent, they could trace it even from hundreds of kilometers away. They soared over crumbling buildings, traversed desolate streets, passed survivors battling zombies, and swooped over hordes of zombies pursuing their prey. They fixed their sights on a military vehicle speeding down the road and accelerated towards it while Yinanyu gripped the steering wheel. His face clouded with concern as he scoured the nearby streets, unable to locate Chu Ge. Where could she be? Had she not vowed to follow him for life? Suddenly, a knocking sound resonated against the car window. Thud, thud. Yinanyu turned to look, abruptly slamming on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, emitting wisps of white smoke. His body lurched forward due to inertia. Lowering the window, he gazed at the leader of the flesh-eating crows, urgently inquiring, "Is it Chu Ge? Where is she?" Upon seeing the crow seek him out, he instinctively sensed it had something to do with Chu Ge. Caw caw. The man-eating raven croaked twice before soaring ahead. Yinanyu comprehended its intent. It beckoned him to follow, prompting him to hastily start the vehicle in pursuit of the raven. He soon noticed that blood began to seep from Chu Ge's skin, and before long she was drenched in a gruesome crimson, an utterly terrifying sight. The pain in Chu Ge's bones reached a crescendo, and with a piercing scream she felt something rupture from within her body. Upon Yinanyu's arrival, he witnessed this harrowing scene. His pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the stark white bones erupting from Chu Ge's flesh, spiny projections emerging from her body in a grotesque display. A formidable aura surged forth, causing the surrounding zombies to retreat in fear. The zombie pigeon sensed an invisible force enveloping it, compelling it to cower on the ground, trembling in submission. Although the man-eating raven was not a zombie and could not perceive such hierarchical dread, it was acutely aware of the looming danger, instinctively keeping its distance from the source of peril. Yinanyu gazed into Chu Ge's eyes, now pitch black and turbulent, swirling with an enigmatic energy. His lips parted slightly as he uttered, "A mutated entity." As Yinanyu's words fell from his lips, Chu Ge opened her eyes. The murky haze vanished, replaced by a pair of bright, clear orbs, adorned with faint crimson patterns in the pupils. Breathtakingly beautiful that an onlooker might mistake her for wearing exquisite colored contact lenses. Chu Ge repeatedly examined her palms, disbelief etched across her face. Intrigued, she casually waved at a nearby sturdy tree, and instantly 5 deep gashes appeared along its thick trunk. With a resounding crack, the tree began to topple. "Oh no!" Chu Ge exclaimed, scrambling aside as the massive tree crashed down towards her. Thud. The tree hit the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Coughing and waving away the debris, Chu Ge squinted through the haze and spotted a large wolf approaching from the distance. Its glossy black fur gleamed, sharp fangs resembling daggers, and claws as tough as steel. Its eyes bulging menacingly as it emitted a low growl. It was evidently a mutated wolf. Chu Ge realized her vision had improved. She could even see the mosquitoes buzzing around the wolf's head with crystal clarity. At that moment, the mutated wolf crouched low, its powerful legs propelling it forward at an alarming speed, the ground shaking beneath its immense weight. Thud. Thud. "This does not bode well," Chu Ge exclaimed, only to realize her speech had returned to normal. Her previous stammering and hoarseness dissipated while Yinanyu glared at the mutated wolf, which was as large as a bull, stating, "This area is likely its territory. Your presence has threatened it, prompting its approach to eliminate you." Yinanyu positioned himself beside Chu Ge and instructed, "Step back, I shall handle this." Chu Ge, fixated on the now closed wolf, replied eagerly, "No need, this is the perfect opportunity for me to test my skills." Yinanyu did not press further, replying, "Then be cautious." He then stepped aside. The mutated wolf charged forward, its massive maw opening wide as it aimed to bite down on Chu Ge's head. Her blood-red eyes lit up as she performed a swift maneuver, sliding beneath the wolf's belly. A sinister blade of bone manifested in her palm, and she swung it forth, the blade spinning through the air with remarkable velocity, as if imbued with a life of its own, swiftly severing the 4 legs of the mutated wolf. The entire process was as smooth as slicing through butter. A mournful howl escaped the creature's lips as its massive form collapsed with a thunderous thud. The bone blade, having just cleaved the wolf's limbs, remained pristine, untouched by any blood. Gleaming as white as jade, Chu Ge gazed at the bone blade in her palm, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Not too shabby at all. Suddenly, the mutated wolf threw back its head and howled. Alarmed, Yinanyu's expression shifted. "Chu Ge, dispatch it quickly. We cannot allow it to summon its companions." He struck the wolf's skull with his fist, the bone protrusions piercing its head like 5 sharp steel needles. The mutated wolf whimpered, torrents of fresh blood pouring from its mouth, its pupils dilating before its head crashed to the ground. Lifeless, Inanyu's gaze was profound as he observed Chu Ge standing atop the colossal wolf's back. Her hair dancing in the gentle breeze, her exquisite visage and enchanting crimson eyes captivating. All that remained, apart from the whisper of the wind, was the sound of his own heartbeat. Chu Ge extracted the crystal core from the wolf's head, wiped it clean, and casually tossed it into her mouth, crunching down with fervor. The crystal core instantly transformed into a surge of energy, cascading down her throat and invigorating every part of her body, banishing fatigue and soreness in an instant. Her pale skin radiated like natural pearls, glowing with vitality. The effects of this crystal core were akin to a miraculous elixir for the undead. Chu Ge leaped down from the wolf's back, intending to land with grace, only to stumble upon a loose stone, landing on her knees. Inanyu. Chu Ge's face stiffened slightly, forcing a smile. This is my new technique, the kneeling kill. By kneeling I divert the enemy's attention, allowing me to strike decisively. Inanyu remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. This technique is quite clever. Chu Ge brushed off the dust and stood up. As long as she felt no embarrassment, it was others who would feel awkward. By the way, how did you arrive here? The cannibal crow brought me, Inanyu replied. Chu Ge realized this must have been an order from Sister Gu, and when she turned to look at her, she was taken aback. Was this truly the same proud zombie dove? It was now curled up like a quail, trembling in fear. Hiss. Sister Gu, what has happened to you? Who? No, I wouldn't dare. You are the sister. You will always be my sister. The zombie dove spoke respectfully. Chu Ge. Chapter 33. Let me see how much humanity you possess. Deep within the farm stood a low, flat-roofed building resembling a warehouse. Its iron door firmly shut. Inside the dimly lit space, a handful of survivors were hiding. Among them were 5 men and 1 woman, all disheveled and gaunt, clearly having gone a long time without proper sustenance. The area surrounding the building was stripped bare of grass within a few meters, exposing the parched yellow earth, while patches of greenery could be seen farther away. Faint whispers emanated from within the structure. It has grown quiet beyond the woods. The wolf's howls have ceased. Could it be that someone has dealt with that monster? The woman, with tangled hair and sunken cheeks, spoke weakly. A gaunt man, desperate, gnawed at the blades of grass in his hands. It's futile. No one will come to our rescue. We could rot away here, and no one would ever know when they initially arrived here, aware that this place housed a considerable number of cattle and sheep. They hoped to try their luck in procuring a few for sustenance. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a gruesome sight. There were no livestock to be found, only a ground stained with fresh blood and scattered animal fur. Just as they were about to leave, a formidable wolf, resembling a bull, emerged from the nearby woods, blocking their escape. They were no match for the beast. Several of their companions met a gruesome fate within its jaws, while the survivors desperately sought refuge in a sturdy warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse proved resilient enough to shield them from further harm. Sustained by the livestock feed stored within, they managed to survive, but once the feed was exhausted, they were left to gnaw on grass and consume dirt. Despair loomed heavily over each individual. It was not that they wished to remain. Rather, they feared that before they could escape the confines of this farm, they would be devoured by the ravenous wolf. They had no desire to meet the same brutal end as their fallen comrades, torn apart by the savage beast. Roasted chicken, roasted chicken. Suddenly, a scruffy man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clutched a wooden plank and began to gnaw at it. The splinters drew blood from his mouth, yet he savored it as if it were a culinary delicacy, wearing an expression of sheer delight. Ultimately, the splinters pierced his throat, and he succumbed, bloodied and lifeless. The others could only watch in despair, powerless to intervene. Fully aware that this was but a hallucination born of impending death, they too glimpsed the fate that awaited them. One particularly gaunt young man, unable to bear the weight of despair, erupted in a fit of madness and bolted from the warehouse, shouting into the woods, Come here, I'm not afraid of you. Come and eat me. Come and devour me." His heart-wrenching cries tore through him, causing excruciating pain in his chest. Hearing a rustle from the woods, the others were engulfed in terror. The wolves were coming. The man-eating wolves were approaching, sealing their doom. Outside, the young man continued to scream, "Come, eat me. I fear you not." In the next instant, just as they all braced for the wolf's appearance, a military vehicle emerged from the trees. Initially, they stood in stunned disbelief, then joy surged through them, and they rushed out of the warehouse in a frenzy. Someone had arrived. Someone had come to rescue them. "Heaven has granted us mercy. We are saved at last. How wonderful, how wonderful!" they exclaimed, laughter mingling with relief. "Finally, someone is here to save us," a woman shouted. Yet they were soon left dumbfounded as they watched the military vehicle turn away, not approaching them as they had hoped. The vehicle came to a halt, with the young man intercepting it. Hope rekindled within them as they rushed to surround the vehicle. The windows bore a film that obscured their view of the occupants inside, and they could only pound on the glass in desperation. Open the door, take us away. Save us, please. I am so hungry. Give us something to eat inside the vehicle. Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, furrowing his brow as he observed the ragged group of individuals outside, appearing as if they were refugees. Little did he know they were halted by those who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Open the door, everyone step back a bit, called out a gaunt man. The crowd complied, their mouths agape in astonishment as the door swung open to reveal a man and a woman stepping out. They were left utterly speechless, captivated by the exquisite appearance of these individuals. Such beauty was unparalleled, even before the apocalypse. Such an exquisite appearance surely suggests a heart brimming with compassion. Step aside. A harsh, scornful female voice shattered their illusions. The crowd gasped in disbelief, realizing it was not as they had imagined. If you do not clear the way, I shall charge through without hesitation. Chu Ge, unwilling to indulge in further discussion, prepared to enter her vehicle. The onlookers were taken aback by the utter lack of empathy displayed, their anger surging. Hey, do you have any humanity left? Is this how you treat your fellow beings? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Shouted the gaunt man. Indeed, well said. Lacking in humanity, your conscience consumed by a beast. Upon witnessing our plight, every person ought to lend a hand. Her indifference is simply that of a heartless viper. The crowd erupted in indignation, their moral outrage palpable. Yi Nanyu's dark gaze deepened. He was poised to teach these barking fools a lesson. Yet Chu Ge spoke first. I lack humanity, huh? Very well, let me see just how humane you truly are. A mocking smile graced Chu Ge's lips as she declared, I can only take one of you with me. As for who that will be, you shall decide amongst yourselves regardless. Those who follow me will assuredly lead lives of luxury, thriving even in the apocalypse. Upon hearing Chu Ge's words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with hope. Take me with you. A man pushed past the one who had spoken earlier. Take me. I am willing to toil for you. Step aside. No one is permitted to compete with me. The burly man kicked the earlier speaker aside. Damn it, if you dare strike me, I shall retaliate. The man lunged forward, grappling with the burly figure. Stop. Let us not fall into her trap. This wicked woman only seeks to incite our mutual destruction. Why not unite and confront them together? The gaunt man shouted. The two grappling men halted, realizing that if they banded together, they could seize the vehicle and provisions. Suddenly, a whip-like bolt of lightning lashed out, sending the gaunt man flying. A piercing scream shattered the air. The others froze, staring at the gaunt man who lay 10 meters away, uncertain of his fate, drenched in cold sweat and too terrified to act impulsively. How foolish they were to spout nonsense before an ability user. Truly they were courting death. Have you made your decision? My patience is wearing thin, Chu Ge remarked lazily. Take me with you. I assure you, I shall remain loyal. The man's words were abruptly cut short as a searing pain pierced his chest. In disbelief, he gazed at the dagger embedded in his heart, his trembling fingers pointing at the burly man. You've compete with me? Die! The burly man sneered as he yanked the dagger free. The man immediately succumbed, his eyes wide open in death. The burly man laughed heartily. Let us see who dares challenge me now. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the burly man's head, a sharp pain coursing through him, and he collapsed, blood streaming into his eyes, obscuring his vision in a crimson haze. In his final moments, he glimpsed the assailant behind him. Chapter 34. We have long since concluded. Since intercepting the vehicle, the previously silent youth now held a bloodied, sharp stone in his grasp. His expression was profoundly grim as he observed the burly man's demise. When the woman caught sight of the youth's gaze directed at her, her face drained of color, and she hastily retreated. I do not wish to contend with you. Do not kill me, spare me. She caught sight of the young man approaching her and in a fit of fright turned to flee. However, her prolonged lack of sustenance left her feeble, and after just a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. She screamed at the top of her lungs. A stone struck her head with a sickening thud. Her cries abruptly silenced. The emaciated young man discarded the stone he had hurled. Wiping the blood splattered across his face, he turned to Chu Ge and said, I am the last one left. I hope you keep your word. A playful smile curled at the corners of Chu Ge's lips. Is that so? I beg to differ, she replied, glancing behind him. The young man's back stiffened, and just as he turned, a thick wooden club struck him on the head. Bang! He felt dizzy, his body swaying. His assailant showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow to his skull until he finally crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around him as he succumbed, filled with unyielding resentment. The gaunt man wielding the bloodied club wore a triumphant grin. You fools, I am the ultimate victor. A round of applause erupted. Clap, clap, splendid, simply splendid. Thank you for illustrating the essence of humanity. The gaunt man gazed at Chu Ge with delight, but suddenly, he choked on a mouthful of blood that a searing pain pierced his chest, and he looked down to find a knife, as sharp as bone, plunged into his torso. He glared at Chu Ge, rage burning in his eyes. Why? Why am I being killed when I am the last one standing? Chu Ge shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a light chuckle. Did you not say it yourself? I possess no humanity. The gaunt man's eyes bulged with fury. You venomous witch. As his words faded, the bone blade completely pierced through his body, emerging from his back and splattering blood. She watched as the gaunt man fell, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Heh? Humanity? Apologies, but she is no human and has no need for such a thing. Yi Nanyu had been observing quietly from the sidelines. Exuding an air of indulgence, Chu Ge, it's time to go, coming. The sun sank low on the horizon, painting the sky in a fiery orange hue. He languidly leaned against the car, watching her approach, the setting sun elongating her shadow, as if they had never been apart over the years. Inside the hotel. Yi Nanyu, what do you mean by this? Chu Ge glared furiously at Yi Nanyu, who had barged into the room. Yi Nanyu casually unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his collar and settled comfortably onto the sofa. His long legs slightly apart, exuding an undeniable presence. He regarded the fuming Chu Ge and remarked, the trust you hold here is in the negative. If I don't keep you under my watchful eye, I fear I won't sleep soundly. Yi Nanyu, let me make this clear. Do not overstep your bounds. You are merely my reserve, and should you provoke me, beware. I might just devour you whole. Chu Ge threatened, baring her teeth. Then come and let me devour you, Yi Nanyu replied, spreading his arms across the back of the sofa. His shirt slightly askew, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his chest. A picture of vulnerability inviting conquest. Chu Ge's gaze lingered, her heart racing. Damn it, Yi Nanyu, this fiend truly believes I wouldn't dare to take him. You wouldn't dare to. Yi Nanyu articulated each word with a taunting lilt. Chu Ge felt the provocation ignite within her. Yi Nanyu, you brought this upon yourself. She lunged towards Yi Nanyu on the sofa, her mouth agape as she attempted to bite into his long, clean neck. However, she was suddenly halted by Yi Nanyu's hand gripping her chin, lifting her face, and then he forcefully sealed her lips with his Chu Ge's eyes widened in astonishment, frozen in place. After many years, Yi Nanyu once again kissed the lips he had long yearned for. His hand, dangling to the side, trembled slightly before he firmly encircled her slender waist, one hand grasping the back of her head. Deepening the kiss, abruptly, a heavy punch struck his abdomen, causing him to wince and stagger back before being knocked onto the sofa. He lay there, cradling his nose in pain as crimson blood seeped through his fingers. Chu Ge's punch was devoid of any mercy. Yi Nanyu's body jolted, and he hastily grasped Chu Ge's hand as she attempted to leave, his voice trembling with desperation. Why? Chu Ge coldly pushed his hand away, her expression devoid of warmth. We have long since ended. Yi Nanyu stubbornly clung to her hand, refusing to let go. Why, when I have already forgiven your infidelity? His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he fervently implored her. Seeing Chu Ge poised to depart, Yi Nanyu anxiously called out, what if I promise to be your reserve? Chu Ge's body stiffened, unable to believe that someone as proud as Yi Nanyu would utter such humble words. I am willing to be your reserve, just to keep you by my side. The tumult of complex emotions surged within Chu Ge's gaze, which she gently closed before reopening, her demeanor chilling once more. Not needed. Chu Ge walked out of the room with ruthless finality, the door shutting automatically behind her. Bang! The sound of the door closing, neither too loud nor too soft, seemed to serve as the final straw for Yi Nanyu. In a frenzy, he wreaked havoc throughout the room for over an hour, ultimately standing amidst the chaos, his eyes glinting with a dangerous coldness. Chu Ge, do you think I am still the same person you could easily manipulate 3 years ago? You cannot escape, you will never escape. Chapter 35. A fine line between genius and madness. A few days later, Chu Ge lay on a tree, disinterestedly watching a small group of people besieged by a horde of zombies below. These ordinary morsels failed to stir any interest within her. Ever since leaving Yi Nanyu that day, she had hardly eaten properly. To stave off her restlessness, she reluctantly drank a mouthful or two of blood. Who? There you are, I've been searching for you for ages. The zombie pigeon perched on Chu Ge's shoulder. Hiss. Has he left? Chu Ge reclined on the branch, too apathetic to lift her gaze. Since that day, she had not returned to the hotel, relying instead on her zombie pigeon to keep watch. No, it's the same as always, curtains drawn. He remains holed up in the hotel. Chu Ge furrowed her brow, murmuring, what on earth is he doing? He neither left nor ventured outside. The Yinan Yu she knew would never succumb to such trivial matters. Ku. Sister Gu, weren't you two doing just fine before? Why must you drive him away? A man so handsome and capable, how could you possibly let him go? The zombie pigeon expressed its confusion. Chu Ge lowered her eyelids, concealing the turmoil within, hissing. Continue to monitor him, report any developments to me. The zombie pigeon ceased its discourse and took flight. After its departure, Chu Ge cast a glance at the chaotic melee beneath the tree, then closed his eyes to rest. The relentless tide of zombies continued to swell. Their endurance was waning. Were they truly destined to perish here? Just then, the squad leader suddenly spotted a figure perched atop the tree. His eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed the sight before him. Amidst the zombie-infested chaos below, someone was indeed sleeping. The figure appeared utterly at ease, as if reclined in the comfort of their own home. The leader felt a flicker of hope igniting within him, and he shouted, "Brothers, we must ascend the tree." Brandishing his axe, he dispatched the zombies lunging at him and nimbly scaled the tree. "Hurry up, quickly!" he urged his comrades below. Some of his brothers were overwhelmed by the horde before they could even reach the tree, while others, halfway up, were seized by the zombies and dragged down. Ultimately, only 2 managed to join him atop the branches. The rest fell victim to the ravenous undead, their screams mingling with the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn apart. A chilling symphony of horror. Their team of 10 had been selected from the survivor camp in the west of the city to gather supplies. Typically, they scavenged in the outskirts where zombies were scarce. Albeit resources were equally meager, however, fate had dealt them a cruel hand, and they found themselves besieged by a small horde upon their arrival. Now, only the 3 of them remained, and the brutal reality of the apocalypse was laid bare before them. "So many brothers have perished. It seems we too shall not escape this place," lamented a tall, slender youth, gazing despondently at the throng of zombies below. "Damn it, I really should have checked the calendar before venturing out today." "What terrible luck!" exclaimed another youth with single eyelids, his temperament fiery. The leader remained silent, his gaze fixated on the individual resting on the tree branch, clad in loose-fitting black attire and a wide-brimmed hat. The figure's gender was indiscernible. To maintain such composure in such dire circumstances suggested a degree of capability that should not be underestimated. As the zombies below finished their gruesome feast, they began to direct their attention toward the slumbering figure in the tree. They clawed and howled, their bloody jaws agape, fresh crimson staining their chins, remnants of flesh clinging to their stark white teeth. Their ghastly visages, with ashen skin and murky eyes, were utterly horrifying. The 3 atop the tree observed the ever-growing mass of zombies below, some even attempting to ascend. They swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Leader, what should we do now?" stammered the tall youth, his voice trembling. They were utterly exhausted, having reached their limits, with no strength left to fight. Should the zombies manage to scale the tree, their fate would be sealed. "Friends, do you possess any clever ideas?" the leader inquired loudly. The tall youth and the single-eyed youth paused, bewildered. Whom was the leader addressing? Following his gaze, they finally noticed another person in the tree. To their astonishment, that individual was still asleep. Were they mad? How could one slumber amidst such a ferocious horde? Shouldn't an ordinary person be frantic, pondering their escape? Zombies, after all, did not require sleep. Chu Ge had merely closed his eyes. He was not truly asleep. Initially, she intended to wait for the horde of zombies below to finish off that group of people before indulging in a couple of sips of blood. However, she did not anticipate their remarkable resilience. It appears she must fend for herself. Chu Ge gracefully sat up on the branch, her gaze languidly drifting towards the 3 individuals. "Are you speaking to me?" Upon hearing her voice, the 3 men were momentarily taken aback, not expecting that their counterpart was a woman. In this apocalyptic world, where even men lived in constant fear, it was astonishing that a woman could appear so carefree and composed. If she could befriend them, perhaps she might assist them in escaping their predicament. "My friend, we are completely surrounded by zombies, encircled by layers upon layers of them. Do you have any clever ideas? We 3 strong men are determined to protect you as we fight our way out." Chu Ge glanced down at the thrashing zombies below, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Why must we fight our way out? Aren't they rather adorable?" The captain and his companions twitched at her words. Adorable? She found zombies adorable? Had she lost her mind? They had heard zombies described as disgusting and terrifying, but never as cute. "Captain, I believe she may not be quite right in the head," murmured the lanky man. "I concur. Just from observing her sleeping in the tree moments ago, it's clear that any sane person would not be able to doze off surrounded by a horde of zombies," chimed in the single-eyed one. The captain nodded in agreement, but then turned to Chu Ge and said, "My friend, I too find zombies quite charming. At last, I have found someone who shares my aesthetic sensibilities." His tone carried a sense of regret for not having met her sooner. The lanky man and the single-eyed one exclaimed, "What on earth?" The captain, sensing the bewildered gazes of his companions, quietly explained, "There is but a thin line separating genius from madness. The more insane she appears, the more likely she is to possess brilliance." After the captain's explanation, the lanky man and the single-eyed one found it quite reasonable. "Let us follow this eccentric. Perhaps if she is pleased, she will swiftly eliminate all the zombies beneath the tree," said the lanky man with hopeful anticipation. "Indeed, let us proceed this way. The thoughts of a madwoman are often the most straightforward." The single-eyed one agreed. The three men engaged in their cheerful hushed conversation, completely unaware that their words reached Chu Ge's ears. At that moment, Chu Ge wore a disapproving expression. Could they not exhibit a modicum of politeness, incessantly referring to her as a madwoman? In light of this, she decided to demonstrate how elegantly she could feast. The captain and his companions froze as they noticed a zombie pigeon perched upon Chu Ge's shoulder, their eyes widening in terror and their faces contorting in horror. Their spines stiffened as they dared not even breathe. "A zombie pigeon." The captain hastily gestured for Chu Ge to remain still, fearing that any movement might provoke the zombie pigeon, which could spell disaster with just one bite. Unlike the flesh-eating crows, a zombie pigeon would not attack unless provoked. Ignoring their warnings, Chu Ge turned to the zombie pigeon on her shoulder and let out a fierce screech. "What is it?" The captain and his companions, upon hearing her roar, widened their eyes in sheer terror, their legs trembling as they clung to the branch to prevent themselves from falling, overwhelmed by fear. Their lips quivered. "That's a zombie. She is a zombie." Chapter 36. I wonder if that kid Yu would choose a path of no return. The three men could never have imagined that their opponent was, in fact, a zombie. It is no wonder that one can still enjoy a leisurely slumber amidst the siege of a horde of zombies. Perhaps these individuals were suddenly besieged without warning, and the mastermind behind this assault is none other than the zombie itself. "Captain, what should we do? Should we take the initiative?" stammered the lanky figure in a panic. The captain wore a grim expression. "Useless. We cannot even handle those ordinary zombies below, let alone this sophisticated, articulate one." The one with monolid eyes, filled with reluctance, suggested, "Let us three confront it together. It is preferable to awaiting our demise here." At that moment, a cold glare from Chu Ge pierced through the air, causing the trio to break into a cold sweat, their hair standing on end. The sensation felt akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, rendering them incapable of any rash actions. The zombie dove had no time to ponder how three humans had found their way into the tree. It merely wished to swiftly report Yunanyu's condition to Chu Ge. "Ku. Sister Gu, it's bad. Yunanyu has coughed up blood." "Hiss. Do you know why he coughed up blood?" The zombie dove shook its head. Chu Ge furrowed her brow. Yunanyu had not ventured outside in days, so he should not have sustained any injuries. "Ku. Sister Gu, could it be that you abandoned him and he is despondent?" Before the zombie dove could finish, Chu Ge interjected. "Hiss. Impossible. Yunanyu is not the sort to despair over life and death." Though she spoke confidently, doubt began to creep into her heart. Could it be that Yunanyu truly felt hopeless and chose a path of no return? "Ku. Sister Gu, would you like to go see him personally? You have sent me to supervise for days, yet you have not visited even once. This cannot continue." Chu Ge shook her head. "Hiss. If I go, it would be akin to giving him hope, and that would lead to an unbreakable bond for a lifetime. Ku. What shall we do then? It would be a tremendous shame if such a remarkable handsome man were to perish. I wonder if anyone would retrieve the body, as we must ensure he is not devoured by other zombies." The zombie dove deliberately spoke in this manner before Chu Ge, harboring a selfish desire to assist Yunanyu. Unable to bear seeing the handsome man suffer indignities, Chu Ge's countenance darkened further at the words of the zombie dove. Could it be that Yunanyu was truly contemplating extremities? Suddenly, an idea struck her as she directed her gaze towards the three individuals frozen in place. The trio shuddered, their cold sweat flowing even more profusely. They were doomed. "Do you wish to live?" A somber female voice resounded. The captain and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, then fervently nodded. As long as they were not killed, they were willing to comply with any demands. Chu Ge's eyes deepened. "If you assist me with a single task, I shall spare your lives." The trio exchanged glances, overwhelmed with joy, perceiving it as a stroke of fortune. They would undertake not just one task, but even 100 if it meant survival. A few minutes later, the captain and his companions gazed apprehensively at the writhing horde of zombies below. Swallowing hard. How do we proceed?" If we descend, we shall surely be torn apart in an instant. Chu Ge observed her allies below, her blood-red eyes illuminating with intensity as a formidable aura surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. The horde of zombies immediately sensed the oppressive force and retreated in haste. In mere moments, the entire street lay devoid of zombies, leaving behind a desolate scene where a solitary plastic bag was blown across the deserted road. The three captains stood in stunned silence, utterly awestruck by the formidable display of power. With merely a glance, she managed to compel the entire horde of zombies to retreat. They felt a profound sense of relief at not being her adversaries. Otherwise, they would surely meet a gruesome fate. The zombie dove will guide you. Proceed, Chu Ge instructed. The three captains, not daring to delay, swiftly descended from the tree and followed the guiding zombie dove. As they traversed the desolate streets, they remained on high alert, gripping their axes tightly, vigilant against any potential zombie ambush. After navigating several thoroughfares, they encountered naught but bloodstains and remnants of destruction, with no sight of the undead. Only then did they begin to relax, their tightly clenched axes loosening slightly. Captain, why don't we take this opportunity to flee? That zombie is exceedingly strange, and I can't shake this eerie feeling, the lanky one remarked, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. A single eyelid struck him on the back of the head, admonishing, "Are you seeking death? Don't drag me and the captain into your folly." The lanky one, slightly offended by the blow, retorted, "What's with the violence? Can't we just talk?" "Consider it a wake-up call for your foolishness," the single eyelid replied. Unconvinced, the lanky one persisted, "There are no zombies around. This is an ideal chance to escape. The absence of zombies is precisely what makes it most terrifying." The captain interjected, "We have already traversed several streets without encountering a single zombie, indicating that everything is under that zombie-esque control. If we dare to flee, we would likely meet our demise before we've even covered a meter." Chilled by the captain's words, the lanky one glanced around, feeling an unsettling quietude. The presence of numerous zombies instilled fear, yet the absence of any was equally disconcerting. It felt as though danger lurked in every shadow, poised to strike at any moment. Enough of these thoughts. We have no other choice. Our primary objective is to fulfill the task she has assigned us. Whether we live or die is not in our hands, the captain declared. The three men fell silent, continuing to follow the zombie dove. Minutes later, they arrived at an international hotel. Once luxurious, the establishment now emanated an air of desolation. The fountain at the entrance lay dry, its basin coated with dust and debris, including human bones. A few vehicles were haphazardly parked at the entrance, their windows shattered, and their frames rusted. Dark, aged bloodstains marred the ground. The hotel was eerily silent, as though they were the only souls present. It resembled the haunted hotels depicted in horror films, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Though the captain had never visited such a place, he recognized its central location amidst towering buildings, suggesting that zombies were typically abundant here. Yet, there was not a single undead in sight, only a spider spinning its web in a corner. He was profoundly astonished. The reach of that zombie's power was far more extensive than he had imagined. "Captain, do you think there might be a trap? Why else would we be summoned here? Why doesn't she come herself?" The lanky one continued to voice his suspicions. What if there's something even more formidable waiting for us, and we're merely being delivered as food? The single eyelid also began to feel apprehensive. The captain pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you two wait here while I ascend alone? If there is genuine danger, there's no need to risk my brother's lives." The single eyelid immediately opposed, "No, Captain, we stand together." Meanwhile, the lanky one hesitated, uncertain. The single eyelid, witnessing such a scene, could hardly grasp the situation. His explosive temperament flared up instantly. If it weren't for the captain, he would have perished countless times by now. Yet, at this perilous moment, he expects the captain to face the danger alone. "Are you even human?" The tall, thin figure's face darkened. "You." The captain hurriedly intervened, urging calm, "No need to quarrel. We are all brothers here. How about this? You stay behind to watch the surroundings, while I accompany the single eyelid." "Fine, Captain, that I will refrain from stooping to his level out of respect for you. I'll remain here to keep watch," the single eyelid replied. His frustration palpable, he was about to confront the tall, thin figure again, but was pulled away by the captain. "No need to argue. Having a good brother like you by my side is enough." The tall, thin figure looked at their retreating backs, sneering disdainfully. "Humph, what's so impressive? If you wish to court death, go ahead. I shan't join you. It seems you have quite the disagreement with my orders." A sinister voice echoed behind him. The tall, thin figure stiffened, hastily turning to explain. Just as he opened his mouth, a cold flash darted before his eyes, followed by a spray of blood from his neck. His eyes widened in terror, unable to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. The final image frozen in his pupils was that of a stunning face splattered with blood. Chu Ge gazed coldly at the lifeless body on the ground, the killing blade in her palm vanishing as she methodically wiped the blood from her face. Sensing the familiar scent of blood in the air, she lifted her gaze toward a certain room in the hotel, the bloodthirsty crimson glow intensifying. Indeed, Yi Nanyu's blood held a lethal allure for her. Even from such a distance, she could still perceive it distinctly, though she could no longer savor his blood. A low-quality substitute was at hand. Chu Ge directed her attention to the recently deceased body, retrieving a new utensil for her meal, a transparent glass straw. With resolute precision, she punctured the carotid artery, blood gushing from the transparent straw, creating a vivid tableau. The first sip she took made her frown. Unsurprisingly, it was unpalatable, especially with the scent of Yi Nanyu's blood in the air. The comparison rendered it even more difficult to swallow. Just days ago, she could force herself to drink a few more sips. Today, even a single drop felt excessive. Chu Ge resolved to no longer subject herself to such indignities and abandoned the notion of eating. It seemed time to seek out new provisions. Meanwhile, the captain and the single eyelid stood at the doorway, their nerves palpable, palms slick with sweat. The zombie outside had said nothing, merely knocking to check if anyone would respond. "Captain, do you think there's another zombie inside?" the single eyelid whispered. The captain, equally uncertain, steeled himself. "You step back a bit. I'll knock. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would have posed no concern, but now in this dystopian reality, the most mundane actions seemed fraught with danger." The single eyelid tightened his grip on the axe, resigned to death if it came. He pushed the captain aside, declaring, "Captain, I'll do it." Before the captain could react, the single eyelid had already stepped forward to knock on the door. 3 sharp knocks echoed through the silent corridor. Resounding with alarming clarity, the captain abruptly held his breath, his nerves on high alert. The moment anything seemed amiss, he would spring into action. His brotherhood was steeped in loyalty, and he could not afford to falter. In that fleeting minute, the two felt as if an entire year had passed. Their minds raced through various perilous scenarios, yet they never anticipated the silence that followed the knock at the door. With a glance exchanged between the captain and the one with single eyelids, the latter raised his hand and knocked a few more times. After a brief pause, the stillness persisted, growing bolder. The one with single eyelids transformed his knocking into pounding, calling out, "Is anyone there? If you're alive, respond." He shouted for several minutes, but inside remained an oppressive silence. That moment, the captain and the one with single eyelids let out a heavy sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped their hearts finally began to ease. Just then, a sudden noise echoed through the air. Bang! The captain and the one with single eyelids surrendered in an instant, dropping to the ground, trembling with fear. "We know nothing. Please don't kill us. We will surely repay you in any way you desire," they pleaded, drenched in cold sweat, begging for mercy. After a few minutes, sensing something was amiss, they realized that apart from the earlier loud noise, only their voices could be heard. Slowly, they opened their eyes and looked up. The lavish corridor revealed no other life forms, whether breathing or lifeless, save for themselves. They noticed a shattered picture frame lying on the floor. The earlier sound must have been its fall from the wall. The captain and the one with single eyelids exchanged wide-eyed glances. Suddenly, the captain, still on the ground, began to fumble about. "Where did my contact lens go? I remember it fell over here. How can I not find it?" Kneeling beside him, the one with single eyelids joined in the search. "And where's my earwax remover? Where on earth did it go? Come out, you little thing." Just moments before, these two grown men had been pleading for their lives, and now they were simultaneously searching for their belongings. Bang! Another unknown object fell, causing the captain and the one with single eyelids to stiffen. "Damn it!" In a heartbeat, they sprang to their feet and fled. It took them half an hour to enter the hotel. Exiting took them merely a minute. As they burst out of the hotel, both hands on their knees, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads. "Good grief, this life is unbearable," remarked the one with single eyelids. "Fortune favored us. We escaped unscathed," the captain replied, panting. After a moment, as their breathing steadied, they straightened up, only to be met with the sight of a tall, emaciated corpse lying in a pool of blood. Both were taken aback. "Dead. He's dead." Upon confirming the demise of the tall figure, the one with single eyelids smirked coldly. He had it coming. The captain, however, felt a twinge of unease. This meant that his supply team was now reduced to just him and the one with single eyelids. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "What happened?" Instantly, the captain and the one with single eyelids felt a chill run down their spines. They recognized the voice without needing to see who it belonged to. When had she appeared behind them? Silent as a ghost, she was utterly unsettling. They dared not imagine what might have transpired had she chosen to strike just moments ago. They could very well be lifeless now. The tall figure was undoubtedly her doing. With a sense of tragic resignation, the two turned around, looking as though they were headed for the gallows. Yet, upon turning, they stood frozen in shock. Before them stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Resembling an angel, yet she was the very zombie that sent chills down their spines. Just moments ago, she had been clad in a hat, her entire figure wrapped tightly, leading them to assume her appearance must be terrifying. After all, zombies are typically grotesque. Their decay a common sight. It turned out that her hat concealed not a hideous visage, but rather an extraordinary beauty that could be mistaken for celestial grace. Had they not been aware of her true identity as a zombie from the outset, they would have found it utterly inconceivable that such a fairy-like being could belong to the undead. Are you not going to take your eyes? The cold voice echoed once more. Chapter 38. I want you to return with me to Highshire. But we knocked for quite a while, yet there has been no response from within, the captain remarked. Chu Ge's gaze deepened, just as the zombie dove landed upon her shoulder. Ku. Sister Gu, I cannot see what the situation is inside the room. Regardless, if he is to die, so be it. After all, they were no longer connected in any way. Resolutely, Chu Ge lifted her foot to leave. Ku. Sister Gu, where are you going? Hiss. I am off to find that star zombie from last night. The zombie dove was left stunned. Ku. But what will you do in the hotel? Chu Ge's expression stiffened slightly. Hiss. Shut your pigeon mouth. The zombie dove. The captain watched as Chu Ge entered the hotel, urgently calling out. We. The captain and the single-eyed team member paused momentarily, then their faces lit up with joy. Her words meant they were spared. Captain, this is wonderful. We do not have to die. The single-eyed member exclaimed. Embracing the captain. To encounter a high-level zombie and emerge unscathed. Such a feat would be a lifelong boast for them. The captain nodded in agreement. Very well, let us gather supplies, for that is indeed the purpose of our expedition. For the first time in the apocalypse, the two felt free from trepidation as they joyfully collected resources. Chu Ge stood at the entrance of the room she had stormed out of days prior. Regretting her impulsive decision to return, life is fraught with worries. Who would have thought that even as a zombie, she could not escape them? Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her disheveled hair and, in resignation, approached the door to knock. Bang bang bang. You, are you dead? If so, respond. The zombie dove? How can one respond when dead? Just then the door swung open and a large hand reached out, pulling Chu Ge inside. Startled, she was yanked in. The zombie dove unceremoniously tossed aside as the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. The zombie dove. Vile man, how dare you disregard my efforts? Humph. I shall not concern myself with this. With that, the zombie dove took flight, seeking solace with its companion Yaya. Within the room, Chu Ge gazed at the unharmed Yinanyu. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her. I was merely passing by. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She turned to exit. Bang. Yinanyu slammed his palm against the door, causing it to crack open just a sliver before she attempted to close it again. Will you not ask how I have fared these past few days? Yinanyu's voice was unusually somber. Your well-being is of little consequence. Rather, when do you plan to leave Rongcheng? Chu Ge replied coldly. Yinanyu's complexion turned ashen in an instant, his teeth clenched as he spoke through gritted jaws. Chu Ge, did you come here just to say this? Chu Ge shrugged nonchalantly, indicating there was nothing more to discuss. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped Yinanyu's lips. Rest assured, I shall depart, but on one condition. What condition? Yinanyu fixed his gaze upon Chu Ge, articulating each word with precision. The condition is that I take you with me. Chu Ge's expression shifted slightly, a look of incredulity crossing her face. She pivoted and delivered a swift kick, sending Yinanyu sprawling. Grasping the doorknob, she attempted to exit, but suddenly her body froze, rendered immobile, gritting her teeth. Chu Ge summoned all her strength, striving to lift her foot, yet her legs felt as though they were cemented to the ground. Looking down, she saw an intricate web of electrical energy ensnaring her feet. The energy contained within it bound her firmly in place, much like a mosquito caught in a spider's web, unable to escape. Shock coursed through Chu Ge. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet Yinanyu's lightning abilities had evidently escalated to a new level as a mutated being. She found herself utterly powerless before him. A few minutes later, Chu Ge stared in disbelief at the cage that ensnared her. Had he lost his mind? She glanced toward Yinanyu, who now resembled a completely different individual. His dark eyes were devoid of warmth, his brow furrowed with malice, and his demeanor exuded an icy severity. He bore no resemblance to a man at the end of his rope. Rather, he appeared to embody a darkened antagonist. Why, Yinanyu? What do you mean by this? Chu Ge's voice was icy. Chu Ge, why do you come and go as you please? I will not allow it. Yinanyu's voice was unusually low. Understand this. It was you who chose to come to Rongchenoi. Datinanyu, release me at once or do not blame me for my wrath. Chu Ge demanded angrily. Have you forgotten? Just a few days ago you had already turned against me. Yinanyu replied nonchalantly. Chu Ge had never realized before that he possessed the ability to infuriate her. Very well. Let us see if you can truly confine me. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes glimmered as she grasped the bars of the cage, intent on shattering it. She turned to Yinanyu. Are you serious? What do you think? Yinanyu smirked mockingly. Undeterred, Chu Ge summoned a bone blade from her palm, launching it like a scythe, spinning as it struck the iron bars. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display. The bars, infused with Yinanyu's electrical power, proved impenetrably resilient. Chu Ge's expression darkened. Yinanyu, what are you truly after? There is no way I will comply. She rejected his proposition without a moment's hesitation. Why? Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened in shadow, his voice heavy with gloom. Chu Ge, am I truly so detestable to you? Indeed, exceedingly so. So be gone, Chu Ge replied, frustration bubbling within her, leaving no room for mercy in her words. Why? Yinanyu's fists clenched, his flawless features radiating a chilling malevolence. His piercing gaze bore down on Chu Ge, causing her body to stiffen gradually, a sensation akin to 1,000 needles piercing her flesh, just as she felt she might be slain by his gaze. He finally spoke. Chu Ge, I wouldn't mind if you despised me a little more. He drew forth a small knife, the sharp blade glinting ominously. With a disdainful tone, Chu Ge remarked, Yinanyu, you cannot kill me. Do not waste your efforts. Why? Yinanyu cast a sinister glance in her direction, stating, I will not kill you. In the next moment, he drew a blade across his own wrist, and crimson blood gushed forth. Chu Ge's body trembled, her eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The air became thick with the rich scent of blood, transforming Chu Ge into a ravenous beast longing for flesh. A cacophony of growls erupted. Chapter 39. Chu Ge, welcome to Haishur. Yinanyu raised his hand, and under the fervent gaze of Chu Ge, the blood dripped steadily to the ground. Do you desire it, Chu Ge? He inquired, his dark eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. A devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Having scarcely eaten in days, the intoxicating aroma of blood awakened the primal instincts buried deep within her. She became frenzied, her body repeatedly crashing against the confines of the cage, roaring at Yinanyu. Let me out, Yinanyu. Yinanyu regarded the agitated Chu Ge with calmness, replying, when you agree to accompany me to Haishur, I shall release you. Chu Ge fought to suppress her body's wild urges, her temples throbbing in desperation. How despicable. Why? Yinanyu, unfazed by her vitriol, merely chuckled. When I was being honorable, you did not treat me kindly. Did you not kick me without hesitation? What you are doing now is merely a reflection of your resentment for my initial actions. Yinanyu, what? Have you truly fallen for me after all this charade? Chu Ge scoffed. Why? Yinanyu's expression shifted slightly. What did you say? What act am I performing? Clarify yourself. Why? Yinanyu, spare me the pretense. It only reveals your hypocrisy. Regardless, I shall not accompany you to Haishur. Kill me if you wish. Why? Yinanyu's complexion darkened, his fists tightening as he suppressed something within. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Chu Ge, this is not your decision. In an instant, Chu Ge erupted. Yinanyu, you scoundrel, shameless beast. She unleashed a torrent of insults. Why? Yinanyu maintained his composure, listening to her tirade, even bringing over a single armchair to sit and endure her verbal onslaught. His tall figure exuded an overwhelming presence even while seated, his long legs elegantly crossed, his injured hand rested carelessly on the armrest, blood dripping from his slender, beautiful fingers, exuding an aura of danger that was utterly captivating. Chu Ge's eyes glowed fiercely, gazing at Yinanyu's bleeding wrist with a feral intensity. The scent of blood tugged at her nerves, eliciting involuntary low growls from her lips. It felt as if her very soul were quaking, the pain becoming palpable. She crashed against the cage more violently. Let me out, Yinanyu, release me quickly. Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened as he spoke in a low tone. Chu Ge, you know what I desire. Isn't it simply to go to Haishur? I agree to your terms. Chu Ge's rapid acquiescence caught Yinanyu off guard, and he abruptly rose from the chair in disbelief. Repeat that, he demanded. Chu Ge, overwhelmed by soul-wrenching pain, trembled uncontrollably, her consciousness beginning to blur. I will go to Haishur. I promise you I will go. Remember what you have said, Yinanyu uttered before unsealing the cage, and the next instant, he was knocked to the ground by a figure. A soft touch pressed against the wound on his wrist. The familiar scent and cold body temperature enveloped him. Why? Yinanyu tenderly caressed Chu Ge's silky hair, affectionately advising, drink slowly. The turbulence within Chu Ge gradually dissipated, her trembling soul finding tranquility. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Chu Ge's fists relentlessly rained down upon Yinanyu, Strangely, Yi Nanyu did not retaliate, allowing her to strike him. As Chu Ge panted heavily, her final kick landed squarely on Yi Nanyu's abdomen, propelling him a considerable distance until his back thudded violently against the wall, bringing him to a halt with a cough. Yi Nanyu expelled a mouthful of blood, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His visage was marred with bruises, revealing the severity of Chu Ge's blows. At that moment, a low, rumbling laugh escaped Yi Nanyu's lips, soon escalating into a fit of reckless laughter. Ha! Chu Ge stared in disbelief. Is he mad? How can he be so joyous after being beaten? She regarded the sprawled figure of Yi Nanyu, who laughed unabashedly. His handsome face marred yet exuding an inexplicable aura of a deranged antagonist. A wave of trepidation washed over her. Damn! Could it be that Yi Nanyu has truly lost his mind? Welcome to Haishur. Chu Ge. Yi Nanyu's voice chimed, laced with mirth. Chu Ge paused momentarily, then gritted her teeth and cursed. You're insane. I am indeed unwell, and you are the remedy. Depart, he retorted, another round of raucous laughter erupting from him. At that moment, a group entered the hotel lobby, comprising 4 men and 2 women, their bulging backpacks indicating an abundance of supplies. What a peculiar sight today. We find ourselves in the city center. Yet not a single zombie in sight, remarked a man with a distinct notch in his eyebrow. Notch, why ponder so much? This is a fortunate occurrence. Look at how bountiful our first supply run has been, replied a man with a wide grin and a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Old Yen is right. Why fret? Even if there were zombies, we have this ability user among us. What is there to fear? Chimed in a man with striking red hair. With Lin Ji's words, my heart finds solace, Notch said, though internally he scoffed at the notion of the ability user boasting. He always hung back during confrontations. A coward. If it weren't for Zhou Yang, we would have perished countless times by now. Notch turned to glance at Zhou Yang at the rear, noticing his unusual silence. The 2 women had also been observing Zhou Yang, captivated by his striking appearance, clad in a sleeveless t-shirt that accentuated his sculpted arms, paired with black cargo pants that elongated his legs. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with chiseled features and sun-kissed skin radiating masculinity that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Despite not being an ability user, his martial prowess was formidable, dispatching zombies with ruthless efficiency. That moment, Zhou Yang's silence was unsettling, a flush of uncharacteristic color gracing his cheeks, his breathing noticeably rapid. A short-haired beauty, noticing his condition, expressed her concern. Zhou Yang, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off. As the short-haired woman finished speaking, Zhou Yang suddenly collapsed to the ground. A group of people gasped in shock. 2 women hurriedly rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Zhou Yang, what's wrong? Are you all right? The short-haired woman also reached out to check his temperature, but withdrew her hand almost immediately. As too hot. This is definitely beyond the upper limit of human body temperature. The other 3 men gathered around, bewildered. What happened to Zhou Yang? He's running a high fever. Does anyone have antipyretics? Hurry and give him some. The short-haired woman urged. I remember Lin Ge has some antipyretics in his bag. Kei-mei remarked. Lin Ji-hai, observing Zhou Yang lying on the ground with a flushed face and a dazed expression, flickered with a hint of something in his eyes as he said, I do have antipyretics, but he doesn't seem to be suffering from a mere fever. Lin Ge, if it's not a fever, then what is it? Lao Yen inquired. Zombification. Lin Ji-hai uttered the chilling words. Chapter 40. Zombification? A wave of dread washed over the crowd, their eyes wide with shock. Zombification. This meant Zhou Yang was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Panic-stricken, they instinctively recoiled from him. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt as though several fires were raging within him simultaneously, his head pounding as if it might explode. He was bewildered by his condition. He caught Lin Ji-hai's words. Zombification. Was he truly going to become a zombie? No, there were still things he needed to accomplish. He could not allow himself to transform into one. He attempted to rise, but it felt as though he were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, and his body grew increasingly hot, forcing him to curl up in agony. Lin Ge, is Zhou Yang really going to turn into a zombie? Lao Yen asked, swallowing hard. At first, humans would inexplicably run high fevers, and then the apocalypse would commence. With such a high temperature, zombification is undoubtedly imminent, Lin Ji-hai explained. Kei-mei looked at Zhou Yang on the ground, struggling to accept the reality. How could such a good person suddenly become a zombie? What should we do? She asked. Kei-mei, if you were faced with a zombie, what would you do? Lin Ji-hai asked casually. Kill it, Kei-mei replied, her voice faltering. Lin Ji-hai seemed pleased with her answer, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, kill him. The 2 women, upon hearing that Zhou Yang was to be killed, immediately felt reluctant. Couldn't we be mistaken? Shouldn't we wait and see? They admired Zhou Yang and naturally did not wish to see him perish. Lin Jihai scoffed, "If you don't take the opportunity to kill him now, what will you do when he transforms into a zombie?" It was clear he was frustrated that these two women were so focused on Zhou Yang, treating him as if he were heir, despite his being the one with powers. Once Zhou Yang was dead, they could forget about him protecting them. "Lin Jihai, we are all companions. Is it really necessary for you to appear so impatient?" The short-haired woman retorted angrily. Just a moment ago, when you heard Zhou Yang was turning into a zombie, you were the farthest away. Now you suddenly speak of righteousness and morality, Lin Jihai mocked without restraint. The short-haired woman's face turned a shade of ashen anger. If you insist on keeping Zhou Yang alive, when he turns into a zombie, we won't intervene. You'll have to handle it yourselves. Lin Jihai stated support. Lin Gu, the old smoker, exclaimed, his discontent with the two superficial women palpable. Ordinarily, they would wail as if in mortal agony at his slightest touch, yet before Zhou Yang, they appeared eager to shed their garments and recline on the bed. Both were nothing but shameless harlots. Mei refrained from voicing his thoughts. Though he harbored no desire to slay Zhou Yang, he possessed a rationality that surpassed that of the two women. Understanding the greater picture. Why the silence now? Were you not quite valiant just moments ago? Go on, Lin Jihai mocked as he regarded the two women. The short-haired woman and the one with sleek black hair exchanged glances, their expressions darkened by Lin Jihai's derision, yet they ultimately chose not to voice their opposition. Lin Jihai scoffed lightly. What a cowardly display. With the group's tacit consent to eliminate Zhou Yang, he resolved to take action. Seeing the acceptance in their eyes, a smirk of triumph crept upon his lips as he gazed at Zhou Yang lying on the ground. He had longed to end his life and had finally been presented with the opportunity. Unbeknownst to the others, Lin Jihai, as an ability user, was acutely aware that Zhou Yang was not succumbing to zombification but rather awakening his powers. A flicker of darkness flashed in Lin Jihai's eyes. He would not permit Zhou Yang to become an ability user. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, he thought, determined to strike first. It was not his fault. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with Zhou Yang for persistently overshadowing him. Lin Jihai's features contorted with rage as an overwhelming hatred surged within him. Die! He bellowed, sending a sharp wooden spike hurtling toward Zhou Yang's head. In that critical moment, something shot forth with incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting white shadow in its wake as it collided with the wooden spike, shattering it into splinters that rained down. The white silhouette pierced through Lin Jihai's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he clutched his bleeding wound and staggered back. The white figure soared through the air, and a chorus of startled gasps erupted as the onlookers instinctively recoiled from this uncanny entity. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. She was breathtakingly beautiful, long flowing black hair, skin as white as snow, and exquisitely delicate features, though her overly cold expression rendered her both alluring and perilous. Beside her stood a man bearing bruises, yet his striking handsomeness remained unblemished despite his injuries. His tall stature and formidable presence commanded attention. Who were they, exactly? At that moment, Yi Nanyu felt an intense tension coursing through him. His fists clenched tightly. His eyes reddened as they fixated on the figure on the ground. As he saw Chu Ge preparing to approach, he hastily grasped her arm. You shall not go, he said. His voice tinged with suppressed emotion, sounding somewhat hoarse. Let go, Chu Ge replied sharply. Yi Nanyu's body trembled, and he gradually released his grip, watching as she walked toward the man, his heart wrenched with pain. 3 years ago, it was for that very man that she had betrayed him. Was she truly choosing him again? Chu Ge quickened her pace toward Zhou Yang, her anxiety palpable. Upon reaching him, she observed Zhou Yang's tightly shut eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his lips unconsciously groaning in agony. Zhou Yang, what has happened to you? Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, and amidst the haze, he discerned a familiar voice. With great effort, he managed to crack open his heavy eyelids, revealing a blurred figure before him. Struggling to focus, he finally recognized her face and, filled with excitement, grasped her wrist tightly. Xiao Gu, are you all right? He asked, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Chu Ge shook her head. I am fine, but what about you? Who has done this to you? Tell me and I shall help you seek revenge. Her voice was chillingly cold, her gaze piercing towards Lin Jihai. He stiffened, a shiver running down his spine. This was the first time he felt fear emanating from a woman. It was utterly absurd for an ability wielder like him to be intimidated by a woman. If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to kill him quickly. He is about to turn into a zombie. Lin Jihai waited with malicious glee to see this woman recoil in fright, but disappointment awaited him. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes glimmered ominously as she said, I do not mind showing you what a true zombie looks like. Chapter 41. Green tea leaf. Nanyu Lin Jihai's pupils dilated in shock. A zombie? You are a zombie? Lao Yan and the others retreated in terror. Zhou Yang's mind erupted with disbelief. Chu Ge, I will explain later, Chu Ge replied, standing up and fixing her icy gaze on Lin Jihai. The zombie stands right before you. What are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Lin Jihai, having discerned from the previous encounter that he was no match for her, was not foolish enough to offer himself up. I am a man. I do not fight women. I will take him on instead, he declared, pointing at Yunnan. A large man, beaten into a pulp, was clearly nothing more than a superficial bully with his wood-based powers. Dealing with a mere weakling like Yunnan would be a walk in the park. If you win, I shall submit to your whims. If I win, you will let me go, Lin Jihai shouted. Chu Ge regarded him with disdain, wondering where he found the confidence to believe he could triumph over Yunnan. I hope you do not regret this decision later. Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable chill ran down Lin Jihai's back. Could it be that the man was formidable as well? Impossible. If he were truly powerful, how could he have been so easily beaten? It must be a bluff. Lin Jihai took the initiative to attack, unleashing a barrage of wooden spikes towards Yunnan. With an expression of indifference, Yunnan sidestepped effortlessly, stomping his foot to unleash a powerful current that surged through the ground towards Lin Jihai. With a crack, Lin Jihai was propelled backward by the immense electrical force, his body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Lao Yan and the others stood agape, utterly astonished. Lin Jihai had been defeated in a single move, and they had not even witnessed how it had happened. At that moment, Lin Jihai regretted his reckless choice to confront an ability wielder of lightning. He needed to escape fast. Just then, a pair of feet approached his line of sight. He looked up to meet a pair of emotionless, haunting blood-red eyes, his own widening in terror. In the next instant, his head was severed from his body, blood splattering in a vivid arc. Two women screamed in fright. However, when an icy, sinister gaze swept over them, they fell silent, clinging to one another and trembling. Lao Yan and Kei Mei's expressions were grim. If Lin Jihai, an ability wielder, had been vanquished, what hope did they have? Fear loomed over them like a dark cloud. Chu Ge, however, paid them no mind, focusing instead on the body of the ability wielder at her feet. Although she had fed recently, adhering to her principle of waste not, she retrieved her eating utensils, immersed in the pulsating heart of the supernatural. A striking figure crouched beside a lifeless body. The scene exuded an unsettling aura. A deep sorrow flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes, and it was at this moment that he finally accepted the grim reality. Chu Ge had transformed into a zombie. If the apocalypse had erupted while he was in Rongqing, under his protection, perhaps Xiao Gu would have been spared this fate. Zhou Yang was engulfed by profound guilt. She had become a zombie, and in her frenzy would indiscriminately take lives. If you wish to survive, you should leave at once. A chilling voice pierced the air. Zhou Yang looked up to see Yunnan, who had inexplicably appeared by his side. The impulsive youth who had once bested him in a fight had matured, growing not only older but strikingly more handsome. Seeing Yunnan again after all these years, especially at Chu Ge's side, was a surprise. After all, had he not fallen out with her back then? How had they ended up together again? You are no longer of the same ilk as her. It is utterly impossible for you in this lifetime. Leave now, Yunnan reiterated darkly. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly. What? Are you planning to scare me off as a rival because you believe you cannot outmatch me? Yunnan, struck by Zhou Yang's insight, dropped the facade and threatened outright. This is the apocalypse. If you continue to provoke her, it will not be like before when I merely taught you a lesson. I will kill you. Then let us see, Zhou Yang declared, springing into action, instantly teleporting in front of Yunnan. Indeed, he had just awakened his teleportation abilities. He clenched his fist and struck Yunnan's face, admitting to his desire for revenge from years past. To his astonishment, Yunnan did not retaliate, allowing Zhou Yang's punch to send him sprawling 10 meters away. Landing right beside Chu Ge, Zhou Yang was taken aback. Was it truly so exaggerated? It was merely a punch. One might think he had been struck by a vehicle. Had his powers truly amplified his strength? Chu Ge, who had been eating, jumped at the sight of Yunnan suddenly crashing beside her. Hey Yunnan, are you alright? Yunnan, trembling, pointed a finger at Zhou Yang. He told me to leave you, and when I refused, he suddenly attacked me. After speaking, he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yang. Damn. What a strong scent of green tea. Seeing Yunnan bleeding, Chu Ge shot an admonishing glance at Zhou Yang, as if to say that a simple scuffle would suffice. Why had he gone so far as to make someone bleed? Zhou Yang. Allow me to assist you, he said, cautious as he reached to help Yunnan up. Chu Ge extended her hand to support Yunanyu's arm. He promptly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his downcast eyes glimmering with a flicker of light, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. This fellow Lao Yan and the others observed that Zhou Yang not only had not turned into a zombie but had also awakened his powers, recalling their earlier intentions to kill him. Fearing retribution, they hastily began to explain. Zhou Yang, it was that scoundrel Lin Jihai who deceived us into believing you were turning into a zombie. We didn't truly wish to harm you, Lao Yan asserted. Yes, it was all Lin Jihai's doing. He is to blame for everything, a woman with long black hair exclaimed angrily. Zhou Yang, I apologize that I opposed it strenuously, but my individual strength was too minuscule. Thankfully, you are unharmed. A short-haired girl approached Zhou Yang and said that I am genuinely happy for you that you have become a supernatural being. My apologies, the girl with missing eyebrows added, saying little else. You may leave now. Zhou Yang spoke with a cold indifference, expressing his reluctance to take action against them, for individuals like them would not endure long in the world. The short-haired woman was taken aback, inquiring, aren't you coming with us? The long-haired girl in a state of urgency implored, Zhou Yang, you cannot leave. Lin Jihai is dead, and if you go as well, what shall we do? Zhou Yang replied, I was never truly with you. I merely accompanied you on the way. Now that I have found the person I was seeking, your fates are of no concern to me. Yunanyu, overhearing Zhou Yang's words, felt a darkness settle in his gaze. He truly feared nothing. Zhou Yang, you cannot so heartlessly abandon us. Are you not condemning us to death? Lao Yan exclaimed. Agitated, Zhou Yang's expression hardened as he coldly reiterated, I shall say this once more. You are of no consequence to me. Leave at once or do not blame me for my actions. The short-haired woman in distress attempted to grasp Zhou Yang's sleeve, but he evaded her. Zhou Yang, I have feelings for you. Allow me to stay by your side. And I promise I shall not be a burden. Her voice was tender, tinged with a hint of tears, her eyes red and endearing. Yunanyu observed Chu Ge's reaction in silence, noting her expression of mere curiosity. Devoid of jealousy or anger. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Perhaps her betrayal years ago was a momentary lapse in judgment. Indeed, she did not harbor affection for this wild man. This time, he would ensure she would not have the opportunity to stray again. Chapter 42. Yi, the gossiping woman. Nanyu Chu Ge, look at that girl. She is weeping surely. He has deceived her and now intends to cast her aside. What a scoundrel he is, Yunanyu remarked, intent on tarnishing Zhou Yang's reputation before Chu Ge. How could Chu Ge be oblivious to his intentions? Casting him a glance, she replied coolly, Zhou Yang is not that kind of person. I have faith in him. Her words ignited a fire within Yunanyu, who retorted sarcastically, Zhou Yang with a name like that is surely a heartbreaker. Chu Ge was taken aback. How had she never realized the sharpness of Yunanyu's tongue? Frustrated and seeking an outlet for his ire, he directed his accusations at Zhou Yang, loudly proclaiming, Hey, is there any honor in being a man? You jump out of bed and turn your back on her? If you are a man, take responsibility. Do not make me lose respect for you. Zhou Yang's countenance darkened. He warned, if you wish to live, I suggest you silence yourself. Chu Ge, see how irate I have made him. My earlier confrontation was not enough, and now he wishes to eliminate me, Yunanyu exclaimed. Exuding an unmistakable air of green tea, Chu Ge remained silent, while Zhou Yang simply endured. The men who embody such green tea tendencies are of no concern to women. Finally, Chu Ge cast a peculiar glance at Yunanyu, cryptically stating, You will come to regret this. Yunanyu, perplexed, watched as Chu Ge approached Zhou Yang, his dark eyes deepening with concern. He regretted not having eliminated Zhou Yang years ago. The short-haired woman, witnessing Chu Ge's advance, instinctively recoiled in fear. What do you intend to do? As Chu Ge stood beside Zhou Yang, her icy gaze swept across the group of short-haired women. Do you not wish to leave? Perfect, for I am still hungry. Which of you shall I feast upon first? The group of short-haired women, frightened, immediately turned and fled, disappearing in a matter of moments. A subtle smirk graced Chu Ge's lips. Being a harbinger of doom was rather delightful, at least it proved effective in instilling fear. Zhou Yang gazed at Chu Ge beside him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Once, when Xiao Gu walked down the street, many would stop in their tracks to admire her, yet now she had transformed into a figure of dread, a zombie that evoked fear in all. Surely, these days had been arduous for her. How helpless she must have felt when bitten by the undead. Overwhelmed with grief, Zhou Yang embraced Chu Ge tightly. I'm sorry, I'm late. In the next moment, he was yanked upwards and sent crashing to the ground with a single punch. Seeking death, echoed the chilling voice of Yunanyu. Zhou Yang, feeling the sting in his jaw, spat out a mouthful of blood, his anger igniting within him. With a swift motion, he teleported behind Yunanyu and delivered a powerful kick. sending him sprawling a short distance away. Why Yinan, have you forgotten? You and Xiao Ge have long since parted ways. Do you not find it ridiculous to pose as her legitimate boyfriend now? As Zhou Yang's words hung in the air, Yinan retaliated with a lightning whip that sent him flying. If it weren't for you, that shameless wretch, would I have ever broken up with Chu Ge? Shameless? You are the true scum here. As Zhou Yang spoke, he appeared at Yinan's left side, throwing a hook that landed squarely. Yinan turned his head from the blow and countered with a punch to Zhou Yang's abdomen. You meddling in someone else's relationship and you still think you have the right to complain? How laughable. What relationship? It was merely a farce from the very beginning. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their banter relentless. Chu Ge lounged on the sofa in the hotel lobby, lazily reclining against the backrest as she observed the spectacle of their brawl, as if she were merely a spectator. Finally, with a cold indifference, she remarked, "Go ahead, fight it. If you die, it would provide me with sustenance." Zhou Yang and Yinan froze momentarily, then quickly disengaged. "Xiao Ge," Zhou Yang began but was swiftly interrupted by Yinan. "You started it." Zhou Yang attempted to respond again but was cut off once more. "You insulted me first." Zhou Yang, "I was merely acting in self-defense." Yinan. Zhou Yang was instantly infuriated, feeling a surge of frustration. In his experience, he had encountered many shameless individuals, but none quite like this. Chu Ge felt as though she had come to know Yinan anew, witnessing once again the sharpness of his tongue. It seemed that in future arguments she would need to tread carefully on the desolate street. Damn it, what's so impressive about that? Lao Yan kicked a wrecked car on the road. So what if I triggered an ability? I couldn't care less. Do you want to attract the zombies? Kei-mei scolded. Lao Yan, already irritable, became even more so. Kei-mei, you're quite vocal now, yet just moments ago you didn't utter a word. I don't wish to say much more. If you attract the zombies, you'll bear the consequences. In defiance, Lao Yan shouted, "Where are the zombies? Show yourselves." Kei-mei's expression darkened as he cursed, "Fool." Just as he intended to leave, they were surrounded by zombies emerging from all directions. Zombies, so many zombies. The two women quickly huddled behind the two men in fright. Lao Yan's face turned pale. He hadn't anticipated that he would actually draw the undead. How could this happen? There shouldn't have been any zombies within several kilometers, should there? Now are you frightened? It is too late, go feed the zombies. Kei-mei suddenly pushed Lao Yan out. Caught off guard, Lao Yan embraced the zombies, exclaiming in horror as the screams echoed through the air. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted, Kei-mei hastily made her escape. Lao Yan, besieged by the ravenous undead, called out to the retreating Kei-mei, "Kei-mei, I will haunt you even in death." The two women trembled in terror, yearning to follow Kei-mei, yet they were halted by the encroaching zombies. Don't come any closer. Stay away. The short-haired woman brandished a branch, attempting to ward off the advancing zombies. Kei-mei, don't leave me. Help me. The long-haired woman cried out in despair as she watched Kei-mei grow distant. Yet, Kei-mei's pace did not waver, leaving them far behind. In the next moment, the zombies lunged at the two women, and the street was once more filled with their anguished cries. The scent of blood wafted through the air. Chapter 43. In search of the cannibalistic crow leader, Yinan gazed with a grim expression at the two conversing figures. His fists clenched tightly. Heaven knows the immense self-control he had exercised to refrain from succumbing to madness. They had best refrain from any intimate gestures that might provoke him. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't resort to violence. "Xiao Ge, I'm sorry I'm late. Otherwise you wouldn't have," Zhou Yang said, his face etched with guilt. "This isn't your fault. Don't try to evoke any sentimental drama." Chu Ge interjected. However, Zhou Yang wished to say more, but was interrupted by Chu Ge. "Am I a zombie? Do you feel fear?" Zhou Yang shook his head. "Then that's settled. I am a zombie, yet I am also Chu Ge. There is no distinction, and I am quite content with my current state. No one can bully me any longer. The moment I reveal my identity, they all flee in terror." Zhou Yang observed Chu Ge, whose delicate and pristine appearance suggested she had fared well in this apocalypse, which eased his worries. "Perhaps it's because I cast him aside years ago that he harbors resentment and seeks revenge," Chu Ge mused. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed. "He seeks death." Without hesitation, he intended to confront Yinan. Chu Ge restrained him, saying, "Don't be impulsive. I have become a zombie. What can he possibly do to me?" Yinan's gaze fixed on Chu Ge holding Zhou Yang's hand, fury simmering in his dark eyes. "Chu Ge, release him," he commanded in a menacing tone. Chu Ge promptly let go to avoid provoking Yinan's wrath. Upon seeing her compliance, Yinan's tense expression softened slightly, yet he had no intention of allowing further discourse. "Chu Ge, come here, it is time for us to depart." "Where to?" Zhou Yang inquired. Wherever we go is none of your concern, Yinanyu replied frostily. To his dismay, Chu Ge countered, it seems you are also an outsider. Yinanyu's expression darkened, his fists cracking ominously. Had it been Zhou Yang, he would have already struck. Yet before Chu Ge, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, unwilling to raise a finger against her. Undeterred by Yinanyu's furious demeanor, Chu Ge addressed Zhou Yang, I intend to accompany him to Haishe. Upon hearing Haishe, Zhou Yang immediately protested, I do not approve. Yinanyu's dark eyes turned sharp, and with a cold snort, he remarked, who do you think you are, requiring my permission? Zhou Yang executed a sudden shift, materializing before Yinanyu, seizing him by the collar and sternly declaring, Yinanyu, I warn you, do not dare to harm Xiaogu again. That if there are grievances, let them be directed at me. She is not involved. That I do not require your admonitions regarding my people. That I in response, Yinanyu fiercely kneed Zhou Yang in the abdomen. He was reluctant to act against Chu Ge but felt no need for courtesy in the face of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang doubled over in pain, the veins on his temple bulging. Damn it, he muttered, using his body to tackle Yinanyu, and the two collapsed to the ground. Once again, two handsome men were engaged in a brawl. An hour later, Yinanyu and Zhou Yang, their faces bruised and battered, squatted on the ground with their hands gripping their ears, each bearing a distinct shoe print on their cheeks. Chu Ge stood above them, arms crossed, surveying them from a position of superiority. Are you still going to fight? You both swear that if either of you lays a hand on the other again, it will result in dire consequences. Yinanyu, Zhou Yang. Make it quick, Chu Ge urged. Are you still a woman? Yinanyu's face darkened, his teeth clenched. Cough, cough. Xiaogu, you are a girl. You cannot say such things. Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed. A glance from Chu Ge prompted both men to shout in unison. If I lay a hand on him again, I shall suffer dire consequences. They refrained from mentioning each other's names, indicating their mutual disdain. I refused to allow him to join. Let him leave, Yinanyu stated grimly. His forbearance in sparing Zhou Yang's life was already a significant concession. There was no way he would permit him to join. If you disagree, then we shall part ways. You go your way, and we shall go ours, Chu Ge replied. Chu Ge, do you dare? Yinanyu's voice rose in intensity. Zhou Yang, we are leaving, Chu Ge declared, turning to depart, demonstrating her fearless resolve. Yinanyu hastily grasped her icy hand, gritting his teeth as he said, if he wishes to join, then let him die in this lifetime. Only she can compel him to relent. Zhou Yang observed Yinanyu's demeanor towards Chu Ge with surprise. It hardly resembled the animosity one would expect, instead appearing as a helpless affection. Could it be that there was some misunderstanding from years past? At that moment, a frantic zombie pigeon flew into the hotel, landing on Chu Ge's shoulder. Ku. Sister Gu, help me. A group is attacking my man's nest, and among them is a poison user who keeps releasing toxic gas. My man can barely withstand it. We must hurry. Art. Lead the way quickly. Having received assistance from the cannibal crow, Chu Ge felt compelled to act. The zombie pigeon hastily guided her onward. Stay close, Chu Ge instructed, tossing back a remark before following the zombie pigeon out of the hotel. Yinanyu and Zhou Yang, unable to comprehend the exchange between Chu Ge and the pigeon, nonetheless decided to follow, certain that they could not be mistaken. An hour later, a military vehicle halted outside a dense forest, from which three figures emerged. None other than Chu Ge and her companions. Within the forest, anguished cries of the cannibal crow mingled with the maniacal laughter of their assailants. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Ku. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings anxiously, darting into the forest. Chu Ge's expression turned grave as she swiftly followed suit, with Yinanyu and Zhou Yang trailing closely behind. Deep within the forest, chaos reigned supreme. Great trees lay toppled in disarray, while numerous corpses of the man-eating crows littered the ground. The stench of blood assaulting the senses. A shroud of dark miasma enveloped the forest, forming a noxious barrier that prevented the crows from fleeing. The leader of the man-eating crows, spewing flames from his maw, rallied his minions in a desperate attempt to break free from the encirclement. However, relentless attacks from the rear ensued. As toxic gas and icy arrows were incessantly unleashed, the crows fell in droves, cawing in despair and raged. The leader of the man-eating crows released a blazing fireball toward the invading forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice blades pierced the fireball, resulting in a thunderous explosion midair. The blast was too close, sending the leader of the crows hurtling away. Thud, thud. He collided with several trees before finally crashing to the ground. The leader, enveloped in black smoke, bore numerous singed patches of fur and was drenched in blood from various wounds. Blood continued to spout from his beak, indicating his grave injuries. Seeing their leader wounded, the young crows rushed forth in a frenzy to protect him. only to be obstructed by the toxic ability user, who unleashed a stream of poison, incapacitating many. Once again the invaders, elated, exchanged glances of triumph. Victory was undoubtedly within their grasp. One among them shouted in exhilaration, "Victory is ours!" But perhaps they rejoiced too soon. A chilling voice echoed nearby. The invaders turned in unison to behold a woman and two men who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. The ice ability user, upon spotting Chu Ge, was overtaken by a wave of repulsive desire. "They must be here for our crystal cores. Eliminate those two men. The woman is mine." Killed. A group of 7 or 8 armed with large machetes charged toward Yinanyu and his companions. At that moment, one man suddenly vanished, and when they looked again, one of their comrades had been decapitated. Ability users. They have ability users. Someone shouted. Instantly, their faces paled in horror. Retreat was no longer an option. "Be careful. He's behind you. Quick, dodge. He's at your back." A Zhou Yang's teleportation, akin to a phantom, allowed him to appear unexpectedly behind his foes. By the time they reacted, it was too late. They had been dispatched. Yinanyu and Chu Ge had not even lifted a finger. All 7 or 8 adversaries had fallen before Zhou Yang. His teleportation rendered him imperceptible. One moment he was 100 meters away, the next he materialized silently behind them. The toxic and ice ability users wore expressions of utter dismay. They had believed victory was assured until this unforeseen onslaught emerged. Leaving only the two of them standing, they exchanged glances and simultaneously charged at Zhou Yang, vowing, "You will pay dearly for provoking us." Chapter 44. Dare to drink and I shall knock out your teeth. As Zhou Yang witnessed the toxic gas and ice blades hurtling towards him, he teleported instantaneously to a tree over 100 meters away. 2 against 1, that seems rather unfair. The ice ability user launched ice blades, spouting futile words even as death approached. Ha! Who's to say who will perish? In a flash, Zhou Yang teleported behind him, raising his dagger to strike at his neck. "Have you forgotten that I am still here?" The poison-wielding Esper immediately unleashed a cloud of toxic gas towards Zhou Yang. Yinanyu's lips curled into a smirk, eagerly anticipating Zhou Yang's demise, which would conveniently spare him the effort of intervening. At that moment, a figure darted forth beside him, causing Yinanyu's expression to stiffen in dismay. His hands clenching tightly, Chu Ge leapt forward, intercepting the poisonous assault aimed at Zhou Yang. Simultaneously, sharp bony spikes protruded from her fist, viciously piercing the chest of the poison Esper. On Zhou Yang's side, a blade had already plunged into the throat of the ice Esper with a sickening stab. Blood gushed forth, and both corpses collapsed to the ground simultaneously. The toxic barrier hovering above the forest dissipated, banishing the oppressive gloom within. The man-eating crows suffered grievously, their fallen comrades littering the ground, stained with blood and black feathers. The survivors perched on branches, each tending to their wounds. Caw, caw, caw. Zhou Yang realized that had it not been for Chu Ge's timely intervention, he would have succumbed to the toxic assault. He turned to Chu Ge, "Xiao Gu, thank," but before he could finish, his eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing something utterly terrifying, and he was compelled to retch Chu Ge. Suddenly, she felt something threatening to fall from her face. Reaching up, she discovered she had peeled away a layer of melted skin. "Oh my heavens!" Chu Ge immediately froze, her body stiffening like a stroke victim, her hand trembling uncontrollably while clutching the skin. Discarding it was not an option, nor was keeping it. Yinanyu sobbing, she wept pitifully. Yinanyu rushed forward. "Chu Ge, what's wrong?" Chu Ge turned and thrust the skin towards his face. "Woo, my skin has come off." Yinanyu's pupils dilated in shock. Someone with a fragile psyche might have fainted on the spot. Chu Ge's face resembled something that had been corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, her features a grotesque blur. One eyeball lodged in her forehead while the other dangled by her chin, an utterly horrifying sight. Even in daylight, the terror was unabated. A wave of nausea surged within Yinanyu, and just as he was about to vomit, he spotted Zhou Yang violently retching nearby, which steadied him. "Chu Ge, no matter how you look, I won't be repulsed. Unlike someone else, you won't make me sick just because you've lost your beautiful facade." "Really? I'm crying to death." Chu Ge was deeply touched. "Then could you hold onto my skin for a moment? I need to go and vomit." She thrust the gooey melted skin into Yinanyu's hands and dashed to a tree to heave. "Why you at why Yinanyu?" He stared at the skin in his hands, his pupils widening, his face paling to a ghostly hue, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. For someone with a cleanliness obsession, this was utterly unbearable. You finally. He gritted his teeth and shoved it into his pocket, racing to a patch of weeds to expel the contents of his stomach. The mortally wounded man-eating crows looked on in bewilderment as the three retched violently. The zombie pigeons circled anxiously around the crow leader, cooing. "Hey, are you okay? Is everything all right?" "Caw caw. How could something like me be in trouble? The crow leader, unwilling to show weakness, flapped its wings, struggling to rise only to collapse repeatedly. Coo. Stop moving around, you're gravely injured. The zombie pigeons were frantic. Caw. I'm perfectly fine, I can still fight. Just watch me breathe fire if you don't believe me. The leader of the cannibal crows, wishing to spare his wife any worry, intended to perform a fire-breathing act, but instead of flames, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The zombie dove, the cannibal crow leader. Coo. Sister Goo, save my man. He.s. spitting blood. The zombie dove flew before Chu Ge, seeking her assistance. After expelling the blood, Chu Ge wiped her mouth and lifted her gaze to the zombie dove. Upon seeing an exceedingly terrifying face, the dove was instantly frightened and pecked furiously at Chu Ge's head. Coo. Damn it, how dare you go out looking so hideous? Just wait, I'll peck your head to bits. Chu Ge felt as though her heart had taken 1,000 critical hits. Hiss. Stupid dove, if you dare to peck me again, I swear I'll turn you into roasted pigeon. The zombie dove shuddered. Song sister? What else could it be? The dove quickly distanced itself, feeling guilty as it glanced at the pockmarked bloody holes it had pecked into Chu Ge's head. Coo. The scenery today is truly delightful. Chu Ge sensed something trickling down her forehead. She wiped it with her hand, only to find it smeared with blood. In a fit of exasperation, she shouted. Zombie dove. Coo. I'll check if my man is dead or not. The dove hurriedly flew away to save itself. The cannibal crow leader. Xiao Ge, I'm sorry you've become this way only because you shielded me from the poisonous gas. Zhou Yang said with deep sorrow. Xiao Ge had once taken great pride in her beauty. Now transformed into this ghastly state, she must be utterly heartbroken that I feel neither pain nor discomfort. I merely look a tad unsightly. Just a sip of blood will remedy it. Chu Ge had grown accustomed to such things, having decayed before that moment. A fragrance of blood wafted through the air. Chu Ge beheld Zhou Yang slicing his wrist. The bright red blood cascading down, he extended his wrist towards her. Drink. The crimson glow in Chu Ge's eyes flickered, her instincts urging her to lean in for a sip. A large hand reached out, covering her mouth, pulling her away from Zhou Yang. Weinan, what are you doing? Chu Ge angrily shrugged off his grip. Weinan dark eyes clouded with displeasure. Chu Ge, if you dare to drink, I'll knock your teeth out. Zhou Yang isn't so petty. Chu Ge muttered softly. The next moment, an even more intense aroma of blood permeated the air. Chu Ge gazed foolishly at the beautiful wrist presented to her lips. The crimson liquid staining her lips, she eagerly parted her lips, pressing against it. The warmth of the body and the crisp fragrance entranced her. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes sparkled brighter, her icy little hands grasping his large one. Swallowing voraciously, some trickled down her chin, lending her an enchanting allure. Zhou Yang regarded Yinan with a complex expression. Not only did he not disdain Xiao Gu's transformation into a zombie, but he also willingly allowed her to feed. And in his gaze emotions swirled. Was he mistaken? Chapter 45. So many crystal streams of energy flowed into Chu Ge's body, and her countenance rapidly restored. In mere moments, her beauty was rejuvenated, even surpassing her previous allure. Her skin was as delicate as a flower petal, her eyes bright and lively, with faint red patterns swirling in her pupils, exuding an air of mystery. A sculpted nose, soft lips tinged with a rosy hue, a petite and refined chin, and a flawless facial contour. This visage could only be described as miraculous. The moist tip of Chu Ge's tongue glided over Yinanyu's wound, which healed at an astonishing pace, leaving no trace behind. Her lips withdrew from the delicate skin of his wrist, and he reluctantly stirred his fingers. Chu Ge twisted her neck a couple of times, utterly satisfied. Zhou Yang gazed at the restored Chu Ge, astonished by her extraordinary ability. Such formidable regenerative prowess was a sight he had never witnessed before. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying heights to which she might ascend in the future. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. Little Ge could thrive in this apocalyptic world without relying on anyone. What did it matter if there were zombies? As long as she could live well in such dire times, nothing else held significance. Zhou Yang completely set aside his lingering worries. Yinan, his expression taut, retrieved from his pocket the grotesque visage of Chu Ge that had merged into a pile of muck and returned it to her. Yours. Chu Ge cast a fleeting glance at it before quickly averting her gaze, fearing that she might feel nauseous again. I don't need it. Just discard it. Having heard her dismissive words, Yinan was about to toss it aside when, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly paused. He took out an empty box from his spatial storage, placed the face inside, and with a sigh dug a hole to bury the box. Chu Ge, Zhou Yang regarded Yinan with a look that hinted at deeper significance. It appeared that things were not as dire as he had initially thought. The zombie dove, witnessing Sister Ge's rejuvenation after consuming Yinanyu's snow, immediately regained her beauty and vitality. Thus, it assumed that Yinanyu's snow possessed some unique quality and sought to procure some to aid its gravely injured undead partner. It flew onto Chu Ge's shoulder. Cooing, Sister Gu, I have a small request, though I am unsure if I should voice it. The dive screeched, then perhaps it is best not to mention it, Chu Ge replied coldly, leaving the zombie dove momentarily speechless, perplexed by the unexpected response. Wasn't it supposed to say, who are you to me? What is there to hesitate about? You need not be so formal. With no other recourse, the zombie dove decided to flatter. Cooing, Sister Gu, you look even more radiant than before. Yinanyu's snow is truly a miraculous elixir, and I bet it tastes delightful. Indeed, it is quite palatable, Chu Ge acknowledged, stroking her smooth, youthful face and nodding in satisfaction. The dove continued, might it be possible for him to share a bit with me? My undead partner is gravely injured and in urgent need of treatment. Chu Ge's expression instantly turned stony. What did you just say? It surely tastes delightful, the zombie dove reiterated. It tastes unpleasant, rancid, Chu Ge retorted. The dove was taken aback, exclaiming, what the hell? Is this a plastic sisterhood? Zhou Yang observed Yinanyu squatting beside the corpses of two ability users, seemingly engaged in some task. Approaching him, he found that he was preparing blood packs. What are you doing? Zhou Yang inquired, perplexed. Food supplies, Yinanyu replied. Zombies require a substantial amount of blood and flesh. You're aware of that. Right, so from now on I'll handle the blood packs and you'll take care of the meat, is that acceptable? Absolutely, Zhou Yang agreed eagerly. Alright, let me inform you that Chu Ge has a particular fondness for offal, especially intestines, and she prefers them fresh and stuffed. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Ge enjoys eating those. Are you serious, or are you joking with me? Yinanyu's lips curled slightly in disdain as if to say, if you find it so distasteful, then you should take your leave at once. Who claims I find it distasteful? As for Xiaoge, regardless of how she transforms, my affection for her shall never wane. Zhou Yang observed Yinanyu's sullen expression. Feeling a surge of satisfaction akin to crushing one's teeth in frustration, he thought to frighten him away, but it was clear he would not depart without understanding the nature of his feelings toward Chu Ge. Instead of wasting time here, Yinanyu coldly remarked, they ought to take action swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yang resolved to respect the culinary customs of the zombie realm. Chu Ge was engaged in conversation with the zombie dove when Zhou Yang thrust something into her hands. Looking down, she was horrified to see the bloody object within her grasp. What the hell? She exclaimed, hurriedly tossing it aside. Why did you discard it? Wasn't he your favorite? Who told you I liked this nonsense? Chu Ge retorted through gritted teeth. Zhou Yang turned to Yinanyu, realizing it was he who had instigated this. Why Yinanyu feigned innocence as he stood. I warned you. You simply wouldn't listen. You claim Chu Ge had turned into a monster and should consume such things. Zhou Yang shouted, what the hell? This is some green tea nonsense. Chu Ge naturally believed Zhou Yang, fully aware that Yinanyu was behind this mischief. Just as she was about to chastise him, Yinanyu threw a blood bag her way, effectively silencing her. Give it a try, how is it? Forgetting her reprimands, all that remained in her eyes was the blood bag. It pales in comparison to yours, she mumbled, her words muffled by the bag. Zhou Yang observed how quickly Chu Ge had calmed, surprised at how well Yinanyu understood her temperament. Grasping someone's disposition is no simple feat. It requires intimate knowledge of every aspect of the person. This level of understanding can only be achieved through genuine care, either born of deep love or profound hatred. Zhou Yang's gaze deepened. Just which of these sentiments did Yinanyu harbor? Chu Ge gazed at the pitiful sight of the flesh-eating crow sprawled on the ground, half alive, and ultimately rewarded it with 2 blood bags. After consuming them, the crow's leader regained a measure of vitality. Chu Ge inquired, hiss, why are these people expending such effort to besiege your lair? It was inconceivable that their intentions were merely to consume the crow's flesh. They must have ulterior motives. The crow leader took flight, shedding a flurry of black feathers as it struggled with its injuries, wobbling in the air and causing concern that it might fall and embarrass itself. Fortunately, as a leader, it managed to avoid a humiliating descent. Alighting upon one of the tallest trees with its beak, it clutched a nest and descended. As the nest landed in Chu Ge's hands, she was momentarily blinded by its brilliance. After adjusting, she cautiously opened her eyes and beheld the nest filled with glimmering crystal cores, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow! So many crystal cores! Chapter 46. The Pitfalls of Ignorance. Both Yinanyu and Zhou Yang were equally astonished. They had never encountered such an abundance of crystal cores before. It was no wonder that those individuals dared to confront the flesh-eating crow's lair. For the allure of so many crystal cores was irresistible, and few could resist the temptation. Chu Ge gazed longingly at the crystalline cores nestled within the bird's nest, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of her mouth. If she were to consume them all, she would likely transform into a creature of Godzilla's magnitude. Truly terrifying. With a roar she inquired, "Is all of this truly meant for me?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The ravenous crow responded, "These cores are to be divided among the three of you. We are grateful for your rescue. Without their intervention," she mused, "they would have faced utter annihilation, and the precious cores would have been seized by those marauders." Chu Ge cheerfully addressed Yinan and Zhou Yang, exclaiming, "The flesh-eating crow has declared that all these cores are mine." Yinan and Zhou Yang exchanged incredulous glances. "Are you relying on the fact that they cannot comprehend our words?" They pondered. Though they might not understand, they could certainly interpret the looks exchanged. Did the flesh-eating crow not imply a division amongst the trio? Were they truly certain that it had professed the cores were solely hers? Doubt flickered in their eyes as they scrutinized Chu Ge. "Do you not believe me? Do I strike you as someone who would deceive?" Chu Ge retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yinan and Zhou Yang, rarely in sync, nodded in unison. "Since you remain skeptical, I shall summon it to speak directly to you, lest you accuse me of trickery," she declared. Turning to the leader of the flesh-eating crows, she conveyed, "They wish to extend their gratitude for your kindness." The leader replied to Yinan and Zhou Yang, "No need for thanks." Naturally, they could not comprehend the crow's utterances and were left in a state of bewilderment at its cawing. Observing their befuddled expressions, Chu Ge nearly burst into laughter but stifled it, clearing her throat. "I assure you, I speak only the truth." The Yinan and Zhou Yang exchanged glances, realizing they were at a cultural disadvantage. Chu Ge's eyes gleamed as she beheld the crystalline cores, now entirely hers. She reached out to grasp a handful, intent on devouring them, but Yinan intervened. "Is that how you intend to consume the cores? You must be courting disaster. What's inappropriate about it?" Chu Ge queried in confusion. "Such an abundance of cores with immense energy could instantaneously rupture your body, leading to a fatal explosion." Chu Ge's hand trembled, causing the cores to tumble back into the nest. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" she exclaimed. "How was I to know you were so dim-witted? I suppose having become a zombie has dulled my senses somewhat." Chu Ge admitted candidly that it was a rare moment to witness her openly acknowledge her folly, leaving Yinan momentarily speechless. "One core should suffice, surely," she mused, casually plucking another and tossing it into her mouth. Crunching away as if indulging in a snack, the rich energy erupted within her mouth, cascading down her throat and flooding her body, dispelling all fatigue and soreness, revitalizing her completely. "How delightful!" Chu Ge exhaled, releasing a deep breath. She stuffed her pockets to the brim with the remaining cores, intending to savor one whenever she desired a boost. "Goo goo. Where are you off to, Sister Goo? Is this not a pleasant place?" "Please don't leave," implored the zombie pigeon, reluctant to part ways as Chu Ge was its first zombie friend. "Goo goo. Sister Goo, I shall miss you," it lamented, wiping away tears with its wings. With a playful pat on the zombie pigeon's head, Chu Ge remarked, "Take care of your man. I must be on my way." As she turned to depart, she reflected on how she had initially dismissed this feathered companion. Yet through their shared experiences, a bond had unexpectedly blossomed. Coo. Just a moment. A zombie pigeon clutching a bag caught up with Chu Ge. Upon receiving the bag and opening it, Chu Ge's eyes sparkled with delight. "Goodness, were they perhaps engaged in the wholesale of crystal cores?" "Hiss. I can't accept any more, it's too embarrassing." Though Chu Ge proclaimed that he could not accept any further gifts, he held the bag tightly in his hands. Yinan and Zhou Yang looked on in silence. Overcome with emotion, Chu Ge touched his eyes, realizing there were no tears. He had forgotten that zombies do not weep. Hiss. "Farewell, I shall miss you dearly." Chu Ge waved goodbye to the zombie pigeon and the man-eating crow, before following Yinan and the others out of the forest. A military vehicle roared onto the road, speeding away. Inside the vehicle, Yinan was at the wheel while Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, joyfully counting the crystal cores. Zhou Yang remained silent in the back seat. The only sound filling the vehicle was Chu Ge's counting. 8, 9, 10. Good heavens. There were 15. What a windfall. Chu Ge danced with glee, yet he pondered where all these crystal cores had come from. Have you forgotten? The man-eating crows are notorious for being harvesters of both humans and livestock, leaving nothing in their wake. Moreover, they thrive in group battles, inevitably leading to the unfortunate demise of weaker ability users at their hands, Yinan remarked. Chu Ge beamed brightly, feeling that this friendship was truly worthwhile. As the military vehicle traversed the desolate streets, the shops on either side had long since fallen into ruin. Shattered glass littered the ground, and cobwebs adorned every corner. Useful goods had been thoroughly scavenged, While useless items lay discarded in the streets, scattered zombies wandered aimlessly, their movements stiff and purposeless. Upon noticing the vehicle, they lunged forward, only to see it speed away, leaving them standing in bewilderment. Chu Ge gazed at the adorably dazed zombies in the rearview mirror, chuckling softly as she remembered how, not long ago, she had been just like them, stiff and lifeless, unable to turn even when colliding with a telephone pole. Strangely enough, the laid-back life of indifference during that time had brought her genuine joy. And a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Bang! Suddenly, the tire let out a loud pop, and white smoke began to billow. The vehicle swayed, and the shrill sound of screeching brakes echoed as it collided with several abandoned vehicles before coming to a complete stop. What happened? Chu Ge inquired. Why Nanyu frowned slightly. A flat tire. Don't you have a spare? She asked. Yes, but just look outside. Chu Ge turned to peer out the window, and the noise they had made had attracted every zombie on the street. The zombies rushed forward, clawing and snapping, each one bearing its gaping maw and howling incessantly. Scratch. Their sharp claws scraped against the car windows, producing a jarring sound. A particularly burly zombie even leaped onto the roof, bouncing atop the vehicle. Bang! Bang! The car shook violently with each of its jumps as the entire street of zombies surrounded the military vehicle. A car behind them opened its doors and two women emerged. Clad in sleek, fitted leather outfits that accentuated their perfect figures, they wore long leather boots that elongated their already striking legs. It was clear from their attire that these two women were not the typical frail damsels. They possessed a certain prowess that hinted at their capabilities. One woman with a high ponytail twirled a desert eagle in her hand. A mocking smile graced her lips as an unfortunate scapegoat presented itself before her. Chapter 47, Chu Ge Wealthy and Generous. The woman with the high ponytail was named Zwana, while her companion was Chu Ge. Together they had navigated the apocalypse, their ruthless methods allowing them to survive until now. For instance, their vehicle had run out of fuel at this very spot, and without hesitation, Zwana fired at the tire of a passing car. Successfully turning that vehicle into a scapegoat, the zombies were drawn away, allowing them to escape with ease. Chu Ge gazed at the military vehicle surrounded by a horde of zombies and remarked, "That vehicle looks promising. What a pity. What a pity. There will be other good vehicles. Our priority now is to leave quickly. Otherwise, once the zombies finish with that one, will be next," Zwana replied. "All right, let's go." Just as they prepared to depart, they suddenly noticed the throngs of zombies surrounding the military vehicle beginning to retreat. Like a receding tide, they withdrew in concentric circles, revealing the military vehicle at the center. Upon closer inspection, the zombies appeared to tremble in fear, hastily fleeing from the vehicle as if something terrifying lurked within. Dumbfounded, they exchanged glances. What's going on? Why are all the zombies leaving? Chu Ge inquired. Zwana's expression grew serious. The occupants of the vehicle might be formidable. Quickly, let's get out of here. She seized Chu Ge's arm, eager to take advantage of the moment to escape. However, just a few steps later, a figure appeared before them like a wraith, blocking their path. How could we receive such a grand gift and simply leave? Came the chilling voice of Zhou Yang. Their faces paled, and they turned to flee. In front of them, a man and a woman descended from the military vehicle, their commanding presence palpable even from a distance. Surrounded on both sides with no escape, they halted, positioning themselves back to back, warily observing their adversaries. At that moment, the street was devoid of zombies, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, broken only by the howling wind. "Zwana, what do we do now?" Chu Ge asked, her voice quivering with fear. Zwana scanned the area for an escape route and fixated on a narrow alleyway. "Do you see that alley? On the count of 3 we dash towards it." "Understood." "Okay." Zwana's eyes gleamed with determination. 1, 2.3, run. They bolted simultaneously, their speed nearly matching each other, but just as they did, 2 currents of electricity surged toward them from the ground. No matter how swift a human may be, there are limits. They felt the electric shock surge through their feet, and in the next instant they were hurled backward. Bang! Banged, they fell to the ground, groaning in pain. It dawned on them that they had provoked forces far beyond their reckoning. 3 pairs of feet approached them. They hastily raised their hands in surrender. "Spare us, please. We are merely desperate sisters. If you let us go, we are willing to do anything." They intentionally lowered their collars, revealing enticing curves, hoping to seduce their way out of the situation. In this apocalyptic world, their bodies had become weapons, and until now they had yet to encounter an insurmountable challenge. After all, they thought, men were predictable. How could one possibly refuse a gift delivered right to their doorstep, especially when they are rather appealing? The 2 women knelt before Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, casting flirtatious glances, their crimson lips slightly parted in temptation. While others might have lunged forward, Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang stood as still as statues. "Gentlemen, As long as you spare our lives, we are at your disposal. Chu Ge offered a brazen wink to Yunanyu previously. She had only encountered rough and uncouth men. Never had she met such exquisite gentlemen, and a wave of desire washed over her. Perhaps she could contemplate sparing him if she succeeded in her endeavors. Keeping him as her cherished companion seemed rather appealing. Xuana's sights were set on Zhou Yang. Unlike Chu Ge, she was not so infatuated, but she was aware of his ability to teleport and entertain thoughts of seizing the crystal core. She understood well that in a world turned upside down, men were the least reliable creatures. One moment professing love in bed, the next unhesitatingly pushing you into the jaws of death when faced with zombies. Chu Ge observed the two women fawning over Yunanyu and Zhou Yang with irritation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not exude affluence? Why were they not attempting to entice her? Feeling a pang of inadequacy, she extracted a crystal core from her pocket and began to crunch it. The sound echoing in the silence, Xuana's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared as though Chu Ge was indulging in crystal cores as if they were mere snacks. At that moment, a faint glimmer escaped from Chu Ge's pocket, causing Xuana's heart to race. Could it be that her bulging pockets were filled with crystal cores? How stunning! Beside them, Yunanyu and Zhou Yang exchanged glances. Their expressions darkened. Was she a child? What was the point of flaunting her treasures? Each crystalline core sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. Xuana and Chu Ge were momentarily taken aback. Their mouths agape, so many crystal cores. It was a rarity for an ordinary person to possess even one, yet she seemed to have an abundance. Had she lost her senses? Do you also fancy crystal cores? Chu Ge inquired. They nodded fervently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at her. The two friends were momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't she planning to gift them? If she wasn't going to share, then what was the purpose of revealing them? Insanity! The two friends exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously drawing knives and lunging towards Chu Ge's abdomen. If she wouldn't share, they would have to take it for themselves. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. Chu Ge remained impassive, while her friends were engulfed in agony and terror. Blood gushed forth as they collapsed to the ground, the wounds in their hearts rapidly bleeding out, pooling around them. Their bodies convulsed a few times before falling silent. Chu Ge's bone spikes had just pierced through their bodies, yet her hands remained pristine, untouched by a single drop of blood, as if she wielded two exquisite weapons, eating crystal cores as if they were mere treats. Chu Ge felt her control over the bone spikes becoming increasingly agile, and her reflexes were sharpening. What level of evolution awaited her by the time she finished devouring all the crystal cores? She found herself rather intrigued. Speaking of which, she felt a bit parched. Her gaze swept over her fallen friends, clearly not to her liking, and instead settled on Yunanyu, her eyes sparkling with intent. I am thirsty. Yunanyu, feigning ignorance to her unspoken request, expressionless, retrieved a pack of blood from his spatial ring and tossed it to Chu Ge. Chu Ge received the blood bag without any disdain. Although it did not compare to the exquisite flavor of Yunanyu's, it was still quite satisfactory. However, the sun was excessively blazing today, radiating an unbearable heat that called for some relief, and she opened her hands before Yunanyu. Yunanyu tossed her a red plastic bag. Chu Ge sought out a clean spot to sit down, opened her medicinal pouch and retrieved a handful of dried chrysanthemums to place into the blood bag. Yunanyu had grown accustomed to Chu Ge's peculiarities, but Zhou Yang, witnessing it for the first time, inquired curiously, Chu Ge, what are you doing? Cooling it down. You really didn't know that? Chu Ge and Yunanyu chorused in unison, as though they were one person. Chu Ge thought, how did he know what I was going to say? Zhou Yang seemed perplexed. Chu Ge shook the blood bag and began to gulp it down. Yunanyu quickly stepped aside, distancing himself from her. Zhou Yang, still standing before Chu Ge, was baffled. After Chu Ge finished the blood bag, she transformed in an instant, launching chrysanthemum projectiles from her mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, some fell to the ground, but the majority stuck to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang exclaimed, Chu Ge, what are you doing? Zombies don't consume this stuff. Yunanyu echoed Chu Ge's sentiments. What? Chu Ge retorted. Zhou Yang wondered, are they teaming up to play tricks on me? Chapter 48. Tire change. Rock, paper, scissors. An eerie silence enveloped the trio. Yunanyu retrieved a new tire and tools from his space, preparing to change the tire. Chu Ge, feeling somewhat bored, suggested, Yunanyu, you go ahead and change it. Zhou Yang and I will explore the vicinity. To no way. Yunanyu immediately objected, with a lone man and two women. That's just wishful thinking. We have nothing to do here. Wandering about might lead us to something good. Then why should I be the one left to change the tire? That's unfair. So what do you propose? Chu Ge asked helplessly. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser changes the tire, Yunanyu declared. Childish, Zhou Yang scoffed. Indeed childish, Chu Ge sternly condemned. In the next moment they all called out, "Rock, paper, scissors," and simultaneously extended their hands. 2 scissors and 1 paper were revealed. Chu Ge stared dumbfounded at her paper. "What? Am I the one who has to change the tire?" Coughed, "You surely wouldn't want me, such a fragile lady, to change a tire under this blazing sun, would you?" Chu Ge's voice took on a melodramatic tone as she cupped her face delicately. Instantly, Yunanyu and Zhou Yang were covered in goosebumps, and after a brief moment of contemplation, they turned and walked away. Watching them retreat, Chu Ge couldn't help but curse under her breath. "Damn it. The atmosphere between Yunanyu and Zhou Yang was exceedingly strange. I asked that how she spoke to you." Yunanyu smirked. "Indeed, I am here to take my revenge in a lawful society. One could do little. But now that we are in the apocalypse, it is only natural to settle scores and seek vengeance. Of course, you won't escape either. Then why haven't you acted yet? How can I allow her to pass so easily without tormenting her first?" Yunanyu fell silent. Zhou Yang's gaze deepened. "Yunanyu, let me ask you, what do you truly feel for Chu Ge?" Just as his words fell, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Boom! Yunanyu's expression changed drastically. "Chu Ge." Zhou Yang could only sense a fleeting figure before Yunanyu had vanished from sight. He gazed at Yunanyu, who was sprinting wildly in the direction of Chu Ge, and he believed he had found his answer. Chu Ge was in the midst of changing a tire when, unexpectedly, a reckless vehicle careened in from a distance, colliding with a military truck. Bang! The tremendous impact sent the small car flipping over, skidding for several meters and igniting sparks on the road before finally coming to a halt. Car parts were strewn everywhere, and the once pristine vehicle was now reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Despite the ferocity of the collision, the military truck was only left with a shattered headlight. Standing beside, Chu Ge held the tire-changing tools in hand, dumbfounded by this sudden calamity. Damn! That nearly gave her a heart attack. Were they in such a rush to meet their fate? Driving like maniacs. "Chu Ge, are you all right?" Yunanyu, drenched in sweat from running, turned her body anxiously and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay?" "I am hurt," Chu Ge replied. While Yunanyu grasped Chu Ge's shoulders, urgency etched on his face. "Where are you hurt? Tell me." Chu Ge raised her pinky finger and pointed at the broken headlight. "That's the issue." Seeing her on the brink of panic while Chu Ge still had the presence of mind to jest, he snapped his fingers against her forehead in exasperation. "What nonsense!" Chu Ge covered her forehead with one hand and swatted at Yunanyu with the other. "Could you be a bit more polite? I am still older than you." Why Yunanyu tousled her hair playfully. "If you want me to be polite, then you should act your age instead of behaving like a child. You're the one acting like a child." Chu Ge shoved him away. A faint smile curved Yunanyu's lips, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his dark eyes. That moment, the door of the mangled car swung open with a thud. A bloodied man, his head battered and bleeding, crawled out. "How is it possible that he survived?" Chu Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Zhou Yang approached, catching sight of the man emerging from the wreckage, his brow furrowing slightly. Lack of eyebrows. The man, aptly named Lack of Eyebrows, had also spotted Zhou Yang and staggered towards him, pleading for help. "Save me, Zhou Yang, please help me." At that instant, Chu Ge sensed an unusual presence approaching. Before long, a figure leaped into view. Zhou Yang recognized the newcomer as Lao Yan, but his complexion was unnaturally pale, his eyes bloodshot, and he was missing both arms. A lit cigarette dangled from his mouth. "His condition eerily peculiar. He has transformed into a mutant," Chu Ge remarked. Zhou Yang's expression turned grave. Upon seeing Lao Yan, Lack of Eyebrows was suddenly overtaken by a chill that raced from his feet to his head. He had been relentlessly pursued, which was why he had been distracted and caused the accident. He hastened his steps towards Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, quickly kill Lao Yan. He has turned into a monster. Hurry!" Lao Yan leaped forward, blocking Lack of Eyebrows' path. Lack of Eyebrows screamed in terror. Lao Yan opened his mouth, stretching beyond normal limits, until ultimately his head split in half, transforming into a massive maw, with yellowed teeth particularly prominent. Chu Ge was repulsed, curling her lip in disdain. With a face devoid of eyebrows, he recoiled in terror, engulfed in sheer fear. "Old Yan, for the sake of our past brotherhood, spare me." Before he could finish his plea, Old Yan devoured his head in a single bite. Crunch, crunch. Blood and brain matter oozed from its mouth, a most grotesque sight. After finishing off the cranium, its tongue extended, curling around the fallen cigarette, which it resumed smoking with a casual air, its gaping maw returning to a normal size. Aside from its pallid complexion and unnaturally constricted pupils, it bore no other signs of abnormality, making it hard to believe that the horrific creature moments ago was indeed it. Having slain the eyebrowless man, it did not depart, but instead fixated its pea-sized pupils on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang understood that he had now become its target. Chapter 49. Yinanyu rides a pink little sheep. Chu Ge was displeased. She was still present, yet this aberration disregarded her and set its sights on another. She unleashed her class pressure, causing old Yen to stagger back a few steps. Hiss. If you wish to live, get lost. Roar. How shameful for a being like you to consort with such wretched food. Old Yen seemed quite at ease in its current identity, viewing humans as mere lowly sustenance. Hiss. Why would I waste my time with a disgusting creature like you when there are handsome men around? Do you think you're worthy? Chu Ge retorted with derision. Old Yen, incensed by Chu Ge's taunts, transformed its mouth into a gaping maw and lunged at her. I'll handle this. Yinanyu stepped in front of Chu Ge, unleashing his lightning whip with fierce intent. Crack. The whip struck Old Yan's chin, causing its monstrous mouth to tilt upwards. Then it leaped onto their military vehicle, but before it could stabilize, Zhou Yang materialized behind it and delivered a powerful kick that sent it tumbling off the vehicle, landing in a disheveled heap, its yellow teeth scattering. At that moment, Chu Ge approached and, before its very eyes, ground the fallen cigarette into the dirt with an audacious display. Old Yan's bloodshot eyes bulged in fury. For its kind, smoke was akin to life itself. With a furious roar, it charged at Chu Ge. Zhou Yang instantaneously appeared on Old Yan's back, pinning it to the ground with the ease of squashing a bug. In the next instant, a slender electric wire pierced its head, extracting a crystalline core. Old Yan fell utterly silent. Ugh! Even in death it looks horrid, dragging down the aesthetic of our zombie realm, Chu Ge remarked disdainfully. Yinanyu and Zhou Yang, in the realm of zombies aside from her, we have yet to see anything appealing. Has the tire been repaired? We should hasten our departure. Otherwise we may not reach the next city before nightfall. Yinanyu suggested. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you. You two go ahead, Zhou Yang suddenly declared. Yinanyu paused for a moment, then felt a sense of secret delight. Finally, he was leaving, proving himself to be wise. Chu Ge furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Zhou Yang, after all these years, you can no longer evade this. Zhou Yang remained silent for a while before looking at Chu Ge and saying, Xiao Gu, grant me a little more time. Chu Ge respected his choice, holding it dear. Zhou Yang smiled, ruffling her hair. Yes, you too. We will meet again. He noticed Yinanyu's darkening expression and, taking advantage of the moment before he erupted, released his grip. This little wolf cub hit harder than he did years ago. You have no more chances. Leave, Yinanyu said coldly, observing the palpable tension surrounding Zhou Yang in relation to Chu Ge. Yinanyu let out a light chuckle and took his leave. He waved his hand gracefully and departed. As Yinanyu watched Zhou Yang finally walk away, the immense weight that had been pressing upon his heart was lifted, and he exhaled deeply in relief. Why, Yinanyu, you must admit you are afraid. You fear he might once again snatch Chu Ge away as he did in the past, with a newfound lightness in his heart. Yinanyu glanced at the still present Chu Ge and, in an exuberant mood, retrieved all the blood packs from his spatial ring, tossing them into Chu Ge's embrace. Drink them all. Chu Ge stood there, bewildered, cradling no fewer than 40 to 50 packs of blood, 3 bags wedged under her chin, 2 clenched between her teeth, and 1 precariously balanced atop her head, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sheer quantity. What madness has overtaken Yinanyu? Why the sudden generosity? La la la. Why Yinanyu took the initiative to change the tire, even humming a tune as he worked. Chu Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed bizarre, exceedingly so. Goodness! Could it be that Yinanyu has been possessed by a spirit? Half an hour later, the tire was replaced, the headlights repaired, and the car was back on the road. Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, a pack of blood clamped in her mouth while she had Yinanyu stow the rest in the spatial ring. There was no way to drink so much at once, and leaving it outside might spoil it. Keeping it in the spatial ring would preserve its freshness for later consumption. Are we heading onto the highway? Chu Ge mumbled around the blood pack. In this apocalypse, many roads were choked with abandoned vehicles. One could only traverse whichever path was available, with no rules dictating the way. As long as the destination was Highshirt, Chu Ge gazed at the towering skyscrapers outside. Her home for over 20 years, now on the brink of departure, feeling a pang of reluctance. Who said we? Go away. Just like before, I'll handle the household chores, cook the meals and wash the dishes. Leave. Then add one more thing. I'll warm the bed. Leave. Drink as much blood as you desire. Chu Ge nearly blurted out leave, but reconsidered. The offer to drink as much blood as she wanted was not entirely unappealing. Why Yinanyu was uncertain whether to laugh at the allure of his blood to her, or to weep at the fact that only his blood held such attraction. At the dilapidated exit of Rongqing, a military vehicle sped past, pursued by several staff members clad in fluorescent green vests, who were swiftly followed by a horde of zombies. The undead gazed longingly at the receding vehicle, their howls echoing, so hungry, don't leave, I want to eat meat, I want to eat, so hungry, hungry, hungry. Wiping away non-existent tears, one of them declared, they are still chasing after me. How touching. I swear I shall become a zombie worthy of respect. No, I mean a zombie worthy of reverence. Ye non you. Having exited the station, they drove smoothly for over an hour before finally encountering the first traffic jam. Ahead lay a chaotic array of abandoned vehicles, some rusted and others thickly coated in dust. Many had shattered windows, doors hanging askew, and the seats smeared with bloodstains. Scattered on the ground were remnants of ancient human bones. For the moment, no zombies were visible in the vicinity. What should we do now? Chu Ge inquired. Get out of the car, Yunanyu replied curtly, stepping out first. Chu Ge followed suit. With a flick of his hand, Yunanyu summoned a military vehicle into his spatial realm, replacing it with a petite pink sheep. Chu Ge's lips twitched at the absurdity. Don't tell me we're actually going to drive that. What other choice do you have? Walk? Chu Ge fell silent at why Yunanyu handed her a safety helmet and donned one himself before settling onto the diminutive sheep. His tall stature, long legs, and innate noble demeanor were at odds with the whimsical pink creature beneath him. Why Yunanyu twisted the key, and the sheep let out a couple of honks. Come on. We're off, he urged. Chu Ge quickly climbed aboard. Hold on to my waist. I tend to drive rather swiftly. Why Yunanyu pulled Chu Ge's hand around his waist. Not wishing to tumble awkwardly, Chu Ge obediently wrapped his arms around him. Yunanyu smiled in satisfaction and they set off. The sheep honked again, then began to move, meandering slowly through the gaps in traffic. Chu Ge stared at the sheep, which moved at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. Incredulous. This is what Yunanyu meant by driving faster. Chapter 50. The corpse. The driver seemed to revel in this leisurely speed, while the passenger sat despondently gazing at the sky. The sheep occasionally emitted melodious sounds, until a roar shattered the tranquility. Why Yunanyu, can you possibly speed up? Is this a sightseeing tour? I'm already pushing the accelerator to its limit. It can't go any faster. Chu Ge had never felt so speechless in his life. Don't you have any other vehicles in your space? Of course. I have a scrap collector's tricycle, a Peppa Pig two-wheeled bicycle, a construction site's concrete mixer, a baby stroller, and a remote-controlled toy car. Which one do you prefer? Chu Ge fell silent at that, resigning himself to the pink sheep. It's fine. The pink sheep is just fine. The pink sheep continued its diligent journey through the traffic. Suddenly, Yunanyu sensed an unusual weight in the vehicle. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he instantly stiffened, his grip on the handlebars trembling, causing the vehicle to jolt. Why Yunanyu, focus on the road, Chu Ge admonished. Chu Ge, have you ever seen a corpse? Only in movies. Yunanyu's gaze remained fixed on the mirror, his dark eyes deepening. Does it frighten you? I used to be afraid, but now I'm a zombie and it's a corpse. What is there to fear among family? Chu Ge said nonchalantly. Why do you ask? Yunanyu diverted his attention from the mirror. Oh, just a casual inquiry. How peculiar, Chu Ge murmured. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that since earlier, a chill had settled on the back of his neck. Raising the hairs on his skin, he shivered and leaned closer to Yunanyu. What's wrong? Is something behind us? Damn! Chu Ge found himself locking eyes with the corpse seated behind them. Don't mess with me, Grandpa. Fuming, Chu Ge pinched the flesh at Yunanyu's waist. You still have the time to joke around. Alright, my fault. What do we do now? Chu Ge squeezed through gritted teeth. Relax, it might just be looking for a ride. It's not sitting next to you, so of course you feel at ease. Chu Ge could hardly contain her fury, wishing she could sink her teeth into Yunanyu. Did you not just claim that it was family? The corners of Chu Ge's mouth twitched. So you knew all along that it was sitting behind me, yet you chose to remain silent. She pondered why he had suddenly inquired about the corpse, only to realize that he must have spotted a dead body sitting behind her. What a scoundrel Yunanyu was. Speak quickly, how do we handle this now? I have never encountered a corpse before and am uncertain of its strength. It remains still, so we shall remain still as well. Observing the situation, Yunanyu declared, so it does not cling to you. Hence your back is not filled with dread, and you can afford to make light of the situation. Chu Ge gritted her teeth in frustration. Yunanyu. Thus, a pink little sheep, carrying one person, one zombie and one corpse, weaved through the gaps in the traffic. Apart from the occasional bleat of the little sheep, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After about 20 minutes of travel, the open road finally came into view. Chu Ge sensed that the corpse behind them remained, neither leaving nor making any further movements, simply sitting quietly. Yunanyu, think of a solution. It appears it has no intention of departing. Yunanyu pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, summoning a military vehicle from the spatial realm, which halted ahead. Chu Ge, when I shout jump, you must leap from the vehicle swiftly and switch to the military one, understand? Got it. Chu Ge nodded as Nanyu maneuvered the little sheep closer to the military vehicle. He whispered jump. Without hesitation, Chu Ge leapt out and quickly boarded the military vehicle simultaneously. Nanyu adeptly spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the corpse flying a considerable distance. He hurriedly stowed the little sheep away and climbed into the military vehicle. The engine roared to life and they sped away, the entire sequence taking mere seconds. Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, relieved that they had narrowly escaped danger. A blood bag would be necessary to calm her nerves. She turned her head. Nan. What the hell? Chu Ge found herself face to face with the corpse, her fright causing her to press herself against the window. How did it end up here? Nanyu with a darkened gaze replied, I just saw it as well. Chu Ge. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the vehicle once more. Nanyu drove, while Chu Ge occupied the passenger seat, and the corpse obediently perched itself atop the central storage compartment between them, resembling a family of three embarking on a road trip. Ultimately, Chu Ge could no longer contain herself and broke the silence. Hiss. Big brother, what exactly do you intend to do? Observing its flat chest, Chu Ge deduced that it was male. He must have been quite tall in life, with long limbs. It resembled a skeletal figure. Its ribs starkly pronounced, limbs thinner than bamboo poles, skin resembling desiccated bark, lips shriveled, teeth bared, eye sockets hollow with no visible eyeballs, leaving her uncertain if it could see, and its nose reduced to a mere black hole. It bore a striking resemblance to a millennia-old corpse that had just clawed its way out of the ground, akin to those in horror films. Hiss. Hey, could you utter a word? Chu Ge was unsure whether it could comprehend her zombie lingo. Just as she was about to give up hope, in the hollow eye sockets of the desiccated corpse, a flicker of crimson light ignited, followed by the emergence of blood-written words on the windshield. It was a scene straight out of a horror film. Chu Ge ran his fingers over the bristling hairs on his arm, exclaiming, what on earth is this ominous display? Are we filming a ghost story? Four gory characters appeared etched upon the glass. The corpse nodded slightly. Chu Ge yanked open the car door and rudely tossed the corpse out. Take care, no need for formalities. Nanyu. Chu Ge slammed the car door shut, dusting off his hands, declaring it done. Chapter 51. What kind of sinister nonsense is this? Inside the car, a picture of familial harmony unfolded, with a family of three seated neatly together. Nanyu on the left, Chu Ge on the right, and the corpse squished in between, while the two plotted the demise of the very being that was sandwiched between them. Nanyu. Your lightning has formidable destructive power. Why don't you send it off on its way? Chu Ge suggested that I can't perform well while driving. Just use your bone blade to sever its head. No, the blood will splatter everywhere, making a mess. It's better if your lightning finishes it off. The two exchanged their plans loudly, oblivious to the absurdity of their scheme as the target of their conspiracy sat right between them, listening intently. Ding. This corpse is just too dry, impervious to blades and bullets. She scoffed, refusing to believe that she could not resolve the issue of a mere corpse. Ding. The force was so great that it sparked. Yet not a single hair was dislodged. The corpse remained seated like an iron statue, unfazed. Chu Ge slumped in the passenger seat, exclaiming, this is impossible. It's too dry to cut through. Roaring. Where is your home? Chu Ge asked testily. The corpse shook its head in confusion. Roaring. What is your name? Still, the corpse shook its head in bewilderment. Roaring. Where are you from? The corpse shook its head again. Roaring. How old are you? Another shake of the head. To hell with you. Get lost. Chu Ge erupted in fury, seizing the corpse and tossing it out of the window. The next moment, he turned around only to find the corpse still firmly seated in the middle. As if it had never moved at all. Chu Ge was beside himself with rage. Are you ever going to stop? Go annoy someone else. Why are you fixated on us? The hollow eye sockets of the corpse glimmered with a hint of red light, and the windshield once more bore the appearance of vivid blood letters. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ge delivered a violent slap to the back of its head, roaring, speak. What is this sinister business? The corpse. Nanyu squinted slightly, observing Chu Ge has become increasingly violent since turning into a zombie. The corpse, shrinking its shoulders pitifully under Chu Ge's threatening gaze, uttered its very first words as a corpse. If one were to hear such a sound in the dead of night, it would undoubtedly instill fear deep within. However, Nanyu and Chu Ge understood that the corpse was nothing more than a simpleton, and thus felt no fear. Roaring. Have you never encountered others before? Chu Ge inquired. Cian, I have, but I killed them all. Roaring. Why did you attack others but not us? Cian, because when others see me, they scream in terror while you two remain remarkably calm, even taking me for a joyride. Victim number 1 Chu Ge. Yuanzhong number 2 Yunanyu. Shining. As long as you help me find my home, I shall repay you. Chu Ge instantly became intrigued, howling. How will you repay us? Upon witnessing the corpse lift its garments, Chu Ge was so startled that she frantically shook her head and waved her hands. There's no need for such a debt of gratitude. I don't require that. You should seek out Yunanyu. Perhaps he would fancy your type. The corpse. Yunanyu. His complexion turned a ghastly shade, casting a fierce glare at her, warning her to silence herself if she had nothing to say. Chu Ge obediently shut her mouth. The corpse had a gash across its abdomen, and it pried open its belly with hands as frail as withered branches, revealing an empty cavity devoid of entrails. It reached inside and extracted 5 glimmering crystals, tossing them onto Chu Ge's lap, and then produced another 5 to throw onto Yunanyu's lap, shining. A reward. Its nonchalant toss made it seem as though it was discarding mere refuse. Chu Ge glanced down at the crystals on her lap, then back up at the corpse, utterly dumbfounded. Has the world sunk to such depths that crystals have become so commonplace? Yunanyu, upon seeing the crystals, fell into deep contemplation, questioning if he had become utterly useless. Chu Ge promptly took hold of its withered hand, disregarding any distaste. Wealth as the ultimate patron. It was a deal with the promise of reward. Chu Ge appeared significantly more invigorated, howling. If you remember nothing at all, do you possess any personal belongings? The corpse tilted its head, then retrieved a photograph from its belly and handed it to Chu Ge. Upon receiving it, Chu Ge beheld the image of a strikingly beautiful young woman in a hospital gown, cradling a newborn while smiling radiantly at the camera. The glow of maternal love illuminated her face. She was exquisite. Howling. Is this your wife and child? The corpse tilted its head once more, its evidently dull mind having forgotten everything. Alas, knowing nothing, it surely had no recollection of the hospital's location either. Chu Ge lamented. The First People's Hospital of Yuan City. How do you know? Chu Ge looked at Yunanyu in astonishment. The corpse also gazed at Yunanyu with curiosity. It's written on the hospital gown. Yunanyu replied. Chu Ge glanced, and indeed, the name of the hospital was inscribed on the chest of the gown. But merely knowing the name of the hospital is futile. Without knowing this person's name, how can we search for her? Her name is Louis. Yunanyu spoke again. What? You know her? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Ge exclaimed in delight, truly a stroke of fortune. The corpse stared intently at Yunanyu, its previously innocent gaze now tinged with a hint of hostility. Yunanyu. Faced with 2 dull-witted corpses, he helplessly remarked. The patient wristband she wore bears her name. Chu Ge looked down at the photograph, confirming that her name was indeed Louis. Yunanyu. You are quite clever. Chu Ge patted Yunanyu on the shoulder, an unusual commendation. The corpse's hostility faded, returning to its endearingly simple demeanor, and it mimicked Chu Ge by extending its withered hand to pat Yunanyu's shoulder. Shining Yunanyu. Indeed, they are family. Let us now proceed to the First People's Hospital of Yuanzhou City to locate the case of an individual named Louis, as it contains an address that will lead us to his residence. Chu Ge cheerfully remarked. However, we can only venture to Yuanzhou City tomorrow as nightfall approaches, and we must first secure accommodations, Yunanyu stated. Chapter 52. Lodging in a small village. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Yunanyu fortuitously drove past a village, and thus decided to rest here for the night. Chu Ge was indifferent regarding their lodging. As a zombie, any location was suitable for her. Were it not for Yunanyu being human and requiring rest, she would not wish to squander time. The entire village lay shrouded in inky blackness, devoid of any glimmer of light. In this post-apocalyptic world, power had long been severed, and the sounds of zombie activity echoed through the darkness. It was uncertain whether any survivors remained in the village. As the narrow village roads could not accommodate their vehicle, they disembarked, 1 human, 1 zombie, and a dry corpse. Yunanyu retrieved a powerful flashlight from his storage space, illuminating the path ahead and simultaneously revealing a dozen terrifying zombies. Tung. The dry corpse hastily scrambled up a nearby tree, terrified. Chu Ge. How could a mere dry corpse be frightened of zombies? Was it sent by monkeys for comic relief? Nevertheless, it must be said that the zombies here were indeed excessively horrific and sanguinary. Yunanyu and Chu Ge furrowed their brows, gazing at the zombies before them. Their eyes had been gouged out, leaving behind 2 gory sockets, and their ears oozed blood, likely ruptured eardrums. Most alarming of all, their mouths had been grotesquely slashed open, with the lower lip barely hanging by a thin layer of skin, blood dripping down to saturate their chests, creating a gruesomely sanguinary scene. Moreover, their hands and feet had all been severed, forcing them to drag their bodies along, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. These zombies were entirely blind, deaf, and incapable of biting or grasping, rendering them utterly non-threatening. It was no wonder that upon their disembarkation, they could hear the zombies stirring yet did not witness any lunging towards them. There must be a supernatural being at play here, Yunanyu commented. Then why go to such lengths to render these zombies in this state? Would it not be simpler to deal with them swiftly? Chu Ge inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a male voice boomed, "Who are you?" Shortly thereafter, a figure approached from the distance. It was a man of approximately 40 years, with a square face, not particularly tall, slightly plump, and with dark skin. Dressed in attire reminiscent of a rural farmer. "We are merely passing through. As night has fallen, we sought to rest here for the night," Yunanyu replied. The man appraised Yunanyu and Chu Ge, casting a glance at their vehicle. "Just the two of you?" "Yes, just the two of us." Chu Ge did not contest Yunanyu's words, recognizing that he spoke with caution in mind. Indeed, it is rare to encounter such audacious young individuals willing to roam outside after dark. "Follow me. I shall take you to a place to stay." Chu Ge signaled the dry corpse perched on the tree to remain there for the time being, as its presence could incite unnecessary commotion. After all, it was not much better than these zombies, and stepping out would surely instill fear. The dry corpse watched as Chu Ge and Yunanyu walked away, clinging to the tree trunk and whimpering. "Don't go, I'm scared." As Chu Ge and the two others followed the man through the village, they encountered only a horde of zombies, writhing on the ground, stripped of their aggression. "Did you bring them to this state?" Chu Ge inquired. "Indeed, my parents passed away early, and I grew up relying on the kindness of the community. This village nurtured me, and the villagers are like family to me." Suddenly the apocalypse struck, transforming all the villagers into zombies. "Fortunately, I awakened my abilities and managed to escape calamity. Faced with those villagers who have become zombies, I find it impossible to bring myself to end their lives. Yet, to prevent them from harming others, I had no choice but to act as I did." The man's voice was laden with helplessness and sorrow. "I see." Chu Ge nodded. "Here we are. This is my home. You two young ones may stay here. As an ability user, I can keep an eye on things should any emergencies arise at night." The house before them was a humble rural dwelling, adorned with simple tiles, and the interior contained only basic furniture. "I hope I am not imposing," Yunanyu said. "There is no need to worry about imposing. In these trying times, we should help one another as much as we can. This is something the villagers taught me. I have not received much education and do not understand profound philosophies. Please make yourselves comfortable. Have you eaten yet? There are a few boiled sweet potatoes in the kitchen. I will fetch them for you." "No need, you needn't trouble yourself. We are not hungry," Chu Ge replied. "Please do not stand on ceremony with me. They are my own harvest, worth little," the man said as he went to the kitchen to retrieve food. Indeed, rural folk are truly sincere. Chu Ge mused at why Yunanyu remained silent, his dark eyes deepening with thought. "The sweet potatoes may be a bit cold. I hope you don't mind. Let's make do with this tonight. Tomorrow I will prepare a chicken for you. In this apocalyptic world, I imagine it has been quite some time since you've had a hot meal." "Thank you," Chu Ge said to the man, pushing several worm-riddled sweet potatoes toward Yunanyu. "Please eat. You've lost weight recently from protecting me, Yunanyu." Chu Ge found Yunanyu's complex expression rather amusing. It was likely he had never eaten sweet potatoes, especially not those infested with worms. Even in this apocalypse, while others were subsisting on meager rations, he remained well-fed. "Truly, a fortunate soul. It's getting late. Once you finish, I will show you to your room." The man stated at Yunanyu, "Hurry and eat. I am not hungry, so you need not worry about me," Chu Ge said. Understanding his concern, Yunanyu glanced at Chu Ge and then stood up to face the man. "I apologize, but I am allergic to sweet potatoes. I fear I must decline your kindness. Could you please take us directly to our room?" The man was taken aback. Allergic to sweet potatoes? Is he the young master from the city? Ultimately, the man did not press further and led Chu Ge and Yunanyu to their room. "You may stay in this room. The rural conditions are rather modest, and I hope you won't find it lacking." "It is quite sufficient, thank you, brother." "You should get some rest," Chu Ge expressed her gratitude. "Very well, call out if you need anything," the man said as he exited the room. Yunanyu closed the door, surveying the simple wooden bed and flowery quilt, his brow furrowing slightly. The room was rudimentary, containing only the bed, with no desk, chairs, or wardrobe. Chu Ge sat down on the edge of the bed, which immediately creaked under her weight. "Yunanyu." Chu Ge. The atmosphere instantly turned somewhat awkward. "You should sleep." "I'll just sit here," Chu Ge remarked, noting that zombies do not require rest. Yunanyu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the large floral quilt. Ultimately unable to convince himself to accept it, he retrieved a solid wooden rocking chair from his spatial ring, complete with a cushioned seat. "I can sleep here." he stated upon observing Yinanyu reclining in the rocking chair. Gently swaying back and forth, appearing rather comfortable, Chu Ge felt a twinge of envy and inquired, "Is there another one? Please bring me one." With a mere wave of his hand, another rocking chair materialized beside him. Chu Ge hurriedly occupied it, instantly succumbing to a sense of comfort that caused her eyes to narrow with pleasure. The two rocking chairs were placed side by side, perfectly positioned to face a window that offered a view of the round moon in the sky. A gentle breeze flowed through the window, causing the rocking chairs to sway leisurely. Chapter 53. Secrets of the Mountain Village. Woo, I'm so scared. The dried corpse clung to a tree branch, trembling as it observed the zombies below. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. The man from earlier. He no longer exuded the aura of sincerity and honesty. Instead, darkness shrouded his brow. The dried corpse watched as the man approached the military vehicle. Pressing his forehead against the glass to peer inside after realizing he could see nothing, he angrily kicked a tire and rudely yanked at the door handle in an attempt to open the door. This vehicle had top-tier anti-theft measures. It was highly improbable that it would yield easily. The man, growing increasingly frustrated, failed to gain entry. Enraged, he delivered a fierce kick to the door. "Damn it, it will be mine sooner or later," he muttered as he stormed away. The dried corpse observed the man's retreating figure, its hollow eye sockets glowing faintly with a hint of red light. In the room, Chu Ge lay in the rocking chair, resting her eyes when suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped her. She opened her eyes to find the dried corpse's face mere centimeters from her own. Coupled with the dim lighting, the effect was utterly terrifying. "What the hell?" Chu Ge gasped instinctively, delivering a kick that sent the dried corpse flying across the room, crashing into the windowsill and performing a complete 180-degree turn before tumbling out of the window. In the next instant, the dried corpse reappeared unscathed beside Chu Ge's rocking chair. Startled, she recoiled and glared at the dried corpse, gritting her teeth. Can't you refrain from this ghostly nonsense every day? Do you have any idea how frightening that is?" The dried corpse hung its head like a chastised student, internally musing that this zombie was far too timid, unlike itself, which had never known fear. Chu Ge composed herself and inquired, "What are you doing down from the tree?" "I told you to stay up there. I came to inform you," the dried corpse replied. "That man you encountered earlier is a villain." "A villain? How could that be?" Chu Ge gasped in disbelief. In her mind, he was simply a straightforward, innocent rural man, and even if the villagers had turned into zombies, he would never harm them. Such a kind-hearted person could not possibly be a villain. Chu Ge turned to the recently awakened Yinanyu and said, "Yinanyu, the dried corpse claims that the man from earlier is a bad person. What do you think?" Noticing the serious expression on Yinanyu's face and the depth in his dark eyes, her heart sank. She asked, "You don't suspect something's amiss too, do you?" "I thought he would act later in the night. Yet he seems so impatient." Yinanyu replied, "I didn't expect him to be so reckless." Chu Ge was astonished. "Is he truly a villain? How did you discern that? The zombies outside, lacking any offensive capabilities, what is amiss with that?" Chu Ge, perplexed, pondered. As he had articulated, the villagers were akin to family in his eyes. He could not summon the heart to slay them, yet he could coldly resort to gouging out their eyes, slicing their mouths, severing their hands and feet. Upon deeper reflection, a chill ran down Chu Ge's spine. Indeed, such reasoning was profoundly unsettling. This bore no resemblance to familial bonds, but rather resembled the deeds of a vengeful adversary. Can. "I have uncovered some secrets. Come with me swiftly." The corpse spoke. It claimed to have discovered secrets and beckoned them to follow. Chu Ge conveyed this to Yinanyu, who nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed." He had anticipated at least half a night's rest. Yet it seemed that was a mere wishful thinking. In the mountains behind the village, a cave emitted a glow, accompanied by the harrowing cries of women. Chu Ge, Yinanyu, and the corpse huddled close to the cave entrance, cautiously peering inside. The scene that unfolded before them was grim. Within the cave were 5 young women, 3 of whom bore noticeable signs of pregnancy. A man wielding a whip mercilessly lashed at the women who were not with child. "You can't even lay an egg. Keeping you around is a waste of provisions." The women cried out in agony with every strike. The 3 pregnant women dared not utter a plea for mercy, for fear that they would be the next to suffer. They were all unmarried girls from Blue Sky Village, and the man before them was notorious in the village as a reclusive bachelor in his 40s, idling his days away, with no one willing to marry him. Before long, the apocalypse erupted, and the man awakened his earth-based abilities rather than aiding others. He had callously bound the villagers, allowing zombies to feast upon them, leading to the demise of everyone in the village except for the 5 girls. They too had been tethered in the cave, subjected to daily torment, treated as mere instruments of his depravity, living a fate worse than death. "Your sole purpose," you wretched bitches, is to bear my offspring. I am an ability user. If you can produce my superior lineage, you should be eternally grateful. What a blessing for your ancestors. The man continued to berate and strike them. Just wait and see who dares to mock me as a bachelor or a ward of the state. Now that I possess abilities, I can have any woman I desire, and I shall sire numerous sons to ensure my legacy. As he surveyed the two women, their skin torn and bloodied from his relentless beating, his visage twisted with madness, let the barren bitches perish. The two women, eyes wide with terror, struggled to escape, yet where could they flee in the face of such power? With a mere wave of his hand, the ground seemed to come alive, undulating before it split open, engulfing the two women within. The fissure gradually closed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. As blood seeped from the ground, the three pregnant women clung to one another, their faces drained of color, shrieking in terror. Ahahaha. The man laughed maniacally. "Do not fret. Soon new sisters will join you." Cannot a ghost? One of the women, overwhelmed with fear, fainted. The other two, covering their ears, trembled uncontrollably in the corner, paralyzed by their dread. The man's visage was pallid, his gaze darting anxiously around him. Who, he pondered, was playing tricks from the shadows? Show yourself at once, or do not blame me for my unkindness. A chill coursed through him, his hair standing on end as he raised his foot, intent on fleeing the cavern. At that moment, from the blood-soaked earth that had just claimed two women, a gnarled hand, resembling a withered branch, emerged ominously, the man's face drained of color, his pupils wide with terror, his lips quivering uncontrollably. In Chapter 54, The Power of the Corpse, one of the women, witnessing the ghostly hand breaking through the ground, felt an unexpected surge of defiance rather than fear. Her gaze pierced the man, venomous and overflowing with hatred. "You shall meet a most gruesome fate," she proclaimed. "They will feast upon your vile heart, devour your brain, drink your blood, flay your skin and tear your sinews. Even in the depths of hell, you shall find no solace, enduring torment as wretched spirits gnaw at your essence, reducing you to the status of swine." Overwhelmed by dread, the man found the woman's curse amplifying his terror as he beheld the corpse crawling slowly from the earth. He lost control, the scent of urine permeating the air. A stranger to the world, steeped in superstition, he believed wholeheartedly that this was the malevolent spirit come to claim his life. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he cried out in sheer panic, his words a jumbled mess. "Do not approach. Do not come for me. I have done nothing wrong. It is their fault, these wretched souls who gossip and mock me. They deserve their fates. Thus I transformed them into this grotesque state, a daily reminder of my vengeance. How satisfying it is." Ha ha ha. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Ge observed how the mere appearance of the corpse had driven the man to madness, murmuring, "Indeed, the horrors of the underworld are truly terrifying." As the corpse emerged, its hollow eye sockets glowed with a sinister red light, locking onto the man. He retreated in terror, muttering, "I am an esper, immensely powerful. No one can kill me." Just as he raised his hand, an invisible force twisted his arm into a grotesque spiral. Clutching his contorted right arm, pain coursed through him, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as his left hand began to twist uncontrollably. "No, no!" he screamed in terror, desperately attempting to halt the transformation. But it was utterly futile. He watched helplessly as his other arm succumbed to the same fate, twisted beyond recognition. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed ominously. Both arms dangled in an unnatural position, the agony forcing anguished cries from his lips. Alas, the torment was far from over. His body began to lean backward, yet his feet remained firmly planted. As he arched to the limit, he continued to bend backward. The pain in his eyes swelled, blood vessels bursting under the strain. Another high-pitched wail erupted from him, followed by the audible snap of his spine, the back of his head pressed against his posterior, his form folding into a straight line, devoid of any gap. With a crisp crack, the man's leg bones contorted grotesquely, and he collapsed to the ground. Thud. Following that, a cacophony of cracking and popping ensued. As every bone in his body emitted ominous sounds, the man contorted in bizarre, unfathomable motions, as if countless invisible hands were manipulating him. Ultimately, aside from his eyes, which still retained movement, his entire body lay limp, resembling a puddle of mush. His throat could no longer utter a single word. At that moment, he beheld a pair of feet approaching, and upon glimpsing that exquisite visage, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was silently pleading for salvation. Chu Ge suddenly chuckled, seemingly mocking his folly, and beckoned to the corpse, which obediently approached and stood behind her. The man's gaze turned to sheer terror as he comprehended their alliance, and in a fit of rage, he spewed blood profusely. Yet at that juncture, He was utterly powerless to act. Let us depart, she declared, turning away, with the corpse dutifully trailing behind her. The women behind them lunged at the man on the ground, fervently unleashing their pent-up animosity with bloodshot eyes. He fixated on Chu Ge's retreating figure, his expression wrought with resentment, until a stone fell and crushed half his skull. Nevertheless, the women continued their assault, as stones rained down like a torrential storm, saturating the air with a heavy scent of blood. Chu Ge, attuned to the commotion behind her, smirked slightly as she exited the cave. Yi Nanyu refrained from entering, mindful of the women within who were unclothed, and instead waited outside the cave. Let us depart, she repeated. The trio, a person, a zombie, and a corpse, silently exited the rear mountains, much like their arrival. The entire horde of zombies from the village, drawn by the scent of blood, began to crawl into the cave. Chu Ge and the corpse spent the night atop the vehicle, basking in the chill of the wind. As dawn broke, a new day commenced. A military vehicle departed from a village named Lan Tian, veering onto the main road with a roar. Inside the vehicle, a scene unfolded of a family of 3. Yi Nanyu was at the wheel, an energy bar clenched between his teeth, while Chu Ge, seated in the passenger seat, held a bag of blood packets in her mouth. The corpse in the middle had nothing, gazing longingly. Yi Nanyu, are we heading to Yuanzhou City now? Chu Ge inquired. Indeed. Is it far? How long will it take? Approximately over 300 kilometers. No sooner had Chu Ge spoken than trouble arose. A large tree lay across the road ahead, forcing Yi Nanyu to halt the vehicle. To their surprise, as soon as they stopped, a group of individuals burst forth from the roadside bushes, encircling the car, each wielding a long watermelon knife, exuding an aura of menace. Thud, thud. The leader, a burly man, banged on the car window with his blade. Yi Nanyu rolled down the window. The family of 3 simultaneously turned to face the man. The burly fellow rolled up his sleeves to reveal intimidating tattoos, ready to issue a threat, but upon spotting the corpse inside the vehicle, he broke into a cold sweat. What do you want? Yi Nanyu asked coldly. The man's demeanor shifted from menacing to obsequious in an instant. As he nodded and bowed. It is of no consequence. I merely wish to inform you that there is an obstruction ahead. Kindly halt for the moment while I remove the hindrance, allowing you to pass without concern. The subordinates of the burly man stood in bewilderment, pondering what their leader was up to. One of the younger ones boldly inquired, Brother, are we not here to seize supplies? Chapter 55. The Zombie Hospital. Enough of your nonsense. We are embodying the spirit of Lei Feng, performing acts of kindness. This brother has encountered an impediment due to the fallen tree, and we shall assist in clearing it. The group of young men was taken aback. Was it not they who had placed the tree there? Why must it now be removed? Had their leader lost his senses? Brother, we cannot let them go. We have yet to procure the supplies, exclaimed the same young man, still not heeding the lesson. After receiving a slap, the burly man sensed a dangerous gaze behind him. His spine stiffened, and he retaliated with another slap. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. Do take a look at what is inside the vehicle, he growled, gripping the young man's collar tightly. With 2 red marks on his face, the young man bent slightly to peer into the vehicle, only to be met with the sight of a corpse. His face drained of color, and he straightened instantly. Brother is correct. Each of us should embody the spirit of Lei Feng and find joy in helping others. The other subordinates were utterly perplexed. Let us go and move the tree. The burly man and the young subordinate energetically set about clearing the obstruction. The rest of the group stood dumbfounded, watching the 2 genuinely removing the tree. Had they not agreed to seize supplies? How had this turned into a lesson in altruism? At last, the tree was cleared, and the military vehicle roared past. Brother, take care. We shall not see you off. The burly man and the young subordinate bowed in farewell. The others were left in shock. They had attempted to rob supplies countless times, yet this had been the most bizarre encounter. Once the military vehicle had receded into the distance, the 2 straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Both exhaled heavily in relief. If it were not for your quick thinking, we might have ended up as corpses ourselves, the burly man said, still shaken. The younger subordinates were skeptical. Indeed, what a pity to let such a prize slip away. Just looking at that vehicle, one could tell it was filled with valuable supplies. Brother seems to have lost his wits this time. As the young men chattered among themselves, they suddenly noticed the terrified expressions on their leader, and the slapped young man's faces as they gazed behind them. What in the world is that? Before the burly man could finish his sentence, he bolted away in a flash. The young men shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, the military vehicle sped down the highway, with Yi Nanyu at the wheel and Chu Ge seated beside him. The corpse in the middle had vanished without a trace. Yi Nanyu, do you think we will successfully locate the woman and child in the photograph? Chu Ge inquired. As long as the hospital's records have not been destroyed, it should not be difficult to find them. My only fear is ye non-US dark eyes deepened. Leaving his thought unspoken, Chu Ge understood the implications. In this brutal world, it was challenging for even a robust man to survive, let alone a woman with a child. Alas! I hope all is well. Chu Ge sighed. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood wafting through the cabin. After so many encounters, Chu Ge had become desensitized to the eerie presence of corpses. She had grown accustomed to it in this apocalyptic world. It is perplexing that, despite the availability of free purchases, individuals choose to obstruct and rob others, leaving their fate in question. 4 hours later, they arrived at Yuanzhou City without delay, heading straight for the First People's Hospital. After half an hour of driving, they finally reached the hospital, but their vehicle halted 1,000 meters away due to an array of dust-laden cars obstructing the entrance, rendering access impossible. Before the onset of the apocalypse, a mysterious fever had gripped many, causing a mass influx into hospitals, which subsequently became paralyzed. All medications related to fever and cold remedies were sold out. Following the fever, a widespread outbreak of the zombie virus ensued, transforming hospitals into disaster zones. Scenes of zombies viciously attacking the living unfolded throughout the premises, with blood splattered everywhere and severed limbs strewn about. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a hell on earth. Chu Ge gazed at the distant hospital building, noting that every window had shattered. A mere glance revealed hallways teeming with zombies, their numbers astonishing. What was once a place filled with people had become a site overwhelmed by the dead. Chu Ge did not perceive Yenneyu as weak. Rather, he was merely human, lacking the ease with which she and the dry corpse navigated through the horde. After a moment's contemplation, Yenneyu concurred. Chu Ge's strength, as long as he did not encounter a multitude of attackers, was formidable, especially with the addition of a dry corpse equally formidable. Chu Ge feigned an acknowledgement and alighted from the vehicle. Keep an eye on her, Yenneyu instructed the dry corpse. Yenneyu. He once again experienced the despair of illiteracy. The surrounding zombies regarded the dry corpse with bewilderment, their sluggish heads cocked in contemplation, as if pondering the nature of this peculiar being. It appeared somewhat unsightly. It seemed this area had never encountered them before. Were they newcomers? After walking for several minutes, they finally reached the entrance of the hospital. The glass doors lay shattered, and the lobby was littered with scattered examination forms and medication slips, with bloodstains evident everywhere. The hallways were overrun with zombies, particularly those donning white coats, nurse uniforms and patient garb, all of whom appeared especially conspicuous, their limbs rigid and claws outstretched. At a glance, only she and the dry corpse seemed relatively unscathed. A wheelchair glided past Chu Ge, occupied by a male zombie in a patient gown, clutching a bone to gnaw upon. Chu Ge seized the bone and tossed it aside, prompting the male zombie to lunge after it. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ge settled into the wheelchair and gleefully rolled away. The Dry Corpse, Chapter 56. Chainsaw Maniac. Seated in the wheelchair, Chu Ge navigated through the swarm of zombies, her playful spirit ignited. The wheelchair spun and twirled under her command. The Dry Corpse pursued her closely, maintaining a watchful eye as Chu Ge glided in her wheelchair. She noticed a nearby hospital bed being pushed. She displaced a female zombie resting upon it and reclined on the bed herself, leisurely resting her hands behind her head and crossing her legs, relishing the ride as a few nurse zombies pushed her along. With a sudden thud, the female zombie toppled to the ground. The Dry Corpse. Hiss. Take me to the maternity ward, I want to have a baby. Having had her fill of amusement, Chu Ge addressed the nurse zombies. They donned white nurse caps and pristine white uniforms, each one radiating youth and beauty, with figures that were strikingly appealing. Alas, that was merely their visage from the world before its demise. Presently, their appearances were a far cry from that image. Eyes clouded with a dull haze, mouths emitting unintelligible howls, and their lips and chins stained with blood. The once immaculate nurse uniforms were now marred with gruesome stains, while their caps sat askew atop their heads. These mindless zombies mechanically performed their former duties. For instance, the insurance salesperson, now a creature of the undead, still clung to the notion of selling insurance. Thus, Chu Ge instructed them to escort her to the obstetrics ward. Remarkably, these single-minded zombie maidens obediently pushed her in that direction. One of them, with a gaping wound on her cheek revealing teeth and tongue, attempted to console her, howling, "Do not fear, we shall soon take you to obstetrics. We shall arrive shortly." Chu Ge reclined languidly on the hospital bed, allowing the zombie nurse to transport her to the delivery room. The Dry Corpse lingered nearby, its presence starkly incongruous amidst the throng of zombies, drawing considerable attention. The lady with the facial wound had been observing for some time, inquiring of Chu Ge, "Is that your husband?" To which she replied, "No, he is my bodyguard." the zombie maiden exclaimed. He is quite dashing, exuding an air of rugged masculinity, simply stunning. Chu Ge, taken aback, watched as the nurse's cart inadvertently nudged against the dry corpse, prompting her to boldly engage him. What kind of specimen are you? You seem exceptionally unique. The dry corpse distanced itself slightly, ignoring her advances. Undeterred, the maiden persisted. Have you considered fathering hybrid zombie offspring with me? Chu Ge was left astounded. This maiden was audacious indeed, directly alluding to the prospect of having children. Upon hearing the word baby, the dry corpse trembled slightly, its hand instinctively reaching into its abdomen to caress a photograph. A flicker of recognition seemed to pass through its sluggish mind, and it uttered, I have a wife and child. Clearly, it was referring to its spouse and offspring. The zombies, devoid of the intricate machinations of human nature, were straightforward in their intentions. Upon learning of the dry corpse's familial ties, the zombie maiden relinquished her pursuit and resumed her task of escorting Chu Ge to obstetrics. Upon arrival, Chu Ge swiftly dismounted the bed. Keen to avoid being ushered into the delivery room against her will, the area was populated with numerous pregnant zombie women, each adorned in hospital gowns, their hair disheveled, and pink admission wristbands still clasped around their wrists. Before the apocalypse, countless families had joyfully awaited the arrival of new life in this very place. Yet now, a cataclysm had obliterated all semblance of normalcy. Let us first inspect the doctor's office to see if we can uncover anything of use, Chu Ge suggested to the dry corpse. They entered the office, which lay in disarray. Desks were overturned, some askew, and various documents and reports littered the floor. Blood splatters marking the walls and ground. A few zombies roamed the space. And beneath a table crouched a female Dr. Zombie in a white coat, gnawing on something in her hands, blood dripping profusely. As Chu Ge approached, she discerned that the doctor was feasting on a large rat, its black fur matted with blood clinging to her mouth, bits of flesh lodged between her teeth. Blood streamed from her chin onto the white coat, creating a vivid crimson stain. Disgusted, Chu Ge averted her gaze and began rummaging through the office, examining each report and medical record one by one. The desiccated corpse was also searched for, though Chu Ge was uncertain if it could comprehend. After more than an hour scouring the entire medical office area, they found no trace of Louis's name. The visible despondency of the corpse was palpable. It howled. Do not be disheartened, perhaps there exists a medical records database, and we can continue our search outside. Chu Ge offered comfort. There was a phone number and a residential address listed. It howled. We've found it. Take a look, is this the one? The corpse seized the notebook, and upon seeing the information inscribed, its hand trembled slightly. Although it could not recall, the sense of familiarity was undeniable. Observing its excitement, Chu Ge was convinced of its authenticity. It howled. Let us proceed. The address is noted, we shall go directly. As Chu Ge and the corpse prepared to depart, a distant sound of a chainsaw echoed, growing nearer. The zombies on this floor began to retreat in terror. It howled. Everyone flee, the chainsaw maniac approaches. It howled. The terrifying chainsaw maniac is back. It howled. I refuse to be dismembered, run. The zombies seemed acutely aware of the chainsaw maniac's menace, dragging their stiff bodies in retreat. Only Chu Ge and the corpse remained, bewildered, standing still. What manner of creature was this chainsaw maniac? In the next moment, they finally beheld the very figure that had instilled such fear among the others. A tall silhouette clad in a blood-stained white coat appeared at the end of the corridor. Adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, its complexion a sickly gray-green, exuding the demeanor of a refined young doctor. Yet, this seemingly genteel figure wielded a menacing chainsaw, dripping with fresh blood. It raised the chainsaw effortlessly, cleaving a zombie in twain. A deluge of blood and viscera splattered forth, staining the walls and floor alike. It did not cease, continuing its relentless slaughter of its own kind as it advanced toward Chu Ge and the corpse. Behind it lay a gruesome tableau of dismembered flesh and severed limbs, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Anything within its vicinity was mercilessly dismembered by the chainsaw. A hospital bed obstructed its path, which it obliterated with the chainsaw in a single sweep. The sound of its rigid body cracking echoed, the chainsaw's roar resonating ominously. Chu Ge, witnessing the chainsaw maniac approaching, understood its intent was directed at them. Their arrival must have triggered its sense of territorial threat, compelling it to eliminate them. Excellent, she relished the prospect of a confrontation. It howled. Corpse, you go. The corpse. Chapter 57. The corpse prepares to return home. The chainsaw maniac charged forward, chainsaw in hand, and the corpse's sunken eye sockets glimmered with a hint of red light. Instantly, the chainsaw maniac halted, its hand trembling as it raised the chainsaw. Subsequently, it lost control, directing the chainsaw toward itself. The chainsaw buzzed ominously and the next instant, blood and flesh erupted, the chainsaw embedding deeper into its waist. With the quaking of the chainsaw, torrents of blood cascaded down. Chu Ge, witnessing this thrilling yet horrifying spectacle of carnage, could not help but swallow hard as the final remnants of flesh were severed. The upper half of the chainsaw maniac toppled to the ground, yet its upper body remained fixed in place. The scene resembled a horror film. It howled. The chainsaw maniac continued to brandish the chainsaw, snarling grotesquely at the corpse. It dragged half of its body forward, continuing towards the corpse, the chainsaw trailing behind it, emitting a sizzling sound and sparks as it scraped against the ground. Upon reaching the lifeless body, it raised the chainsaw and aimed to sever the legs, yet in a bizarre twist of fate, it instead sawed into its own head. Buzzing brain matter splattered, and eyeballs rolled down. Chu Ge staggered backward a few steps, howling. Goodness! How brutal! The abilities of the corpse were extraordinarily strange. Fortunately, she was not required to contend with it, for given her current capabilities, she likely stood no chance against it with the chainsaw-wielding maniac dispatched. The concealed zombies poured forth. The nightmare of zombies haunting the hospital dissipated, as they roared in jubilation. Ultimately, Chu Ge and the corpse departed the hospital amidst the cheers of the throng of zombies. Yunanyu waited in the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the hospital's direction. His military vehicle boasted excellent sealing and defensive capabilities, with several circles of zombies surrounding it, yet he felt no concern that they would breach the vehicle. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on Chu Ge, his brow furrowed. Was she injured? As Chu Ge and the corpse approached, the surrounding zombies immediately retreated, their presence instilling fear in these ordinary undead. Chu Ge opened the door and entered the vehicle, while the corpse had already settled itself in the middle seat. Are you hurt? Yunanyu inquired eagerly. No, the blood isn't mine, Chu Ge responded. We encountered a zombie wielding a chainsaw inside, but the corpse dealt with it in no time. It was remarkable. The corpse sensed a hostile gaze directed at it from nearby and innocently shrugged its shoulders, lowering its head to diminish its presence. We have located Louis's information. The address is room 1201, building 18, Huayuan Community, Chu Ge remarked as she scrutinized the registration form. Chu Ge mused, why does it seem like he's gritting his teeth? Who has provoked him? As they drew ever closer to Huayuan Community, Chu Ge perceived the corpse beside her becoming increasingly agitated. It howled. What's wrong? Are you okay? Chu Ge understood the corpse's feelings well. It was no longer human, and in such a terrifying form. One could only imagine the reaction of its family if they were still alive and beheld it in such a state. Doainan, there's a supermarket ahead. Let us stop for a moment. What for? To modify the corpse, Chu Ge stated as she appraised it. The military vehicle came to a halt at the supermarket entrance. Rubbish littered the ground outside the supermarket, with plastic bags, food wrappers, and empty bottles strewn about haphazardly, while several empty shopping carts lay abandoned. Additionally, 7 or 8 zombie corpses were sprawled at the entrance, and judging by the blood on the ground, they appeared to have died not long ago. The supermarket's rolling shutter had been deformed beyond recognition, with a large hole pried open at one corner, obscuring the view of the interior. Let us get out and take a look, Chu Ge declared before exiting the vehicle. Yunanyu followed suit, subsequently retracting the vehicle into his spatial storage point. 1 human, 1 zombie, and 1 corpse squeezed through the gaping hole in the rolling shutter to enter the supermarket. Inside, the lighting was dim, yet it was evident that the place had been ravaged. It seemed to have been visited by countless waves of people, with blood stains and human bones visible everywhere. The shelves were entirely bare. Some toppled over while others lay in disarray, and the ceiling's plaster had begun to crumble and fall. Scattered across the ground lay a collection of unwanted goods, steel wool, pot scrubbers, hangers, and the like. In the days preceding the apocalypse, these items may have been essential in every household. However, in the aftermath, they have transformed into burdensome relics, so undesirable that even the prospect of acquiring them for free holds no allure. This supermarket, though but a single story, is quite expansive, and Chu Ge and his companions ventured deeper inside. Upon rounding a corner, they were met with the cacophony of several voices laced with profanity, mingled with the feeble pleas of a woman. As they pressed onward, they beheld a disturbing sight. 4 or 5 men and women encircling a frail woman, mercilessly striking her with fists and feet, their tongues lashing out with a torrent of vile insults. You hideous creature, you so! Hand over your belongings. Once we deal with the zombies, you think you can make off with nothing? Dream on! If you don't relinquish your possessions, you shall not leave this place. With such ghastly faces and despicable hearts. Had no one informed you that theft is a grave offense? Kill her! Damn it, as if our supplies weren't scarce enough. This woman dares to hoard. The woman curled on the ground, her hands tightly clutching a packet of compressed biscuits. Her voice, frail and powerless, cut through the chorus of their vitriol. I swear I haven't stolen anything. We cleared the zombies, so all that remains is ours. Please just give me back my biscuits. A man with a buzz cut lunged forward to seize her. The emaciated woman held on with all her might. Weeping, I beg you, have mercy. I haven't eaten in days. I only want this one packet and I won't take more. You wretched woman, release it. The buzz-cut man struck her face with a resounding slap. The frail woman's body, as fragile as a kite severed from its string, was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from her lips, yet she steadfastly clutched the biscuits and raged. The man drew a steel knife, advancing towards her. Die, you ugly wretch! He raised the blade, poised to plunge it into her. Suddenly, his hand froze in midair, unable to descend another inch. The man felt as though some unseen force had taken control of him. The knife's tip now aimed at his own chest. Terror widened his eyes as he gasped. No one with that utterance. The blade found its way into his own heart. The onlookers, stricken with fear, recoiled several steps, their limbs trembling in disbelief at the horrifying scene before them. Chapter 58. Indeed, I am no ghost. Upon witnessing the fall of the buzzcut man, they were paralyzed with dread, their hearts racing. All was too surreal. The group turned towards the woman on the ground, seething with rage, demanding, "Was it you, witch? What sorcery have you invoked?" Chu Ge and his companions lurked in the shadows of the corner, unnoticed, their attention riveted on the gaunt woman sprawled on the floor. It must be her doing. She must pay for the death of Lao Sha. A woman with a low ponytail seethed with fury. For the fallen man had been her beloved. I will handle this, declared a lecherous-looking man, eager to impress the ponytailed woman. Seizing a long steel pipe from the ground, he advanced towards the woman. He swung the pipe, aiming to crush her skull and obliterate her very being. The strike was magnificent in its force, yet it inexplicably paused mid-air, and the steel pipe began to twist in an eerie fashion. The lecherous man, alarmed, attempted to release his grip, only to discover he could not shake it off. A piercing scream shattered the supermarket's silence. Clang, the twisted steel pipe fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The lecherous man clutched his own contorted arm in excruciating pain. At that moment, his companions turned ashen, their pupils wide with shock, their lips trembling in terror. A ghost! The woman with a low ponytail screamed, turning to flee. Others followed suit in a frantic escape. Suddenly, as the woman reached a bend in the aisle, she halted abruptly. "Run! Why have you stopped?" shouted a companion racing towards her. To their astonishment, the woman not only ceased to run but began to retreat, her gaze filled with dread as she stared ahead. At that moment, three shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. The companions who had been rushing forward abruptly halted, their eyes widening in awe upon seeing Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu, but the sight of the corpse sent a chill racing up their spines. They trembled with cold. "Wait, are you human or ghost?" Their voices quivered. Chu Ge smiled at them. "Do I look like a ghost with my beauty?" They shook their heads, mesmerized by her stunning appearance. "Indeed, I am not a ghost," Chu Ge replied with a smile. "Then what about that?" The collective gaze turned towards the corpse. That I cannot guarantee," Chu Ge said with a nonchalant tone. Instantly, their hair stood on end as they looked at Chu Ge. Pleading, "Please save us, we will agree to anything you ask. You will agree to anything I desire, is that true?" Chu Ge's tone was innocuous. They nodded eagerly. If she demanded all their supplies, though reluctant, they would comply, for it paled in comparison to their lives. A mischievous smile crept across Chu Ge's lips. "May I have your lives, then?" The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Why, before they could react, a slender electric wire pierced through their heads. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they fell, unwilling to accept their fate. The delicate electric wire, emerging from Yi Nanyu's fingertips, danced in the air, betraying none of the lives it had just claimed. "Yi Nanyu, why must you steal my thunder? I had intended to reveal my identity next, instilling fear in them, and then use my bone spikes to pierce their throats, allowing them to die in agony. That would have been exhilarating." Chu Ge complained. Yi Nanyu replied. Was she always this twisted?" "Thank you for saving me, thank you," said a gaunt woman, kneeling and bowing several times before Chu Ge and the others, then tremblingly attempting to rise and leave. "Wait," Chu Ge called out. "Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to harm you. I merely wish to say that you may take all the supplies here." The woman looked up suddenly, disbelief etched across her face. Upon raising her gaze, they finally noticed her disfigured features, the scars indicative of acid burns. "I apologize for frightening you," the woman murmured, lowering her head to hide her face with her hair. "You can take all the supplies. We will not make things difficult for you," Chu Ge reassured her. Thank you," the woman replied. The woman hurriedly rose to her feet, retrieving a bag to collect the meager provisions gathered by the earlier group. In truth, there was not much, merely a few packets of soda crackers, some small candies, and a single sausage. Additionally, there was the pack of compressed biscuits she had discovered. The packaging of the food was quite filthy. Yet the woman displayed no disdain as she meticulously packed it away. Thank you, she expressed her gratitude once more before limping away. Clutching her meager bounty with her head bowed, she passed by the cadaver, which seemed to sense something. Turning its head to gaze at her retreating form, it tilted its head slightly, as if pondering something. At that moment, the woman, still focused on the ground, unexpectedly glanced back at the corpse. A flicker of confusion danced in her eyes, but she quickly shook her head and proceeded to exit the supermarket. She probably won't survive the night, Yinanyu remarked, observing the direction of her departure. What nonsense! She's perfectly fine, Chu Ge replied, her brow furrowed, her eyes puffy and filled with a haunting lethargy, the visage of one on the brink of death. Chu Ge cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, a promising youth like you, why choose to masquerade as a soothsayer? Yinanyu remained silent, clearly unfazed by her words, as he stepped over the corpse and ventured deeper into the supermarket. Fortunately, the items she sought were not in high demand, allowing her to find what she needed. Masks, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Chu Ge instructed the corpse to don these accessories, instantly concealing 99% of its terrifying appearance. She frowned at the tattered garb adorning the corpse. Realizing it still lacked proper clothing, however, after a thorough search of the supermarket, she had found no adult apparel in that moment. Her gaze fell upon Yinanyu's attire, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. Though the corpse resembled a skeleton, it possessed long limbs, its stature comparable to Yinanyu. Thus his clothing would undoubtedly fit it well. Yinanyu, quickly remove your clothes, she urged. Yinanyu's expression stiffened slightly. Take them off? Precisely. All of them. Observing Chu Ge's impatient demeanor, he surveyed their surroundings. Here? There's no one else around. Why are you shy? Yinanyu glanced at the corpse. It's not human. You needn't concern yourself with it. Yinanyu's worldview was profoundly shaken. He never anticipated Chu Ge's openness to such an extent. With a darkened expression, he gritted his teeth, declaring, Chu Ge, you must be joking. Chapter 59. The corpse's attire. Chu Ge looked on in bewilderment, questioning why he bore such a murderous look if he simply refused. You want me to strip for it to wear, she stated. Otherwise, what do you think? Chu Ge shot him a sidelong glance. I thought. Yinanyu halted abruptly, meeting Chu Ge's inquisitive gaze. He spoke earnestly. Indeed, I believe it is for it to wear, but I feel my attire is unsuitable. This outfit better suits its temperament. With that, Yinanyu retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial ring and placed it heavily into the corpse's hands. This set is suitable for you, he enunciated each word through clenched teeth. The corpse? Did it provoke him? Once the corpse donned the new garments, Chu Ge's eyes sparkled with delight. Clad in a stylish men's tactical jacket on the upper body and a pair of jeans below, his long legs exuded an air of superiority. Indeed, tall individuals resemble walking mannequins, effortlessly looking appealing in any attire. Although his skeletal frame appeared rather emaciated, the loose-fitting garments perfectly concealed this fact, imparting a sense of languid charm, coupled with a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity attempting to evade the prying eyes of paparazzi. Truly, one's appearance is often enhanced by their attire. If not for the revelation, who would suspect that this tall and handsome man was, in fact, the infamous skeleton? But then there are those feet. Chu Ge's lips twitched as she gazed at the unsightly pair of flip-flops, seemingly salvaged from some refuse, which adorned the skeletal figure's chicken-like feet. An epitome of ugliness. She then shifted her attention to Yinanyu's feet. Yinanyu. A minute later, the skeleton had donned a new pair of shoes, now impeccably outfitted to perfection, prompting a satisfied nod from Chu Ge. He would undoubtedly captivate many young women if he stepped outside. 3 individuals emerged from the dilapidated supermarket gate, each radiating a brilliance that outshone even television stars. They climbed into a vehicle, which roared away. Never before had she encountered such striking individuals. Even before the apocalypse and the garden community, it took less than 10 minutes to arrive from the supermarket, and a military vehicle was already stationed at the entrance of the neighborhood. The iron gate had collapsed, allowing for complete freedom of movement within the community. A zombie clad in security attire popped its head out from the guard booth, emitting a growl that seemed to suggest vehicles were prohibited from entering. Numerous zombie residents strolled about after their meals. This seemed the perfect spot to disembark. Chu Ge and the skeleton exited the vehicle, with the zombies paying them no heed. However, as Yinanyu stepped out, zombies from all directions immediately surrounded him, clawing and gnashing in a welcoming manner. Chu Ge unleashed her imposing aura, causing the zombies to retreat in waves. The trio then made their way into the community, with the zombies parting like the sea upon their approach, exuding a formidable presence. Behind them, several zombies engaged in hushed discussions, growling. How could a mere morsel walk alongside the mutant master? What audacity! Growling. That might be the pampered little spouse of the mutant master. Growling. The mutant master's taste seems rather questionable, for he is neither foul nor dirty, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Growling. Is that also the little spouse of the mutant master? His aura is distinct from ours. Could he be a foreigner? Growling. The mutant master certainly has a unique palate. Unimpeded, the trio arrived at Building 18. The power was out, rendering the elevator unusable. Thus, they had no choice but to ascend the stairs. After approximately 10 minutes of climbing, they finally reached the 12th floor, where 4 households resided. 3 doors stood wide open, revealing a scene of utter disarray within, while only one household's iron door remained firmly shut. Bearing the number 1201. Chu Ge stood before the door, turning to the skeleton. Skeleton, take a look. Huh. Where did he go? The skeleton that had been following her was now nowhere to be found. Without a doubt, he had hidden himself. She had suspected his calm demeanor along the way to Yinan. The skeleton has hidden away. What should we do? Knock on the door. Let us first ascertain if anyone is inside, Yinan suggested. All right. Chu Ge stepped forward and knocked thrice on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Is anyone there? After waiting for a while, there was no response, only silence. However, Chu Ge did not knock on the door a second time. Yinan, there is someone inside. I can hear the breath behind the door. She must be peering at us through the peephole. Chu Ge communicated silently with Yinan. What should we do? Should we directly state our purpose? Yinan nodded and took the initiative to speak. We know someone is inside. We apologize for intruding so abruptly, but we mean no harm. We have been sent here on behalf of another. Once these words were spoken, silence enveloped them once more. Yet, Chu Ge understood that the person behind the door had not departed. She was likely in contemplation. After a considerable pause, just as Chu Ge pondered whether to say more, a weak female voice emerged. Who sent you? Chu Ge thought, why does this voice seem somewhat familiar? Yinan's dark eyes deepened, and his slightly furrowed brow indicated that the matter was complex. Who instructed your visit? The person behind the door appeared to be growing anxious. We do not know his name. We were simply tasked with finding someone named Lu Yi. Are you Lu Yi? Chu Ge inquired. Where is that person? The woman's voice trembled. Silence fell once again, and after a moment, a click was heard as the door opened. Chu Ge's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the individual within. Exclaiming, it's you. Yinan, however, displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. The one who opened the door was the disfigured woman they had encountered earlier in the supermarket. Are you Lu Yi? Chu Ge sought confirmation, for she appeared utterly different from the photograph. Lu Yi nodded. Please come inside. Lu Yi cast a glance towards the staircase, her eyes dimming, and closed the door. At that moment, a figure emerged from the staircase. It was the suddenly evasive corpse. It stood there, fixated on the front door, exuding an aura of profound sorrow. Its tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Its name, age, residence, wife's name, son's name. All memories surged back to it. It felt utterly cursed. Chapter 60. A touching moment. Chu Ge and Yinan stepped into the home, revealing a cozy little abode. It was evident that, before the apocalypse, this had been a happy family. A wedding photograph hung on the wall, featuring Lu Yi as the bride, adorned in a beautiful wedding gown and veil, nestled in the arms of her groom, her face radiating blissful joy. The groom, tall and handsome in a sharply tailored suit, gazed lovingly at his bride. Chu Ge instantly recognized the striking groom as the corpse. Though they bore no resemblance, the impression they left was undeniable. Yinan also scrutinized the wedding photograph. Lu Yi, observing Chu Ge and Yinan admiring the picture, spoke tenderly, he is my husband. His name is Xiaozhan. We were college classmates, and after graduation we married. We believed we would enjoy a lifetime of happiness, but who could have foreseen the outbreak of the apocalypse? At that time he happened to be away on a business trip. Subsequently, communication networks collapsed and we lost contact, never to hear from him again. Her voice trembled towards the end. Alas! How cruel fate can be. Moments ago, I beheld the flag of a rescue team below. It is evident that they must have ventured into this community for assistance. Why did you not leave with them? Would it not be far safer at the survivor camp? Yinan inquired. He could only hope that clarity would dawn upon her soon, urging her not to evade the truth, and to meet her wife without delay. At that moment, the room was filled with the sharp, piercing cries of a child. Louise's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting look passing through her eyes as she spoke. Please sit for a moment. My child is crying and I must attend to him. Very well, you go ahead, Chu Ge replied. Louis approached the doorway of a room, pushing the door open inside. The curtains were tightly drawn, casting a dim gloom, and the closing door severed Chu Ge's line of sight. A slight frown creased Chu Ge's brow, for she sensed an absence of life within. Could it be that her nerves were simply too taut, leading her to misjudge? Moments later, Chu Ge's blood-red pupils suddenly brightened. The unmistakable scent of flesh filled the air. Chu Ge, what is wrong? Yinanyu asked. A zombie lurked within the room. Yinanyu's expression shifted as a bolt of lightning struck the wooden door, splintering it into fragments. Chu Ge and Yinanyu, witnessing the scene within, widened their eyes in astonishment. Louis was, astonishingly, carving flesh from her own thigh. The gaping wound and jagged knife marks revealed that this was not her first act of self-mutilation. Upon seeing Chu Ge and Yinanyu at the threshold, Louis became frantic, hastily shielding the child behind her. Her face an ashen hue. No, she stammered, fear evident in her voice. Chu Ge and Yinanyu gazed at the child peeking from behind Louis, a 1-year-old, round and cherubic, with a face that should have been adorned with deep dark eyes, now clouded and vacant. It was painfully clear that the child had succumbed to zombification. Louis was, in a disturbing twist, nourishing it with her own blood and flesh. Realizing that Chu Ge and Yinanyu were aware of her actions, Louis spoke in a panic. He is not evil. He has never harmed anyone, nor has he ever attacked. I beg you, do not kill him. I promise to watch over him. Do you not realize that your life has reached its limits? Yinanyu spoke in a grave tone. Louis paused, momentarily taken aback, though she was not surprised. Deep down she had long known her body could not endure much longer. Yet, she lamented, it is my failure to protect him. If I had not taken him out to search for food that day, he would not have been infected by the zombie's bite. I have condemned my child. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. What will happen to him if I die? He is a good child. He has never bitten or attacked me. Sometimes when I offer him my blood, he refuses to drink. I know he does this out of love for me. I am the one who has harmed him. As Louis spoke, she buried her face in her hands, weeping bitterly. Chu Ge watched her, deeply moved. Her tears were not born from a fear of death, but from the dread of leaving her child behind. Having been an orphan herself, Chu Ge had never known the warmth of maternal love until today, witnessing Louis's devotion. Even after her child had transformed into a zombie, she had not abandoned him, but instead chose to sacrifice her own flesh to sustain him, a torment beyond the comprehension of most, yet she endured it, inflicting countless cuts upon herself. In that moment, the room was filled solely with Louis's sobs, a release long suppressed. The zombie child, too, cried out, crawling into its mother's embrace, extending its tiny hand in an innocent attempt to wipe away her tears. The sounds of continued to escape her lips. Others may not comprehend, but Chu Ge understands. Mama, do not weep. Xiao Bao is here with you. Louis, lost in her tears, raised her head in a daze, staring at Chu Ge. This little one was declaring that it wished for her mother to cease her crying. Louis was taken aback. How could she? In truth, I too am a zombie, Chu Ge remarked nonchalantly. Louis's eyes widened in disbelief. She is a zombie? Her understanding was shattered, for the zombies she had always perceived were grotesque, mere shells of existence. Where was one like her, speaking and behaving no differently than a human, with a visage undeniably beautiful? She is astute. She possesses self-awareness, Chu Ge stated upon hearing Chu Ge's words. A flicker of hope ignited in Louis's despairing eyes. Is it true? She will be like you, won't she? Even if I perish, she will be well, won't she? Suddenly Louis knelt before Chu Ge. I implore you for a favor. If I die, will you take care of her? I know this is selfish of me, but I have no other recourse. I shan't trouble you for long. Once she grows a bit and can fend for herself, you may let her go. At that moment, a dull ache gripped Louis's chest, accompanied by a sensation of suffocation. Her breath quickening, she realized her time was drawing near, hence her urgent desire to entrust her child to Chu Ge. She is a zombie, yet possesses a kind heart. If only she could leave her child in her care, Louis could die with peace. No, it should not be me, Chu Ge replied upon hearing her refusal. Louis felt her hope shatter, the light in her eyes extinguished. It should not be me. The child's father is the ideal choice. Chu Ge, gazing upon the pitiable woman before her, resolved to reveal the existence of the dry corpse. Yet Louis spoke first. It is the one from the supermarket, isn't it? Chapter 61. Chu Ge transforms a person into a zombie for the first time. Do you know? Chu Ge and Yinanyu were taken aback. Louis nodded heavily, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Chu Ge was profoundly shaken. It must take immense love for one to recognize the other, regardless of how they have changed since you are aware. Why do you not inquire about its whereabouts? Upon hearing this, Chu Ge marveled at what an extraordinary woman she was. At this moment, she longed to give the dry corpse a good thrashing for not cherishing such a remarkable woman. Is it not coming out? Do not make me look down upon you, Yinanyu remarked. Chu Ge scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Why, Yinanyu, who are you speaking to? Is the dry corpse here? Louis' spine stiffened. She had felt a chill nearby. Could it be that in the next moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the door? Louis' heart raced as she looked over. Her palms growing clammy, the door swung open and the dry corpse entered, holding the spare keys. Tears streamed down Louis' face. She had awaited this day for far too long. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain surged through her chest. A rush of blood erupted from her lips. Her body, pushed to the limit, began to collapse. The dry corpse rushed forward, catching her as she fell. Louis weakly raised her hand to embrace him, her small hand gently patting his back. Do not be sad. Marrying you makes me so happy. Her voice gradually faded, her hand slipped down limply, dangling at her side. The dry corpse trembled violently, then uncontrollably shook as it cried out. No, don't leave, don't abandon me. Don't. Chu Ge looked on in shock as tears slowly streamed down the face of the dry corpse. It was indeed weeping. Witnessing the light in Louis' eyes slowly dissipate, Chu Ge felt a surge of impulse. She could not bear for this devoted woman to vanish just like that. She deserved happiness. Chu Ge crouched down and urged, quickly, give her to me. I have a way, hurry or she will die. The dry corpse, hearing that Chu Ge had a solution, hurriedly relinquished Louis into her arms, pleading, you must saved her. Chu Ge accepted Louis and, just before the last flicker of her vitality extinguished, bit into her neck. Louis abruptly tilted her head back, her eyes rolling back as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The zombie virus was wreaking havoc on her bodily functions, her pallid complexion gradually turning a ghastly hue, while dark veins began to spread from the bite mark. Louis started to emit involuntary howls. She was on the brink of transforming into a zombie. Chu Ge slashed her wrist, blood flowing forth, and offered her bleeding wrist to Louis' lips. Instinctively, Louis opened her mouth and grasped Chu Ge's wrist, swallowing every drop of her blood. With the blood of Chu Ge coursing through her, Louis' body began to heal at an astonishing rate. The deep wound on her thigh, exposing bone, began to sprout fresh flesh, and even her disfigured visage was undergoing a remarkable transformation, her gaunt form gradually becoming more robust. Nanyu watched in astonishment. Could it be that she possessed formidable evolutionary abilities? No, it was not that. It was the effect of Chu Ge's blood. He had always marveled at the healing properties of Chu Ge's saliva. But now it was clear that her blood was the ultimate remedy. The dry corpse gazed at his wife, who appeared to be reborn, as if she were an entirely different person from just moments ago. Her disfigured face was restored to its former beauty. Chu Ge entrusted Louis to him, assuring him that she would be all right, though she might have to live on as a zombie from now on. This was also her first time transforming someone into a zombie. The dry corpse, having regained his beloved, held her tightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Whether she is a zombie or not is of no concern to me. I only wish for her to be well. This sentiment pleased Chu Ge immensely. That was what a true man should be. A bag of blood was tossed towards Chu Ge, which she caught deftly and bit into, drinking eagerly, while beckoning Yinanyu with her other hand for another bag. She was in urgent need of replenishment. Yinanyu generously retrieved 2 more bags from the spatial ring and tossed them to her. Yaya. The 1-year-old little treasure wobbled around Chu Ge, his murky eyes fixated on the blood bags in her hands. With a blood bag clenched in her mouth, Chu Ge glanced down at the little one and growled, do you want to drink? The little treasure nodded and growled, Auntie, I want to drink. Chu Ge then gestured to Yinanyu, indicating the little treasure and requesting him to give it a bag. Yinanyu complied, retrieving another bag from the spatial ring and tossing it to the little treasure. However, to everyone's surprise, the little treasure was struck by the blood bag and fell to the ground. Emitting a piercing wail, Chu Ge, with the blood bag clutched in his mouth, gazed at Yinanyu with a complex expression, as if to say, even such a small child is being bullied. Yinanyu. Little Bao Bao, little Bao Bao. The slumbering Louis, upon hearing the child's cries, unconsciously murmured the child's name. The dry corpse, noticing Louis in its arms, was about to awaken her, casting an irritable glance towards the crying little Bao Bao sprawled on the ground. Although little Bao Bao was small, it was, after all, a zombie, possessing the ability to sense danger. Feeling the menacing gaze fixated upon it, it immediately ceased its wailing, crawled to a corner with the blood bag, and curled up, its pitiful silhouette barely discernible. Chu Ge. Is this its biological father? Looking at the tiny figure in the corner, he felt a surge of sympathy and approached to offer comfort, only to discover it was facing the wall, blissfully cradling the blood bag and indulging in the sanguine drink, exhibiting no signs of sorrow whatsoever. Well, perhaps she was merely overthinking after finishing the entire blood bag. Little Bao Bao felt a rush of energy, leaving it somewhat dazed. It was frightened, having never encountered such a situation before. It yearned for its mother. Shakily rising from the corner, it stumbled only to collide with a chair. Falling flat on its face with its short limbs, it clambered back up, only to bang into the edge of a table subsequently. Its state resembled that of a drunken individual, careening hither and thither. What has happened to it? Chu Ge inquired. It appears to be intoxicated. Nan responded. Chu Ge, looking bewildered. Intoxicated? Intoxicated on blood? Chapter 62. Taking without asking, considered theft. All of this blood belongs to ability users, infused with energy that is somewhat overwhelming for such a small creature. It will be fine once its body absorbs it completely, Nanyu explained. Chu Ge chuckled softly at the sight of little Bao Bao once again toppling over after colliding with the table leg. This little one was rather adorable. Tap, tap, tapped at that moment. A knock echoed from outside the door. Nanyu cast a glance at the others before striding towards the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he saw a girl around 18 years old with red-dyed hair, anxiously glancing around, fearful that a zombie might leap out at any moment. What do you want? Nanyu's voice was low and somber. The girl outside seemed taken aback, not anticipating the presence of a man inside. She lived upstairs, and after waiting for the coast to be clear of zombies, she hurriedly descended. I am a friend of Yi Jia. If you inform her, she will certainly allow me to enter. Nanyu, not being the master of the house, could not inquire about the mistress. Thus he turned to the male host. He silently asked the dry corpse whether to open the door. The dry corpse was uncertain. But upon hearing that the girl claimed to be a friend and recognizing her feminine voice, it pondered the consequences of not letting her in. What if something unfortunate happened and his wife awoke in a fury? Better to let her in first. The rest could be addressed once his wife was awake. The dry corpse nodded at Nanyu, then carried Lu Yi into the bedroom, closing the door behind them. Nanyu opened the front door and said to the girl at the threshold, "Please come in." Qin Xiaoyan, upon seeing Nanyu, was momentarily struck with awe. She had not expected him to be so handsome. "If you don't come in, I will close the door." Qin Xiaoyan's gaze prompted Nanyu to adopt a frosty demeanor. Don't close it. I'm coming in." Qin Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped inside. She had not eaten for several days. After finishing a packet of biscuits, she paused, but contrary to your expectations, it was far from over. She proceeded to stuff all the remaining food into her pockets, leaving not even a single piece of candy behind. Taking without asking is akin to theft. A voice, cold and indifferent, resonated behind Qin Xiaoyan. Her expression stiffened slightly as she turned around, only to discover another woman seated on the sofa. Upon seeing the other's excessively attractive face, Qin Xiaoyan felt a wave of disdain. It must be artificial after all. What was so remarkable about it? On what grounds did you accuse me of stealing? If it isn't theft, then what is it? I am friends with Yi, so how could you possibly label it as such? You. Qin Xiaoyan's face darkened considerably. I have no obligation to explain my relationship with Yi to you. With that, she intended to leave. Leave the things behind, Chu Ge said coldly. She claimed to be a friend of Lu Yi, yet had not come in search of her but rather made a beeline for the food. Consuming and taking, leaving nothing behind, without any regard for whether Yi had eaten at all. From this alone, Chu Ge could discern that this person harbored ulterior motives, selfish and greedy. Faced with such an individual, she felt no need to show any courtesy. On what grounds do you dictate that I should leave things behind? This does not belong to you. Even Yi has said nothing, yet here you are, meddling like a dog catching a rat. Truly pathetic. Qin Xiaoyan scoffed. Qin Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed, forcefully throwing the items on the ground, spilling the contents of her pockets everywhere. It seemed that a dog had grown a head. No wonder it couldn't see where it was going. Chu Ge recognized that Nanyu was standing up for her, a slight smile gracing her lips, surprised that this well-mannered individual would resort to such petty antics. Qin Xiaoyan, having fallen to the ground, felt her face flush with anger upon hearing Nanyu's mockery as she scrambled to her feet. Pointing an accusatory finger at Nanyu, she shouted, bullying a woman. What sort of man are you? You may look decent, but it turns out you are nothing but trash. If you do not compensate me for my losses today, I will not let this go. Oh, and how do you intend to settle this? I am quite curious to see. A look of disdain flashed in Nanyu's eyes as he spoke coldly. You. Qin Xiaoyan gazed up at Nanyu's towering figure in his cold, dark eyes. Feeling a twinge of trepidation in her heart, she swallowed hard, feigning composure. I am magnanimous enough not to argue with a worthless man like you with that. She bent down to retrieve the scattered food. My sincerest apologies, but I am typically one to fuss over such matters, Yi Nanyu remarked, kicking aside the food she intended to pick up. Qin Xiaoyan was infuriated, straightening up to confront Yi Nanyu. Suddenly, a figure rushed over, pushing Qin Xiaoyan aside. Qin Xiaoyan, who granted you the authority to strike my guest in my home? The usually gentle voice now laced with anger. Qin Xiaoyan, momentarily stunned, gazed at the beautiful woman before her, struggling to comprehend the situation before hesitantly calling out, Louis's face remained cold. I have already told you not to come here again. Before the apocalypse, Qin Xiaoyan did not reside here. It was only after the world had changed that she moved in upstairs. Once, Qin Xiaoyan had knocked on her door, begging for food, claiming her 2-year-old brother had not eaten for several days and was on the brink of starvation. Louis, having children herself, had compassionately given her a bit of food. Little did she expect that Qin Xiaoyan would return today. Qin Xiaoyan gazed at Louis before her, then cast a glance at the photograph on the wall, her eyes widening in shock. It truly is you. How could this be? Louis was clearly an unattractive creature. Realizing she had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts, she hastily covered her mouth. Yet, she remained unfazed, convinced that this foolish woman would not hold it against her. Little did she know, the Louis before her had transformed into a zombie, her heart now cold and unyielding. Slap, slap. The resounding sound of 2 sharp slaps echoed through the air. Qin Xiaoyan covered her swollen cheeks, momentarily dazed by the unexpected blow. This foolish woman actually dared to strike her. How dare you hit me? On what grounds? Not only will I strike you, but I can also make you leave. Louis seized Qin Xiaoyan by the collar, hurling her out the door like a lifeless dog. Qin Xiaoyan, too weak to resist, was discarded like refuse. Be gone. Do not let me see you again. Next time it won't be so simple. Bang. The door closed mercilessly. Reeling on the ground, Qin Xiaoyan wore a sullen expression, her teeth grinding in frustration. Despite the presence of food, they denied her, showing no compassion, even striking and berating her. These people were truly worse than animals. A shrill scream echoed as a zombie matron clad in an apron emerged from the staircase, approaching Qin Xiaoyan with a stiff gait. Her complexion paled as she scrambled to her feet, pounding on the door in a frenzy. Open the door. There's a zombie. Let me in, save me, please open the door. Inside, the group remained unmoved by the commotion at the door. Chu Ge scoffed softly, thinking this foolish girl must be eager to attract even more zombies. Indeed, the banging and shouting drew the downstairs zombies upstairs. As Qin Xiaoyan beheld several terrifying zombies emerging from the stairwell, despair flooded her heart and she collapsed into tears, banging on the door. Open the door. You can't be so heartless. Please save me, let me in, hurry. The first zombie matron lunged at her and Qin Xiaoyan screamed in panic. Get away. Let me go. Help. The zombie bit into her shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Qin Xiaoyan shrieked in agony. Soon, more zombies descended upon her, tearing and gnawing at her. A chilling cacophony of her wails reverberated throughout the building. Blood seeped through the cracks of the door, filling the air with a metallic scent. Recently transformed into a zombie, Louis, along with the weak-willed zombie Xiaobao, were instinctively drawn towards the door, evidently eager to partake in the feast. Meanwhile, Chu Ge sat calmly on the sofa, exhibiting no desire to indulge in the food outside. Her gaze shifted towards the delectable Yi Nanyu, her blood-red eyes gradually brightening. Only a meal of such caliber could pique my appetite. Hearing her thoughts, Yi Nanyu was left speechless. Click. The door creaked open. Qin Xiaoyan, barely clinging to life, saw Louis reaching out to her with blood-stained hands. As the zombies continued to tear at her flesh, she gasped. Help. Save me. In the next moment, her eyes widened in terror, her pupils reflecting the image of Louis lunging towards her. She was indeed a zombie. This was the final thought of Qin Xiaoyan as her neck was severed. Her head tilted, and her breath faded away. Louis clamped down on Qin Xiaoyan's throat, the warm blood gurgling as it was swallowed down. A circle of zombies surrounded them, and Xiaobao was unable to squeeze through, being pushed back time and again. It fell to the ground, crying in grievance. Wow. Unable to eat, it longed for sustenance. Once it was full, Mother would no longer worry about its hunger and resort to cutting her own flesh to feed it. It did not wish to consume any more of Mother's meat and blood, yet food lay before its eyes, tantalizingly out of reach. When Mother grew anxious again, she would have to cut herself to feed it. Wah. Xiaobao's cries grew increasingly shrill, its sorrow overwhelming. At that moment, a pair of large hands gently lifted it up. Sansong. Stop crying, Father will help you drive them away, all right? Xiaobao instantly ceased its weeping, gazing with tearless, murky eyes at the oddly shaped, somewhat unsightly creature before it. Father? Sansang. Watching father scare away these zombies. The eye sockets of the dry corpse glimmered with a faint red light. The feasting zombies sensed the aura of danger. Trembling in their bodies and hastily abandoned their food to retreat. In a mere moment, the zombies vanished completely. Bang. The sound of a door closing echoed. The entire corridor was left with only the dry corpse and the scattered limbs on the floor. It was dumbfounded. Huh? Where are my wife and child? The wife and child it spoke of were currently huddled inside the house, trembling in fear. What was so terrifying? The dry corpse, belatedly realizing, thought ruefully, oh no, I forgot my wife and child are also zombies. In room 1301 upstairs, a young man adorned with an ear stud and exuding a rogue demeanor was pacing the room. His expression grim naturally. He had heard the chilling, desperate screams of Qin Xiaoyan. Yet he had no intention of rescuing her. He did not wish to plunge himself into danger for the sake of that foolish woman, Qin Xiaoyan. The thought of his empty stomach ignited his fury, causing him to overturn a table standing amidst the chaos. His eyes gleamed with darkness. No. He must find another woman to replace Qin Xiaoyan. An idea struck him, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. That ugly woman downstairs seems quite promising. I've heard she is easy to deceive. What did you just call me? Chu Ge stared blankly at Louis. Master. You are the one who has given me life anew. From now on you shall be my master, and I shall follow you for all my days. Louis replied respectfully, for all your days. But what about me, wife? The dry corpse asked, bewildered. Louis shot it a disdainful glance. We are now different species. There is no possibility for us in this life. The dry corpse exclaimed, Chu Ge and Yinanyu. But didn't you say it was blissful to marry me? The dry corpse implored anxiously. That was before I became a corpse. It no longer holds weight now, Louis replied with an air of nonchalance. The dry corpse felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Its world crumbling. It had been abandoned by its wife. The thought crossed its mind. An angry glare was cast toward Chu Ge, demanding an explanation. How could love vanish with the transformation into a zombie? Chu Ge. She has never encountered such a situation. Could it be that Louis was originally destined to become a soulless zombie, but due to her blood's intervention she has gained consciousness, yet lost her emotions? At that moment, Xiaobao affectionately clung to his mother's thigh, admiring her current appearance. So beautiful. Louis looked down at the little one at her feet, lifted him up, and nestled him in the embrace of the lifeless body. The tenderness of the past maternal affection was entirely absent. From now on, you will live with your father. I am destined to follow my master. The lifeless Xiaobao. The furious glares of the father and son duo shot towards Chu Ge in unison. Return my wife, mother. To me. Do you believe me if I say it has nothing to do with me? Chu Ge weakly responded. The lifeless father and son exchanged looks that clearly conveyed their disbelief. Chu Ge. Chapter 64. If I become a zombie, will you be with me? Chu Ge sat on the sofa, her head resting against the back, staring at the ceiling with an expression of despair. Her legs were being embraced from either side by the lifeless body and Xiaobao, evidently indicating that if she did not return their wife, mother, they were determined to cling to her. Chu Ge turned her head to glance at Yinanyu, who appeared somewhat unwell, and said, Yinanyu, you should leave. It seems I cannot go anywhere, as this family of three is intent on holding on to me. Yinanyu snorted coldly. I see that you are not unable to leave, but rather unwilling to do so. His dark gaze swept over Lu Yi, who was massaging her back, then over the lifeless body giving her a foot rub, and finally to the zombie Xiaobao polishing her shoes. Enjoying yourself quite a bit, aren't you? Chu Ge, with a face of enjoyment, no, more accurately a face of distress, replied, so what do you suggest I do? It appears Lu Yi is firmly attached to me as her master. If I leave she will undoubtedly follow, and what about the lifeless Xiaobao? Can you truly bear to see them, father and son, lonely and desolate? Sacrificing a small part of myself to ensure their happiness as a family of three is the best outcome. You need not worry about me, they will take care of me. You should go with peace of mind. Yinanyu's expression darkened. His teeth gritted as he said, Chu Ge, your calculations are truly impressive. You must have already devised your retirement plan here. Chu Ge. Damn. How did he know I had already thought out my retirement plan here? Lu Yi as a daughter, the lifeless body as a son-in-law, Xiaobao as a grandson. What could be better than living happily as a family of four compared to following Yinanyu through hardship? Yinanyu silently scoffed. He knew it all too well. So you mean to say that you want me to leave because I am human and you are a corpse? If I were to become a corpse, would you then be willing to be with me again? Yinanyu spoke in a low voice. Chu Ge was taken aback. Is that what she meant? Yinanyu walked directly to Lu Yi, extended his arm and said, bite me. Lui, being a zombie, had no reason to refuse food that was presented to her. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and lunged for Yunanyu's arm in that critical moment. Chu Ge pressed down on Yunanyu's arm, resulting in Lui taking a bite. Chu Ge released her pressure, and Lui immediately retreated, quaking in a corner. Angrily, Chu Ge shook off Yunanyu's hand and shouted, "If you want to go mad, do it away from my sight. Then I'll go outside to go mad," Yunanyu retorted, making his way towards the exit. Upon encountering the scene, Chu Ge's face turned a deep shade of iron. Nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Yunanyu as she saw him making his way toward the door, she urgently called out, "Yunanyu, halt!" Yet, Yunanyu stubbornly continued his advance with gritted teeth. Chu Ge surged forward and seized him. "Are you seeking death? Very well, I shall oblige." In a fit of fury, she dragged Yunanyu into one of the rooms, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. In the living room, the lifeless husks and Lui recoiled slightly, silently mourning for Yunanyu for 3 seconds. Inside the room, Chu Ge forcefully tossed Yunanyu onto the bed, his body rebounding several times upon the spring mattress. She mounted him, positioning herself atop his firm waist. With an air of dominance, she grasped Yunanyu's collar, yanking his upper body up. "You wish to become a zombie and remain with me, do you? Very well. Allow me to indulge myself first. Once I am satisfied, I shall personally transform you into one." Chu Ge pushed Yunanyu back down, leaning in to capture his slender lips in a kiss. As Yunanyu's hands instinctively clenched the wrinkled bedsheets beneath him, he felt as stiff as a young lad caught unawares. "Open your mouth," Chu Ge commanded. While Yunanyu's dark gaze deepened, slowly parting his lips to accept her. His hands releasing the sheets and gradually ascending to her delicate waist. Chu Ge seized his hands, pinning them beside her ears. "Did I permit you to move?" Yunanyu's voice emerged, hoarse and stifled. Chu Ge. She leaned down once more, kissing him fervently, and he tilted his head slightly to engage in their passionate entanglement. With a swift motion, Chu Ge grasped the sides of Yunanyu's shirt, tearing it forcefully, causing all the buttons to pop open. Her icy lips trailed down his jawline, gliding over his neck, and landing on his alluring Adam's apple as it bobbed beneath her touch. Yunanyu emitted a muffled groan, igniting a fervor within him that urged him to turn the tables. "I told you not to move." While Yunanyu's elongated neck arched gracefully, reminiscent of a swan's, his dark hair slightly damp, exuding an irresistible allure. His eyes were tumultuous with surging desire. In the living room, the lifeless figure gazed at its own wedding photo on the wall, its terrifying visage beginning to transform. In mere moments, it reverted to its former self. With a tranquil gaze, it looked ahead, its nose prominent and facial contours sharp, radiating a rugged handsomeness. Turning to Lui, they mirrored the poses captured in the wedding photo, as if time had stood still. Xiaozhan stepped forward toward Lui, enveloping her in his embrace. Lui's pupils widened in shock, and her dazed eyes regained clarity as her hands slowly climbed to his shoulders, holding him tightly. "I apologize, I shall not go anywhere from now on. Let me protect both of you if you will." Lui felt a slight sting in her eyes, nodding in agreement. "I love you." Xiaozhan leaned down, capturing Lui's delicate lips in a kiss. She shyly closed her eyes, a soft blush blooming on her pale cheeks, resembling tender peach blossoms. Strikingly beautiful. Xiaozhan's strong arms encircled Lui's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly, guiding her legs to wrap around his waist. Throughout this, their lips remained intertwined, each yearning for the other. Xiaozhan hurriedly carried Lui toward the bedroom, knocking over various objects in their path, creating a cacophony of noise. The sweetness of their reunion surpassed that of a honeymoon. They both longed to consume each other entirely. Bang. Another door has closed. In the living room, the little one remarked, "I am but a child." Chapter 65. Chu Ge took the initiative to face danger. In the dead of night, the room was shrouded in darkness. The little one had not dined, sitting alone on the sofa, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky. Since the 2 doors had been shut, they had not reopened until this moment. At that moment, the little one heard faint sounds emanating from the balcony, as if something were climbing. It swiftly descended from the sofa, making its way to the curtains of the balcony, and soon thereafter, it heard a thud, as if someone had leaped onto the balcony. Listening intently to the subtle footsteps, the little one concealed itself behind the curtains. Making no sound, bathed in moonlight, it caught sight of a shadowy figure stealthily entering from the balcony. Food had arrived at the doorstep. The little one licked its lips in excitement. A youth from upstairs had descended using a rope. Bending low as he crept inside, the dim interior limited his visibility as he moved. His foot unexpectedly collided with a table leg, causing him to hop about in pain, yet he dared not utter a sound. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, surveying the surroundings. He found no one present. It was the dead of night, and the hideous woman must surely be asleep just as he wished. He intended to satiate his hunger before attending to her. The youth's gaze fell upon the cookies and ham on the table, and his stomach growled with hunger. He tore open the packaging and stuffed the contents into his mouth, oblivious to the small shadow emerging from behind the curtains. The little one approached the youth cautiously, its grayish-white visage appearing somewhat eerie in the night. This was its first hunt, and it was particularly worried as the little one crept up behind the youth unnoticed. It seized the opportunity to leap onto him using the chair for leverage. The youth, engrossed in his meal, was taken by surprise as a small shadow lunged at him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as something bit down. The youth's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to dislodge the creature. Yet, it clung to him like a leech, its teeth embedded in his neck, siphoning his blood with a spine-chilling sense of dread. He intensified his struggles, forcibly tearing the creature from his neck, a piece of flesh coming away with it. To his astonishment, he found himself holding a child, its mouth stained with his blood. His gaze met the child's murky eyes. He screamed in horror, flinging it away. As an overwhelming fear engulfed his heart, he had been bitten by a zombie. His heart plummeted, a chilling sensation coursing through him. The little one chewed on the flesh it had just bitten off, its eyes fixated on the remaining food, contemplating where to feast next. The youth clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers, his eyes igniting with a furious flame as he glared at the zombie child on the floor. "I shall kill you," he vowed, seizing a chair. He hurled it at the little one. The little one rolled aside to evade it. As the chair shattered upon impact with the ground, the youth, consumed by rage, his features contorted, continued to strike at the wretched zombie child. The room erupted in chaos. Clearly, he no longer cared about the noise. Having been bitten by a zombie, he too would soon succumb to that fate. Before that time arrived, he was determined to eliminate the creature that had brought him such misery. "In the room. It appears that I have not exerted myself sufficiently, for you still have the mind to pay attention to the world outside." Yu inhaled sharply, his voice laden with desire. "Chu Ge, be gentle." Chu Ge resembled an enchanting and ethereal spirit, luring Yu into a state of indulgence. "And another room. Xiaozhen, little Bao is in danger." "There is no danger. Trust our son," Xiaozhen murmured softly in her ear. The moon in the sky shyly concealed itself behind a veil of clouds, hesitant to gaze upon the scene below. In the living room, little Bao desperately evaded its pursuers, with none of the two unreliable adults coming to its rescue. With no other options, it had to rely on itself. Fortunately, the night belonged to the zombies, granting them boundless energy, and it could outlast this morsel. Finally, seizing the opportunity during a moment of the young man's labored breaths, little Bao lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his thigh with ferocity. The young man let out a cry of pain, gritting his teeth in hatred, wishing to flay it alive, yet he could not capture it no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, he suddenly collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably, limbs twisting grotesquely, eyes rolling back to reveal the whites and the darkness. It was a chilling sight. Little Bao, seizing the moment before he fully transformed into a zombie, pounced to take a few more bites, knowing that once he became a zombie, he would no longer be appetizing. After a series of crunching sounds of bone, the young man rose stiffly, his limbs contorting abnormally. Letting out a growl. It was all his fault for eating too slowly. He should have finished him off before the transformation. The young zombie caught the scent of human flesh and blood, clawing its way toward a room. Roar! There is food inside, so fragrant. Little Bao observed without intervening, anticipating the spectacle. The young zombie burst through the door, but before it could step inside, a thin electric wire pierced through its skull, causing it to collapse with a thud as the door slammed shut behind it. The young zombie barely had time to react before it was slain, its last memory being of its kindred riding upon the food. Is it to kill the food before consuming it? Alas, it perished without anyone to provide an answer. In the living room, only little Bao remained, its small frame perched on the sofa, appearing pitifully forlorn. Sighed in the darkness, a tiny sigh echoed. Morning arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window. Chu Ge leaned against the headboard, almost in need of a post-coital cigarette, as she surveyed the disheveled bed and the blood-stained sheets with a slight frown. Do not misconstrue, the blood was not hers. Chu Ge looked down at Yu, who lay sprawled upon the pillow in slumber, his complexion slightly pale, black hair tousled and fresh, the blanket loosely draped around his waist, exposing his broad back. There were several scratches across it, still seeping blood from the wounds inflicted by her bony protrusions. Cough, cough, they had indulged too much yesterday. A twinge of guilt washed over Chu Ge as she leaned down, her tongue gently licking the wounds on Yu's back. The caress of her tongue on his skin sent ripples of shivers through him. Yi Nanyu's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chu Ge. His voice was hoarse. Chu Ge's spine stiffened, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. Cough, cough, I am tending to your wounds. Yi Nanyu, feeling the tremors along his back, recalled the events of yesterday with Chu Ge. A faint flush appearing on his handsome visage. In the past, he had always taken the lead, and it was as if he had to coax her like one would a revered ancestor in order to gain her cooperation. However, last night, the proactive demeanor of Chu Ge was a first for him. As Chu Ge observed the wounds on Yinanyu's back fully healed, she straightened up, declaring it was all better. Yinanyu then turned over, revealing a chest even more grievously injured than his back. Chu Ge gasped, incredulous at the thought of such brutality. Chapter 66. I do not wish to discuss emotions, I seek physical pleasures. Chu Ge, feeling utterly embarrassed, could no longer remain there and hastily pulled the covers over her indiscretions. You should rest a bit longer, she hastily suggested, preparing to leave the bed. Yet, Yinanyu grasped her hand, halting her departure. Chu Ge, about what you said yesterday. What did I say? Chu Ge feigned ignorance, akin to a scornful woman caught in her own deceit. Yinanyu sat up abruptly, his dark eyes fixating on her as he pressed through clenched teeth. You mentioned wanting to be my girlfriend. Oh, that matter. She replied, I did say we could discuss it after I had my fun, but alas, your stamina is rather lacking, and I did not quite achieve satisfaction. The last 4 words were articulated with deliberate emphasis in front of Yinanyu. His expression turned ashen, incredulous that she dared to suggest he lacked stamina, after all, who had once begged for mercy. Chu Ge, are you toying with me? With a nonchalant push, she extricated herself from his grasp, gracefully dismounting the bed and tidying her attire while delivering her scathing remarks. We are both adults. What happens between us is consensual. How can you claim I am playing with you? Yinanyu's gaze burned with fury. Wishing he could extinguish her very presence, he had believed last night would mark a new beginning for them. Yet here she was, dressing and turning her back on him. As he watched Chu Ge. This wicked woman, head for the door, he exclaimed in frustration. Chu Ge, you cannot treat me this way. Though she was unclear about the dynamics of such a relationship with others, she understood that someone like Yinanyu, a paragon of privilege, would never accept it. Think it over, she replied, stepping past the remnants of last night, leaving him in a storm of shadows and coldness. As Chu Ge entered the living room, she found only Xiao Bao present, letting out a cry of despair. Little one, where are your parents? Just as her words echoed, Xiao Zhan and Lu Yi emerged from their room. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan's handsome visage, Chu Ge was taken aback, glancing between him and the pictures on the wall. Holy moly, brother corpse, did you undergo a makeover overnight? Xiao Zhan, brimming with pride, wrapped an arm around his wife's waist. With such good looks, do I seem like someone who underwent plastic surgery? Chu Ge was rendered speechless. Observing their intimacy, she inquired, so, have you reconciled? Reconciled, we have always been in love, Xiao Zhan replied, radiating happiness. Rest assured, master, my loyalty to you remains unwavering, Lu Yi affirmed with conviction. Xiao Zhan's happiness abruptly faltered. You still intend to follow her? What about me? Chu Ge interjected, why does this feel somewhat treacherous? After last night, I had thought our family of 3 would continue happily together for the rest of our lives. Xiao Zhan's expression turned pained. Well, I must extend my gratitude to you. Just then the door swung open, revealing Yinanyu impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of iciness akin to a moving block of ice. Upon seeing him, Chu Ge thought to herself that he was finally leaving. Little did anyone know that Yinanyu, with a nonchalant demeanor, walked over to the sofa and took a seat, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Chu Ge was taken aback. What did this mean? Had he perhaps accepted her terms? In just a fleeting moment, Chu Ge shook her head, thinking it preposterous, absolutely impossible. Yinanyu, how could he ever become someone else's boy? It was simply inconceivable. Aren't you leaving? Chu Ge tentatively inquired, waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Yinanyu shot her a glance, gritting his teeth as he uttered 2 words. Chu Ge was flabbergasted. What on earth? Yinanyu has truly accepted it. As you wish. Yinanyu's lips curled into a wry smile. He realized that when it came to Chu Ge, his boundaries could be stretched infinitely. Observing Yinanyu in such a state, Chu Ge felt a surge of anger. Yinanyu, this is self-degradation. Can you truly face your parents? Can you face yourself? Yinanyu retorted, humph. I really misjudged you. With that, Chu Ge slammed the door as she entered her room. Yinanyu remained silent while Xiao Zhan looked at him with sympathy, realizing that someone had it worse. Having spent a night merely as a PY, he felt a sense of balance restored. At least his wife had not turned him into a mere plaything. As the door slammed shut, Chu Ge's shoulders sagged, Her expression morose. Oh no. What have I done? How will this end? From ex-boyfriend to What a ridiculous and melodramatic turn of events. She chastised herself. You should have kept your mouth shut. Meanwhile, Louis, stepping out of the unit, was called back by the lifeless figure. Where are you going? Xiaojun inquired. Mom, have you forgotten about your precious son? Louis emerged from the building, experiencing for the first time the freedom of not having to hide. Stepping boldly into the light. It was also the first time she felt no fear of zombie attacks. Her heart unburdened. Walking under the sun, she spread her arms wide, relishing the liberating breeze as she brushed past one zombie after another. Louis felt that becoming a zombie was indeed a blessing, a testament to her master's efforts. She must repay her kindness tenfold. She made her way effortlessly to Building 8, glancing upward with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Now that they had all turned into zombies, it was only natural to seek revenge for grievances suffered. Ascending the stairs to the 5th floor, she approached a door secured with iron, marked with numerous bloodstains, evidence of many zombies that had attempted to breach it, yet were kept at bay by this formidable barrier. Today, however, she suspected it would not hold. Louis knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, 3 individuals, a mother, daughter and son-in-law, immediately tensed up. The voice belonged to Grandma Zhu, around 60, her eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence, revealing a commanding presence. Did I just hear someone knock? I heard it too, her daughter Zhu Li affirmed, a woman in her mid-30s with high cheekbones and rough skin, embodying a harsh demeanor. Raised by her domineering mother after growing up without a father. At that moment, Zhu Li's husband, Li Guojun, stood up, declaring, I'll go take a look. Li Guojun, in his 30s, was rather short, standing at most 160 centimeters tall, yet somewhat more robust than the Zhu women. He had been forced into the role of a son-in-law due to the family's poverty compounded by his lack of height. Li Guojun approached the entrance and peered through the peephole, his heart leaping at the sight of the enchanting beauty standing outside. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was her. Chapter 67. Louis's Revenge. He was aware that she resided in Building 18. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. She epitomized his ideal. They had crossed paths a few times while gathering supplies, and he had hoped to find an opportunity to profess his affection. He felt confident that she would reciprocate. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't he desire a man for support? Although he was married, he vowed to treat his wife well, ensuring she had a safe haven amidst the chaos of the world. Yet, as he envisioned their future together, she suddenly vanished from his life, only to be replaced by an unattractive newcomer in Building 18. To his surprise, she had sought him out today, clearly harboring feelings for him that she could no longer suppress. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Guojun eagerly opened the door, disregarding the fact that his wife was still at home, and directly invited Louis inside. Please, come in. Louis regarded the man before her with barely concealed disdain. She vividly recalled their last encounter while gathering supplies, when he had insulted her from behind, calling her an eyesore and wishing her dead. Far from the demeanor he exhibited now, his lecherous gaze was utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, it wouldn't be long before she was free of him. Guojun, who is this? Zhu Li exclaimed, only to be struck with terror as Louis stepped into the room. It was that wretched woman. She glanced at her mother, who wore an equally incredulous expression. How could this wretched woman, whose face they had disfigured with acid, possibly be here? Who are you? Elder Zhu's voice was sharp. Louis observed the grotesque mother-daughter duo before her, a cold smirk playing on her lips. It seemed the privileged had a tendency to forget. Had they swiftly forgotten the grand gift they had bestowed upon her that day? The expressions of the Zhu mother and daughter shifted dramatically, realizing that it was indeed her, the same woman they had ambushed, rendering unconscious and disfigured with acid, all because she had dared to entice another woman's husband. They had assumed their actions would go unnoticed, but now it appeared she was all too aware. Li Guojun was utterly confused. Gift? What gift? Do you know each other? Zhu Li, feeling guilty, shouted. Li Guojun, what do you mean by allowing another woman into our home? Do you even value me? Elder Zhu's face hardened as she pointed a finger, berating him. Li Guojun, do not forget that you are living in my house. Get this seductress out of here, or I shall not hesitate to evict you both. Since it seems I am not welcome here, I shall take my leave. Louis said softly and understandingly. On one side stood the aggressive and disdainful Zhu mother and daughter, while on the other, a delicate and gentle beauty. It was evident where Li Guojun's affections lay. As long as I am here, who dares to drive you away? He bellowed. He had long felt humiliated as a son-in-law, oppressed by the two women for far too long. In this world, where strength prevailed, he decided to cast aside his facade, although he had not wished to act so ruthlessly. If they continued to push him, He would not hold back any longer. Louis regarded the piercing gaze of the Zhu mother and daughter, which seemed to wish for her very skin to be flayed, with a provocative smile. She boldly walked into their domain, taking a seat upon the sofa with an air of authority befitting a mistress of the house. The eyes of the Zhu women widened in disbelief. Their anger palpable. "You vile woman, I shall tear your face apart," exclaimed the elderly matriarch of the Zhu family, her face a grotesque tapestry of wrinkles as she lunged forward. Li Guojun could not abide this elderly woman bullying his cherished one. He positioned himself protectively before Lu Yi, exuding a sense of support. As the elderly Zhu charged at them, he forcefully shoved her to the ground, shedding any semblance of dutiful son-in-law. The thud of her fall echoed through the room, eliciting a pained cry. "Oh dear, this old woman shall perish. Is there no justice in this world? A son-in-law striking his mother-in-law should be punished by the heavens." Seizing the moment, Zhu matriarch scrambled to her feet, brandishing her slipper with intent to strike Li Guojun. "You spineless wretch, living off my daughter, how dare you hit me? I shall make you pay." Lu Yi reclined languidly against the sofa, observing the chaotic scene as if it were a mere spectacle. "Ah, truly, one can see that not all who enter the same door are of the same blood." As Li Guojun endured the onslaught of insults and blows from the Zhu women, the last vestiges of familial affection evaporated. With a swift kick, he sent the elderly Zhu sprawling, her frail body unable to withstand the force of a grown man. She flew several meters, blood spewing forth as she lay groaning on the floor. "You beast!" she cried out. Seeing her mother in such distress, Zhu Li rushed forward. Intent on striking Li Guojun, he seized her wrist, delivering a flurry of slaps that left her reeling. "You madwoman, incapable of bearing children. I have tolerated your antics for far too long. Don't presume I am unaware of your past. Before marrying me, you must have had your share of lovers, having aborted countless times. Now you seek a simpleton to take on your burdens. You wretched harlot." With one final, forceful slap, Zhu Li spun and crashed to the ground, her face bruised and bloodied, teeth scattered about like fallen leaves, lying there like a discarded dog. The sight of her daughter's plight ignited a fierce hatred in Zhu matriarch, who, spotting a fruit knife on the table, scrambled to retrieve it, crying, "I shall kill you." Li Guojun, his expression dark and menacing, captured her wrist, twisting it to redirect the knife towards her own abdomen. One stab. 2-3 blood splattered, pooling on the floor. Zhu Li, her eyes wide with horror, screamed, "Mother!" as she crawled desperately toward her. The elderly matriarch fell, her eyes wide open, unable to comprehend that she had not met her end at the hands of a zombie, but rather at her own son-in-law's. The room was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lu Yi, who had recently transformed into a zombie, stood and felt an insatiable hunger for flesh. Unbeknownst to Li Guojun, danger lurked behind him. His gaze remained fixed on the Zhu women, the fruit knife still dripping with blood. That old hag sought her own demise. A sweet fragrance wafted toward him, prompting him to discard the knife. Wishing to spare his beloved from fear, he turned with a smile, only to be violently tackled to the ground, his throat seized in a deadly grip, blood splattering his terrified face as he beheld Louis's beautiful visage, now stained with crimson. The piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the entire building. Julie shrieked, instinctively retreating, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the ghastly scene before her. That vile woman was devouring Li Guojun. At that moment, the blood-stained visage lifted, devoid of any human emotion, her soulless gaze fixated on Julie. A chilling smile crept across her lips. Chapter 68. Had good intentions gone awry? Julie's face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking her garments. Fear gripped her so intensely that her teeth chattered uncontrollably. This wretched woman had come to exact revenge, transformed into a zombie to hunt her down. Gazing at the gruesome sight up close, Julie could no longer contain her nausea, and as the horrifying thought of sharing the same fate loomed over her, she cowered in the corner, weeping uncontrollably. Who will save me? I do not wish to die. I do not want to be devoured by a zombie. 10 minutes later, Louis gazed at the remnants of food strewn across the floor, a slight frown creasing her brow. Such offerings could not be presented to the master. Fortunately, there was still one left. She redirected her attention to the crumpled Julie, huddled in the corner, a cold smirk playing on her lips. Head out now. Fearful, are we? Back then, when you doused me in sulfuric acid, your hand was remarkably steady. Simply because her husband cast a fleeting glance at another woman, she sought to ruin another's beauty. How utterly ludicrous. A woman with such a venomous heart ought to be met with her own medicine. Made to experience the depths of suffering, Louis retrieved the sulfuric acid she had long prepared and approached Julie. Upon seeing Louis, bloodied and grim, advancing toward her like a specter of death, Julie's heart raced with terror. In the next heartbeat, a searing pain radiated across her face. My face, she screamed, writhing in agony, Now she comprehended the magnitude of pain, wishing only for death to relieve her torment. Louis discarded the bottle of acid, observing Julie's anguished struggle with a sense of satisfaction. She crouched down, seizing Julie's head, and with a sickening crack it drooped lifelessly. Louis, dragging her bounty along the path, attracted a horde of zombies eager to feast. Her heart yearned for home, oblivious to the zombies behind her stealthily nibbling at her spoils. "I am a corpse now, not a human. There is nothing to fear," Louis remarked nonchalantly. "What leg?" She glanced back, her eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? How did an entire person reduce to just one leg? She had wondered why her burden felt lighter, mistakenly attributing it to her newfound strength. At that moment, Xiaobao rushed over, clinging to his mother's leg, his muddled eyes fixed on her. "Mama, look at me, look at me. Now Mama will surely remember me, and I still haven't had breakfast." Louis glanced down at Xiaobao, gently nudging her leg, causing him to tumble to the ground. "I will go wake the master for breakfast." Lying on the ground, Xiaobao watched as his mother callously passed by with her food. "Woo. Mama no longer loves me." Xiaozhen, witnessing his son's despondent state, scooped him up and placed him upon his shoulder, letting him ride like a horse. Xianxian. Xiaobao is not sad. Daddy cares for him. Perched on his father's shoulder, Xiaobao stared wide-eyed, rigid with trepidation. Daddy was a stranger to him. He had not seen him since he could remember. The regrets of the past should be left behind. He would accompany his mother from now on, never to leave her side. Xiaobao, having mounted his steed, made sounds akin to jia jia, as Xiaozhen gallantly carried his son upon his shoulders, jogging around the house like a horse. Xiaobao had never engaged in such playful antics before, and the novelty caused his stiff body to relax. His hands grasped Xiaozhen's thick hair, while he mimicked the sounds of a horse. Laughter, like the chime of silver bells, filled every corner of the room. There was a touch of emotion, albeit not overwhelming. Louis gently tapped on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, hurry out for breakfast." Inside the room, the melancholic Chu Ge, hearing Louis's calls, suddenly remembered that she had yet to eat anything that morning. She approached the door and opened it, only to have something thrust into her arms. Lowering her gaze, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as bloodied images flooded her vision. What on earth? Must it be so gruesome this early in the morning? "Master, look at you. You are far too thin. Your complexion is devoid of any color," Louis said with concern. Chu Ge, observing Louis's pallid face, fell silent. Wei Nan Yu emerged, taking the gory item from Chu Ge's arms and placing it into Louis's embrace. He then gently pushed Chu Ge back into the room, the door closing mercilessly behind him, leaving Louis outside, staring at the door in disbelief. Had her good intentions inadvertently caused trouble? Chapter 69. Filial piety and affection. "What are you doing? If you dislike it, why force yourself?" Louis had kindly procured food for me. I did not wish to let her down. Wei Nan Yu, with a sigh, ruffled Chu Ge's hair. "Do not engage in such foolishness again, got it?" Chu Ge replied impatiently, swatting away Nan Yu's large hand. "Just because you're tall doesn't make you special. Being short doesn't mean you should speak softly." Chu Ge. The room fell into a profound silence. After finishing the blood pack, just as Chu Ge was about to speak to Nan Yu, she noticed him drawing the curtains, shrouding the room in darkness. What are you doing? Why close the curtains in broad daylight? Didn't you say you weren't satisfied?" "It's my fault." Nan Yu's dark eyes deepened as he approached Chu Ge. "Stop. Nan Yu, halt!" Chu Ge exclaimed, raising her hand. Yet Nan Yu did not relent, continuing his advance, his gaze stormy and intense, reminiscent of a tempestuous night. Alarmed, Chu Ge dashed towards the door, only to be intercepted by Nan Yu. He effortlessly lifted her and tossed her onto the bed, his towering frame casting an overwhelming shadow. Chu Ge, resembling a frightened little rabbit, retreated until her back met the headboard. Leaving no escape, she swallowed nervously. Nan Yu, remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. Nan Yu grasped her ankle, pulling her closer, a cold scoff escaping his lips. "Lacking stamina, are we? Allow me to show you what true stamina entails." Nan Yu, you beast. He forcefully sealed her lips with his OWI in the living room. "Darling, why are you standing there? It seems that my well-intentions have inadvertently led to undesirable consequences," Louis lamented. "This is not your fault. She is simply too delicate, unworthy of a superhuman," remarked the superhuman Louis with admiration. "Wow, my master is truly formidable." "It is not your master who is impressive. Rather, it is her partner," came the retort. "You don't seem nearly as capable as my master," Louis scoffed, pushing aside Xiaozhen's hand with evident disdain. "Little Bao, could you please set me down before you leave?" It was only upon exiting the building that Xiaozhen realized his son was still perched upon his shoulder. Can, what nonsense. It is perilous outside. Why did you follow me? Little Bao. Wasn't it you who brought me out? Little Bao. Xiao Zhan, bearing his son, walked with a fatherly affection towards the community's exit. Many zombies paused, intrigued by this peculiar father-son duo, yet none dared approach, deterred by the ominous aura emanating from the reanimated corpse. Xiao Zhan and Little Bao traversed the community unimpeded, but upon reaching a fork in the road, he found himself at a loss. Can, son, where do you suggest we search for superhumans to assist your mother? Little Bao, taken aback, exclaimed, your voice was so loud earlier. I assumed you knew where to find them. Can, isn't it simply to avoid embarrassment before your mother? Sometimes one lives to uphold their dignity. Roar. But you are already dead. What dignity remains? Xiao Zhen. Can, even if not for dignity, surely for face value? Roar. Dying for face is a torment in itself. Xiao Zhen. Little Bao felt a headache coming on. The adults of this generation were indeed challenging to manage. Roar. I refuse to believe that we cannot find even one or two living beings in the entirety of Yuanzhou City. Let us proceed. Xiao Zhen arbitrarily chose a path and embarked on the quest for superhumans. Half an hour later. Roar. Are you hot? Can, Little Bao, how considerate you are, showing concern for your father. Thank you, but I am not hot. Xiao Zhen's face beamed with pride at that moment. Little Bao, who was being used as a makeshift sunshade atop Xiao Zhen's head, became irate. Roar. Of course you are not hot, but I am. Set me down. Xiao Zhen shook slightly and then gently placed Little Bao on the ground. Can, son, do not wander off, it is dangerous. Suspended in midair, Little Bao flailed his diminutive arms and legs, his collar constricting around his neck, making him uncomfortable. Had he needed to breathe, he might have suffocated. It is no wonder they say that when danger is absent, a father can be the greatest threat. Xiao Zhen looked up at the sky, where the sun hung high, radiating heat that seemed to threaten to melt the very road beneath them. The soles of his shoes likely close to disintegrating. The zombies on the street sought refuge in the shade. Clearly, even the undead could feel the heat. Can, son, let us take a moment to rest. But Xiao Zhen settled with his son beneath the awning of a shop. This shelter not only accommodated the two of them but also 4 or 5 swaying zombies seated in a row. Roar. Roar. The zombies greeted the father and son duo. Xiao Zhen, with an icy demeanor, chose to ignore them. Roar. Do not take offense, he is deaf and cannot hear you. Little Bao explained to the assembled zombies. Xiao Zhen. What a dutiful and admirable son. Roar. Today has truly been unfortunate. I've been out for quite a while and have yet to encounter a single living soul. The speaker is an elderly zombie clad in the attire of a sanitation worker, wielding a large broom for sweeping. Roar. You arrived too late. Just a moment ago, there were 2 living beings who were intercepted by that group of zombies around the corner. By the time I got there, not a trace remained. This zombie exudes the aura of a spirited youth from its past, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, low-waisted trousers and sneakers. Roar. Did you have any luck today? The elderly zombie inquired of Xiao Bao. Roar. We have yet to make any progress as well. Do you happen to know if there are any endowed individuals in this vicinity? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bao probed further. Xiao Zhen thought his son was quite foolish for asking these zombies about endowed beings. They likely had no inkling of what such beings were. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a swell of pride, thinking, my son is truly clever, just like me. Chapter 70. You are not worthy to be my son. When venturing into the world with an unreliable father, Xiao Bao had to rely on his own strength. Upon hearing the spirited youth mention knowledge of endowed individuals nearby, he instantly perked up. Roar. Could you possibly lead us there? The spirited youth, surprisingly agreeable, responded. Roar. No problem, just follow me. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Bao hurriedly trailed behind the spirited youth. However, as they observed the youth's brisk, almost grave-like gait, both father and son fell into silence. Realizing that by the time they reached their destination, an eternity might have passed. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhan was riding a vintage, rusted bicycle, while the spirited youth perched comfortably on the handlebars, appearing almost delicate. Xiao Bao remained perched on Xiao Zhan's neck, tugging at his hair as they pedaled through the streets. The zombies around them offered curious glances at this peculiar trio. The zombies tilted their heads, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the oddity. After all, a father, a mother, and a child were hardly a problem. After approximately 20 minutes of the spirited youth's guidance, they finally arrived at the location he had mentioned for endowed individuals. Roar. Here we are, that's the place. From what I gather, there are many endowed individuals inside. Xiao Zhan roar. Hey! Why aren't you speaking? Xiao Zhan seized the spirited youth by the collar. His expression iced. Since when are you toying with me? The spirited youth nearly lost control of his bowels, bewildered by the sudden outburst. Xiao Bao, equally perplexed, could not fathom why his father was angry. He gazed at the heavily fortified area surrounded by an electric fence, within which a tantalizing aroma of human flesh wafted, indicating an abundance of food inside. Yet, a sign adorned with unfamiliar characters caught his eye. Survivor Rescue Base of Yuanzhou City. What do these characters mean? Roar. There are indeed many endowed individuals inside. I swear I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself. The spirited youth assumed Xiao Zhan doubted his words. Since then, why don't you go in and show me? Xiao Zhan released the spirited youth, gesturing toward the heavily guarded base. Since then, go in. The spirited youth instinctively recoiled, recalling the last time he had witnessed a dozen companions meet their demise. Their heads shattered by some unknown force before they could even approach. With a hoarse growl, he queried, "What's the matter? Is that place unwelcoming? I can already detect the scent of numerous individuals within." Little Bao inquired of his father. That is the human survivor base, came the reply. A base invariably possesses its own armed forces, and there is no shortage of those with extraordinary abilities. Which foolish zombie would voluntarily present itself to be slain? The spirited youth interjected, "Indeed. Little Bao, stay here. I shall venture inside to capture an ability user and return shortly," the father assured. The spirited youth exclaimed, "You intend to go in? Did you not just say that only foolish zombies would willingly march to their deaths?" Xiao Zhan nodded. "Precisely, only foolish zombies would do such a thing. But I am a corpse." Little Bao fell silent, and the spirited youth harbored grave suspicions of species discrimination. At that moment, a van halted at the base's entrance, from which 7 or 8 disheveled survivors emerged, clearly seeking refuge in the base. Xiao Zhan recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity to blend in, as his current appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. "Look after my son," he instructed the spirited youth before making his way towards the base's entrance. Little Bao and the spirited youth concealed themselves around a corner, observing as Xiao Zhan calmly joined the end of the line. Preparing to infiltrate the base to the naked eye, there was no indication that he was anything other than human. "Your father is quite impressive," remarked the spirited youth. Little Bao felt a surge of pride as he gazed at the tall, handsome man in line. "Indeed, my father is formidable. Who is that man? He is so handsome. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, how does he manage to maintain such striking looks, unlike us who are covered in dirt?" 2 women in the queue whispered amongst themselves, admiring Xiao Zhan. The men accompanying them scoffed at the sight, dismissing him as a superficial weakling, convinced that he believed entering the base was akin to shopping at a market. He arrives empty-handed, yet dares to dream of entering the base. How laughable! They anticipated that he would soon be cast out like a dog. The men jeered loudly at Xiao Zhan, having already labeled him a coward. Feeling no compunction in their derision, they were certain he would not dare attempt any antics at the base's entrance. Emboldening their taunts, Xiao Zhan remained unfazed. Yet he gleaned an important piece of information. Entry into the base required supplies. The laughter from the men echoed around him. What a pretentious fool! Everyone knows that one must bring supplies to enter the base. Does he think that his looks will grant him passage? They mocked. Using beauty to bribe one's way in is a skill in itself, but it's not something we can envy. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of malice surfacing. So supplies were indeed necessary. The atmosphere turned chilling as a sense of foreboding swept over the crowd. One youth, his face marred by acne scars, bellowed, "If you know that, then scram. Don't embarrass us men by thinking you can enter the base without supplies. I possess no resources, yet I can simply take yours and thus acquire what I lack." The crowd stood in stunned silence, unaccustomed to someone brazenly proclaiming their intent to commit robbery with such audacity. The youth marked by acne paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? You think you can seize my resources? You ought to consider your own worth. If you truly believe you can take from me, I shall call your father. Do refrain. You are hardly worthy of being my offspring." Infuriated, the young man's face contorted with rage. "You dare show such insolence? You truly have overstepped your bounds. I merely speak the truth. I am quite handsome, incapable of producing someone as unattractive as you." Enraged, the youth raised his fist and swung at Xiao Zhan with effortless ease. Xiao Zhan blocked the blow, twisting the young man's arm. The sound of a snap echoing as a cry of anguish escaped his lips. His arm now grotesquely deformed. Xiao Zhan did not relent. He seized the youth by the neck, applying a gentle but lethal pressure. The sound of shattered vertebrae resonating ominously. The young man's head drooped limply, life extinguished. Xiao Zhan leisurely released his grip, and the youth's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The act of slaying was executed with such ease that all present were left in shock. The entire sequence unfolding in mere seconds. Xiao Zhan picked up the young man's resource packs, scoffing, resources, here they are. Chapter 71 Xiao Zhan, the harbinger of misfortune. A murder has transpired. Only then did the crowd react, hastily distancing themselves from Xiao Zhan in terror. They rushed to the sentry guards stationed at the entrance of the base, clamoring to report, that man has slain our comrade and stolen our resources. You must kill him at once. Yes, swiftly eliminate him, rid us of this menace. The guards raised their weapons in unison, yet their aim was not directed at Xiao Zhan, but rather at the accusers. The captain's expression was grave as he commanded, step back. If you do not retreat, we shall open fire. The crowd, now stricken with panic, quickly complied. Disputes originating outside the base are not our concern. Resolve them yourselves. Should you continue to obstruct our duties, we will no longer show restraint. The expressions of the crowd grew dark, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed the blatant theft and murder without intervention. At that moment, Xiao Zhan, burdened with the pilfered resources, nonchalantly strode past the aggrieved individuals. They seethed with rage yet felt powerless to act, resorting to gritted teeth and baleful glares as he reported the stolen goods at the registration desk and entered the base. Just wait. Once inside, there will be ample opportunity to deal with him. Among them, a scheming man with inverted triangle eyes spoke with malice. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, he was to undergo a health examination upon entry, requiring the removal of all clothing to check for bite marks or scratches from zombies. T that moment, two male inspectors clad in white lab coats scrutinized Xiao Zhan. Upon seeing him, their eyes gleamed with envy. Damn! Not only is he handsome, but he is also exceptionally gifted. Turn around. Following their instructions, Xiao Zhan complied. The inspectors, noticing the scratches on his back, shook their heads in disappointment. They then addressed the two armed men waiting outside, stating, he bears scratches. Take him out and execute him. Xiao Zhan interjected, wait. Have you never encountered a woman? It is evident to any discerning eye that these marks were made by a woman. Do you see what this is? It's a hickey, Xiao Zhan boasted, pointing to several small red marks on his neck. You all can't possibly be unfamiliar with women, can you? The two inspectors, both in their 30s, were unlikely to admit to being virgins. Especially with so many witnesses around, they had their pride to maintain. How could I not know? My girlfriend has had more than I can count, and they all cling to me, proclaiming my prowess. Brother, you still have a way to go to match my former charm. The other inspector chimed in, my ex-girlfriend has been married for years now, yet still shamelessly begs me to sleep with her. We all understand, don't we? Noting the evasive glances exchanged between the two, Xiao Zhan recognized their deceit, but understood the male camaraderie. The two older men exuded an air of confidence, leaving the younger man feeling somewhat inferior. Evidently, the inspectors were pleased, their smiles stretching wide enough to nearly reach their ears. All right, the inspection is complete. Quickly, put on your clothes and head next door. Thank you, esteemed gentleman. As Xiao Zhan donned his clothing and exited the inspection room, he collided with the group he had encountered earlier at the base entrance. Standing firm, he fixed his piercing gaze upon them, and eventually, they yielded under the pressure, parting to let him pass. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips as he strode confidently away. The man with the triangular eyes spat in contempt, what is so impressive about him? He then entered the inspection room. 5 minutes later, he heard the inspectors casually remark, there are scratch marks. Drag him out and execute him. Instantly, the triangular-eyed man's face drained of color, a chill running down his spine. It's not what you think. The scratches on me are from a woman, not a zombie from last night. The two inspectors glanced downward, their disdain evident as they averted their eyes from the triangular-eyed man's lower half. They had believed that the marks on the tall man were indeed from a woman, given his apparent allure. However, it was utterly preposterous for this man to claim the same, especially when he appeared to have finished before the woman had even asked if he had entered. There are zombie scratch marks. Drag him out and execute him, ordered the male inspector coldly. The triangular-eyed man crumpled to the ground. Two armed men approached, each seizing an arm to drag him toward the exit. The scratches are not from a zombie. I swear they're from a woman. Please just look again, I beg you. He pleaded, tears mingling with snot. Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears. His companions outside witnessed the triangular-eyed man being dragged out, shock etched across their faces as they helplessly watched him face execution. Their hearts gripped by terror. In this apocalyptic world, life and death were decided in an instant, with no regard for innocence or injustice. Xiao Zhan had not anticipated that after a physical examination, He would also be subjected to a cardiopulmonary check. While he might manage to feign his way through the physical aspect, how could he possibly manipulate his heart and lungs? He could not resurrect a heart long since ceased or inflate his lungs to breathe anew. With trepidation, he stepped into the examination room, where a stern-looking female doctor in her 30s awaited. Her hair tousled and framed by black-rimmed glasses, she wore a stethoscope around her neck, presumably for monitoring heart rates and lung function, far simpler than relying on machinery. Xiao Zhen conceived a plan in his mind and approached with an air of calmness. The female doctor, rarely encountering someone so handsome, momentarily paused, her hands, which held a stethoscope, hesitating. In the next instant, her eyes widened in surprise as she witnessed the striking gentleman before her suddenly shedding his clothing. What are you doing?" she stammered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At 32, she had never been pursued by a man, her appearance somewhat aging due to her conservative style and social anxiety. Now in the prime of her youth, she found it difficult to resist the allure of a handsome man disrobing, the flawless contours of his muscular physique, the powerful chest, and the captivating abs held her gaze captive. As she stared, she felt something trickle from her nose and upon wiping it away discovered it was blood. Hastily, she covered her nose and searched for tissues. "Are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" a deep, magnetic voice inquired. The female doctor, mortified, thought to herself that she mustn't let anyone know she was so flustered by the sight of a handsome man that she had caused her own nosebleed. She quickly waved Xiao Zhen away. "You've passed the examination. You may leave now." Xiao Zhen. He had anticipated a more arduous process, only to find that it merely required the unfastening of a button to succeed. Surprised, he exited the examination room, only to encounter the same group of individuals from before. Though it seemed one was missing this time, they willingly parted to make way for him, their expressions filled with terror. As if he were a harbinger of doom, Xiao Zhen strode past them confidently, too indifferent to pay them any mind. Once he had departed, the group exhaled in relief. Encountering him had brought nothing but misfortune. Having already lost 2 comrades. Just a jinx," muttered a slightly overweight man as he watched Xiao Zhen's retreating figure. He then entered the examination room. 5 minutes later, and no heartbeat, no breath. "It's a zombie. Drag it out and execute it," the female doctor instructed with a grave expression. The overweight man felt as though the world had crumbled around him. He was a zombie. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling the rhythmic thump of his heart. Then he noticed the female doctor still had her stethoscope draped around her neck, not placed in her ears. No wonder she couldn't hear his heartbeat or breath, her mind still occupied with the image of the handsome man disrobing. She turned coldly towards him. "Are you questioning my medical expertise?" The man hastily shook his head. "No, your medical skills are exceptional. How could I ever question them? I merely don't dawdle. Drag him out immediately or he might start babbling nonsense and end up biting someone." The female doctor commanded sharply towards the armed executioners at the door. 2 of them seized the overweight man and dragged him away like a dead dog. "I'm human. I'm not a zombie. I have a heartbeat. You can't treat me this way. I will file a complaint," he cried out as he was taken away. The others at the door, witnessing yet another companion being led to execution, turned in terror and fled. They're not entering the base anymore. Chapter 72. "All right, I promise I won't run off. I'll stick close to you." In a dimly lit room, Chu Ge sat up in bed. Cracking her neck a couple of times, her skin was so pale that the faint bluish hue beneath her eyes was even more pronounced, a sign of excess indulgence. Yinan Yu was not in much better shape. His body battered with injuries, old wounds still unhealed, now accompanied by new ones. Having known Chu Ge for so long, Yinan Yu had only recently begun to realize that she possessed a somewhat twisted side. With deliberate intent, she would pierce his skin, only to tenderly lick away the blood, healing him before inflicting the wound anew. Repeating this ritual with a chilling regularity, rather than displaying anger, he absurdly indulged her. Yinan Yu was acutely aware that he had succumbed to a poison named Chu Ge, a venom that had permeated his very bones. He had forsaken any hope of remedy years ago, and now he found himself in a state of utter hopelessness, the affliction having reached an irreversible severity. "Where to?" Yinan Yu's strong arms encircled Chu Ge's slender waist, his chest pressing against her back, his chin resting upon her shoulder, their bodies entwined like conjoined twins, inseparable in their intimacy. Outside, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. "I'll step outside for a moment. You should rest. I promise not to disturb you." Yinan Yu had spent the night devoid of sleep, only managing to doze off at dawn, and after their recent frolic, even his resilient physique was beginning to falter. "All right," though he assented. His hands remained firmly clasped around Chu Ge, tightening their hold. Chu Ge turned her head to place a gentle kiss upon his soft lips. You can release me now. A satisfied smirk graced Yinanyu's lips as he relinquished his grip. Chu Ge rose to adjust her clothing. Sleep well, she said to Yinanyu before departing the room. They both shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning the matter that loomed between them. As Chu Ge exited the living room, she spotted Lu Yi on the balcony, seemingly lost in thought, while Xiao Zhan and Xiao Bao were nowhere to be seen. Approaching the balcony, she inquired, "Where are they?" Although Lu Yi maintained a calm facade, Chu Ge could discern the urgency lacing her tone. She was clearly worried about her family. "All right." Lu Yi stood on the balcony, gazing intently towards the entrance of the community. Xiao Bao and a spirited young man, resembling a zombie, squatted in a corner, idly competing over ants. "Grr, it's been several hours. Why hasn't your father come out yet?" Xiao Bao glanced towards the base S entrance, concern flickering in his eyes. "Grr, let us wait a bit longer." "Grr, it's been ages. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving." "Grr, why don't you leave for now? I'll stay here by myself." "Grr, but your father instructed me to keep an eye on you. I can't leave. If anything were to happen to you, your father would undoubtedly hunt me down across countless miles." Xiao Bao felt a twinge of pity for the spirited young man. "Grr, rest assured, my father will look after you when he emerges." "Grr, forget it. I'd be grateful if he doesn't kill me. I can't dare to wish for anything more." Xiao Bao awkwardly smiled. Tugging at the corners of his stiff mouth, spotting a corpse at the base S entrance, he had an idea. "Grr, aren't you hungry? Let us retrieve that corpse. It would make for a perfect meal." "Grr, don't even think about it. It's impossible that we'd be shot down before we even got close." Just as the spirited young man finished speaking, several zombies, unable to resist temptation, shambled towards the corpse at the base S entrance. With a few gunshots, the zombies fell one by one, their heads exploding. The spirited young man recoiled. "Gersi, that's what awaits us." The ensuing moments passed as both sat there, their stomachs growling with hunger while engaging in their ant competition. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dim gloom across the sky. Xiao Bao had been intently watching the entrance of the base, yet his father had not yet emerged. A sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart. Could it be that his father's identity had been compromised, placing him in peril? "Father, just hold on a little longer. Xiao Bao will fetch help to rescue you." As the sky darkened, Lu Yi at home had been anxiously waiting, her patience wearing thin. "Master, I'm going out to search for them," she declared. "That I shall accompany you," Chu Ge responded, rising from the sofa. "No need. You stay at home and rest. I can manage on my own." "Since you've called me master, I cannot stand idly by," Chu Ge said, making her way towards the door. "Let us go to Master, do you not wish to say something to him?" Lu Yi called out to Chu Ge, glancing at the tightly shut door of a room. "He is sleeping. I won't disturb him," Chu Ge replied, pulling open the door and stepping outside, when a low magnetic voice resonated from behind. "Where are you going?" Chu Ge's spine stiffened, a serious suspicion arising that he must have installed a surveillance device on her, for it was too coincidental how he always seemed to know. She turned to face Yinanyu, who was clad in a loosely worn bathrobe, evidently having hurriedly dressed. The sash was casually tied, revealing a substantial expanse of his chest, alluring and captivating, the marks upon it causing her to blush. Lu Yi stole but a glance before hastily averting her gaze, her eyes obediently refraining from wandering. She had not anticipated that the master, who appeared so refined, would look so well. Chu Ge's expression stiffened slightly, and she muttered through gritted teeth, "Saucy peacock." She strode towards Yinanyu, pushing him back into the room. "Get dressed properly before coming out." With that, she closed the door. Inside, Yinanyu chuckled softly, a delightful sound. At the doorway, Chu Ge heard his low laughter, her gaze momentarily wavering. "What is so funny?" she mumbled under her breath. Why Yinanyu, now dressed, opened the door to find Chu Ge still standing there, and he embraced her from behind. "Were you waiting for me?" A tingling kiss fell upon her ear. Chu Ge turned her head slightly, pushing his face away with mild disdain. "Behave. We have serious matters to attend to." Why Yinanyu straightened, yet his arm remained around her waist. "Are we going out to find Xiao Zhan and his son? Did you hear that? Then I won't waste my breath. You stay at home and wait while Lu Yi and I go search outside. Where you go, I shall follow." Why Yinanyu's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "Very well, but you must keep close to me and not stray. If you are eaten by zombies, I shall not be held responsible." Chu Ge's swift agreement caught Yinanyu off guard. Once he processed her words, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. "All right, I promise not to run off. I will stick close to you." Chapter 73. The rescue of Xiao Zhan. Upon hearing Yinanyu's words, Chu Ge's expression became somewhat unnatural. "Ahem. Let us be off. Oh, Inanyu took her hand in his large one, leading her outside. Chu Ge's fingers trembled slightly, yet she did not resist, her gaze cast downward, concealing the intricate emotions within. Roar. Mother Wu. Hurry to save father. Xiaobao rushed over, clinging to Lui's leg and wailing. Lui's expression shifted slightly as she sees Xiaobao shouting, explain clearly, what has happened to your father? Xiaobao, his neck caught, rolled his eyes back, struggling desperately in midair. Why are you silent, child? Chu Ge and Yinanyu exchanged glances. At that moment, a dark figure lunged toward Yinanyu. He swiftly raised his long leg, delivering a powerful kick. Thud. The sprightly figure crashed against the wall, which instantly shattered like a spider's web, causing it to tumble down. Lacking any sense of pain, it staggered back to its feet, roaring, I'm so hungry. The food smells delightful, I must eat. Instinctively, it lunged again at Yinanyu, but Chu Ge unleashed an aura of pressure, causing the sprightly figure to tremble and retreat into a corner. Joined by Lui and Xiaobao, Chu Ge and Yinanyu remained silent. The sprightly figure, aware of the presence of the mutant adult, dared not act recklessly, instead drooling covertly at Yinanyu. Tell me what transpired? Chu Ge inquired. Well, his father entered the human base, and hasn't he come out since? Xiaozhen entered the human base. Has he lost his mind? Voluntarily stepping into the enemy's territory to meet his doom. He claimed he would go in to capture an ability user and instructed me to look after his son, promising he would return shortly. Yet he has not emerged. Damn! This fool ventured into the human stronghold to capture an ability user. He certainly has guts. Chu Ge couldn't help but curse at the foolishness of the corpse. Mother, you must save father quickly. He must have been exposed and captured by the villains. Please, you must rescue him. Xiaobao exclaimed anxiously. Master, what should we do now? Lui sought guidance. What else can we do? We must go and investigate, came the determined reply from the sprightly figure. I will lead you. Wait, who are you? Where did you spring from? He's a well-meaning good corpse. He's the one guiding us to the base to find the ability user. Xiaobao interjected as his words fell. Chu Ge, Lui, and Yinanyu all turned simultaneously toward the sprightly figure, the main culprit. Nightfall descended. The zombies were exceptionally active, moving with agility and wreaking havoc everywhere as Chu Ge and the others exited the apartment building. The zombies eyed Yinanyu hungrily, yet refrained from recklessly attacking due to Chu Ge's presence. Once outside the community, the sprightly figure produced an old bicycle, and Xiaobao climbed onto the front bar to sit securely. The sprightly figure balanced on one leg, turning to Chu Ge and the others, exclaiming, you all followed. Huh? Where did everyone go? He then noticed a rather imposing vehicle parked by the roadside, occupied by none other than Chu Ge and the others, who regarded him with bemusement. The sprightly figure and Xiaobao exchanged glances, simultaneously abandoning the old bicycle. Mother, wait for me. Count me in, I want to ride too. Thud. The car door slammed shut, and with a roar, it sped away, leaving behind a throng of agitated zombies howling at the departing vehicle. Food. Do not leave. With the advent of the automobile, the journey has indeed become significantly swifter. Traversing the distance on an old relic would take over an hour, whereas driving takes merely half that time. He turned off the engine and cast a glance at the vehicle filled with corpses, lamenting, none of them are of any use. You all stay in the car. I shall venture inside to investigate. I shall accompany you. Chu Ge raised his hand. So shall I. Lui followed suit. A small figure, Xiaobao, lifted his short arms. The spirited youth glanced around, seemingly feeling out of place if he did not raise his hand, and thus joined in. Do not entertain such thoughts. You cannot enter, Yinanyu interjected. Why not? Chu Ge asked, puzzled. Do you truly believe people are fools? Just because one possesses two legs does not grant them free passage. Gaining entry to the base requires passing through numerous inspections, and in some stringent bases, individuals must even undergo blood tests one by one before being permitted to enter. Then how could those corpses gain entry? They went in yet did not emerge. Chu Ge pondered. That does hold some merit. Nanyu retrieved 2 bags of blood from his spatial ring and handed them to Chu Ge. Here you go. Lest you find yourself hungry later. Upon seeing the blood, the spirited youth became animated, howling incessantly, how hungry, so desirous of sustenance. Xiaobao licked his lips, fixated on the blood bags, recalling the exquisite sweetness contained within. Lui remained focused on the entrance of the base, her attention not diverted by the vehicle. After a glance at the back seat, Chu Ge addressed Yinanyu. Give them a bag. She wished to avoid the incessant refrain of hunger ringing in her ears. Yinanyu tossed 3 bags of blood into the back seat. The spirited youth and Xiaobao hesitated, watching Chu Ge intently point 1 bag per corpse. Chu Ge declared, prompting them to swiftly grasp the blood bags and consume their contents. Their ravenous stomachs finding solace, I shall take my leave. Wainan opened the car door and stepped out. Pausing momentarily before closing it, he then retrieved 2 more bags of blood from his spatial ring and tossed them to Chu Ge before finally shutting the door. Embracing the 4 bags of blood, Chu Ge watched as Yinanyu's silhouette approached the base entrance, a slight smile gracing her lips. The gates of the base had already been secured, and no survivors would be admitted at night. Thus, as Yinanyu reached the entrance, the guard promptly aimed his firearm in warning. Do not advance any further, or we shall be compelled to fire. If you wish to enter the base, please return tomorrow. Are even the endowed not permitted? Without hesitation, Yinanyu revealed his lightning abilities. The guard's demeanor shifted instantly to one of respect. Please wait a moment. I shall report to my superiors. With that, he hurried off to relay the message. Yinanyu remained unperturbed, standing composed. After all, every base was eager to extend a welcoming hand towards endowed individuals. It was inconceivable that any base would deny entry to one such as he. Tonight, he was assured of his passage into this base. Chapter 74. Has Xiao Zhan vanished into thin air? Yinanyu did not wait long before someone emerged to greet him. On behalf of the base, I warmly welcome your esteemed presence. The captain of the guard greeted him with a broad smile. The base was actively seeking to recruit endowed individuals. The more endowed they had, the stronger the base became, especially those with formidable offensive abilities such as lightning. Esteemed endowed one, please do enter. However, esteemed endowed one, the base has its regulations, and we require your cooperation for an inspection. Very well. Yinanyu entered the examination room. What an extraordinary appearance! It is likely that countless young ladies would eagerly flock to him the moment he stands there. Moreover, it is rumored that he possesses formidable lightning abilities, with such striking looks and exceptional talents. If he were a woman, one might even wish to marry him. Complying with the request to remove his clothing, Yinanyu obligingly began to unfasten his buttons. As he continued to do so, his chest gradually became visible, revealing numerous marks that left the 2 examiners utterly dumbfounded. Just how valiant must one be to have a woman leave such marks? He was even more impressive than the one from earlier in the day. The 2 examiners, both in their 30s and still virgins, felt a pang of inferiority and quickly halted Yinanyu's actions. That will suffice. You have already passed. Yinanyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could this examination be any more hasty? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead pulled a photograph of Xiao Zhan from his pocket to show the examiners. Have you seen this person? This photograph was provided by Lu Yi to assist Yinanyu in his search. The examiners, tasked with evaluating numerous individuals daily, might not remember others, but the handsome man in the photograph, with his exceptional talents, was certainly unforgettable. Yes, he passed the examination as well. Thank you for informing me, Yinanyu replied and turned to exit the examination room, at least now knowing that Xiao Zhan had indeed arrived at the base. The 2 examiners gazed at his tall figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, marveling at his appearance. Some are carefully crafted by Enhua, while we are merely the random clay she discarded. Another day of envying others. Yinanyu entered the adjacent examination room, where he found a female doctor wearing black-framed glasses seated inside. To his surprise, the doctor merely glanced at him before blushing and hastily averting her gaze. Wait, you have passed, you may go now. Yinanyu thought, are these examinations merely for show? It is truly a miracle that nothing has gone awry at the base under such circumstances. He composed himself and presented the photograph of Xiao Zhan to the female doctor. Has this person passed the examination? Upon seeing the photograph, the doctor's face suddenly turned crimson as she covered her nose with her hands. Yinanyu was taken aback. Why does merely looking at a photograph elicit such shyness? Is Xiao Zhan truly that charming? He has already passed the examination. The doctor, wishing for Yinanyu to leave promptly, was not keen on experiencing a second nosebleed that day. Yinanyu deduced the outcome. If such a hasty examination could not be passed, then one must be either foolish or unfortunate. He tucked away the photograph and turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. Doctor, it seems you have a nosebleed, he remarked. The doctor froze momentarily, then began to fumble for tissues on the table. Her face flushed to the point of resembling a ripe tomato. After offering his reminder, Yinanyu exited the examination room. The captain approached him respectfully. My lord, the ability user, allow me to escort you to your accommodation. I have already arranged for your meals. That's not urgent. I first need to locate a rival. This person entered the base during the day. Could you assist me in finding him? Yinanyu handed the photograph to the captain. Unsure if Xiao Zhan had committed any misdeeds at the base, he framed his inquiry as looking for a rival to distance himself from any suspicions. The captain examined the photograph but had no recollection of the individual. He also an ability user. No, Xiao Zhan's enigmatic ability could never be displayed. Such an exhibition would inevitably unveil him, and he is not so foolish. For ordinary individuals who are not endowed with special powers, inspections typically take place in areas 3 and 4, where the administrators maintain records. I will take you to inquire. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Yinanyu nodded. The captain first led Yinanyu to area 3, which was filled with makeshift shelters constructed of iron sheeting, disheveled and unsanitary, with a dozen survivors crammed into a single iron hut. The administrator here was a Mediterranean man in his 40s, wielding a baton. All who entered Area 3 had to pass through his scrutiny. The captain presented a photograph to him, inquiring whether this individual had come to Area 3 during the day. The administrator scrutinized the image and remarked, "One can discern from his demeanor that he is no ordinary person. How could he possibly come here?" "You have not seen him?" Yinanyu asked, though the administrator was unfamiliar with the man. He recognized his extraordinary aura and, coupled with the captain's respectful demeanor, surmised that he must be someone of significance with such striking features. "I would certainly recall him had he visited my area." "Then let us proceed to Area 4, the captain suggested to Yinanyu. "Let us go." Upon arriving at Area 4, the conditions were even more dire, resembling a refugee camp with waterproof tarps erected in a tent-like fashion. The survivors had no beds and slept directly on the ground. Just as the captain was about to approach the administrator here, Yinanyu halted him. "There is no need to inquire. He could not possibly be here." Although Xiao Zhan had become a corpse, he had no further ambitions that would lead him to this place. Moreover, his objective was to capture those with special abilities, and upon entering the base, he would naturally be drawn to them. "How many endowed individuals reside within the base?" Yinanyu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. These endowed individuals did not possess particularly explosive abilities, with the capabilities of a corpse. Capturing even one would be trivial, let alone two. Where are these endowed individuals located? The endowed individuals and the various leaders of the base all reside in Area 1, enjoying the finest accommodations. Is there also an administrator in Area 1? Indeed. Let us proceed to Area 1 and inquire. Upon reaching Area 1, the superior treatment was evident. There were villas and a dedicated security detail guarded the entrance. It was impossible for ordinary people to sneak in. The captain led Yinanyu to the administrator of Area 1, a seemingly carefree and dashing young man, whose demeanor suggested he had influential backing. "Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work. This is the newly arrived lightning element endowed individual." Wang Chao paused upon seeing Yinanyu, momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a young and handsome lightning wielder. "The situation is as follows. This gentleman is searching for someone. Could you assist in determining whether this person has ever visited Area 1? The captain handed the photograph to Wang Chao. However, Wang Chao did not take it. He merely cast a cursory glance and declared, "I have not seen him." Yinanyu, unfazed by his haughty demeanor, inquired, "Has anything particularly unusual occurred in Area 1? For instance, an attack on endowed individuals or the capture of any peculiar individuals?" "Nothing of the sort." In a moment of stark simplicity, Yinanyu's gaze darkened after Xiao Zhan had passed the inspection and entered the base. Where could he have possibly gone? Fearing any oversight, he ventured into Area 2. This area served as the living quarters for the base personnel, yet the response he received was equally devoid of clarity. No one had encountered this individual. Yinanyu had anticipated this outcome. The captain remarked, "He may have entered the base and then left on his own accord. There are those who come in only to depart upon realizing the conditions are unfavorable." Yinanyu remained silent, aware that Xiao Zhan had not departed. If Xiao Zhan had indeed left, how could the vigilant Xiaobao stationed at the entrance of the base have failed to notice? Furthermore, Xiao Zhan was cognizant of his son waiting outside the base. Where could he possibly go? He had entered the base with the intent to capture the ability users, having exerted considerable effort to gain entry. How could he leave without apprehending any ability users? Therefore, it was implausible for him to exit. He would act swiftly, heading directly toward the ability users with no time to squander elsewhere. Yet what was perplexing was the fact that no ability users within the base had encountered an attack, nor had anyone captured any peculiar individuals. Apart from the inspectors, no one had seen Xiao Zhan. After passing the inspection and entering the base, he seemed to vanish without a trace. Chapter 75. Yinanyu's ears perked up. "Ah. Where are you off to, esteemed ability user?" The captain, observing Yinanyu stride toward the base's exit, hurriedly followed after him. "I have matters to attend to outside." The captain's heart sank. Had he inadvertently offended the esteemed ability user, provoking his ire and causing him to withdraw from the base? If the higher-ups learned that he had driven away the ability user, it would surely spell disaster for him. He swiftly moved to intercept Yinanyu. "My lord, let us discuss this matter." If I have erred in any way, I offer my sincerest apologies. Please reconsider your departure. My girlfriend is still outside the base. I am concerned for her well-being. I must go see her. That complicates matters. Let us bring her inside together. Nanyu's dark gaze deepened. My girlfriend is rather timid and dislikes inspections, which is why she is reluctant to enter the base. Then we shall forego the inspection. I trust that the esteemed ability user will ensure her safety. Nanyu smiled, giving the captain's shoulder an approving pat. Well done. I am quite pleased with your attitude toward your duties. The captain, basking in the praise, beamed with joy. Very well. I shall fetch your girlfriend. I will instruct them to grant you passage. With that, the captain made his way to the entrance of the base to relay the order. Lui, having not caught sight of Xiaozhan, felt her heart sink. An ominous premonition gripped her. Something had gone awry as Nanyu opened the door. Lui eagerly inquired, "So have you found him?" Taking a seat in the vehicle, Nanyu wore a grave expression. "I have not located him." He did indeed enter the base, yet thereafter he seemed to vanish into thin air. With no one having seen him, Lui's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Chilled to the bone, Chu Ge furrowed his brow, pondering whether there had been some mistake. How could someone simply disappear without a trace? The purpose of its entry into the base was to seek out the superhumans. However, upon inquiring, I found that no one had attacked the superhumans, nor had any peculiar individuals been apprehended. This implies that once it entered the base, it did not pursue the superhumans at all. Yet, it was undoubtedly heading in that direction, which leaves us with only one possible explanation. Something unforeseen must have occurred on its way to find the superhumans. The capabilities of the zombie are not to be underestimated. Could there be someone particularly formidable among them? To my knowledge, no superhuman possesses such power, unless someone is concealing their true abilities. Therefore, we must ascertain what has transpired and delve deeper into the matter. At that moment, a knock echoed against the car window. Tap, tap, tap. Nanyu lowered 1/3 of the window and beheld the smiling captain outside. "What is it?" The captain craned his neck to peek inside. Spotting Chu Ge in the passenger seat, his eyes momentarily widening in awe. Beauty, such exquisite beauty. No wonder the superhuman is so rare. Surely, this must be his girlfriend. They are truly a match made in heaven. A pair destined for each other. Unsure of what to say, he resorted to flattery, a foolproof tactic. Nanyu, initially displeased by the captain's gaze, felt his frown dissipate upon hearing his words. Well spoken, do say more. He relishes it. Seeing Nanyu's smile stretching from ear to ear, Chu Ge playfully pinched the flesh at his waist. Ouch. Nanyu gasped in surprise, taken aback. Who does he think he is? What is his purpose? The captain quickly interjected. I am the captain of the base's security team, and I have come to personally invite you and the superhuman to enter the base. Rest assured, you may proceed without a medical examination. Upon hearing such delightful news, Chu Ge excitedly slapped Nanyu on the back of the head. Nanyu tilted his head, almost colliding with the steering wheel. Look at you not even mentioning it. Honestly, let us hurry into the base. We mustn't keep the captain waiting. The captain cast a sympathetic glance at Nanyu, surprised that such an impressive individual could also be so easily led. Nanyu rubbed the back of his head, raising the window to block the captain's sympathetic gaze. He wanted to protest to Chu Ge about her lack of decorum, but upon seeing her lovely visage, he relented. Fine, I forgive you, considering your beauty. His gaze shifted to the 3 corpses in the back seat, who had remained silent until now. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lui interjected. Please take me inside as well. I promise I won't reveal my identity. No. Your self-control is far too weak at present. The interior is filled with people, and the rich scent of blood and flesh would be enough to drive you mad. I will manage. I simply wish to go in and find it. Chu Ge noticed Lui's concerns along the journey. If she were in her position, she too would want to take action. Lest she drive herself to madness. Lui's pleas, repeated 100 or 1,000 times, could not compare to a single sentence from Chu Nanyu. Let her join us. I will keep a close watch on her. After pondering for a moment, Nanyu acquiesced, but he firmly stated that the 2 corpses must not accompany them. He glanced at the bleary-eyed Xiao Bao and the sprightly youth, clearly identifiable as zombies. Venturing forth would only lead them to certain doom. Little Bao comprehended the meaning behind Nanyu's gaze. He rose from the back seat, hands on his hips, a diminutive figure emanating fierce tenacity, roaring. Don't even think about it, mother would never abandon me. A minute later, as the cold wind swept through, Little Bao and the spirited young lad trembled in the corner, watching military vehicles enter the base. A scene steeped in desolation. Woe is me. These individuals are utterly excessive. How dare they deny entry, bullying the weak? Chapter 76. Chu Ge enters the base. Lui stepped into the base, where throngs of people bustled about, the rich scent of blood and flesh provoking an instinctual growl from her. Had she not been seated in the vehicle, she would have undoubtedly lunged at the passers-by outside. Chu Ge turned to observe the somewhat agitated Lu Yi in the back seat and, without hesitation, made a small incision on her wrist, blood immediately oozing forth. Yi Nanyu furrowed his brows, his expression one of displeasure as he watched Chu Ge extend her bleeding wrist towards Lu Yi. He regretted bringing Lu Yi along. Drink this, it will temporarily help suppress the allure of blood and flesh within you, preventing you from losing your sanity. Master, thank you so much, Lu Yi expressed, deeply moved. Yes, hurry and drink. Lu Yi pressed her lips against Chu Ge's wrist, swallowing the blood into her body. The overwhelming urge to bite dissipated in an instant, the tantalizing lure of blood and flesh tugging at her nerves gradually diminishing. Until it fell within her control, Lu Yi stepped back. Not overindulging, master, that's enough. She drank with unrestrained eagerness. The wound on her wrist healed at an astonishing pace, and in mere moments it was as smooth as silk. Lu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her master possessed such remarkable abilities, truly impressive once prepared. The three of them exited the vehicle. The captain, upon noticing an additional beautiful woman, was momentarily taken aback, having not been informed of an extra companion. This is my friend, she is with us, Chu Ge stated. Having already entered, the captain had no choice but to allow them to stay. You two are such close friends, it's truly enviable, he complimented. Thank you. Lu Yi replied. The captain discreetly scrutinized Chu Ge and her companion, noticing their clarity of mind, articulate speech and poised demeanor, which offered him a sense of relief. He had seemingly misinterpreted the earlier sounds of zombie growls. It's late. Let me take you to your quarters for some rest. The captain led Yi Nanyu and the others to Area 1. Wang Guanli, I leave them in your care. Thank you. Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated intently on Chu Ge and the entire base. There was no woman who could rival her beauty. Yi Nanyu positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Ge, his dark eyes piercingly directed at Wang Chao. The warning in his gaze unmistakable. Wang Chao, unfazed, craned his neck to gaze at Chu Ge. Beautiful lady, my name is Wang Chao. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Chu Ge. Yi Nanyu's expression darkened immediately. Turning to pull Chu Ge aside. Chu Ge, if you continue to flirt recklessly, I will break your legs. Then go ahead and do it, Chu Ge replied, extending her leg provocatively. Yi Nanyu was seething with frustration. Alright, be more confident in yourself. Chu Ge, concerned that Yi Nanyu might become agitated, explained, we are currently on someone else's territory, and in case we need their assistance it is beneficial for us to maintain a good relationship with him. Yi Nanyu's expression softened slightly. Nonetheless, he remarked, I won't interfere. You are not to speak with him. Let Lu Yi handle the relationship. Chu Ge's lips twitched in irritation, wondering if he truly did not care about other people's feelings, or if he was simply unafraid of provoking a corpse. Chu Ge, I will show you to a room for rest. Wang Chao interjected, and no need to trouble yourself. She shares a room with me. Yi Nanyu asserted, claiming his territory. Wang Chao glanced at Yi Nanyu, shrugged and replied, Alright. He led the three of them into Area 1, entering a villa that was brilliantly lit and luxuriously decorated. Not a soul was in sight. It seemed everyone had retired for the night. Wang Chao escorted them to one of the rooms upstairs, saying, Take care of yourself, brother. He cast an ambiguous glance at Chu Ge and Lu Yi, grinning mischievously before sauntering away in his slippers. The trio of Chu Ge muttered, What a fool! I truly wish to give him a good thrashing. Inside the room, the master said, You all rest. I will go out to see if I can find any clues. With Xiaozhen still unaccounted for, Lu Yi could hardly remain still. I will go with you. Yi Nanyu, you stay here and rest. Lu Yi and I will explore the base. After all, zombies do not require sleep at night, making it an opportune time to engage in some mischief. I disagree. It's too dangerous. We still do not know the situation. If you were to vanish like Xiaozhen, who am I to seek out first? Are we to do nothing at all? Lu Yi exclaimed anxiously. We must act, but we should do so with certainty, rather than recklessly placing ourselves in danger. That makes sense, Chu Ge nodded. Master. Chu Ge patted Lu Yi's shoulder. I understand your feelings, but Yi Nanyu is correct. We must first ensure our own safety before we can rescue Xiaozhen, right? Yi Nanyu, you should rest. Lu Yi is feeling down and I will keep her company. Very well. With the two women conversing, Yi Nanyu felt rather awkward as a large man in their presence. Moreover, since they did not need to sleep, he could hardly afford to engage in conversation. The room was a suite, comprising a bedroom and a small living area. Yi Nanyu did not hesitate to enter the bedroom. Once Yi Nanyu departed, Chu Ge pulled Lu Yi to sit on the sofa. Do not worry, the corpse will be fine. The worst-case scenario is death, and it is already dead. What is there to fear? That is true, but relax, trust me. The silent night was pierced by a biting cold wind. In the corner of the base's entrance, two shadows, one large and one small, crouched. An elderly zombie shambled past, tilting its head, white hair swaying. Gore. Child, you cannot relieve yourself here. You will freeze your bottom. The spirited youth and the little one. Gore. Child, at your age, can you even wipe? If you need, I can help you with some paper. Little one. Little did the zombie grandmother know that upon seeing the tattered jeans of the spirited young man, she wiped her eyes and let out a wail. How pitiful it is that his pants are in such disrepair. It pains me to see the children suffer. Subsequently, the zombie grandmother lowered her gaze and rummaged through her large red flower-patterned bag, emitting a cry. I've found it. The zombie grandmother produced a box of needles and thread, exclaiming, Child, remove your pants. I shall mend them for you. Wailing. Grandma, it's unnecessary. My pants are intentionally designed this way. The zombie grandmother wiped her eyes again and lamented. Do you disdain my old, blurry vision, deeming me useless? Your grandfather passed away long ago, and I raised your father alone later. Your mother left because she found our poverty unbearable. I know your father resents me. It is indeed my fault for lacking education, only able to toil in the fields, unable to earn enough to support your father, thus making life difficult for you good children. Sob. The spirited young man and the little one. 1 minute later, next to the figures of the large and small in the corner stood a hunched silhouette. In one hand, it held a pair of jeans, and in the other needles and thread. Diligently repairing the torn fabric from its adept sewing skills, one could almost glimpse its youth. The zombie grandmother rambled on about the past, while the little one rested his chin on his hand, listening intently. Meanwhile, the spirited young man, clad only in his underwear, resembled a fledgling chick trembling in the cold wind. Chapter 77. The haunted base. Chu Ge gazed outside, where the night had deepened into silence, listening to the steady breathing of Yinan, who should have fallen into a deep slumber. Thus, she rose from the sofa. It was time. What time? Louis looked bewildered. Did you not say you were going to the base to search for clues? Let us go. Yet, did you not also agree with Yinan's words just now? A conflict between the heart's agreement and the body's desire to act is no contradiction. Louis. Is that even possible? Let us proceed. Chu Ge opened the door and stealthily slipped outside. Louis glanced at the tightly shut door, hesitating for but a moment before following suit. Outside, the lights had been extinguished. Yet this darkness posed little challenge for the night vision-equipped zombies. Chu Ge and Louis first wandered through District 1, finding no trace of Xiao Zhan, indicating he had not been there. Thus, they crept out of District 1 like thieves, evading any notice except for Yinan stood on the balcony, watching the two dark figures gradually recede, his face a mask of displeasure. In the base under the cloak of night, apart from a few critical posts still illuminated, all other areas had plunged into darkness. The entire base lay enveloped in shadow, with only the chirping of crickets breaking the silence. For humans, the night may evoke fear, but for Chu Ge and Louis, it was their domain. They moved like phantoms, arriving silently and departing just as quietly. The man who had risen in the night was urinating against a large tree when he spotted two dark shadows passing through the darkness. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he saw nothing. In the corner stood the very two silhouettes he had just glimpsed. Invisible beads of cold sweat covered his forehead as he feigned calmness while making his way back to his bed. His legs trembling uncontrollably in the darkness. He used to frequently watch horror films, and the lesson he learned was to remain calm when encountering a ghost, if one were to see it. Feigning ignorance was essential, for otherwise, the specter might ensnare you. The brief journey from the doorway to his bed felt as though he had traversed an entire century, stretching out interminably. At last, he reached his bed. Mechanically lying down and pulling the covers up to his chin. In his mind, he incessantly chanted, "Invisible, invisible." Yet it felt as though another century had passed when he sensed a chilling presence sweep by. When he lowered the covers to glance towards the corner, the two dark figures had vanished. Incidents of this nature unfolded throughout the base that night. A tall shadow sat upon the sofa. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yinan, and the two of them instantly wore expressions akin to those caught in a misdeed, guilt etched upon their faces. Where have you been? Yinan's deep voice resonated. We didn't go anywhere, just went for a morning run for a bit. Chu Ge replied with a forced smile while Yinan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chu Ge, causing her heart to race. Why hadn't she obeyed and wandered off? You are simply fortunate. Yinan noted that Chu Ge's sharp tongue had become even sharper. Chu Ge approached and collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, I searched the entire base. I'm utterly exhausted. What about you? Did you find anything? You were right. Xiaozhan seems to have vanished into thin air. We scoured the entire base, yet found no trace of him, as if he had never set foot here at all. Yinanyu's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He had assumed that Xiaozhan had concealed himself well upon entering the base, eluding everyone's gaze, only to have met with an unfortunate event along the way. However, the absence of any trace implied that he might not have truly entered the base before the incident occurred. Yinanyu's dark eyes grew somber. His expression grave. Louis, in a low mood, murmured, where could he possibly be? As dawn broke, the atmosphere at the base felt markedly different from usual. Small clusters of individuals convened, whispering conspiratorially. They were abuzz with discussions of the ghostly happenings from the previous night. Could it be that you were merely disoriented and mistook something? Surely in this day and age, ghosts cannot exist. I absolutely did not misinterpret anything. I genuinely saw a ghost. I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt a chill. I opened my eyes just in time to see two ghostly figures pass by my bed, one of which had blood-red eyes. I was so frightened that I fainted. You saw it too, didn't you? You witnessed the two ghostly figures as well. It became evident that he was not alone in his experience, instantly dispelling some of his fear. He had spent the entire night unable to sleep, dreading the notion that a spirit might come to claim his life, only managing to doze off as dawn began to break. The realization that he was not the sole witness brought him a sense of balance. I saw it as well. It nearly scared me to death. I got up to use the restroom and saw two ghostly figures flash by me. I thought I was imagining things, but then the man seemed to recall the chilling scene, shuddering involuntarily. The onlookers, fueled by curiosity, urged him to continue. So what happened next? Do tell, the onlookers collectively gasped, a chill coursing down their spines. Could it truly be haunted? Some remained skeptical. At that moment, a man approached at a brisk pace, his body ablaze with fervent gossip. Hey, have you heard? It's said that our base is haunted. Aside from Area 1, numerous witnesses from Areas 2, 3, and 4 have reported seeing two ghostly figures. Now everyone is buzzing with speculation that these apparitions are in search of a scapegoat. The group, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of sheer terror. The base was indeed haunted. Chapter 78. The swift escape is the true path. In an instant, rumors of the haunting spread throughout the base. The whispers reached Area 1, where the ability users gathered to discuss the unsettling news. With the outside world abuzz about ghosts, anxiety loomed large, and it was likely that higher-ups would dispatch personnel to investigate, with us ability users being the primary focus. A burly man clad in a black tank top, a power-type ability user, voiced his concern. Please don't send me. I'm terrified of ghosts. A youthful boy appearing around 17 or 18 chimed in. I'm a speed-type ability user, and I'm the most frightened of them all. A coldly stunning woman shot a glance at the speedster and retorted, look at you, do you truly believe in ghosts? It must be someone playing tricks. The icy beauty was an ice-type ability user. Indeed, Du Qing is right. It's undoubtedly someone trying to scare the ordinary folk. If they dare to confront us ability users, we shall eliminate them without hesitation, declared a haughty man, a soil-type ability user of rather unremarkable appearance. At that moment Wang Chao entered from outside the villa, exclaiming, oh, everyone is here. Manager Wang, have you had breakfast? A petite and charming girl rushed over. She was a water-type ability user. Wang Chao, the nephew of the base leader and quite handsome, was well liked by the water-type ability users. However, he showed little interest in her, scanning the area for the newly arrived ability users. Has the new ability user not arrived yet? The group was momentarily bewildered. New ability user. When did that happen? Last night, a lightning-type ability user arrived at as soon as Wang Chao finished speaking. Yinanyu and two others descended the stairs. Sorry, we overslept. Their deep voices instantly captivated everyone's attention. Yinanyu and Chu Ge walked side by side, exuding an aura that rendered the crowd spellbound with their astonishing beauty. This is the new lightning-type ability user from last night, Wang Chao announced. In an instant, the speed-type ability user Yang Haoyu appeared before Yinanyu, moving so swiftly that he left a trail of afterimages. He circled around Yinanyu, expressing his envy. I'm so jealous that you possess the most formidable lightning-type abilities. Mine seem rather lackluster in comparison. Yang Haoyu had always envied those with powerful abilities, as they commanded respect in fights, while his own seemed rather mediocre, offering little more than speed. Your speed ability actually has its advantages over the lightning ability. A voice interjected nearby. Yang Haoyu glanced at Chu Ge, elated to hear someone acknowledge the strengths of his ability. In what way? He eagerly inquired. Chu Ge gently remarked, for instance, fleeing is undoubtedly faster than lightning. Yang Haoyu responded, is her statement complimentary or derogatory? Trust me, in the apocalypse everything is ephemeral. Swift escape is the true path to survival. Zhang Haoyu experienced an epiphany, feeling for the first time how formidable his abilities were. Wang Chao cast a keen glance at Chu Ge, finding her words rather intriguing. At that moment, a soft scoff echoed. The icy woman Du Qing, a wielder of ice abilities, contemptuously stated, "This is the first time I've heard someone articulate the act of fleeing with such righteous fervor. Your few words only serve to mask your cowardice." "Huh?" Unperturbed, Chu Ge replied, "If you relish the thrill of battle and are willing to fight to the death, then by all means step into the fray yourself. Why do you concern yourself with whether others flee? Do you reside in the ocean? Why be so meddlesome? Everyone is merely focused on their own escape. Who will save the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled? Your ability to utter such words reveals your complete lack of compassion, your cold-heartedness." Chu Ge began to applaud, clapping her hands together. "I hold great admiration for those with a heart full of love. There is no place for you beside the less Han giant Buddha, and I shall be the first to object." Yang Haoyu could not contain his laughter, but quickly stifled it, realizing it was impolite. Although Du Qing did not comprehend the meaning behind her words, seeing Yang Haoyu laugh made her aware that it was surely unflattering, and her expression darkened considerably. "I shall see just how much strength you possess to speak so boldly." She conjured an ice sword in her hand and lunged towards Chu Ge. "Prepare to receive it." At that moment, the air before Chu Ge began to distort, forming a vortex that intercepted Du Qing's ice sword. The sword shattered into countless icy shards that scattered to the ground. "Am I merely a decorative administrator?" Wang Chao, shedding his usual nonchalance, wore a stern expression. The electric tendrils at Yunanyu's fingertips dissipated. He raised his brow in surprise, realizing that this administrator was indeed a wielder of wind abilities, contrary to his initial assumption of him being a frivolous scion. Chu Ge observed Wang Chao more closely, surprised to find he possessed strength as well. The base had strict regulations against fighting. A light penalty could result in the loss of supplies for a month, while a severe infraction could lead to expulsion from the base. This newcomer was not to her liking. Her appearance exuded a beguiling charm, clearly a woman who relied on men and possessed no skills of her own. Several other ability users interceded on Du Qing's behalf, as they had worked together for quite some time and did not wish to be so heartless. "I do not wish to see this happen again," Wang Chao asserted sternly. "Understood." Du Qing's face fell into shadows. As an ice ability user, she had never felt such humiliation before, and she had taken note of that shameless woman. Today, everyone is aware of the sensational haunting incident that has spread throughout the base, and the higher-ups expect us to swiftly uncover who is behind this mischief. Determined to apprehend this trickster, Wang Chao proclaimed. Chu Ge and Lu Yi exchanged glances, both wondering if the ghost in question referred to them. Yunanyu's head throbbed. What had they done last night to incite such a commotion today? After concluding, Wang Chao clapped his hands twice. "Come in." One by one, the eyewitnesses from the previous night entered. Forming a line of about 10 people, "Speak of what you witnessed last night, and do not conceal anything." In the dead of night, the first man to break the silence was filled with excitement upon seeing so many extraordinary individuals he seldom encountered. Chu Ge and Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth?" Yunanyu added with equal astonishment. A bewildered crowd stared at the gap-toothed man with a pockmarked face, questioning the seriousness of his words. In Chapter 79, titled Ghost-Busting Squad, another voice chimed in, "I have something to share. I have something to share." A man resembling a laborer stepped forward. "I was enjoying a deep slumber last night when I suddenly heard a strange noise. Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to see 2 ghosts lifting the tent, peering at our group of shirtless men." Chu Ge and Lu Yi's mouths twitched in disbelief. They were spying on us? They were merely searching for Xiao Zhan's presence. Who would be interested in watching a bunch of grown men sleep? As one individual finished speaking, another emerged, this time a gaunt woman in her 30s. "I couldn't sleep due to hunger last night, so I decided to take a stroll. Passing by the clothes-drying area, I spotted 2 ghostly figures seemingly sniffing our undergarments." The crowd instantly adopted the expression of elderly men riding the subway, engrossed in their phones. Yunanyu's temples throbbed as he cast a complicated glance at Chu Ge and Lu Yi. "This is an immense injustice," they exclaimed in unison. The woman continued, and then an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward. "I am responsible for the hunting dogs at the base. Last night, I heard the dogs barking furiously, so I went to investigate and saw 2 ghostly figures near the dog peen. It seemed. The old man gasped for breath, caught in a hesitance. The crowd, filled with curiosity, urged him on. "What did it seem like? Please finish your thought before catching your breath." Chu Ge and Lu Yi held their breath, anxiously awaiting the old man's revelation, fearful of what absurdity he might utter. Taking a deep breath, the old man said, I saw the two ghosts seemingly. Suddenly Chu Ge cried out, startling everyone and drawing their ire. There are ghosts. I just saw two ghostly figures pass by the entrance. Chu Ge pointed frantically towards the doorway. Several extraordinary individuals immediately dashed outside. Ghosts? Ghosts. A soil-based ability user, who had just boasted about eliminating any ghosts that appeared, suddenly recoiled in terror, hiding behind a pillar. Others in the crowd remained silent, while Chu Ge and Lu Yi wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, secretly relieved. What a dreadful day. Where are the ghostly figures? Did you truly see them? Chu Ge replied calmly, if ghostly figures were so easily seen, would they still be called ghosts? The extraordinary individuals were momentarily taken aback, finding a semblance of logic in her words. After summarizing the situation, Wang Chao scanned the crowd. Many extraordinary individuals lowered their heads, hoping to avoid being chosen for the investigation. This matter had captured the attention of the entire base. If the case were solved, they would be praised for their abilities, but if they failed, the ensuing criticism would drown them. Thus, it was a thankless task that I have a good candidate. Du Qing's voice resonated. Chu Ge noticed Du Qing casting a glance her way, and a premonition arose in her heart. She knew who she was about to name. The person you refer to is her. Du Qing's finger pointed directly at Chu Ge. Chu Ge replied, I knew it. A multitude of eyes turned towards her, each person harboring doubts in their hearts. With her fragile demeanor, she seemed likely to faint after just a few steps. Her pallid face was a clear indication of her frailty. Du Qing proclaimed loudly, she just claimed to have seen a ghostly figure, which means she is the only one among us who has had such an encounter. Her experience in identifying ghostly apparitions will undoubtedly be more effective than those of us who have not seen one, making her the only suitable candidate. I concur, stated Yuan, the water elementalist. As the first to voice her agreement, several other elementalists nodded in approval, acknowledging her capability, despite their reservations about her qualifications. Choosing anyone else could result in their own selection. Wang Chao cast a glance at Chu Ge, shaking his head. No, she is not an elementalist. She may not be, but she is accompanied by an elemental user, a lightning elementalist no less. One of her equals is worth 10 of us. Du Qing retorted, clearly prepared and intent on pulling Chu Ge into the fray. I believe this newcomer wishes to seize an opportunity to showcase her abilities. Wang Guanli. Perhaps it would be prudent to grant her a chance to present herself before everyone, suggested Yuan. Some elementalists echoed her sentiments. Wang Chao remained silent, stroking his chin in contemplation. Very well, I agreed. At this moment, a crowd gazed at Chu Ge with incredulity, astonished that she had truly consented. Oblivious to her own limitations. Do you genuinely agreed to investigate this matter? Wang Chao inquired. Of course, Chu Ge affirmed confidently. In fact, she welcomed the opportunity, as it would allow her to investigate Xiaozhen openly, rather than covertly as she had the previous night. Utilizing the guise of hunting ghosts to conduct a legitimate investigation into Xiaozhen was simply flawless. I shall join as well. Yang Haoyu stepped forward, admiring Chu Ge, particularly impressed by her earlier remark that fleeing for one's life was the true path to survival, which instilled newfound confidence in his own abilities. No need. The three of us are sufficient. Chu Ge decisively declined. Consequently, her resolute stance was perceived by others as arrogance, as though she looked down upon them, the elementalists. The earth elemental user scoffed, Yang Haoyu, with your meager abilities, no one would regard you highly. Not only that, but she also dismisses us entirely, standing in pride. Your tone is quite sarcastic. You must be eager to join our ghost hunting team. If so, I shall take you along, he added. The earth elemental user instantly petrified. Pfft. Yang Haoyu erupted into laughter once more. You couldn't help but smile as well. Lu Yi gazed at Chu Ge in admiration, realizing her master was even more formidable than she had imagined. Is there anyone else who feels I disregard you? Chu Ge scanned the group of elementalists. At this point, the elementalists dared not utter a word, their gazes darting nervously, avoiding Chu Ge's eyes. Du Qing, however, remained unimpressed, her sharp tongue poised to test whether Chu Ge could maintain her bravado. Since no one has spoken up, then we shall proceed with the three of us, plus, Chu Ge's gaze landed on the earth elemental user. Oh, I forgot to ask your name. The earth elemental user fidgeted, his voice barely above a whisper. Can I not join? What did you say? Speak up. The earth elemental abilities user felt a flush of embarrassment, acutely aware that everyone was mocking him. This ghost hunting team exuded an unmistakable air of unreliability. Joining them would surely lead to taking the blame in the in comparison to bearing the brunt of blame. Losing face seemed trivial. Could you not include me? He raised his voice. Oh, but weren't you just saying I apologized? Why apologies? I didn't catch that. I was wrong. Chu Ge regarded the assembly of abilities users before her. a smirk of disdain curling her lips. Abilities users. The group perceived Chu Ge's contempt, and their fragile pride flared up. Don't get too smug just yet. We shall see if you can still laugh when you fail to catch a ghost. They fundamentally believe that a woman could stir no significant turmoil. It's merely ghost hunting. I excel at that. Chu Ge's smile was laden with meaning. Chapter 80. Chu Ge's childish elementary school behavior. Very well. Since you all willingly accept this task, should you solve the case, I shall petition for a reward from above. Wang Chao declared that if it weren't for the reward of crystal cores, I'd rather you keep your biscuits and bread. Chu Ge lazily waved her hand. She had no appetite for biscuits or bread, and the wealthy Yunanyu would scoff at such provisions. It would be a waste to accept them, little did she know. Her attitude incited the ire of the abilities users. Some individuals might genuinely believe themselves to be impressive, turning their noses up at biscuits and bread. If you're so capable, then don't eat. Indeed, and they haven't even cracked the case yet. Already demanding rewards and crystal cores at that. How audacious. They speculated that she had likely never even seen a crystal core, which emboldened her shamelessness. Clank! Something fell to the ground and rolled to the feet of the speaker. Looking down, he beheld a crystal core, joy igniting in his eyes. Just as he bent to retrieve it, a delicate, pale hand snatched it up first. Forgive me, my crystal core fell. Chu Ge picked up the crystal core, intentionally waving it before the crowd. Would you mind checking if it's dirty? Never mind, a little uncleanliness won't hurt. She casually wiped it on her clothing, tossed it into her mouth and began munching away. The assembly stood agape. Who was it that claimed she had never encountered a crystal core? Just a careless drop, and it turns out to be one. Yunanyu watched Chu Ge's childish antics, a tender smile gracing his lips. She certainly spared no effort to indulge herself. Wang Chao had never encountered such a remarkable woman, clever, sharp-witted, and neither servile nor arrogant. He found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Yuan, witnessing Wang Chao's rapt attention on the woman, clenched her teeth in frustration. That wretched woman. Du Qing's unwavering gaze fixated on Chu Ge, astonished to see her consume the crystal core. Such an act would be insufferable for an ordinary person. A thought burgeoned within her. Could she be concealing her true strength? At that moment, Du Qing caught a fleeting, eerie red glint in Chu Ge's eyes, and her pupils constricted in alarm. There was something amiss with her. A piercing gaze locked onto Du Qing. She met Yunanyu's dark eyes and felt a surge of panic, hurriedly lowering her head. Engulfed by the tension of having unearthed another secret, Yunanyu narrowed her eyes slightly. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. She must have perceived something. The group remained oblivious to the undercurrents of turmoil beneath the surface calm. Let us first have breakfast, Wang Chao suggested. Yunanyu gazed at her retreating figure, her dark eyes deepening with contemplation. Noticing Yunanyu's demeanor, Chu Ge inquired through her thoughts. What is it? Does she have a problem? Wang Chao observed that everyone had proceeded to the dining hall, while only Chu Ge and her companions lingered behind. Chu Ge, are you lost? Allow me to guide you, he offered. Just as Chu Ge was about to respond, Yunanyu interjected coldly, there's no need. I will take care of my girlfriend. With that, she grasped Chu Ge's hand and followed the others. Lu Yi exchanged a glance with Wang Chao before joining them. Wang Chao shrugged indifferently and brought up the rear. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Chu Ge gaped at the table, which offered bowls of thin porridge and a small serving of pickled vegetables for each person. Isn't it said that Area 1 provides the highest level of treatment? Is this it? Frustrated by her inability to confront or argue with her, she felt as though she was being openly humiliated. Unlike the others, Yang Haoyu did not harbor animosity towards Chu Ge. Rather, he appreciated her straightforwardness and developed a favorable impression of her. He explained, we in Area 1 are considered fortunate, as we still have breakfast and 3 meals a day. In Area 2, they can only eat twice, while Areas 3 and 4 are far worse with only 1 meal daily. Chu Ge nodded in understanding. It turned out that the highest treatment was merely a matter of perspective. The group collectively thought. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy soft, sweet porridge is indeed a blessing. Hearing her express something positive was a rare occurrence, evoking a sudden urge to weep among them. However, before they could be moved for long, they witnessed her push a bowl of porridge towards Yunanyu with a single finger. You eat. I'm not hungry. The group gasped. The disdain was unmistakable. I'm not hungry either, Lu Yi added, offering her own portion to Yunanyu. After all, she was currently a zombie and had no need for such sustenance. It would be a waste since Yunanyu was human. Yunanyu gazed at the 3 bowls of porridge before her. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. Should she be pleased? After all, one person effectively had 3 servings of breakfast supplies. Others would likely covet such a bounty, like that muscular ability user who had been enviously stretching his neck to gaze at her 3 bowls. One bowl of porridge would indeed pose a challenge for his physique. Generously, Yunanyu decided to give all 3 bowls to the strength-type ability user. I'm on a diet. You take them. The others at the table stared at Yunanyu as if she were mad. In this apocalyptic world, dieting? This was perhaps the most amusing remark they had ever heard. While the others were unaware of Yunanyu's true nature, Chu Ge was acutely aware. He clearly looked down upon this food, cleverly disguising his disdain with talk of dieting. The strength-type ability user looked at the 3 bowls of porridge, feeling a swell of gratitude. After all, in this world, food equated to life. Brother, thank you. If you ever need assistance, just let me know. How do you plan to capture the ghosts? Wang Chao inquired, munching on his breakfast. I have seen the ghostly figures, and my memory is quite sharp, so I intend to investigate each area systematically, gathering everyone together to interrogate them one by one. No, I mean to meticulously question them. Surely we will uncover those who are pretending to be supernatural. Chu Ge spoke casually, yet her mind was racing, reflecting on how she had been unable to investigate thoroughly the previous night. Now, with everyone gathered, she was determined to find even the faintest trace of Xiao Zhan. Suddenly, a frail young man collapsed from his chair, convulsing on the ground, his eyes rolling back and foam escaping his mouth, resembling a seizure. Quick, summon Dr. Su. Wang Chao shouted, his response swift. Within 2 minutes, a female doctor clad in a pristine white coat, her hair impeccably styled and glasses framed in black, rushed in. She darted past Chu Ge like a gust of wind, causing her to startle and glance up. There was a familiar scent of Xiao Zhan about her. Chapter 81. Is the truth about to be unveiled? At that moment, Lu Yi was also fixated on the doctor tending to the young man, evidently sensing the same scent of Xiao Zhan. Her tightly clenched hands trembled slightly, and just as she was about to impulsively confront the doctor, Chu Ge intervened. Don't act rashly. Upon hearing Chu Ge's words, Lu Yi suppressed her urge to confront the doctor. Her bloodshot eyes glued to her, fearful of losing sight of her. Yunanyu noticed the unusual tension between Chu Ge and Lu Yi and quietly inquired, "What's going on?" Looking up at the doctor, Yunanyu recognized her as the one who had experienced a nosebleed the previous day. She is the base's medical examiner. She conducted Xiao Zhan's physical examination upon his entry into the base. He whispered to Chu Ge. Understanding his implication, Chu Ge realized that it was entirely normal for the doctor to carry Xiao Zhan's scent, given her prior contact with him. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to finally uncover a lead, only to find it was nothing. Not wanting to burden Lu Yi with the realization that their fleeting hope had vanished, she stood, gathering her first aid kit. Manager Wang, I must take my leave. I can't linger too long at the examination room. Very well, thank you, Dr. Su. Wang Chao nodded as Su Li turned to depart with her medical kit. She noticed a woman staring intently at her. Furrowing her brows, she asked, do you need something? Fearing Lu Yi might ask something inappropriate, Chu Ge interjected, No, it's nothing. My friend has always dreamed of becoming a doctor, so she is fascinated by medical professionals. Su Li nodded in understanding. If she is interested, she is welcome to visit my examination room sometime. I can teach her some basic first aid techniques. Thank you, Doctor, Chu Ge replied, pulling Lu Yi aside to make way. After pondering for a moment, Su Li remarked, I don't seem to recall having performed a physical examination on either of you. Chu Ge stiffened slightly, taken aback by the doctor's keen memory. Su Li turned to face them, her expression serious. Did you two enter the base without undergoing a physical examination? Yuan quickly interjected, fanning the flames of panic among the crowd. They didn't have a physical examination to enter the base. Goodness! If they've been bitten or scratched by zombies, they could become infected. Everyone step back. The crowd immediately recoiled, distancing themselves from Chu Ge and her companions as if they were carriers of a contagion. Manager Wang, they've sneaked into the base. What are you waiting for? Hurry, expel them! A flicker of excitement coursed through Yuan's eyes. With so many witnesses present, Wang Chao could not possibly shield them. That wretched woman was bound to face consequences. Unlike the others, Wang Chao remained unperturbed, calmly stating, they did not infiltrate. They were brought in by the captain of the guard himself. If the captain of the guard can grant entry without a health examination, I seriously question the security of this base, remarked a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, who was also a water-type ability user. Indeed, if someone can bypass the health checks to enter the base, we might need to reconsider our commitment to such a farcical establishment, added another ability user from the power category, appearing to be in his late 20s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Wang, I believe you must provide us with a satisfactory explanation, lest you alienate the hearts of us ability users, he asserted. Wang Chao's expression darkened instantly as he turned his gaze towards Yuan. Are you threatening me? he asked, his voice laced with menace. Yuan Yuanyuan's heart raced. No, Manager Wang, that is not my intention, and if not, then remain silent. Yuan Yuanyuan bit her lip, reluctantly stepping aside, mentally attributing this grievance to Chu Ge. Although Wang Chao rarely acknowledged her, he had never raised his voice at her. That outburst was all directed at that vile woman. At that moment, Su Li interjected, since they did not infiltrate, there is no need to be so merciless as to expel the two girls from the base. However, to alleviate everyone's concerns, I believe it is necessary to conduct a new health examination for them. Manager Wang, what do you think? She turned to Wang Chao, seeking his approval. Wang Chao understood that this was the only way to silence the crowd. Very well, Su Li then addressed Chu Ge and Lu Yi gently. Do not be afraid. The examination will not be painful. You only need to cooperate with me. Chu Ge smiled. Thank you for your assistance. Yet internally she was screaming, Yinan, you think of something quickly. We are about to be exposed. Lu Yi nervously grasped Chu Ge's hand. Although they appeared as ordinary individuals, they had no heartbeat and no breath. Such truths would be impossible to conceal. Once their true nature as zombies was revealed, the reaction of these humans was all too predictable. Seeing Chu Ge's calm demeanor eased Lu Yi's anxiety. Her master's tranquility suggested that there must be a plan in place. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Ge's composed exterior concealed a torrent of frustration directed at a certain individual. Yinan Yu. Have you thought of a solution? If I am exposed, you will not fare any better. I warned you against my entry, yet you insisted I come in, you little mischief maker. Yinan Yu, feeling exasperated, responded, follow me. I will take you to the examination room. Su Li instructed Chu Ge and the others. All right, Chu Ge replied with a friendly nod, pulling Lu Yi to follow Su Li as they passed Yinan Yu. She shot him a pleading look, urging him to think of a solution urgently. At that moment, a frantic woman rushed in from outside, calling out, Dr. Su, Dr. Su. What has happened? Wang Chao inquired. The vice-base leader's wife has gone into premature labor. They sent me to fetch Dr. Su. Upon the sighting of Su Li, the woman urgently beckoned her to leave, exclaiming, Dr. Su, come with me swiftly. However, Su Li hesitated as she glanced toward Chu Ge and the others. Dr. Su, you must hurry. Lives are at stake, Wang Chao urged. But what about them? Su Li began. I will handle matters here. Do not concern yourself with this. You must head to the deputy base leader, came the reply. Let us go, Dr. Su. The woman, filled with urgency, grasped Su Li's arm and dashed away. Su Li cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ge and her companions, an ephemeral shadow passing through her eyes before she was pulled away. Chu Ge and Lu Yi, witnessing Su Li's departure, let out a temporary sigh of relief. It was a close call, almost leading to exposure. That moment, Yinan Yu, with a stormy demeanor, observed Su Li's retreating figure. If he was not mistaken, a shadow of gloom had flickered in her gaze. Suddenly, all his lingering doubts crystallized, and an answer clamored for recognition within his mind. Chapter 82. Uncovering clues. Manager Wang, how do you intend to address this matter? Inquired a middle-aged man with water-based abilities. His decision to join the base stemmed from a desire for security and reliability, a stark contrast to the trepidation experienced outside. Yet now he was informed that individuals could enter the base without undergoing inspection, which rendered him deeply unsettled. Who could say whether a zombie might infiltrate their ranks, making it impossible to sleep soundly? There is no need for inspection. They pose no threat. After a night, any issues would have surfaced. Wang Chao asserted. Do you still believe that lightning abilities are so feeble that they cannot safeguard even two individuals? Manager Wang is correct. I concur. We are all under the same roof now, and there is no necessity for such rigid relations, Yang Hao Yu remarked. The muscular man, a power-based ability user, also chimed in. The captain is consistently responsible. It is inconceivable that he would allow any problematic individuals to enter. Thus, what are we worrying about? Yet some remained apprehensive. It was then that Chu Ge spoke. If you suspect us of being a problem, we shall take our leave from the base. I had no intention of entering in the first place. It was your captain who extended the invitation. Yinan Yu. Let us depart, Chu Ge stated as she walked toward the exit. Yinan Yu glanced at Wang Chao, suggesting, it seems you will need to reassess your ghost hunting team. Upon hearing this, the other ability users grew agitated at the prospect of reselecting personnel for such a thankless task. As the three fools prepared to exit, many voices rose in an attempt to retain them. Do not go, we are all willing to trust you. Indeed, why not forego the inspection? It is not a grave matter. Why be so inflexible? Yuan Yuanyuan's expression soured. She had been pleased to see the wretched individual finally leaving, only to be dismayed by the crowd's insistence to keep them. Have you all lost your senses? If we make an exception once, there will surely be more to follow. Will anyone be allowed to enter the base indiscriminately from now on? You are ghost hunters, we will not hold you back. Yuan Yuanyuan stiffened. You want me to hunt ghosts? If you don't want to, then be silent. Her face flushed with anger as she inwardly cursed. A bunch of spineless fools. Chu Ge, overhearing the internal conflict behind her, smirked disdainfully. Could these ability users truly kill enemies if they ventured outside? In the end, Chu Ge and her companions were retained. We shall not betray the trust of the base. Chu Ge expressed a face full of sincerity. Very well, let us investigate each district one by one, ensuring we unearth the ghost. However, as soon as Chu Ge and the others announced their intention to investigate, they suddenly appeared in the room. Once the door was shut, no one was aware of their idleness. Master, did you not also detect the scent of Xiao Zhan on the female doctor just now? Indeed, Chu Ge nodded. But earlier, Yunanyu mentioned that she had conducted a physical examination for Xiao Zhan, so it is quite normal for her to carry his scent. Exactly, I showed her the photograph and she confirmed that Xiao Zhan passed the examination and entered the base. Lu Yi's expression darkened. It was difficult to find a clue, only to have it dismissed. However, she indeed harbors some issues. Lu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at Yunanyu, rekindling hope. What issues? Chu Ge asked curiously. That female doctor publicly stated that you did not undergo a physical examination to enter the base, which was clearly directed at you. Yet she does not know you, so why target you? Hence, I have a bold hypothesis. Xiao Zhan is currently in her possession. That isn't Xiao Zhan always carrying a photograph. Therefore, I speculate that the female doctor recognized Lu Yi through that photograph. Chu Ge and Lu Yi were astonished. They were impressed by Yunanyu's detailed observation. You claim Xiao Zhan is in her hands, but she appears utterly unimpressive. Given Xiao Zhan's capabilities, wouldn't it be a breeze for him to crush her? Chu Ge remarked. I do not judge a person by their appearance. That I understand now. Just like you, who seems refined yet is truly hypocritical. Yunanyu retorted. I do not misuse idioms just because you know a few. Lu Yi interjected. Then let us rescue Xiao Zhan at once. Chu Ge rose from the sofa. While Yunanyu reached out to pull her back down. It is broad daylight. Do you wish to make this widely known? If it escalates, do you think the people in the base will believe you or trust her, the life-saving doctor? Shall we then wait here until nightfall? That won't do. We must maintain appearances or else prolonged suspicion may lead to greater troubles. That makes sense. Let us proceed to catch the ghost. In order to validate her suspicions, Du Qing sought out the captain. When she entered the base, was she subjected to an examination? No, that lightning ability user claimed his girlfriend dislikes such checks. Was there anything unusual about your bringing them in? The captain pondered for a moment before recalling. They drove into the base and lingered in the car for a while before alighting. The anti-peeping mirror could not see inside, but I vaguely heard a few zombie growls. Du Qing's pupils constricted. Her suspicions had been essentially confirmed, and no matter, she tossed out curtly before departing. On her way back, Du Qing contemplated how to gather evidence to expose her before the masses. As she turned a corner, she inadvertently collided with someone. She felt an icy chill. As an ice ability user, her body temperature was already lower than normal, yet she was taken aback to find the other person even colder. Raising her gaze, she was instantly filled with terror. It was her. If she had only been 80 certain moments ago, she could now affirm with 100 conviction. Such a frigid body temperature could hardly belong to a human. Chu Ge gazed at Du Qing before her, as though she were a specter, and waved her hand in front of her. Hey! Are you all right? I'm fine, Du Qing replied hastily, pushing her away before fleeing. At that moment, she could think of nothing but reporting the incident to her superiors. Once they assembled the armed forces at the base, along with their group of ability users, she feared escape would be impossible. Wei Nanyu observed the direction in which Du Qing had departed, his dark eyes clouding with shadows. Chu Ge, I need to use the restroom. Chapter 83 Elimination. Du Qing's expression stiffened upon encountering Yunanyu, who obstructed her path. There's something you need. Where do you think you're going? Yunanyu's deep voice resonated, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. A chill ran down Du Qing's spine, yet she feigned composure. I need to report my whereabouts to you. She was acutely aware that his obstruction signaled his realization of her discovery regarding the woman's identity. He had come to confront her. She possessed enough self-awareness to understand that a mere ice ability stood no chance against the formidable power of lightning. If this is about the conflict from this morning, I can apologize to your girlfriend. I admit I was overly sensitive. Du Qing stalled for time, her eyes scanning the surroundings, hoping for assistance. Unfortunately, Yunanyu saw through her ploy, intent on a swift resolution. With a stomp of his foot, countless strands of electricity erupted from the ground, surging towards her like a tempest. Du Qing's complexion drained of color as she hastily waved her hand, causing a thick layer of ice to form beneath her. The ice spread rapidly, Colliding with the electric strands, sparks flew as the ice melted at an alarming rate. The electric strands danced through the water, which conducted electricity, relentlessly advancing towards her should she be struck. Standing again would be impossible. Seeing the ice nearly melted beneath her, Decaying leapt to the side, landing on a nearby tree. She hurled an ice blade towards Yinanyu's head. His pupils reflected the glint of the icy projectile as he supported himself with one hand and executed a graceful backflip. The ice blade soared just above his face, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Light as a feather, Yinanyu landed effortlessly, his tall figure exuding an aura of strength. Gritting her teeth, Decaying unleashed a flurry of ice blades at him. Yinanyu sprang into action, his agile form weaving through the icy traps. The path he traversed became littered with glimmering ice blades, sparkling like crystal. As Decaying saw him approaching, fear compelled her to step back, forgetting her position in the tree, and she tumbled down. Thud, dust billowed, causing Decaying to cough. Just then, a large hand clamped around her neck, and her eyes widened in shock. The grip constricted her throat. Inducing suffocation, she struggled fiercely against the formidable hand. While Yinanyu's expression remained impassive, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his dark eyes as he tightened his grip with a crack. A warm spray of blood splattered across his arm. Decaying's eyes, wide with disbelief, despair, and terror, gradually dulled as the last glimmer of life faded. His exquisitely handsome face revealed a ruthless coldness. Yinanyu reached out, ruffling Chu Ge's hair affectionately, saying, "Should I thank you for being willing to wade through the filth for me?" A fleeting crimson glimmer flickered in Chu Ge's gaze, while a metallic tang of blood lingered around Yinanyu. What had he been up to moments ago? She recalled that Yinanyu had been following Decaying, and a dawning realization washed over her, deepening the hue of her eyes. What is he thinking? Yinanyu playfully flicked Chu Ge's forehead. You dared to hit me. Having had her fun, she laughed and darted away. Upon witnessing Chu Ge's smile, Yinanyu's lips curled into a grin as well. Louis observed the playful couple. Even as zombies, must they indulge in dog food? Roar. Do you think they've forgotten us? The spirited youth, clad in jeans embroidered with vibrant red flowers, remained pitifully huddled in the corner with Xiaobao. Roar. Impossible, my mother would never forget her precious son. Xiaobao declared with unwavering conviction. Roar. Please, if your mother truly thought of you, you wouldn't be squatting here feeding mosquitoes with me. Xiaobao, heartbroken at that moment, an elderly man ambled past. Noticing the two corpses in the corner, he tilted his head and, rummaging through his pockets, tossed several steel coins before them. Clink clink, the coins hit the ground with a crisp sound. The kind-hearted old man trod away with a stiff gait. Xiaobao and the spirited youth stared at the coins on the ground. Roar. Damn it, I can't take this anymore, I'm out. The spirited youth stood up, ready to leave. Roar. Are you really going to leave? Please don't go. Roar. I've already been more than generous with my company. Without heeding Xiaobao's pleading gaze, the spirited youth trudged away with the unyielding steps of an elderly man nearing his end. Xiaobao watched the retreating figure, wiping away non-existent tears from its eyes. Woe is me, I am all alone now. Yet, it felt incredibly joyous. The pitiful expression on Xiaobao's face instantaneously transformed into one of exhilaration. La 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 la, the spirited youth had finally departed. A relief it had long awaited, and no more peeking. No more venturing outside, no more sounds, no more exposure. Nothing at all more meticulous than a doting mother with a sense of freedom. Xiaobao joyfully spread its arms, mimicking the glide of an aircraft soaring through the air. Bam! Suddenly it collided with a wall of flesh. Xiaobao tumbled to the ground. Although it felt no pain, it still let out a couple of yelps. Roar. Ouch! That hurt. Who is it? Can't you watch where you're going? Hindering my celebration of freedom. It raised its head defiantly, only to freeze in shock. Goodness! The spirited youth was staring at it through his nostrils. Xiaobao wiped its face with its sleeve. As if to erase non-existent tears, the spirited youth looked utterly incredulous. Could you be any more disingenuous? Had it not seen Xiaobao's jubilant demeanor moments ago, perhaps it would have believed the act. But now it appeared all too contrived. In the corner, the two corpses, one large, one small, remained in their squatting posture. Roar. Xiaobao, don't poke your head out to look around, you'll give us away. Roar. Xiaobao, don't make any noise or you'll be discovered. The spirited youth picked up a stick and shoved it into Xiaobao's mouth. Roar. Xiaobao, don't venture outside, it's dangerous out there. Roar. Xiaobao, you mustn't. Xiaobao's expression twisted into one of madness, teetering on the brink of chaos. Whoever resolves this corpse shall be called father by it. Chapter 84. One wave unsettled, another rises. Decaying is absent for lunch and now also misses dinner. Yuan, please check on her in her room, Wang Chao said that I have neither heard her mention anyone nor seen her seeking companionship. Yuan, being of a similar age to Du Qing and one of the few women among the ability users, often interacted with her. You should inquire in the kitchen whether Du Qing went to replenish the ice this afternoon, Wang Chao instructed Yang Haoyu, who possesses speed abilities and runs errands swiftly. All right, give me a minute. As soon as Yang Haoyu's words fell, everyone only perceived a shadow darting past, and then he vanished from sight. In less than a minute, he returned, having asked in the kitchen. Du Qing did not go to replenish the ice. Sister Qing has always been diligent, completing every task assigned by the base without fail. This behavior is utterly uncharacteristic. Yuan remarked. Could it be that Du Qing had an urgent matter and left the base? The muscular man from the strength category suggested. Have you forgotten? Ability users must report to their superiors for approval before leaving the base. They cannot leave without proper authorization. I have received no news of Du Qing departing the base, Wang Chao stated. Then where could she be? At that moment, Chu Ge and his companions arrived late. They had been busy all day at the base, pretending to investigate ghostly occurrences, awaiting the night. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere among the group, Chu Ge inquired, what is happening? Have you encountered Du Qing at all during your investigations today? Wang Chao asked. A flicker crossed Chu Ge's eyes as he solemnly questioned. What has happened to her? Chu Ge blinked, perfectly masking his emotions, and shook his head saying, we have not encountered her. Wei Nanyu appeared calm, showing no concern that they might uncover anything. Wang Chao's expression grew grave. He took the situation seriously. Everyone, let's disperse and search for Du Qing. I will report to the higher-ups. Understood. The group of ability users set out to find Du Qing, stirring a commotion within the base. Truly, one wave had not settled before another arose. The haunting incidents remained unresolved, and now another ability user had vanished. The already restless hearts of the people grew more fearful, with whispers circulating that the ice-type ability user had disappeared due to ghostly interference. And this was merely the beginning. More would surely vanish. Meanwhile, Chu Ge and his companion seized the chaos within the base to search for Xiaozhen's hiding place. Drip, drip, drip in the dimly lit basement. Cold and damp, the sound of dripping water was faint yet clear. The basement appeared desolate, with a tall male figure seated against the wall in the corner. The low light obscured his features, making it difficult to discern much except for his imposing stature. His head leaned back against the wall, his face shrouded in darkness. He made no movement, leaving one to wonder if he was asleep. Tap, tapped. At that moment, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the staircase, signaling someone's descent into the basement. As the footsteps grew clearer, they approached the figure in the corner. The person crouched down, their white robe cascading onto the floor. A beam of light from a small window on the wall illuminated their face, with meticulously styled hair and black-rimmed glasses perched on their nose. The individual donned a glaringly white doctor's coat. This person was none other than Dr. Li. A delicate flush graced her cheeks, reminiscent of a young maiden in the throes of infatuation as she gazed at the man seated against the wall. Capturing him was the most audacious act she had ever committed since the day of her birth. That fateful day, as he exited the examination room, he became the sole occupant of her thoughts. Her heart racing uncontrollably. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she resolved to keep him, fully aware that her approach was misguided, yet devoid of experience in pursuing men. She found herself at a loss. Suli regarded Xiaozhen, who sat with his eyes closed against the wall, and spoke softly, I apologize for the late hour. The day has been rather overwhelming, thus I find myself here now. You must be feeling quite bored. Xiaozhen remained unresponsive, but Suli paid him no heed, conversing as if sharing intimate thoughts with someone she adored. Today, the deputy base commander's wife went into premature labor. The poor little babe arrived at merely 7 months, so tiny and fragile, akin to a kitten, so soft that I dared not hold him too tightly. His feeble cries in my arms were a wondrous sensation. Have you ever seen an infant? Oh, my memory fails me. You already have children, how could you not have encountered a baby? I can only imagine your child is remarkably beautiful, just like you. I long to see your little one. But alas, I only beheld the woman in the photograph today. He last. Xiaozhen stirred. His eyes opening to reveal an abyss of coldness, he directed his gaze towards Suli, his voice icy as he inquired, what have you done to her? Observing his concern for another woman, a pang of bitterness stirred within Suli, prompting a self-deprecating smile. She is indeed as stunning as in the photograph. It's no wonder you remain so captivated by her. If I possessed such beauty, perhaps you would spare me a few more glances. She must be here to seek you. I envy you for having friends and a lover, unlike me, who finds it impossible to forge connections with someone as mundane and unremarkable as myself. As Su Li gazed upon Xiao Zhan's handsome visage, an irresistible urge compelled her to reach out and touch him. Strangely, he remained motionless, slumped against the wall as if devoid of strength. Little did she know, mere moments into their conversation, that she would suddenly launch an assault against him, and upon regaining consciousness, he would find himself in this wretched place, utterly drained of energy, incapable of lifting even a finger. She was an extraordinary individual, a dual-element ability user. Who could have anticipated that such an unassuming woman would possess such remarkable powers? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in terror as he beheld her outstretched hand. If looks could kill, Su Li would have perished countless times over. This was the first time in her 30-some years that she found herself in such close proximity to a man, utterly uncertain of what to do. She had no desire to incur his disdain. Chapter 85. The dual-element ability user. The cacophony of voices from above was faintly audible even in the basement. Su Li understood that the commotion was due to the disappearance of an ability user, prompting those above to search. Presumably, it was the 3 individuals seeking him that had caused such a stir. I suspect they are currently scouring the base for you. Unfortunately, they would never suspect me. After all, who would pay heed to a woman so utterly unremarkable? Rest assured, as long as you remain by my side, I shall not impose upon you in any manner. That I merely wish to engage in conversation with you each day, finding contentment in our exchanges. As for your companions, I shall seek another opportunity to expel them from the base, ensuring that no one disturbs our time together. Xiao Zhan fell silent, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed once more. Adopting an air of indifference, Su Li, undeterred, began to share her thoughts of the day as if confiding in a beloved. Do you know? Today time slipped by, and suddenly Xiao Zhan's eyes shot open. He sensed the presence of Yi and the others approaching. Su Li's words faltered as she noticed his sudden alertness and inquired with concern. What is it? Xiao Zhan ignored her, concentrating on projecting his aura from the basement to signal Lu Yi and the others. Just then, a chair toppled above them, the sound resonating through the basement. Startled, Su Li sprang to her feet. Someone was coming. Hearing the footsteps above, a smirk curled at her lips. Clearly, she had underestimated your companions. Above the basement lay the examination room, where Chu Ge and the others were conducting their search. The room was shrouded in darkness. This posed little challenge for Chu Ge and Lu Yi, but for Yi Nanyu it was somewhat daunting. Upon entering, she inadvertently knocked over a chair. Yi Nanyu, keep your voice down. Chu Ge whispered. Yi Nanyu nodded, retrieving a flashlight from her spatial ring and illuminating the small examination room. Lu Yi scanned the area, catching a whiff of the lingering scent of Xiao Zhan. She glanced at Chu Ge, who confirmed with a nod. She too had detected Xiao Zhan's presence, indicating he had indeed been here. However, the examination room was all too apparent. Where could one possibly conceal themselves? Chu Ge furrowed her brow and asked Yi Nanyu, are you sure this is the right place? It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed here. After pinpointing the female doctor, this is the only other location apart from her residence. Yet, the space was so confined. Where could Xiao Zhan possibly be? Yi Nanyu gently tapped Chu Ge's head, exasperated. Surely there could be a hidden room or basement. Chu Ge rubbed the spot where she had been tapped, defiantly replying, I know. I was merely testing you. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Seeing Chu Ge's stubbornness, Yi Nanyu laughed. You are quite clever. I am certain you will discover the entrance to the basement or a hidden door. Lu Yi, what did you say? I can't hear you. Wait a moment, I will come over. Chu Ge dashed off. Yi Nanyu watched as Chu Ge scampered away, shaking her head in amusement. Eventually it was Yi Nanyu who found the entrance. She shifted a cabinet leaning against the wall, revealing a dark hole with stairs leading downwards. The trio descended the stairs, the chill of the basement making them shiver as they ventured further down. The presence of Xiao Zhan became increasingly palpable. Both Chu Ge and Lu Yi understood that he was indeed there. Lu Yi quickened her pace, her heart racing with urgency. Upon reaching the basement, she immediately spotted the figure slumped against the wall in the corner. Xiao Zhan. She dashed towards him. Be careful behind you. Xiao Zhan shouted. Lu Yi was taken aback, feeling a sudden prick at her neck, as if all her strength had been instantly siphoned away, causing her to collapse. Are you all right? Xiao Zhan called out anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Yi sensed that apart from her body feeling paralyzed, she experienced no other discomfort. Su Li discarded the syringe in her hand, looking at the visibly distressed Xiao Zhan, and patiently explained, did I not mention earlier? This needle merely induces paralysis. She will be unharmed. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as he growled. How dare you do anything to her? I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and beyond. Initially, Su Li had no intention of harming Lu Yi, but Xiao Zhan's words ignited a murderous intent within her. which was quite displeasing that a long sword materialized in her palm, aimed at Lu Yi's head on the ground. No, Xiaozhen's heart-wrenching cry echoed. Lu Yi could only watch helplessly as the blade descended, her body rendered immobile. Banged out a white bone dagger intercepted the imposing sword. Master. Lu Yi gazed at Chu Ge, who had intervened, feeling deeply moved. It turned out he was a metal ability user. Yinanyu's voice resonated from behind Su Li. Electric tendrils shooting towards her head. Regrettably at that moment, Xiaozhen shouted to Yinanyu, "Danger, stop!" The electric tendrils, just 5 centimeters away from Su Li, abruptly rebounded towards Yinanyu. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly bent down. The pale golden electric threads grazed his hair, embedding themselves into the wall, instantly corroding a black hole. Su Li smiled at Chu Ge, her long sword vanishing, leaving Chu Ge's bone dagger unimpeded as it swung towards her. As before, the dagger halted mere centimeters away from her, then unexpectedly reversed direction, aiming at Chu Ge herself. What the hell? Chu Ge's eyes widened in disbelief, stunned by this bizarre turn of events. In that brief moment, Su Li launched a dart glinting coldly towards Chu Ge. Yinanyu whipped out an electric whip, pulling Chu Ge closer, while the dart struck the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of small holes appeared in the wall. Yinanyu firmly caught the approaching Chu Ge. "Are you alright?" Chu Ge shook her head. What just happened? She was a dual ability user, possessing metal and attack rebound powers. Xiaozhen, who had been struck with the tranquilizer, spoke up. "What is attack rebound?" Chu Ge had never heard of such a thing. That means any attack directed at her will ultimately rebound back to the attacker, Yinanyu elucidated. Wow. This ability is incredibly impressive. Chapter 86. Bone Blade Assassination. You seem to know quite a bit, Su Li remarked with a hint of derision. I had no intention of killing you, but alas, you have come seeking death. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. As her words fell, countless iron chains, as thick as a thumb, erupted from behind her, resembling her tentacles, shooting towards Yinanyu and Chu Ge. Instinctively, Yinanyu and Chu Ge activated their abilities to attack Su Li, only to hear Xiaozhen's urgent shout. "Do not attack?" The two individuals suddenly recalled that their attacks would rebound upon themselves, and promptly abandoned their offensive intentions, opting instead to evade. The iron chains lunged at them incessantly, akin to writhing tentacles, while Yinanyu and Chu Ge continuously dodged, leaving behind a path riddled with depressions from the relentless strikes. "Yinanyu, what should we do now? We cannot attack. It seems we are fated to endure the blows," Chu Ge exclaimed at why Yinanyu wore a grave expression, momentarily unable to devise a strategy for combat. Observing Chu Ge narrowly escape several near misses, he utilized his lightning whip to ensnare her, pulling her away from the fray. "You go ahead." Once Chu Ge departed, all attacks converged upon Yinanyu, who soon began to show signs of strain. After narrowly evading another descending chain, he failed to notice an assault from behind. The rigid iron chain struck his calf, causing him to collapse to his knees. The agile chain swiftly coiled around his body, enveloping him in an instant like a silkworm in a cocoon, suspending him in midair, akin to a mosquito ensnared in a spider's web, unable to break free. The chains tightened gradually, causing Yinanyu's face to flush, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his dark eyes filled with agony. Chu Ge's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Yinanyu!" In a panic, she launched her bone blade, attempting to sever the chains and rescue him. Blood flowed down her delicate white arm, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Lu Yi, lying on the ground, gasped, "Master, you are injured." With his eyes reddened, Yinanyu called out, "Chu Ge, do not attack, do not concern yourself with me. Foolish creature that defies its master, I grant you this chance." The bone blade trembled momentarily before Chu Ge sent it flying once more. Whoosh, the blade soared, veering sharply back toward Chu Ge. As the bone blade approached her, instead of evading, she opened her arms wide, allowing it to come closer to Yinanyu. Seeing the blade aimed at Chu Ge's neck, shouted, "Chu Ge, quickly dodge." Su Li, equally astonished, thought, has she lost her mind? Is she waiting to be slain? "Master, quickly evade." Lu Yi cried out anxiously, wishing she could rise and pull Chu Ge away, yet she remained immobilized. Just as everyone expected a gruesome outcome, the bone blade halted perilously close to Chu Ge's neck. Suspended in midair, trembling and emitting a low hum, Chu Ge opened her eyes and grasped the quivering blade, which immediately stilled. Not entirely foolish, Chu Ge's blood-red eyes glowed in the dim light, exuding an aura of lethal intent that was utterly chilling. "Go." Once again, Chu Ge sent the bone blade soaring. Whoosh, this time, the blade moved far more swiftly, a streak of white light flashing before her eyes. Su Li, wearing a confident expression, remarked, "It is futile. No matter how powerful your force, it will ultimately rebound upon you." The bone blade encountered that invisible force, which redirected it back toward its master. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes narrowed, her voice laced with malice. I do not accept foolish entities here. The blade quivered, abruptly altering its course in midair. Hurtling back toward Su Li, she made no move to evade, merely watching as the blade approached, a smile gracing her lips as it halted before her. Trembling and emitting a low hum, this weapon appears quite exquisite, pristine and flawless, radiating a faint glow. Perhaps it would be wise to claim it for myself, just as Su Li reached out to grasp the bone blade before her. Her pupils suddenly dilated, reflecting the moment the bone blade pierced through the invisible barrier and penetrated her chest, blood splattering forth. In that instant of excruciating pain, disbelief gripped her heart. How could this be possible? Her invincible abilities had been overcome by such a diminutive weapon. Chu Ge lunged forward, catching Yinan, but the force of the impact sent them both crashing to the ground. Chu Ge, a commendable human cushion, suffered fractures in her vertebrae and ribs, yet she did not utter a sound. Chu Ge, are you all right? Yinan exclaimed anxiously as he scrambled off her. I can't be dead to know. Wait, I am dead to know. I can still speak. Ah! Am I dead or not? Chu Ge was momentarily bewildered. This is terrible. I'm dazed. Blood, I just need blood. Yinan retrieved several bags of blood from his spatial ring and poured them into Chu Ge's mouth. Gulp. Are you committing? Gulp. Murder. After several bags, Yinan finally ceased his efforts. How are you feeling now? Better. Alive and kicking, Chu Ge replied through gritted teeth. She abruptly sat up, her forehead colliding with Yinan's nose, causing him to clutch his face in pain, his nose aching and eyes watering. I'm sorry, that was unintentional, Chu Ge said, brushing herself off as she rose. Just you wait, that'll hurt. Yinan. Chu Ge turned her gaze to Su Li, whose complexion had turned pale, blood oozing from the wound on her chest, staining her white doctor's coat crimson. Lu Yi, lying on the ground, detected the scent of blood in the air and became frenzied. Howling incessantly, howl. That if only I could move, I would have pounced already. Su Li, recognizing Lu Yi as a zombie, displayed no surprise. As a doctor, she could easily discern the absence of vital signs. Chu Ge flashed a mischievous smile at Su Li. My friend is hungry. It seems you'll have to serve as her meal for the time being. No sooner had she spoken than Chu Ge lunged at Su Li. She closed the distance and threw a punch. Her 5 bone spikes gleaming menacingly. Clang. The spike struck against a suit of armor that had materialized around Su Li. Impenetrable and formidable sparks erupted from the impact as Chu Ge's spikes met the armor. With a powerful metallic arm, Su Li sent Chu Ge flying, who landed several meters away in a disheveled heap. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li hurled a dart toward Chu Ge's head. Yinan's expression hardened as he unleashed a whip of lightning, swirling like a tornado, knocking the darts from the air one by one. In the brief respite, Chu Ge scrambled to her feet, glancing down at her chest, which had been concaved by a punch. The blood pooling more intensely, she retrieved a crystal core from her pocket, swiftly tossing 2 into her mouth. An overwhelming surge of power erupted within her, the terrifying evolution amplifying her malevolent aura several-fold. A sphere of influence expanded around her, enveloping Yinan and Su Li within its grasp, making them feel as though they bore an immense weight upon their shoulders, rendering movement and breath a struggle. With a crack, Su Li could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably, as if a pair of hands were tearing at her very soul. Her eyes brimmed with terror and despair. Chapter 87. Chu Ge slays the dual-powered ability user. Yinan and Su Li were not faring much better. Their faces were ashen, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, while the immense burden on their shoulders caused their knees to buckle, and cracks began to appear in the ground beneath them due to the overwhelming pressure. In stark contrast to Yinan, Chu Ge appeared relaxed within her domain, completely impervious to the mounting tension. With effortless ease, she lifted Yinan and placed him outside her realm. The moment Yinan stepped out, the weight of 1,000 pounds vanished, and the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Allowing him to exhale heavily, he turned to Chu Ge, his dark eyes deepening as he once again recognized the terrifying evolution of her abilities. Chu Ge's gaze fixed upon the suffering Su Li, who knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, she appeared before Su Li, her speed so astonishing that no one could catch a glimpse of her movement within her domain. Her velocity likely surpassed that of even the speed-type abilities. A pity for the dual-powered ability user. Alas, victory belongs to me. With a swift motion, Chu Ge sliced through Su Li's neck, the blood spurting forth and splattering across her attire. Su Li collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Chu Ge crouched beside the lifeless body, producing a dining utensil and plunging it into the carotid artery, drinking greedily as if savoring tomato juice. The life force of the dual-powered ability user flowed incessantly into her body, causing her domain to expand rapidly, from a mere 5 meters to 6, then 7, eventually reaching about 10 meters, she ceased, leaving a small portion for Louis. She extracted the crystal core from Su Li's head and lifted the still soft corpse, offering it to Louis. Observing the crystal core in her hand, Chu Ge, in a rare moment of benevolence, tossed it to Yunanyu. He reached out to catch it, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, realizing that Chu Ge was finally thinking of him. "You are far too weak," Chu Ge scoffed, disdain flickering across her lips, while Yunanyu's smile instantly froze, an unfamiliar sense of frustration washing over him for the first time in his life. At that moment, Xiao Zhan, who had been leaning against the wall, felt the effects of the paralysis wear off. His strength gradually returning, he stood up, twisting his neck with a series of audible cracks. Chu Ge appraised Xiao Zhan with a teasing glint in her eye, remarking, "I never imagined your charm to be so potent. Even in death, you managed to attract women to crash against the wall for you." Xiao Zhan, his face darkening, retorted through clenched teeth, "Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." This time, he truly felt that his efforts had backfired, caught and imprisoned by a woman. Bringing shame to his name, Chu Ge shrugged nonchalantly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Now that we've located the person, we must depart swiftly. It's only a matter of time before they trace it back to us," Yunanyu stated. "Before we leave, let us have the corpse take care of some business first." At the entrance of the base, the guard team was on high alert. With the recent haunting incidents and the disappearance of an ability user, the tension among the personnel was palpable, making the night feel unusually prolonged. The captain pondered the earlier visit from the ice-type ability user, wondering if her disappearance was somehow linked to the 3 individuals she had brought in. Just then an eerie laughter echoed through the air, sending chills down their spines. "Cackle, cackle, cackle, ah! There's a ghost is coming!" One of the guards screamed in terror. A throng of guards nearly succumbed to terror, hastily drawing their weapons and aimlessly pointing them in all directions. "Ghost, it must surely be the specter from last night." The voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. "Stay calm, everyone, remain composed. It is undoubtedly someone playing tricks. Do not panic." The captain, as expected of his rank, maintained a steadier composure than the average individual. The eerie laughter continued to echo ominously. The captain aimed his firearm towards the source of the sound in the darkness and shouted, "Who dares to play tricks? Step forward at once, or we shall open fire." The location of the sinister laughter kept shifting. One moment it resonated to the left, the next it seemed to come from the right, and just when one anticipated it would return to the left, it emerged from behind instead. Confronted with such a chilling and bizarre scenario, even the captain felt the need to swallow hard. Cold sweat trickling down his brow, he called out to the surroundings, "Come forth, you who can only conjure illusions. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall shoot." Suddenly, a wave of icy dread washed over the back of his neck, causing goosebumps to rise. Then he heard the panicked screams of his comrades behind him. "Ah!" The screams erupted uncontrollably, warm liquid streaming down their legs. The captain rolled his eyes and fainted, witnessing the captain succumb to fear. The guards immediately scrambled away in a panic. "The ghost is here! Help! There is a ghost here!" They cried as they fled, leaving the entrance of the base engulfed in silence. The corpse, observing the terrified retreat of the guards, curled the corners of its mouth into a sinister smile, its horrifying visage morphing in an instant back to a handsome appearance. At that moment, a military vehicle approached, carrying Yunanyu and his companions. Xiao Zhan opened the gate to allow the vehicle passage. Thus, they brazenly drove out of the base. When Wang Chao arrived with a group of supernatural beings, gazing at the empty entrance of the base, there were no ghosts to be found, not even a shadow. He looked towards the guards. "Didn't you claim there was a ghost? Where is it?" The guards glanced around, insisting it was just here. "It must be hiding. Just look at the captain. He is still lying on the ground." Wang Chao directed his gaze at the captain, who reeked of urine, and disdainfully kicked him. The captain slowly regained consciousness, the last image before his fainting still vivid in his mind. A ghost. There is a ghost. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively wanted to flee, only to behold Wang Chao and the group of supernatural beings, causing his scream to falter as he nervously scanned his surroundings, terrified that the ghost might leap out from some corner. "Where is the ghost?" Wang Chao asked coldly. The captain's spine stiffened at once, and he hurriedly climbed to his feet, standing rigidly before Wang Chao. "Manager Wang, we all saw the ghost. It was exceedingly terrifying and incredibly powerful. We were no match for it." "Are you certain it was a ghost and not merely someone playing tricks?" Wang Chao inquired. The guards, still visibly shaken, spoke in unison. "It was indeed a ghost." "Quick, look at that!" Yang Haoyu shouted, pointing at something on the wall. All eyes turned, revealing a blood-curdling message scrawled in crimson letters across the wall. Take away 5 scapegoats. The road to the underworld is not lonely. Chapter 88. Chu Ge gives Yi Nanyu a haircut. Xiao Bao and the spirited young man crouched in the corner. A barbering zombie named Tony loomed behind them, one hand wielding scissors and the other a comb, offering them complimentary haircuts. Clearly, Tony the zombie was treating the two heads as one, with Xiao Bao getting his left side trimmed and the spirited young man the right. As strands of hair fell away one by one, both Xiao Bao and the spirited young man wore expressions of utter disillusionment. They overheard Tony lamenting that his wife despised his unprofitable haircutting skills and had run off with someone else. Moved by his plight, they reluctantly offered him a few steel coins from the ground. Little did they know, Tony the zombie insisted on giving them haircuts, and they could not refuse, resulting in this peculiar situation. Snip, snip. The rusted scissors glided through their hair, causing Xiao Bao and his companion to tense up. Fearful that a careless snip might spell disaster, suddenly, the spirited young man felt something drop onto his shoulder and picked it up. Upon realizing it was an ear, he tilted his head in bewilderment before shoving the bloody appendage into Xiao Bao's hands. Roar! Your ear fell off. Why did he assume it belonged to Xiao Bao? Because he felt no pain. It surely could not be. His Xiao Bao stared at the bloodied ear in his grasp, then turned to look at the spirited young man, whose once prominent ear now featured only a dark, hollow canal, blood trickling down his neck. Just then, a military vehicle emerged from the base, prompting Xiao Bao to hastily discard the ear and dash towards the vehicle. Mom, help! The spirited young man, spotting the ear on the ground, quickly scooped it up and chased after him. Roar! Wait, you haven't taken your ear? Tony the zombie, scissors in one hand and comb in the other, followed suit. Roar! Don't run, you haven't paid yet. Chu Ge lay languidly on the sofa, observing the spirited young man and Tony the zombie pacing at the door. She turned to Yi Nanyu and said, give them something to eat so they will leave. Yi Nanyu stepped outside, leaving the door ajar, and retrieved the blood-drained and core-excavated corpse of Du Qing from his spatial ring, tossing it before them. This conveniently facilitated his disposal of the body. Finish eating and then depart. Yi Nanyu returned indoors, and as the door clicked shut, the spirited young man and Tony the zombie lunged at the corpse, gnawing eagerly. The scent of blood and flesh attracted more zombies from the staircase, all rushing towards the feast. In no time, the body was devoured clean, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Thus, a person vanished without a soul being the wiser. Inside the room, Xiao Bao clung to his parents, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The hair on his left side resembled a dog-esque chew toy, which was quite amusing. This prompted Chu Ge to glance at him repeatedly, finding the sight rather jarring. She extended her finger and beckoned him. Roar! Come here, Xiao Bao, let me tidy up your hair. Xiao Bao shook his head, burrowing deeper into his mother's embrace. His demeanor hardly suggested he was in the presence of someone adept at haircuts. He certainly did not wish to lose his scalp or any air. To his surprise, his well-meaning mother simply seized him and pulled him over. Is this really my mother? Roar! You little rascal, you don't understand. Your master is offering you a haircut. What an honor! You ought to express your gratitude immediately. Little Bao shrank his neck, succumbing to his mother's imposing authority, his expression one of reluctant compliance as he howled. Thank you. Howled. Master, just give this little rascal a quick trim. He's a boy, there's no need for such meticulousness. Howled. All right, do you have clippers or scissors? Howled. We have scissors but no clippers. Would you like his father's razor instead? Chu Ge nodded. Howled. That will do. Lui brought over the items and Chu Ge began her work. She wrapped a tablecloth around little Bao's neck and commenced the task of taming his unruly hair. Yi Nanyu leaned against a wall, observing Chu Ge as she cut hair. His normally cold, dark eyes now softened like a gentle spring. He knew her skills were exceptional, for when they had been together, it was she who had given him his haircuts, rivaling even the professionals in aesthetics. Howled. All done. As soon as Chu Ge's words fell, little Bao sprang from the stool and dashed to the mirror. He had braced himself for an unsightly appearance, yet upon seeing the cool and stylish haircut reflected back at him, adorned with lightning patterns on the sides, he was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by his own likeness. The child in the mirror looked so cool, could that truly be him? Lui lavished praise upon Chu Ge, exclaiming, Master, your hands are incredibly skilled, rivaling that of any professional. You are not only beautiful, but also immensely capable, and now you can even cut hair. You are truly remarkable. It's all a bit exaggerated. They are merely small skills, Chu Ge humbly replied. Master is the most impressive. I adore you so much. Alas. Xiao Zhen, why are you pulling me? Your son is calling for you. Go check on him. With a dark expression, Xiao Zhen pulled Lu Yi away. Chu Ge was acutely aware of a searing gaze fixed upon her. Nearly melting her resolve, she glanced over to find Yinanyu's handsome face, his eyes subtly gleaming with anticipation. With a sigh, she beckoned, "Come, let me cut your hair." Yinanyu's face immediately broke into a radiant smile. "All right." He approached her with a lighter step, settling onto the stool as she draped the unflattering tablecloth around him. Rather than expressing distaste, his smile grew even brighter. Chu Ge's snow-white hands brushed through his jet-black hair, the scissors snipping rhythmically as strands fell away. Yinanyu sat quietly, confidently entrusting his hair to her, a look of bliss illuminating his features from the corners of his mouth to the glimmer in his eyes. It echoed the happiness of years gone by. Yinanyu, I advise you not to push your luck. A haircut is already a favor, and you expect me to wash your hair? How naive. With his newly styled hair and striking visage, any woman whom he gazed upon for merely 10 seconds would surely fall for him. Chu Ge felt her cheeks flush under his intense scrutiny, her gaze wandering, too shy to meet his own. TMD, look again and I might just have to deal with you. Yinanyu smirked slightly, his eyes locked onto her. In the past you would wash my hair after cutting it. That was when you were the one nagging me. Chu Ge mumbled. Faced with Yinanyu's fervent gaze, she found herself at a loss. Only this once. Alright. It is best to clarify beforehand that I will only be washing my hair shortly. In about 10 minutes. Yinanyu, you scoundrel. Chapter 89. Departure. In the early morning, a soft click echoed as the door gently closed, restoring silence to the room, as if no one had just left. One of the doors stood wide open, revealing an empty room with neatly made beds. After a while, a military vehicle emerged into the morning light, departing from the garden community towards its destination. On one of the balconies in the community stood 2 figures, one of whom had a small child perched on their neck, watching the military vehicle as it drove away from the entrance. Will we meet again? A reluctant female voice inquired. Indeed, in some corner of the world, we shall cross paths once more. A plaintive cry echoed, expressing the sentiment of longing. The 2 adults and the child watched the military vehicle grow more distant until it vanished from sight. Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, a blood pat clenched between her teeth to replenish her energy. Last night had been another wild affair. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Yinanyu, who was driving. Hadn't he slept at all? Despite the sleepless night, he remained impeccably perfect, every strand of hair impeccably styled, each movement captivating the heart. Chu Ge felt a flicker of life in her once dead heart and quickly averted her gaze. Yinanyu was indeed a mesmerizing enigma. Noticing her heart's unspoken thoughts, Yinanyu wore an expression of utter bemusement. What had he done to earn her ire? The 2 remained silent as they drove out of Yuanzhou City. Yinanyu, why are you stopping here? Chu Ge muttered, curious about his mysterious actions as he walked towards a patch of weeds by the roadside. Intrigued, she alighted from the vehicle and stealthily followed him. Crouching low to avoid detection as she approached him quietly, she decided to surprise him stealthily. She crept up behind him and suddenly leaped out, letting out a playful roar. Yinanyu jumped in shock, his body tensing, causing him to fumble. Chu Ge observed as he blinked rapidly, then burst into laughter. Haha, Yinanyu, you've wet your pants, ha ha ha. His face instantly turned a deep shade of anger, teeth gritted in a fierce scowl. Wishing he could silence her. Are you even a woman? Spying on a man while he relieves himself? No need. Yinanyu attempted to refuse, but it was too late. Chu Ge, seemingly producing a handkerchief from nowhere, began to wipe him down. Yinanyu's temples throbbed in frustration. This woman. In the next moment, Chu Ge caught sight of something, and her face flushed crimson. She tossed the handkerchief at Yinanyu and fled, exclaiming, pervert. Yinanyu's temples pulsed with irritation as he watched her run away, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Truly on the verge of being exasperated to death by her antics, he opened the car door, only to find Chu Ge curled up in the passenger seat, feigning death, frustrated but unable to act against her. He shut the door and resumed driving with her eyes closed. Chu Ge slowly cracked one open to sneak a glance at Yinanyu. Seeing everything was normal, she let out a sigh of relief and straightened up. Yinanyu, where are we headed now? Yinanyu shot her a sidelong glance, ignoring her question with an air of indifference. Are you really that petty? The vehicle journeyed from morning until afternoon, traversing through Baogang City. Yinanyu intended to rest for the night in this city, planning to set off again at dawn. Otherwise, after 2 days and 1 night without sleep, he feared the risk of succumbing to exhaustion. Chu Ge gazed curiously at this unfamiliar city. The surrounding skyscrapers bore shattered windows. Some buildings leaned precariously or exhibited significant cracks, a sight of utter decay. Peering inside, numerous wandering zombies were evident, and a few survivors could be seen battling the undead. The streets were littered with debris, plastic bags danced in the wind, and the shops on either side appeared as if they had been ransacked by bandits. Utterly devastated abandoned vehicles lay overturned, some charred to mere skeletons, while others had shattered glass and bore mottled stains of blood. Such scenes were omnipresent. Nearly the entirety of the road was marred by this desolation. Zombies in daylight were less active than their nocturnal counterparts, so amidst the scattered undead, one could also spot survivors venturing out in small groups to scavenge for supplies. Some wielded weapons, deftly handling the ordinary zombies, while others fled in panic. A moment's carelessness could lead to a bite, followed by a horde of zombies closing in, their desperate screams echoing down the streets. What was once merely a cinematic portrayal now unfolded in grim reality. The surroundings resembled a purgatory on earth, filled with despair, suffering, and terror. At that moment, a disheveled woman suddenly dashed out ahead with outstretched arms. She attempted to halt their vehicle. To her surprise, Yinanyu not only failed to decelerate but accelerated toward her. The woman, pale with fright, quickly moved aside as the vehicle zoomed past her. Had it been a second later, she might have been struck. Watching the car speed away, she furiously lifted her foot and shouted, "Bastard! Beast!" Turning a blind eye to death, utterly inhumane. Such people deserve to perish. Chu Ge glanced at the woman receding in the rearview mirror, observing her furious expression and animated lips, knowing she was spewing invectives. Behind her, zombies approached, yet she continued to hurl insults in their direction, inevitably leading to her being overwhelmed and devoured by the undead. With a disapproving click of his tongue, Chu Ge averted his gaze. Yinanyu drove until he found a seemingly decent hotel. Intending to spend the night there, he parked at the entrance, only to be surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes glowed as he unleashed a powerful aura, causing the encroaching zombies to scatter. This formidable presence gradually spread, prompting all the zombies in the hotel to sense it and tremble in retreat. Seated in the vehicle, Yinanyu and Chu Ge calmly observed as the undead hastily vacated the hotel entrance. Moments later, not a single zombie remained, allowing them to exit the car. Yinanyu stored the vehicle in a spatial pocket, and together they entered the now deserted hotel. They ascended to a relatively clean floor. But Chu Ge had no intention of sharing a room with Yinanyu. To her surprise, he draped his arm around her shoulders, compelling her to enter the same room. Very well, so be it. The accommodation featured a spacious bed, and aside from a layer of dust, everything else appeared satisfactory. Chu Ge reclined on the sofa like a lord, watching Yinanyu as he changed the bed linens. She recalled their time together in the past, when he predominantly handled household chores. Despite being a young master who had never lifted a finger in toil, he was able to do all this for her, which deeply moved her at the time. Their union, however, was born of a misunderstanding. On the day of her university graduation, her classmates had gathered to celebrate at a bar. The crowd was lively, the atmosphere electrifying, and naturally, the drinks flowed abundantly. When she awoke the next morning, she found herself in a hotel room beside a stranger, a remarkably handsome man, whom she later learned was named Yinanyu. Chapter 90. The past of Chu Ge and Yinanyu. He possessed an extraordinary youthful beauty. Even in slumber, he exuded an innate nobility that suggested an illustrious lineage. Supporting her aching back, she gingerly rose from the bed, gathering her disheveled clothes from the floor before dashing into the bathroom. Upon catching sight of her reflection, marred with ambiguous marks, she nearly fainted. Who would have thought that her first encounter would be with a stranger? She could only console herself with the thought that he was indeed handsome. So she had not suffered a loss. Hastily dressing, she opened the bathroom door, ready to leave, but just as her hand grasped the doorknob, a raspy male voice resonated from behind her. "Are you really going to leave like this?" Her back stiffened and she halted her hand mid-motion, taking a deep breath before turning around, prepared to articulate her premeditated response. Yet, upon seeing him awake in bed, her mind went blank, mesmerized by his striking appearance. Could such a stunning individual truly exist? It was the first time Chu Ge found herself envious of another's looks, and that of a man at that. His slightly tousled black hair, thick eyebrows, profound black eyes, prominent nose, perfectly proportioned lips, and flawless jawline seemed like the exquisite creation of a divine artisan. Upon waking, his innate nobility appeared even more pronounced. "Are you satisfied with what you see?" The raspy voice echoed in the room. "About last night," Chu Ge quickly interjected. "Rest assured, I do not expect you to take responsibility. That it was merely an accident. We are all adults here. What has passed has passed." She noticed the man's expression darkening, and with each word she uttered, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, which was quite intimidating. "Ha, no need for responsibility. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Chu Ge sensed a barely concealed venom in his tone, as if he wished to strangle her. We are complete strangers. Let us part ways here. Having uttered those words, she attempted to open the door and leave. Chu Ge, dare you try to walk away? The voice behind her brimmed with menace. Instantly she froze. How could he know her name? The belle of Dongda University, oh, and now an assistant professor there. What do you think would happen if I were to write a letter to the school reporting your chaotic private life? Would your position be revoked? Chu Ge's complexion shifted, and she swiftly turned, only to find him standing ominously behind her. Bare-chested, a towel carelessly draped around his waist, revealing his perfect physique and chiseled abs. Senior, should I send a letter or make a phone call instead? He advanced 2 steps closer, facing this imposing and handsome man. Chu Ge feigned composure and asserted, last night was consensual. I did not coerce you. Nor could I have. Senior, you did not force me, yet last night you expressed that I was handsome, that you liked me, and that you wished to be my girlfriend, which led me to. Little did I know you would turn your back upon waking, deceiving both my affections and my youthful flesh. Chu Ge's mind was bombarded by this explosive revelation. What? It was she who initiated it. Upon noticing the marks on his body, she felt a pang of guilt and timidly remarked, classmate, let us discuss this amicably, or tell me what compensation you seek, and I shall accommodate you. I desire nothing, but having shared intimacy with me, you must take responsibility. This intimacy. This intimacy. Chu Ge felt as though she had become the villain. He was the innocent beauty who had lost his virtue. Taking a deep breath, she asked, how will you take responsibility? The senior declared that she would indeed be his girlfriend, urging her to fulfill her promise. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Chu Ge was left in a daze. This the senior, should you fail to take responsibility, I shall certainly report you to the school. How does this sound, young assistant professor? Abusing your power to. Chu Ge hastily stepped forward to cover his mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. I did not. He pulled her hand down, not releasing it, but rather clutching it firmly. Chu Ge attempted to withdraw, but his strong grip held her fast. Be my girlfriend, and if you find me unsatisfactory later, you may end the relationship. Chu Ge fell into contemplation. Why was he so insistent on her being his girlfriend? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Remaining at the university was crucial for her, and should she be reported at this juncture, it would undoubtedly have repercussions. It was merely a relationship. After all, he had also mentioned that it could be terminated if it proved unsuitable. Additionally, she had a profound preference for appearances. Her previous lack of romantic involvement stemmed from not finding anyone who met her standards. Now she had finally encountered someone who completely aligned with her aesthetic. Thus, after some deliberation, Chu Ge nodded in agreement. He momentarily froze, then erupted with joy, grasping her shoulders and exclaiming, you have agreed to be my girlfriend? You have indeed. Chu Ge pushed him away. Wait, let us get acquainted first. What is your name? How old are you? Hearing me call you senior, you must also be from Dong University. My name is Yinan Yu, a freshman at Dong University. What? A freshman? Then you are not yet 20 years old. Chu Ge had assumed he was merely a year or two her junior, never considering he was a mere fledgling just starting university. You are not still a minor, are you? I will soon be 19. Chu Ge felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet guilt began to rise. Chu Ge, how could you be this kind of person? Daring to engage at such a young age? Chu Ge, what are you lost in thought about? I was thinking of nothing. Have you made the bed? Yes, I am going to take a shower now. Would you like to join? Chu Ge hardly registered what he said, instinctively nodding. Why Inanyu's dark eyes deepened, his voice slightly husky as he replied. All right, I shall draw the water now. Chu Ge, water? What water? Remembering what she had just agreed to, her face flushed crimson as she called out to Yinan, who was entering the bathroom. I won't wash. You go first. 10 minutes later. Yinan, you rogue. I have already said I won't wash anymore. Do not remove my clothes. The sound of Chu Ge's furious roar echoed from the bathroom. You're already starting to stink and yet refuse to wash. How filthy can you be? Then you should wash first and I will wash later. Since your clothes are already off, be good, and I shall scrub your back shortly. Get lost, you brat. Chapter 91. A place where even zombies dare not stay. The following morning, Chu Ge lay in Yinanyu's embrace, her wide eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Despite having not slept a wink, she exhibited no signs of fatigue. Indeed, it seemed that she was quite adept at nocturnal vigils. Yesterday, Yinanyu insisted on holding her as they slept, claiming that her body was cool and akin to a natural air conditioner. Finding his warmth rather comforting, she chose not to resist and surrendered to his embrace. Thus, the night slipped away until dawn. Turning her head, Chu Ge beheld Yinanyu's handsome visage. Unlike others, he did not bear the signs of oily skin or snoring while asleep. Instead, He appeared refreshingly serene, his slumbering form reminiscent of a prince. His countenance was one that could enrapture the heart no matter how many times it was gazed upon. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes fluttered open startled. Chu Ge averted her gaze as if caught in an act of thievery. Ahem, you're awake, Chu Ge. His deep, alluring voice resonated. What? The moment she lifted her head, a kiss was planted upon her lips. Good morning, Chu Ge's eyes sparkled, and upon closer inspection a faint blush graced her pale cheeks. She nudged Yi Nanyu's chest, urging him to brush his teeth. At her command, Yi Nanyu stole another kiss from her lips. His spirits lifted as he rose to wash up. Humming a tune, Chu Ge gazed at his retreating figure. Thoughtfully caressing her lips, Yi Nanyu produced 2 bags of blood for Chu Ge while he opted for a bottle of milk and a sandwich for himself. After their meal, the pair set off. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Yi Nanyu retrieved a hat from his spatial ring and placed it atop Chu Ge's head. Resembling a doting father upon stepping out, they encountered 2 male survivors leaning against the wall, smoking and chatting. The 2 survivors paused momentarily upon seeing them, before resuming their conversation. It's truly peculiar. This hotel has been devoid of zombies since last night. I was initially skeptical until I came over after hearing other survivors speak of it. And it turns out to be true. Now many survivors are flocking to this safe hotel. Some say it is protected by divine forces, hence the zombies dare not approach. With such a sanctuary, one need no longer fear while sleeping. I have decided to make this my permanent residence. Zombies will be arriving soon. It's best to leave early. As luck would have it, Chu Ge passed by the 2 men, her spirits high as she casually remarked. You say they come and go at will. Do zombies heed your words? Women know nothing and speak nonsense. The 2 men scoffed at Chu Ge's comment. Unperturbed by their derisive remarks, Chu Ge continued on her way. For she knew they would soon regret not heeding her words. As Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu exited the hotel, they discovered that indeed, a considerable number of survivors had arrived. It seemed these individuals were unaware of the adage. When things appear unusual, there is certainly something amiss. Chu Ge, however, could not be bothered to confront them. Otherwise, none of them would ever leave this hotel. In the lobby of the hotel, survivors gathered in small clusters, all of them instinctively turning their gazes towards Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu. Adorned in refined attire, impeccably clean, the man was handsome and the woman strikingly beautiful. In this apocalyptic world, encountering individuals who could maintain such a polished appearance was a rarity. As they prepared to depart the hotel, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. The survivors outside were hastily converging upon this haven. Yet these 2 intended to leave indeed. The youth seemed to take life far too lightly. Once lost, regret would come too late. Under the incredulous stares of the crowd, Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu exited the hotel. Retrieving their vehicle from a spatial ring, they climbed in and drove away. The moment Chu Ge departed, the surrounding zombies sensed the dissipating aura of danger. Drawn instinctively by the tantalizing scent of flesh and blood wafting from within the hotel, a small wave of the undead began to coalesce. Meanwhile, those inside the hotel remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, reveling in their discovery of a safe refuge. The zombies are coming. A man near the entrance was the first to notice. His voice tinged with terror as he stumbled back into the hotel. The others, still caught in their moment of joy, were abruptly confronted by the sight of a surging horde of zombies at the entrance. Their eyes widening in horror. How could this be? Wasn't this supposed to be a safe hotel? How could so many zombies appear in an instant? As the tide of the undead surged into the hotel, screams of terror echoed throughout the establishment. The 2 men upstairs, who had previously scoffed at Chu Ge's words, poked their heads out of the window upon hearing the commotion, only to be met with the horrifying sight of zombies surrounding the building. Their faces drained of color, they trembled and collapsed to the ground. Zombies, so many zombies. In that moment, they recalled the woman's earlier warning, instantly filled with regret as they pounded their chests in despair. Their hearts heavy with remorse, they felt fortunate to have avoided the hotel. Otherwise, it would have been their tomb. From that point on, an unspoken rule took hold among the survivors. The more devoid of zombies a place was, the less one should linger. If even the zombies dared not stay, what folly would it be for humans to venture there? At this moment, Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge had already left the city, driving onward toward their destination. The journey was fraught with bumps and minor inconveniences, yet they encountered no major troubles, and the day passed in this manner. They found themselves in a rural town, where the buildings were modest and dilapidated. In stark contrast to the towering structures of the metropolis, the zombies roaming the streets appeared more simplistic than those in the city, with a predominance of older undead. While the youthful ones were notably scarce, the sky loomed dark and ominous, threatening heavy rain, and the wind whipped more fiercely than before. Several elderly zombies were toppled by the gusts, unable to rise again. while debris including plastic bags and refuse was swept into the air in mere minutes. Darkness enveloped the small town. Nanyu switched on the headlights, but visibility was severely limited. Goodness, could monsters be approaching? Chu Ge gazed apprehensively at the terrifying weather outside. A sense of unease settling over her. We must find a sturdy shelter that can withstand the storm. Nanyu pressed down harder on the accelerator, driving against the biting wind, as various pieces of debris struck the windshield, obscuring their view. Before they could find shelter, the storm arrived, which was likely the most ferocious tempest Chu Ge had ever encountered. Numerous dilapidated houses collapsed instantaneously, sending zombies soaring through the air. Nanyu parked the vehicle in an open area, wary of recklessly navigating in such extreme weather conditions with buildings incessantly falling. He feared that, should misfortune strike, the car could become buried, leaving him with no choice but to await his demise. The car Nanyu drove was significantly heavier than ordinary vehicles. Under such ferocious winds, even with the handbrake engaged, he could feel the car being pushed, akin to drifting. Consequently, he retrieved some heavy objects from his space, filling the entire cabin to increase the car's weight. Although the vehicle continued to shift slightly, it thankfully remained upright. Ahead, a black SUV was overturned by the wind, with occupants still trapped inside. When Chu Ge caught sight of the person pinned beneath the vehicle through the shattered glass, shock filled her eyes, and without hesitation, she unbuckled her seatbelt and leapt out of the car. Chapter 92. The storm. Nanyu barely had time to restrain Chu Ge as she dashed from the vehicle. Gritting his teeth, his face pale, he followed suit. The fierce winds threatened to lift him off the ground, prompting him to activate his lightning ability, summoning a net of thousands of electric strands beneath his feet. Anchoring him firmly to the earth, torrential rain poured down upon him, soaking him to the skin as he anxiously scanned the surroundings for Chu Ge's figure. Chu Ge! Chu Ge! He shouted, but the storm fragmented his voice. I'm fine, hurry and save them. Chu Ge's voice echoed from ahead. Following her call, Nanyu glimpsed her amidst the rain, seemingly rummaging through the overturned vehicle. The headlights of the car flickered erratically, shattered glass littered the ground, and crimson blood trickled forth, mingling with the rainwater. The relentless downpour battered the earth with great difficulty. Nanyu made his way toward Chu Ge, his body swaying under the force of the storm. Chu Ge pried open the deformed car door, and a disheveled woman crawled out. Ignoring her, Chu Ge continued her efforts to rescue the woman trapped in the passenger seat, who had sustained a head injury, blood streaming down her face and was now unconscious. Nanyu, braving the storm, finally reached Chu Ge's side. Before he could speak, a woman suddenly emerged from nowhere, embracing him. Nanyu Ge, I finally found you. I'm so scared. Chu Ge paused momentarily, her lowered lashes concealing the darkness in her eyes, yet she continued her rescue efforts. Nanyu coldly pushed the woman away. Huiyuro, what are you doing here? Nanyu Ge, I came with Chu Ge to find you. Huiyuro's words trailed off as Nanyu turned away from her. To his shock, he realized that Chu Ge was rescuing his sister, prompting a wave of urgency to surge within him as he rushed to assist. Sister, wake up, don't sleep. Nanyu called desperately to the unconscious Yixie. Huixiu felt a pounding pain in her head. Faintly hearing her brother's voice, she longed to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Refusing to lift, with Nanyu and Chu Ge's concerted efforts, they finally extricated Yixie from the vehicle. You take Yixie to the CAR. Nanyu lifted his sister into his arms and headed toward their vehicle. Nanyu Ge, wait for me. I'm scared. Huiyuro hurriedly followed in Nanyu's wake. The tempest buffeted her, causing her steps to falter, swaying precariously as she fell countless times. She had never experienced such disarray. The pampered girl wept in distress. Woo! Nanyu Ge, save me, I am frightened. Alas, whether it was the torrential rain that drowned her voice or his deliberate disregard, Nanyu neither heard her nor cast a glance in her direction. Huiyuro, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, wept as she stumbled after him with a bone knife. She pried open the mangled car door, and as she did so, the man slowly awakened. He turned his head towards the passenger seat, and upon seeing it empty, visibly sighed in relief. Could he escape on his own? I'll give it a try. The man, a wood-type ability user, summoned his powers and vines erupted from the ground, entwining the vehicle. Subsequently, the car was torn asunder, its parts strewn across the ground. He extricated himself from the wreckage, but one of his feet had already been mangled, bones protruding with one foot. He was unable to maintain his balance amidst the storm. Collapsing to the ground, unable to rise amidst the deluge, Chu Ge unleashed her domain, moving with grace, utterly unaffected by the tempest. The man was astounded, taken aback by the formidable strength of a woman. I apologize. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, She seized him by the collar and dragged him away as if he were refuse. The relentless downpour paled in comparison to her actions. Did he not care for his dignity? Chu Ge hauled him to a military vehicle, flung open the door, and unceremoniously tossed him inside. The abruptness of her actions nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Clutching his shattered leg, he was drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering in pain. Huayuru, a healing ability user, was in the back seat tending to Yishiyu. Chu Ge, Gedayandawai Nanyu, noticing Chu Ge still outside in the rain, wore a displeased expression. Huayuru jolted, swiftly turning to look at the woman in the hat, whose full visage remained obscured. She was that woman, but hadn't Nanyu Gu broken up with her? Why were they entangled once more? Chu Ge took her seat in the passenger side, and just as she closed the door, a large hand removed her hat, covering her head with a substantial towel. Gentle hands tenderly dried her dripping hair. Huayuru, witnessing the intimacy between the two, felt her hands tighten suddenly, her expression darkening. Huayuru, what are you staring at? Hurry and use your healing powers. I can't bear this pain any longer. The man clutched his leg, writhing in agony. Chu Ge cast a sidelong glance at the rearview mirror, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Nanyu's own hair dripped water, yet he paid it no mind. Once he had dried Chu Ge's hair, he casually wiped his own with the towel she had used. Noticing the storm had lessened slightly, he hastily started the vehicle and drove away. After about 10 minutes, they came upon a 5-story building. Unlike the dilapidated structure surrounding it, this one appeared relatively new, likely built within the last few years. Nanyu resolved to seek refuge from the storm there for the night. The ground floor featured a roll-up gate, but he was too apathetic to get out and pry it open. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, crashing into it with a resounding clang. The gate was forcefully opened. The car barreled inside, colliding with several parked electric bikes, sending them tumbling. Nanyu slammed on the brakes, halting mere centimeters from the wall. The occupants of the vehicle lurched forward momentarily before coming to a standstill. Yishiyu was awakened by the commotion. Shiyu, you're awake. How do you feel now? Yishiyu rubbed her temples, her head throbbing slightly. What is happening? Didn't we just have an accident? We just happened to run into Nanyu. It was Nanyu who saved us. Nanyu? Yishiyu looked up to see her handsome younger brother, her eyes widening in anger. You little brat, you left without a word. Do you have any idea how worried our parents have been? Just saying that nearly gave them a heart attack, you little rascal. Let us not dwell on that. How did you end up here? What else would I be doing but looking for you? You little brat. I don't recall mentioning where I was going for you to come looking for me. Yishiyu, you truly have no fear of death. You little rascal, if I don't call you brother. What kind of manners do you have? Yishiyu leaned forward, ready to reprimand her brother. Suddenly she paused, realizing there was another person in the passenger seat. Moreover, it was a woman. As the realization dawned on her, she frowned slightly. Isn't this your ex-girlfriend from university? Seeing the woman in the passenger seat stiffen, confirming her suspicion, Yishiyu scoffed. I would like to see what kind of charm you possess that has kept my brother from forgetting you for years. Yishiyu reached out to turn the woman towards her, but her wrist was caught by Yishiyu. You will frighten her. Yishiyu widened her eyes, looking at her brother whose loyalty seemed misplaced. She's just a woman who cheated. Can't he have a bit of dignity? At that moment, the woman in the passenger seat slowly turned to face them. Yishiyu gasped in shock upon recognizing her. Chu Ge, is it really you? Long time no see, Yishiyu. Chu Ge greeted awkwardly. Yishiyu's expression darkened. So, you are the girlfriend my brother had in university. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback. You didn't know? Now that I do you think I would allow you to harm my brother? But it's not you. Chu Ge suddenly halted, as if realizing something, her sharp gaze directed towards Huayuru. Huayuru shrank back, lowering her head in shame. At this point, it was clear to Chu Ge what was happening. Shiyu narrowed her eyes and spoke sternly. Chu Ge, I don't care what your intentions are. But if you don't want to publicly expose your shame, you should leave at once. Nanyu's expression darkened. Yishiyu, this is my affair. You need not meddle. I couldn't care less about your trivial matters. I'm referring to what's between her and me. Your relationship is merely a remnant from your school days. How can you hold on to it after all this time? Yishiyu was furious. You little brat, if our mother had known you would turn out this way, she should have smothered you at birth. A wood element ability user pulled Yishiyu down into her seat. Alright, let us not be angry. It's common for siblings to bicker. Let us discuss this calmly. Yishiyu cast a dark and sullen glance at Chu Ge, her expression laden with disdain. Are you feeling quite smug? A few years ago, you stole my boyfriend, and now you have taken my brother. What did you say? Nanyu's body jolted in shock. Yishiyu turned to her brother, tauntingly declaring, "She is a woman devoid of shame. She initially took my boyfriend, and the reason I dropped out of school was because of her. Her involvement with you was merely a ploy, knowing you are my brother, intentionally seducing you. Later she betrayed you and discarded you, all in retaliation for my past words at school, when I dared to call her an orphan without parents. Does the illustrious Chu Ge feel that I humiliated her in front of everyone at school? And has she held a grudge ever since?" Without hesitation, Yi Nanyu refuted, "That is impossible. She is not that kind of person, and she did not seduce me, having spent considerable time with her." He could not claim to know her entirely, but he was confident he understood her at least 80%. She was not the sort to harbor resentment over a couple of harsh words. Rather, it was he who had long admired her. "Brother Nanyu, this woman harbors malicious intentions. She caused Sister Shiyu to drop out, and then she led you to do the same. She cannot possibly be a good person. Do not let her deceive you again," urged Huiyuru. Yi Nanyu directed a fierce glare at Huiyuru, causing her to shrink back and fall silent. Throughout this exchange, Chu Ge remained quiet, seemingly unaffected by the accusations hurled at her. "Chu Ge, why so silent? Has the mention of your past stirred painful memories? I have heard that Zhou Yang left Rongqing after you lured him away. Yet, did he not abandon you in the end?" Yi Shiyu mocked. "Is that the ex-boyfriend who caused you such heartache, the one who cheated on you?" Even the usually composed Yi Nanyu found his composure slipping. "Indeed. Can you guess who was responsible for my breakup?" Yi Nanyu's expression became convoluted. Yi Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "You cannot mean Zhou Yang. It is indeed your cheating ex-boyfriend, Yi Shiyu." The wood element ability user in the car was utterly astonished. This was too chaotic. Chu Ge's lips twitched uncontrollably, and she herself thought this was an absurdly dramatic scenario. After the previous incident, he had begun to sense that her relationship with Zhou Yang was not as he had imagined. Their interactions bore no hint of romantic tension, resembling the innocent bond of siblings instead. "Brother Nanyu, they are certainly in cahoots, toying with you and Sister Shiyu, and you cannot trust a word she says." Huishiyu interjected anxiously. "What she says, whether I believe or not, is my concern, not yours," Yi Nanyu retorted, visibly displeased. "Brother Nanyu, you trust this woman too much. Sister Shiyu, please speak up. The words of such a morally corrupt woman cannot be trusted. Everything she does is undoubtedly intended to deceive you." Yi Shiyu gazed at Chu Ge, noting how she appeared even more beautiful and captivating than before. Back in university, both she and Chu Ge were regarded as prominent figures, often compared to one another. At that time, due to her pampered upbringing, her lofty ambitions, and having been admired since childhood, she instinctively perceived a woman who overshadowed her as an adversary, competing with her at every turn. Whenever Chu Ge was involved in a project, she would invariably insert herself into it. Upon reflection, it seems that Chu Ge bore no resentment towards her immature antics. Could it truly be that she would seduce her boyfriend out of spite? Or was there a deeper story? What exactly is your relationship with Zhou Yang? Yi Shiyu fixed her gaze on Chu Ge, her palm sweating with tension. Chu Ge glanced at the Yi siblings and then at Huiyuru, who appeared anxious about what she might say before slowly speaking. "Are you all eager to uncover the nature of my relationship with Zhou Yang? We grew up together in the same orphanage. One could describe us as friends or perhaps even family." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiyu felt a tightness in her chest, a sharp pain flooding her heart. She recalled how she often discussed Chu Ge's background in front of Zhou Yang. In hindsight, every word had been like a dagger to his heart, and no wonder he always wore such a bitter smile. His most frequently uttered phrase was, "Shiyu, not everyone in this world is as fortunate as you. So, when you said you were together, it was to deceive me into breaking up with him, wasn't it?" Yi Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Initially, Chu Ge had no idea that Yi Shiyu was Zhou Yang's girlfriend. She only knew he had a girlfriend, yet he had repeatedly refused to let her meet her. Shrouded in secrecy, it seemed he was aware that Yi Shiyu was her nemesis, and he likely feared a confrontation between the two. She had only visited once on the day of the opening, and thereafter Zhou Yang had forbidden her from going, insisting she focus on her studies and not end up uneducated like him. On his birthday, she brought a cake to the bar, only to discover that someone else had already celebrated with him. Upon seeing Yi Shiyu, she felt a twinge of surprise. In her memory, Yi Shiyu was a wealthy heiress, so how had she come to be involved with Zhou Yang? Witnessing their kiss amid the cheers of the crowd, she chose not to intrude, instead handing the cake to the staff to pass on to Zhou Yang. The following day, Zhou Yang invited her to dinner, but unexpectedly, an unwelcome guest appeared. That day, she learned that the most venomous words in the world are not curses or insults, but rather, the gentle and elegant tones that can nonetheless bury a person in despair. After that day, Chu Ge understood that Zhou Yang would no longer be with Yi Shiyu. The children from their orphanage shared a common trait. an unyielding sense of pride. Sure enough, Zhou Yang began to distance himself from Yi Shiyu and frequently urged her to visit the bar. Chu Ge discerned his intentions and questioned why he did not simply end things with her. He replied that it was better to let her come to terms with the situation thoroughly rather than allow her to harbor false hopes after a breakup. Chu Ge found this reasoning compelling, and thus she employed the same tactic when ending her own relationship with Yi Nanyu. Indeed, it was no surprise that the siblings both ended their relationships with such decisiveness, rushing off before even completing their studies. So what I saw that day was all a fade, wasn't it? Yi Nanyu's voice was strained, suppressing something. Indeed, Chu Ge openly admitted. Why did she do that? Well, there are numerous reasons. Let me think. As Chu Ge stroked her chin, she noticed Huiyuru's anxious demeanor and smiled at her. Huiyuru's expression changed slightly, and then she saw Chu Ge pointing a finger in her direction. A few years ago she came to find me, and that was when I discovered you were Yi Shiyu's younger brother. How did I not realize it before with such a similar name? She told me that you approached me because Yi Shiyu encouraged you to do so, and that once I fell in love with you, you would heartlessly abandon me. Yi Nanyu had never known any of this. His fierce gaze shot towards Huiyuru. Huiyuru said anxiously, Nanyu Gu, don't believe her, she is talking nonsense. That I have never been to Rongqing. Chu Ge continued, she also said that you are about to get engaged, and if I don't leave you, she will report me for being the mistress to the school. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened as he solemnly replied, you are not a mistress, and you never will be. He then added, I have no other woman besides you. So, you had ulterior motives from the very beginning when you approached me. How could I not overthink it? Did he not tell you that he was getting handsy with you? I gave him a severe beating. Yi Nanyu's voice was extremely low. Chu Ge was momentarily stunned. She truly did not know that Yi Nanyu's dark eyes bore into Chu Ge. Exceptionally serious that night. Aside from not telling you I was Yi Shiyu's brother, I did not lie about anything else. That I rescued you from that lecherous man. And since I did not know where you lived, I took you to a hotel. Who knew you would cling to me, refusing to let go, throwing yourself on me, saying I was your type, and insisting on being my girlfriend. You even stopped. That's enough, don't say any more. Chu Ge quickly interjected, astonished that he remembered so vividly after all these years. Sensing the murderous glare from the back seat, directed at her by Yi Shiyu, Chu Ge hastily exited the car. I'll go see if there are any zombies to clear out. Yi Nanyu watched Chu Ge flee, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, before he coldly cast a glance at Huiyuru as he exited the car. I do not wish to see you again tomorrow. Huiyuru's face paled instantly. Nanyu Gu, I doubt. But Yi Nanyu had already stepped out of the vehicle. Huiyuru anxiously turned to Yi Shiyu. Sister Shiyu, please help me persuade Nanyu Gu. That woman is untrustworthy. Yi Shiyu regarded the delicate and charming Huiyuru, hardly able to believe she was capable of scheming against them years ago. The Hu family had a long-standing friendship with the Yi family, and the two families maintained close ties, so the younger generations were familiar with one another. Everyone knew Huiyuru had feelings for Nanyu, and both families had intentions to unite through marriage. She had initially thought Nanyu was avoiding this match by enrolling at Dong University, thousands of kilometers away, but now it seemed evident that he was pursuing someone in particular. Is it when my sister was at her most beautiful? He had disdainfully glanced at her before casually pointing at Chu Ge, declaring, she is the most beautiful. Though Yi Shiyu had thought he was merely trying to provoke her. But it now appeared he genuinely believed Chu Ge to be the most beautiful. Whenever there were events, he would actively take numerous photos to share with him, lest he miss his sister too much. It turned out he was not longing for his sister, but rather wishing to catch a glimpse of a certain someone. Yi Shiyu was suddenly struck with emotion, recalling how Bai had once touched her heart. This little rascal had been thinking about her for such a long time. Years had passed since their breakup, and even amidst the apocalypse, he had traversed 1,000 miles to seek her out. He was far braver than she, his elder sister, Shiyu. That woman is clearly of ill intent. She will bring harm to Nanyu Gu. Nanyu Gu is currently bewitched by her. We cannot stand by idly while he leaps into the fire. Yi Shiyu's expression darkened slightly. What do you propose we do? It is the end of days. Perhaps we should act discreetly. Huiyuru brushed her neck with her hand. In an instant Yi Shiyu's gaze sharpened, and she raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack. Huiyuru covered her bruised cheek, tears streaming down her face. Huiyuru, when did you become so ruthless, so easily uttering words that could take another's life? Noticing Yi Shiyu's anger, Huiyuru hurriedly explained, Shiyu, I was wrong. I was simply too anxious, fearing that Nanyu Ge would be deceived. Enough, Yi Shiyu interrupted, you should leave tomorrow. Such a person in my brother's life could lead to endless troubles. Shiyu, I want to go. I promise to be obedient. Please let me stay. Huiyuru grasped Yi Shiyu's hand, pleading. Yi Shiyu raised her voice, causing Huiyuru to halt. Yet, he became even more indifferent, not only towards her but to all women. He wouldn't even spare them a glance, however, having witnessed the tender care he bestowed upon that woman. She realized she had lost, utterly defeated Zhang Dong. You will accompany Hui Yuro tomorrow. After all, she came out with you. If anything happens, it would be difficult to explain to the family. Zhang Dong was an ability user of the wood element. And you? Allow me to stay by your side to protect you. Zhang Dong's eyes darkened. She had indeed seen through him. Thanks, my friend. He gazed at Yi Shiyu's radiant visage, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. No need for thanks, my friend. Chapter 95. A grown child should not be kept. This was a self-built residence, the furniture covered in a thick layer of dust. Chu Ge casually chose a room. Just as she was about to close the door, Yi Nanyu squeezed in. Chu Ge paid him no mind and shut the door. Yi Nanyu then embraced her from behind. I'm sorry. Back then I knew nothing. Yes, nothing. It's all in the past, Chu Ge. Let us start anew. Why Yi Nanyu held her tightly, wishing to melt her into his being. In truth, there was a major reason for our breakup years ago. Yi Nanyu turned Chu Ge to face him, gazing into her eyes. What was wrong with me? Just tell me and I will change. Chu Ge shook her head. Zhou Yang broke up with your sister. Do you know why? Because your mother once sought him out and I happened to be there. Your mother was beautiful and elegant, yet her words could crush a person into the dust. There is one phrase I still remember vividly. How can a rat in the gutter stand shoulder to shoulder with a dragon or phoenix? Therefore, even without the matter of Hui Yuro, upon learning you were the son of that lady, I would have ended things all the same. Wei Nanyu tightened his grip on Chu Ge's shoulders, his heart tumultuous. All of this was unknown to him. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. I'm sorry, he rasped hoarsely, his throat parched. Chu Ge tugged at Yi Nanyu's mouth corners, saying, all right, it's all in the past now. Smile a little. Despite your tender years, you carry an air of maturity. Yi Nanyu cautiously glanced at her. You're not angry anymore. I used to be quite upset, feeling my dignity had been insulted, but now, in this apocalyptic world where I've turned into a zombie, I've long since let it go. Then let us start anew. That's impossible. Why? Because I am a mouse, and you are a dragon and phoenix. How could we possibly be together? Yi Nanyu exclaimed. Didn't you just say you've moved on? The following dawn, the tempest had ceased, giving way to clear skies and brilliant sunshine. Sunlight poured over the ravaged town, illuminating the streets where zombies shuffled in their tattered forms. Some crawled from the ruins of collapsed buildings, while others remained trapped beneath the debris, limbs thrashing helplessly. As one approached, the unsettling sounds of moans emanated from beneath the rubble. Chu Ge noticed that only the three of them had gathered that morning, with no sign of Hui Yuro or another man, and casually inquired, where has Hui Yuro gone? I sent her away. Chu Ge scrutinized Yi Nanyu, her tone laced with sarcasm. How heartless. After all, she nearly became your fiancé. Yi Nanyu stiffened, filled with a desperate urge to survive. She is not my fiancé, never was, isn't now, and never will be. There is no possibility of that. Yi Shiyu observed her brother, once unyielding, now easily swayed by a woman. Her emotions tangled. It evoked a sense of loss, akin to watching a young man no longer tethered. Turning to Chu Ge, whose beauty was striking beyond measure, she understood why her brother had harbored feelings for so long. Reminiscing about her past actions, she sincerely apologized. Chu Ge, I'm sorry for the wrongs I've done to you. Chu Ge shrugged, indicating her indifference. You clearly come from wealth. A bit of capriciousness is to be expected, but I never took it to heart. And besides, it was quite amusing dealing with someone like you. After you dropped out, I had no one to challenge me, and I was terribly bored. Yi Shiyu felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chu Ge's words. Thank you, Chu Ge. Yi Shiyu struggled to find the right words, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Are you going to ask about Zhou Yang? Chu Ge interjected. Yi Shiyu nodded, anxiously gazing at Chu Ge. Do you know where he is now? Did he leave Rongqing because of me? Sister, you left school because of him, and now you're still inquiring about his whereabouts. Can you not be so infatuated? Yi Nanyu remarked lightly from the side. Yi Shiyu shot him an angry glare. Back then when Chu Ge kicked you, you two dropped out. Do you have the right to mock me? Can I be compared to you? My Chu Ge is clearly kind-hearted and beautiful, while that Zhou Yang with a name like that is a notorious heartbreaker, charming and alluring. Sister, trust me. He is not worthy of lifelong commitment. Chu Ge, I must tell you, this boy has always attracted girls like moths to a flame. He is not deserving of your trust. You must never be with him. Yi Nanyu. Chu Ge blinked innocently with her large eyes, quietly observing the two siblings as they inflicted emotional wounds upon each other. Let us go to Rongqing. Yi Shiyu's eyes sparkled with determination. In this apocalyptic world, she wished to leave no regrets. Over the years, she had never forgotten him. Yi Shiyu. Have you lost your mind? You don't even know if he is still in Rongqing. Yet you want to go. Yi Shiyu cast a sidelong glance at her brother. You traveled all the way from Haishur to Rongcheng, and you don't know if Chu Ge is there either. Yet you went anyway. Chu Ge turned to look at Yinan, raising an eyebrow, realizing how deeply he cared for her. Yinan felt a flush creep up his cheeks as he averted his gaze. Chu Ge chuckled that I support the idea of going to Rongcheng. What do you think, Yinan? Wherever you say to go, I shall follow. Yinan voiced no objections this time. Yishiyu profoundly experienced the reality of her brother growing up and becoming independent. Despite her loud protests, he was willing to go at a mere suggestion from his beloved. A love-struck fool. Perhaps he ought to be sent to forage for wild vegetables. Chapter 96. Hurry and get married. It's worth it. Destination. Rongcheng. Yinan drove while Chu Ge sat in the passenger seat, and Yishiyu occupied the back. Yishiyu leaned back against the rear seat, closing her eyes to rest. She suddenly felt an unsettling chill enveloping the car. Rubbing her arms to dispel the goosebumps, she opened her eyes and began to speak. Her words trailed off abruptly as she froze in terror. Staring ahead, her lips quivering slightly. What in the world is that? A creature resembling a desiccated corpse sat atop the central storage compartment, while Chu Ge and Yinan on either side of it remained utterly unresponsive. As if they were oblivious to its presence, Yishiyu experienced a surreal sense that the three of them formed a bizarre family unit. The scene was undeniably eerie. Nanyu Chu. Yishiyu's voice trembled as she sought to alert them. What is it? Yishiyu observed Chu Ge turn his head, his gaze sweeping past the grotesque figure in the center. Yet he exhibited no reaction. There's a monster sitting between you. It's terrifying. What should we do? She whispered urgently. Seeing Chu Ge's demeanor, Yishiyu began to doubt her own senses, rubbing her eyes and looking again. Indeed, the creature remained there. She leaned closer to Yinan and whispered, Nanyu, there's a creature that looks like a corpse sitting right next to you. Yinan looked puzzled, glancing beside him. There is nothing there. Sister, are you joking with me? Yishiyu, now frantic, exclaimed, how can there be nothing? Look closely. It's sitting right between you. Yinan and Chu Ge exchanged complex glances with Yishiyu. Have you been overworking yourself lately? Yishiyu began to wonder if her exhaustion had indeed led her to hallucinate at that moment. She witnessed the creature move, slowly turning its head to gaze at her. When it revealed a sinister smile, Yishiyu's scalp prickled with dread. A ghost. Rolling her eyes back, she fainted. The corpse-like creature wore an expression of innocence. It merely wished to greet her amicably. Why did she faint? It's all your fault, Nanyu. Look at how frightened your sister is. Nanyu retorted. Wasn't she the one who started it? He merely went along with her. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yishiyu gradually awakened, her eyes fluttering open to reveal the ceiling above. Turning her head, she realized she was lying in an unfamiliar bedroom. Recalling the last scene before losing consciousness, she sat up abruptly. Where were Nanyu and the others? Throwing off the covers, Yishiyu climbed out of bed and opened the door to step outside. Upon seeing the lively group engaged in cheerful conversation, she momentarily froze. Where were the ghosts? At that moment, something clutched her ankle. Glancing down, her hair stood on end. A plump little zombie opened its mouth, ready to bite her. Just as she was about to react, a strong hand lifted the little zombie away. I apologize, my little one is still quite young and lacks control. A magnetic male voice resonated. Yishiyu looked up to find a remarkably handsome and mature man before her. Just then, a gentle and beautiful woman approached. Are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? She inquired. I sincerely apologize. My husband frightened you. I am fine. This gentleman did not scare me. Yishiyu replied. He scared you into fainting. How could you be fine? I have already given him a good scolding, the woman remarked. Hearing her words, Yishiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the striking man. You are the grotesque creature that resembled a dried corpse from the car? Indeed, that is I, but I did not intend to frighten you. I was simply here to greet an old friend, and upon seeing you I wanted to say hello. Unfortunately, when I smiled you fainted, he explained. Slap? Louis playfully smacked Xiaozhen on the back of his head. With that ghastly appearance of yours, who wouldn't faint? Xiaozhen innocently rubbed the back of his head, gesturing toward Chu Ge and Yinan, who had not fainted upon their first encounter, even taking him for a joyride on a bike. Chu Ge and Yinan exchanged glances. Speechless, Yishiyu turned her gaze toward them, her anger flaring. So, they had deliberately played her for a fool when they had seen everything. I just realized I dropped something downstairs. I must go find it. Chu Ge made a hasty exit. Wait for me. I'll join you in searching. Yinan quickly followed suit. Nanyu, Chu Ge, do not leave. Yishiyu roared from behind. Seated on the sofa, Yishiyu curiously observed the striking family of three across from her. The zombies she had previously encountered were all grotesque, decayed, and utterly uninteresting. This was her first encounter with zombies that bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. You say you are also a zombie? Louis nodded. Both my son and I are zombies. My husband is a dried corpse. This is the first time I have seen a talking zombie. Yishiyu remarked, intrigued as she scrutinized Louis. Haven't you seen my master? How could this possibly be your first time? Your master? Chu Ge. She is the one who turned me into a zombie. I was on the brink of death and she granted me a second chance at life. Yishiyu abruptly stood from the sofa, astonished. You mean Chu Ge is a zombie? Louis, sensing Yishiyu's lack of awareness, shrank her shoulders, unsure if it was appropriate to disclose her master's secret. That rascal Yinanyu has truly lost his mind. Yishiyu's expression darkened significantly. She could not allow them to be together. It was sheer madness. With her temper flaring, she prepared to rush out in search of Yinanyu, only to be halted by Xiao Zhen's call. Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Yishiyu halted her steps and turned to look at Xiao Zhen. Miss Yi, it seems to me that it is not Chu Ge who cannot part from your brother, but rather your brother who cannot live without her. Yishiyu's body trembled. Indeed, last time the master said that we are all zombies, and he alone is human. He wished to leave, but he even contemplated becoming a zombie just to remain with the master. Fortunately, the master intervened swiftly. After hearing this, Yishiyu despondently sank into the sofa. How deeply must that rascal love her to accept her even after she has transformed into a zombie? Miss Yi, let us think positively. At least you need not worry that your brother's partner will hinder him. Sometimes she can even protect him. For instance, the last time they encountered a formidable dual-element ability user, it was Chu Ge who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Really? Louis nodded vigorously. Even we were rescued by the master. The master is truly formidable. She defeated a dual-element ability user, and when she walks out, those ordinary zombies must give way to her. She is incredibly impressive. She truly that powerful? Yishiyu still found it hard to believe, given how delicate and tender Chu Ge appeared, hardly resembling someone formidable, super powerful. If you have a master like mine, you should hasten to marry off your brother. It would be a worthy match. Yishiyu instantly bristled. Do you even know how to speak? My brother is the one who should be marrying, while your master is the one who should be my brother is handsome and tall, the strongest ability user. It is your master who stands to gain. All right, your brother marries my master. A match made in heaven, a perfect pair. That sounds much better. Yishiyu smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, her smile froze as she realized she might have been led into a trap. She glanced at the innocent-looking trio opposite her. Uncertain, she decided to observe a bit longer. Chapter 97. Back to Rongqing. Chu Ge and her companions spent the night at the zombies' home and planned to set off early the next morning. Master, I will miss you. Louis clung to Chu Ge's hand, reluctant to part. I will come to visit when I have the chance. Little Bao wrapped his arms around Chu Ge's leg. Chu Ge looked down at the little one, gently ruffling its tiny head, roaring. All right, I will make sure to give Little Bao a stylish haircut. Yishiyu observed their interaction and found it surprisingly pleasant. It seemed zombies were not as terrifying as she had imagined. All right, we are leaving. You need not see us off. Chu Ge waved goodbye to Louis and her family, then departed from their home. As they exited the building, Yishiyu noticed the zombies actually parted to make way for them. Astonished, she glanced at Chu Ge walking ahead. She truly is that remarkable. As they drove away, Louis and her family still came out to see them off. Sitting up straight, Yishiyu saw her brother in the front seat reach out to take Chu Ge's hand, their fingers intertwined. Let go, or you'll be courting disaster. Chu Ge's reprimanding voice rang out. The road is clear. I'm just holding on for a moment. That's not allowed while driving. Quickly let go, or I'll smash your head. Hearing her brother's quiet complaints, Yishiyu's lips curled slightly, the last remnants of her concerns dissipating. As quite nice, Yishiyu gazed at the familiar yet strange city outside. Her eyes stinging. She thought she would never set foot in this city again in her lifetime. Uncertain of his presence, Yishiyu observed as military vehicles had scarcely entered Rongqing when she noticed an ominous mass darkening the sky ahead. As she discerned the nature of the approaching entity, her expression shifted dramatically. It was a horde of man-eating crows, descending upon them. Nanyu, retreat quickly. A swarm of man-eating crows is approaching. To her dismay, Nanyu remained unfazed. Continuing to drive forward with an air of calm, the ominous flock of crows enveloped the military vehicle, casting a shadow that dimmed the interior. The cacophony of cawing and flapping wings assaulted her ears, sending shivers down her spine as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. With so many man-eating crows, their demise seemed inevitable. At that moment, she noticed Chu Ge attempting to lower the window, prompting her to urgently intervene. Chu Ge, have you lost your mind? The outside is swarming with man-eating crows. Are you trying to court death? Fear not, I won't perish, Chu Ge replied nonchalantly before lowering the window. As Yishiyu beheld the densely packed crows outside, a cold sweat broke out across her body. However, the scenario she had imagined, crows surging through the window, did not materialize. Instead, a solitary dove flew in and perched on Chu Ge's shoulder. A dove? What on earth was happening? The presence of the dove caused the mass of crows to disperse, leaving only a singular large crow flying alongside the vehicle with light flooding in. The interior brightened once more. Yishiyu gaped in astonishment, utterly unaccustomed to such a spectacle. It was common knowledge that man-eating crows were known as the harvesters of all living beings. No one ever survived an encounter with them. To her disbelief, they had emerged unscathed. This dove was a companion of Chu Ge. What connection could a dove possibly have with the crows? Did you see that crow outside? It's the leader of the man-eating crows. And it is the mate of this dove. Yishiyu glanced from the crow outside to the dove on Chu Ge's shoulder. Utterly astounded, her understanding of reality was being redefined. The zombie dove turned its head to regard Yishiyu and cooed. Goo. Sister Ge, who is this woman? She is rather beautiful. Hiss. She is Yinanyu's sister. Goo. Then she must be your big sister-in-law. I ought to present her with a token of greeting. The zombie dove flapped its wings and flew towards Yishiyu, landing on her shoulder. Yishiyu froze in terror, wondering what was it about to do. It says it wishes to present you with a token of greeting. Yishiyu hurriedly waved her hands, insisting we are all on the same side. There's no need for such formality. She had assumed the token would be feathers or a droppings, but when she beheld the glimmering crystal core in her hand, her eyes widened in shock. A dove's token of greeting was a crystal core. This was madness. Observing the calm demeanor of Chu Ge and Yinanyu indicated they had long been acquainted with the dove's extravagance. In light of such a wealthy dove being a friend of Chu Ge, Yishiyu suddenly recalled Louis's words, urging her brother to marry quickly, assuring it would be a worthwhile venture. This was not merely worthwhile, it was an incredible gain. Nanyu, I approve, Yishiyu declared earnestly. Why Nanyu? Yishiyu's imagination had already soared into the realm of fantasy. During the wedding of her brother, these man-eating crows were carrying crystal cores in their beaks to extend their congratulations, and as a member of the family, she had received so many crystal cores that her hands felt numb. She let out a chuckle. Why Nanyu, perplexed, remarked, is receiving a crystal core truly worthy of such exuberant delight? A roar. What significant event has transpired? Who? A zombie king has emerged in Rongqing, commanding all the mutated beings in the city to hunt down ability users. The survivor bases in Rongqing have been breached, and now the entire city is under the dominion of this zombie king. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge was taken aback. Such a monumental occurrence had unfolded in Rongqing. What happened? Yinanyu discerned something was amiss with Chu Ge. I'll explain shortly. Chu Ge refrained from elaborating further to Yinanyu and continued to inquire with the zombie dove. A roar. Do you recall the other man who accompanied me when I rescued your husband last time? Do you know his whereabouts? Who? I don't know the specifics, but I am certain he has not left Rongqing. Chu Ge fell silent, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Chapter 98. Reunion. Zhou Yang. Yinanyu drove through the streets, which seemed eerily silent compared to before, as if the entire city had succumbed to an unnatural stillness. Not a single survivor was in sight, nor were there any zombies. It felt as though they had entered a desolate wasteland. This abnormality accentuated the sense of unease. Yishiyu also sensed something was off, gazing at the barren streets with an inexplicable heaviness weighing on her heart. I feel something is amiss. We are being watched, Chu Ge stated gravely. Watched by what? Yishiyu felt a chill coursing through her. It is here. No sooner had Chu Ge spoken than a loud thud echoed as something leapt onto their car's roof. Soon after, a horde of zombies appeared around the street corner. A staggering number advancing with relentless force. Nanyu slammed on the brakes and began to reverse. The tires screeched, emitting white smoke, yet the vehicle barely moved. A thud, something leapt from the roof to the hood, revealing a pair of long legs. It then crouched down, its emotionless amber eyes peering through the glass at the occupants inside. The faces of Chu Ge and the others transformed in disbelief. Zhou Yang. Yishiyu's voice trembled uncontrollably. He appeared to be anything but human now. His ashen complexion, the dark energy radiating from his eyes, and the eerie amber pupils were all unsettling. Cracks of black silk marred his face and neck, rendering his once handsome visage ominous. Under the incredulous gazes of Chu Ge and the others, Zhou Yang struck the glass with a punch. The bulletproof glass shattered with a single blow, shards exploding everywhere as Yinanyu instinctively shielded Chu Ge. Numerous fragments embedded themselves in his back, and the air became thick with the scent of blood. This only incited the frenzied horde of zombies to become even more agitated, their roars threatening to engulf the military vehicle. Chu Ge swiftly unleashed a powerful aura, causing the frantic zombies to tremble and retreat in all directions. Yet, Zhou Yang, perched on the hood, remained unaffected, indicating that his power was not inferior to Chu Ge's. The bloodthirsty glint in Zhou Yang's amber eyes flashed as his long arm struck with lightning speed, seizing Yi Nanyu's clothing in an attempt to drag him out of the car. Yi Nanyu swiftly clamped his hand around Zhou Yang's wrist, a surge of high-voltage electricity coursing through his palm and racing up Zhou Yang's arm into his body. Zhou Yang was instantly electrified. Collapsing from the hood of the car, Yishiyu gasped in alarm, throwing open the door and leaping out, "Sister!" Yi Nanyu's expression darkened immediately as he hurriedly opened the door to follow Yishiyu towards the fallen Zhou Yang. But suddenly, he inexplicably vanished from the ground, and she felt a chilling presence creeping up behind her. Turning around, her pupils reflected the image of Zhou Yang's bite. In that critical moment, a lightning whip ensnared Zhou Yang's mouth, pulling back tightly to prevent him from biting down. Yet at that moment, Yishiyu watched in terror as she cried out, "Nanyu, watch out behind you!" His pupils contracted in shock. It was a doppelganger ability. Bang! A figure shot forth, and Zhou Yang was flung away, with Chu Ge intervening at a crucial moment. In the next second, both the Zhou Yang who had fallen to the ground and the one bound by the whip vanished simultaneously. Identical, without flaw, making it impossible to discern which was the real one. Chu Ge expanded her domain, enveloping the surrounding Zhou Yang doppelgangers, causing them to dissipate in an instant, revealing that none were genuine. As a mutant, to associate with humans was truly disgraceful. Zhou Yang's icy voice resonated, appearing ahead. Chu Ge's gaze locked onto him. "Do you remember who I am?" Zhou Yang tilted his head, clearly unable to comprehend the extent of Chu Ge's words. Yishiyu had countless things to say, yet when she opened her mouth, no words emerged. It felt as if her heart had been carved out, each breath a painful struggle. Zhou Yang's emotionless amber eyes swept over Yishiyu, regarding her with a predatory gaze. "Kill those two humans behind you, join us, and together we shall dominate this city." "What if I refuse?" Chu Ge retorted coldly. "That is not a choice you can afford to make." No sooner had Zhou Yang's words fallen than he teleported to stand before Chu Ge, yet, in that instant, he felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him, his knees buckling as he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered Chu Ge's domain, where, apart from her, no one could claim dominance. Chu Ge gazed at the mutant Zhou Yang before her, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Perhaps if she had insisted on leaving with him that day, this unfortunate fate could have been averted. She sighed deeply. Both orphans, raised in the same orphanage, their romantic entanglements were a pair of siblings, their first loves ending in futility, and now they had both transformed into zombies. What a cursed twist of fate. "Nanyu, how will you deal with him?" Yishiyu's voice trembled uncontrollably. "How would you like to handle him?" Chu Ge countered. Yishiyu's face paled as she opened her mouth, struggling to articulate, Can we not kill him?" "But it is he who intends to kill us, not the other way around. Is there any way you can make him like you, just as Louis was transformed? He claims you were the one who turned him into this, so you must have a way, right? I have a method, but what comes next? He may regain his senses, yet the fact that he is a zombie cannot be altered. What will you do then?" Chu Ge was uncertain whether Yishiyu, the young lady, could accept the situation. She certainly did not wish for Zhou Yang to endure a second injury at her hands. Yishiyu gazed at Zhou Yang, memories of their past flooding her heart, her eyes becoming misty, so much had been lost between them. Her voice carried an unwavering determination, regardless of whether he had become a zombie. "I simply wish for his well-being. Should he be willing to accept me once more, I shall love him even more than before. If he does not accept me, then I shall remain by his side as a friend." Chu Ge's lips curled into a slight smile. She had once failed to understand why Zhou Yang would fall for Yishiyu, the capricious and spoiled young lady, but now she grasped it to some extent. Love-struck, bound to seek wild herbs, nearby, Yi Nanyu interjected casually. Chu Ge and Yishiyu exchanged incredulous glances. What right did he have to say such a thing? Chapter 99. "Caught you, my lord zombie!" A guttural roar escaped Zhou Yang as he found himself hindered in Chu Ge's domain, the weight of 1,000 burdens forcing him to kneel. His handsome visage contorted in anguish, unable to utilize his cloning or teleportation abilities. He was akin to a mosquito trapped in a spider's web. "The Lord of the Dead shall not spare you," came the chilling voice. "Zhou Yang, rather than serve another as a master, why not serve me instead?" A bone blade manifested in Chu Ge's hand, and she made a swift incision on her wrist, blood gushing forth. Yi Nanyu furrowed his brow slightly. Although he knew Chu Ge would not feel pain, witnessing her inflict harm upon herself caused an uncomfortable knot in his chest. Chu Ge raised her hand, and Zhou Yang instinctively opened his mouth to receive the flowing blood, and no matter how formidable a zombie may be, It cannot resist the allure of flesh and blood. As Chu Ge's blood entered Zhou Yang's body, it wreaked havoc upon the viral chain within, visibly diminishing the cracked black lines on his face, while emotions began to flicker in his amber eyes. Time slipped away moment by moment. Suddenly Zhou Yang's pupils constricted, panic etched across his face. He seized Chu Ge's bleeding hand, exclaiming, "Xiao Gu, what are you doing?" His voice was unusually hoarse and dry. Abruptly, he seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. "Quick, we must leave Rong City at once. There is danger." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of mutated beings emerged from all directions like spring bamboo shoots. Some scaled walls, others leapt from afar, while others burrowed from the ground, each taking on a distinct form. They encircled Chu Ge and her companions, some crouching against walls, others leaping onto lampposts, and still others standing or crawling on the ground. It was the first time they had encountered such an array of mutated beings, and they gasped in shock. It seemed that all the mutated creatures in the city had gathered here, and the one capable of such a feat was likely the zombie king Zhou Yang had mentioned at that moment. The mutated beings parted to create a path, and a figure stepped forward. Chu Ge's pupils widened in shock, something deep within her stirred that it was him. The newcomer possessed excessively cold, elongated eyes, silver pupils exuding an endless chill, his skin as pale as paper, yet his lips were as red as blood. Tall and slender, he donned a simple white shirt and black pants, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Anyone unaware would mistake him for a university student. This individual was none other than the dashing zombie who had initially introduced Chu Ge to the world of the undead. His gaze swept over them before finally resting upon Chu Ge. "Woman, I remember you." The voice carried a sinister undertone as it reached out, deliberately inserting itself into the mouth of the zombie. No one else could commit such a mad act. Chu Ge's body trembled slightly, sensing the pull of bloodline. Her feet seemingly unable to resist the urge to approach Nanyu quickly grasped Chu Ge's arm. His expression gravely serious. "What is wrong with you?" Chu Ge herself was at a loss, as if some invisible force was drawing her towards the handsome zombie. The silver-eyed figure glanced at the revived Zhou Yang. Recognizing Chu Ge, a faintly amused smile curling at the corner of his lips. "This is your handiwork, isn't it? I never imagined you possessed such remarkable abilities. Who are you?" Nanyu fixed his gaze on the silver-eyed figure, feeling irked by the way he looked at Chu Ge. The silver-eyed figure paid no heed to Nanyu, addressing Chu Ge instead. "Woman, come here." In an instant, Nanyu's dark eyes turned sharp, and the next moment, his pupils constricted as Chu Ge surprisingly pushed his hand away and walked towards it. Zhou Yang and Yishiyu wore expressions of astonishment. "Xiao Ge, don't go over there." "Chu Ge, have you lost your mind? That person is a villain. He is the one who turned me into a zombie. He seems to have some bloodline control over me, and I cannot resist." Chu Ge felt as if she were on the brink of madness, her heart filled with immense resistance, yet her body was irresistibly drawn to it. Nanyu's entire demeanor turned frigid, his black eyes glaring at the silver-eyed figure, a tempest of hostility swirling within them. Almost simultaneously, countless strands of electricity erupted from beneath his feet, surging towards the silver-eyed figure. The silver-eyed figure, observing the approaching electric strands, remained unfazed, hands casually tucked into his pockets, showing no signs of defense as he allowed the electricity to advance. Yishiyu thought he had lost his mind. No matter how formidable he was, such immense voltage was not to be trifled with. It could very well be lethal. Yet, the scene she had envisioned did not unfold. The myriad electric strands dissipated abruptly, mere 5 centimeters from the silver-eyed figure. How could this happen? Yishiyu's face was one of shock. "It's immune to attacks," Zhou Yang stated darkly. "Attack immunity, which means it can withstand all our assaults." "Indeed," Yishiyu gasped, astonished by such formidable capability. The silver-eyed figure surveyed the unimpressive group before him, a sneer of disdain appearing at his lips. "Except for that woman, the rest shall be eliminated." As soon as his command fell, the waiting mutated beings surged towards Nanyu and his companions. Chu Ge unleashed her domain, a terrifying aura spreading like a tempest. Regardless of how agile the mutated beings were, once they entered Chu Ge's domain, they were rendered immobile, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. From Nanyu's fingertips, 5 strands of electricity emerged, targeting the crystal cores nestled within the skulls of the mutated beings that had entered Chu Ge's realm, effortlessly dispatching them. Zhou Yang split into 2, then 4, generating a multitude of clones that harvested the heads of the mutated beings, resembling a machine designed for beheading. Yishiyu, also an ability user, possessed the power of invisibility. Though her ability lacked offensive strength, it excelled in surprise attacks. She activated her power, gradually becoming transparent until she blended seamlessly into the air, leaving no trace. It was impossible to detect with the naked eye. Silently, the invisible Yishiyu approached the backs of several mutated beings, raising her axe and striking with precision. Naturally, these mutated beings were easily dispatched due to their entry into Chu Ge's domain. Chu Ge unleashed her bone blade, an extension of her very being, imbued with life and soul, capable of slaying foes without the need for her master's command. Blood and brain matter splattered across her form, droplets staining her exquisite visage, rendering her both enchanting and eerily deranged. The fervent gaze of the silver-eyed figure remained fixed upon Chu Ge, utterly astonished by her prowess. It resolved then, she would be the one to become its corpse queen. Striding forth with elongated limbs, it approached Chu Ge, effortlessly crossing into her domain. Unlike other aberrations that faltered at every step, it moved as if traversing an unimpeded path. Upon witnessing the silver-eyed entity advancing towards Chu Ge, Yi Nanyu's dark eyes filled with terror as he swiftly dispatched the aberration before him and dashed towards her. Chu Ge, be wary of your rear. In the midst of her combat, she remained oblivious until suddenly, a cold, pallid arm coiled around her slender waist, an aura of chill enveloping her from behind, accompanied by sinister whispers in her ear. I have captured you, my esteemed corpse queen. Chapter 100. Yishiyu has perished in an instant. Chu Ge's body stiffened, every hair on her skin erecting in alarm. She yearned to resist, yet the binding nature of her bloodline rendered her incapable of retaliating against it. Release her. Yi Nanyu's eyes blazed crimson as he hurled his electrified fist towards the silver-eyed figure. However, the silver-eyed entity was immune to attacks. None of his efforts bore fruit. Clutching Chu Ge's waist, it leapt onto the back of a four-legged aberration lying in wait. The aberration, bearing both the silver-eyed figure and Chu Ge, vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away. Yi Nanyu sought to pursue but was obstructed by the throng of aberrations. Bereft of Chu Ge's domain, they moved with agility and strength. Eliminate them, commanded the silver-eyed figure coldly. The aberrations, their faces contorted into fierce grimaces, surged towards Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, while Yishiyu remained hidden, invisible to their sight. Yi Nanyu raised two fingers towards the sky and brought them down with force. Summoning a tempest of thunder, bolts of lightning descended, striking several aberrations that charged at him, causing them to explode into a gruesome array of limbs and torsos. Many bolts struck the ground, the ensuing energy blast toppling numerous aberrations. Yi Nanyu manipulated the strands of electricity, harvesting those thrown to the ground. Zhou Yang's myriad of clones dispersed amidst the chaos. Whenever one was slain, another would materialize elsewhere. Should his true self sustain an injury, a corresponding wound would appear on his clones. The sheer number of aberrations overwhelmed him, compounding the injuries upon his form. After vanquishing one blood-poisoned aberration, he was suddenly assailed by another, its maw wide and ravenous. He struck, his fist smashing through the aberration's skull. Yet another lunged at him from behind, its claws poised to rend his brain. Be careful. Yishiyu swiftly tackled him. Zhou Yang crashed to the ground, the familiar scent wafting around him, the softness of her form sending a tremor through him. Though now invisible, he instinctively knew it was her. As he saw the claws descend, he wrapped his arms around Yishiyu and rolled aside. This place is too perilous, you must retreat. He helped her to her feet, eager to pull her away from the fray. I will not leave. I wish to remain here to assist you. Obey me. Zhou Yang interrupted, his voice unwaveringly authoritative. Yishiyu's body trembled, and she fell silent, allowing Zhou Yang to escort her out of the battlefield. At that moment, a mutated creature lunged at Zhou Yang from behind, sinking its teeth into his shoulder and tearing away a chunk of flesh, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Zhou Yang's expression changed dramatically, and he was about to charge back in. Don't come over. Zhou Yang yanked the creature that had just bitten him and delivered a powerful punch that crushed its skull. A mixture of red and white sprang across the ground as more mutated creatures surged forward. Zhou Yang turned and re-entered the fray. Run! Yishiyu's eyes reddened as she watched Zhou Yang's injuries multiply. Glancing towards her brother, she caught sight of a fierce air blade slicing into his chest, tearing through flesh and instantly staining half his body with blood. Yi Nanyu was also covered in wounds. Yishiyu clenched her fists tightly. This could not continue, they would not last much longer. She gazed into the distance at Silver Eyes, a resolute determination igniting within her. She would kill him. The air stirred slightly as the hidden Yishiyu stealthily advanced towards Silver Eyes. Chu Ge anxiously watched as Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang were besieged by dozens of mutated creatures. Their bodies were soaked in blood, a blend of their own and that of the other creatures. Upon seeing another wound added to Yi Nanyu's back, Chu Ge's pupils constricted, her fists trembled, her palms pierced by her nails. blood and flesh a chaotic mess. She summoned all her energy to resist the cursed bloodline suppression, her soul quaking in agony, a tearing pain coursing through her. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and the murderous aura in her eyes intensified. Silver Eyes sensed the unusual tension from the woman in his embrace, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth futile. The bloodline suppression is inescapable. Just obediently become my corpse master. Suddenly, Silver Eyes' gaze turned sharp, and a contemptuous smirk appeared on his lips, underestimating her. He turned with Chu Ge, pulling her hand as they thrust forward together. A warm spray of blood instantly splattered across Chu Ge's face, trickling down her excessively pale skin, the clash of red and white creating a vivid spectacle. Chu Ge's pupils quivered as she stared in horror at the slowly materializing figure. Yixiu coughed up blood, two hands piercing through her chest. Zhou Yang's heart-wrenching scream erupted as he stumbled towards her. In his panic, he seemed to forget that he could teleport, that he need not run at all. Hearing Zhou Yang's cry, Yinanyu swiftly turned, only to witness the horrific sight of his sister with her chest pierced, blood spilling from her mouth. Sister. His heart plummeted into a chilling abyss, leaving him trembling with cold. He reached out with one hand to grasp hers, yet it continued to shake uncontrollably. He watched as Yixiu collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around her. Shiyu. A blood-soaked Zhou Yang rushed over, kneeling beside Yixiu, helplessly pressing down on her wound. Yet the blood flowed incessantly, spreading beneath them. Zhou Yang felt Yixiu's body temperature plummeting. He had never felt such panic before. Did I not tell you to leave? Why did you not listen? Why did you not stay at the Yi family base? Why did you come to Rongqing? Why? Yixiu, witnessing Zhou Yang's anguish, opened her mouth to say something, but another surge of blood erupted forth. No, I beg you, please do not leave me. Zhou Yang shook his head incessantly, unwilling to accept that Yixiu was on the brink of death. The metallic scent of blood drew a multitude of mutated beings closer. As Yixiu caught sight of the creature lunging at Zhou Yang from behind, she summoned her last vestige of strength, flipping over to pin him beneath her with her frail back. She shielded him from the gaping maws of the monstrosities. Zhou Yang, witnessing the creatures biting into her, let out a pained cry. No! He struggled desperately to escape from beneath her, yet she held him tightly. Zhou Yang, please stay still. If you move, it hurts me. If you remain still, I will not feel pain. Yixiu whispered weakly in his ear. Zhou Yang ceased his struggle, tears streaming down his face as he watched the creatures gnawing at her. How could she not feel pain? She had always been the most sensitive to it. Even a minor scrape would bring her to tears. I am so sorry. I now realize that I have always hurt you. Zhou Yang shook his head repeatedly. No, you have not wronged me. It is I who have wronged you. You do not know the terrible things I have done to you. It is so good to see you. Again. Yixiu's barely audible voice drifted away with the wind. Just then Yinanyu arrived. Hearing Zhou Yang's cries, his body swayed and his legs felt weak. No, she will not die. Get away, all of you, get away. His dark eyes swirled with madness as he shouted, brandishing the lightning whip in his hand, striking down the mutated beings that were feasting on his sister. Upon seeing his sister, battered and breathless, Yinanyu's head buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the sight. Sister! He unleashed a heart-wrenching scream. Chu Ge felt a jolt in her chest, a searing pain exploding in her head, as the bloodied arm that had pierced Yixiu's body trembled violently. It was you who killed her, my dear corpse queen. The chilling voice of the silver-eyed figure echoed in Chu Ge's ear. Chapter 101. Yinanyu is dead. Yinanyu's gaze, sharp with hatred, pierced through. Chu Ge tightened her grip, hesitant to look at him, fearing the hatred in his eyes was directed towards her. The silver-eyed figure regarded Yinanyu as one might a mere insect, a sneer curling at the corners of their lips. You are now at the end of your strength. Your abilities are nearly depleted. What do you intend to fight me with? A tempest brewed in Yinanyu's unfathomable black eyes. He retrieved 5 crystal cores from his spatial ring and swallowed them whole. Chu Ge's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Yinanyu, you're risking your life, quickly spit them out. He had warned that consuming so many cores at once would overwhelm his body, leading to a catastrophic explosion. The silver-eyed figure smirked disdainfully at Yinanyu's reckless act, thinking to themselves, how trivial. With the 5 cores consumed, Yinanyu felt a surge of potent energy erupt within his exhausted body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yinanyu! Chu Ge's heart raced with urgency, yet she found herself unable to approach him. The pain in her head intensified, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, which she swallowed down. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the entire city was engulfed in darkness. The energy within Yi Nanyu surged uncontrollably, his complexion pale as he gritted his teeth in endurance, his hands channeling the power of lightning. A sphere of light, the size of a ping-pong ball and formed from countless strands of electricity, gradually expanded until it reached the size of a soccer ball. The air around him pulsated and twisted, a testament to its terrifying might. Yi Nanyu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, then unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, propelling the luminous sphere into the heavens. The sphere erupted within the storm clouds, sending tremors through the sky as a colossal bolt of lightning descended with a cataclysmic aura. That moment, the entire Rong city was illuminated. Yin Tong gazed at the lightning striking towards it, shaking off Chu Ge. It possessed immunity to attacks, but Chu Ge did not. It could not bear the thought of losing the master of corpses, whom it had painstakingly sought. The massive bolt of lightning suddenly halted above Yin Tong, which smirked with arrogance, but in the next instant, its smile froze as it witnessed the lightning strike its form. Boom! The explosion generated a tremendous shockwave, causing countless fissures to mar the ground, while buildings on either side collapsed into rubble. The overwhelming force sent all creatures standing on the ground flying, including Chu Ge, who was hurled away and skidded across the ground for about 10 meters before coming to a stop. Covered in wounds from the shards of glass, she disregarded her injuries and scrambled to her feet, stumbling several times as she rushed towards Yi Nanyu. She had not forgotten the moment the lightning had struck. He had spat blood towards the sky, his face a ghastly white, and had fallen backward. She reached Yi Nanyu's side, witnessing him continuously coughing up blood, and her mind went blank, unsure of how to assist him. Her outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably as she frantically wiped away his blood, but the more she wiped, the dirtier it became, refusing to clean. Why could it not be clean? What should I do? What should I do? Her voice trembled with panic and helplessness. At that moment, a large hand grasped her hand that was attempting to wipe away the blood, causing her to shudder and halt. Yi Nanyu's internal organs were in disarray, severely damaged by the immense energy from 5 crystal cores, and he knew he was on the brink of death. He removed the spatial ring from his finger and slowly placed it onto Chu Ge's left ring finger. He had rehearsed this scene countless times, envisioning it in a romantic atmosphere, never anticipating such a grim scenario. Chu Ge coughed. Yi Nanyu attempted to utter something but coughed up more blood. Don't speak. I don't want to hear anything that I don't want to hear. Chu Ge shook her head, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. Yi Nanyu weakly embraced Chu Ge, holding her tightly. This was likely his final embrace. Chu Ge felt his lips brush against her ear, moving as he whispered something, and the next instant, his strong arm around her waist slipped away. Chu Ge sensed it and broke down. Get up. Yi Nanyu, please get up. I in a frenzy, she gnawed at his neck, wrists and limbs. Wake up, Yi Nanyu, wake up quickly. I don't want you to die, please wake up. Just then the air behind Chu Ge tore open and Yin Tong emerged. Its gaze swept over the lifeless body of Yi Nanyu on the ground, a flicker of shadow passing through its silver eyes. Had it not left a contingency plan, it might have truly perished at his hands. It turned its attention to the crumpled figure of Chu Ge, who was collapsed over the corpse, and forcefully pulled her upright. He was already dead. The tightly wound nerves of Chu Ge snapped, and she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The silver-eyed figure wiped the blood from her lips with its thumb, stating, "Do not struggle, my lady of the corpse, I intend to kill you." Chu Ge, with blood-red eyes, fixed her gaze upon him, letting out a furious roar like a cornered beast. The silver-eyed figure smiled, its elongated eyes glinting with light. "Did I not mention? You cannot kill me, nor can you bring about my demise. So let us see." Chu Ge unleashed a bone blade, which spiraled through the air before hurtling towards him. Unfazed, the silver-eyed figure allowed the blade to approach, but in the next moment, its pupils trembled slightly as it witnessed the blade pierce Chu Ge's chest. "You." Chu Ge's eyes were filled with madness, a bloodline suppression overwhelming her. "Then I shall forsake this bloodline, what does it matter?" As her words fell, countless bone spikes erupted through her skin, blood cascading down like a torrential waterfall. The silver-eyed figure was taken aback. "You have lost your mind." Chapter 102. Chu Ge's self-detonation. A dense metallic scent filled the air. At this moment, Chu Ge had transformed into a being of blood, expelling every drop of blood from her body, forming a pool upon the ground that soaked her feet. Her form, devoid of the life-giving essence of blood, became emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse with the blood drained from her body. The bloodline constraints fell away without resistance. The silver-eyed figure had not anticipated her possessing such resolve. Fervor ignited in its gaze. Initially, it had considered making her its lady of the corpse out of mere curiosity. But now it was earnest. It had set its sights on this woman. "You have truly surprised me. Together we shall seize the world as our own." You must die. Chu Ge's blood-red eyes flared with intensity, surging towards the silver-eyed figure like lightning, her fists erupting with sharp bone spikes that glimmered coldly as she struck towards its head. The silver-eyed figure tilted its head, the bone spike grazing past it. Before seizing Chu Ge's wrist, such stubbornness is unwise. With a swift motion, it twisted her wrist, a sharp crack echoing as the bone dislocated. Unfazed, Chu Ge launched another punch at the silver-eyed figure's chest. It effortlessly caught her fist, and in a push-pull motion ensnared her within its embrace. Futile. Even without the bloodline constraints, you cannot kill me, Lady of the Corpse. Join me in ruling this world. Dream on. Bone spikes erupted from Chu Ge's body, resembling a hedgehog, forcing the silver-eyed figure to push her away. Excessive stubbornness is quite unappealing. With a wave of its hand, a powerful pressure bore down upon Chu Ge. The very soul within her quivered. An overwhelming urge to submit to it surging forth around them. The remaining mutated beings bowed before their king. The silver-eyed figure extended its hand towards Chu Ge, its handsome visage exuding an enchanting allure. Come, good girl, become my Lady of the Corpse. A small hand gently rested in the palm, which was seized firmly, a smile blossoming across its face. Truly a delightful girl. Suddenly, the smile froze, eyes bulging as they filled with blood vessels. Damn you, afterlife. With a swift motion, Chu Ge executed a monkey steals the peach, bringing it crashing down. Silver-eyed, it clutched its groin, kneeling on the ground with its forehead pressed against the earth, a visage twisted in agony. The advanced zombie had regained sensitivity in certain organs, experiencing not only pleasure but also pain. The contorted face of Silver-eyed was filled with malevolence, its teeth clenched as it hissed, "You, woman, truly deserve punishment for your insolence. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The malevolent aura surrounding Silver-eyed surged, a pressure far more terrifying than before bearing down on Chu Ge. With a sharp crack, Chu Ge fell to one knee, her body devoid of blood. She imagined she would have vomited profusely otherwise. Her very soul teetered on the brink of annihilation under this horrific pressure. Silver-eyed strode forward, lifting Chu Ge's chin with a delicate finger, sneering, "I told you. You cannot kill me, yet you persist in challenging my limits. That I cannot kill you, but I can certainly capture you." Without hesitation, Chu Ge launched another monkey steals the peach. Silver-eyed struck again, felt its eyes bulge once more, emitting a shriek akin to a chicken's frantic call. It clasped its groin with both hands, hopping in agony, fury reaching its zenith. "Quick! Kill her!" With a command, Silver-eyed prompted the lurking mutants to charge at Chu Ge. Chu Ge extracted all her crystal cores from her pocket, around a dozen, and consumed them without a moment's pause. Silver-eye's eyes widened in disbelief, its pupils trembling. "Madwoman, all of you are mad." As Chu Ge surged towards it like a bolt of lightning, it retreated repeatedly. She halted before Silver-eyed, flashing an evil grin. "Didn't you say you wanted me as your afterlife? Why are you running? You are truly a lunatic, consuming so many crystal cores. You are courting death." Chu Ge beamed radiantly. "Whether I die or not is uncertain, but I certainly know you will." Silver-eye's expression shifted dramatically. Did she intend to? It tore open a rift in space, seeking refuge, but it was already too late. In the next moment, Chu Ge detonated the crystal cores. Silver-eyed was instantly engulfed by the brilliant explosion. The energy waves from the detonation of dozens of crystal cores swept through the street, obliterating mutants one after another, blood mist filling the air. Buildings within a kilometer crumbled into ruins, a scene of carnage with severed limbs and rivers of blood, devastating to behold. None survived. This fierce battle culminated in mutual destruction, with the predatory carrion crows circling low, emerging as the final beneficiaries. A zombie dove perched atop the ruins, witnessing the ravaged street, sorrowfully wiping its eyes with its wings, cooing, "Sister Goo, my only zombie friend." Sob sob. The leader of the carrion crows consoled it from the side. "Caw caw, I have already dispatched orders. As soon as her corpse is found, it will be reported." Coo, with the crystal cores detonated. Can a corpse still be found? The zombie dove gazed hopefully at the leader of the carrion crows. The leader, wishing to spare its mate further sorrow, nodded affirmatively. "Caw caw, we will certainly find it." In fact, what it harbored in its heart was the thought of casually finding an unrecognizable corpse to pass off as a substitute. The self-destructing crystal core would likely explode into a heap of mush, making it impossible to locate the body. The zombie dove gazed at the lifeless forms of Yi Nanyu and the entwined corpses of Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang lying on the ground and remarked, "Coo. Let us not consume them, but rather give them a proper burial. Such beautiful beings, what a pity." The raven cawed in agreement. "Caw. All right, I shall heed your words." The cannibal raven extended its wing and gently patted the zombie dove's head. Recognizing its spouse's kindness at that moment, a panicked cannibal raven flew over, Caw. Boss, there's a haunting occurring over there, you should investigate. The cannibal raven leader swatted it away with a wing. Caw. What nonsense are you spouting? In this day and age, where would ghosts come from? The subordinate raven returned, insisting, Caw. I speak the truth, I am not fabricating tales. The leader remained skeptical, but the zombie dove's curiosity was piqued. Coo. Let us go take a look. The subordinate raven, nearly tumbling from the sky due to the leader's reprimand, was compelled to lead the way. 10 minutes later, the cannibal raven leader and the zombie dove stood in bewilderment, watching a small bone, approximately the length of a finger, dance upon the ground. What on earth is this peculiar phenomenon? Chapter 103. The bone has gained sentience. The small bone, pristine and immaculate, flitted about like a headless fly, appearing to engage in a dance. The zombie dove, the cannibal raven leader, and a group of subordinate ravens had never witnessed such a spectacle. They formed a circle, scrutinizing the singular bone. Caw. Could it be that this bone has become sentient, akin to the white bone spirit spoken of on television? One of the subordinate ravens suggested. The leader swatted it again. Caw. What is it doing? Another subordinate pointed at the bone, exclaiming, Look! The bone collided with a corpse and, astonishingly, it burrowed into the body, causing the corpse to visibly shrivel. Caw. What manner of thing is this, so uncanny? The zombie dove chirped excitedly. Coo. Sister Goo, it must be Sister Goo. I would recognize her even if she turned to ash. The horde of cannibal ravens gasped in disbelief. Just then, the small bone emerged from the corpse, entirely unblemished and now noticeably larger. Coo. Long live Sister Goo, she is magnificent. The zombie dove joyfully rubbed its head against the small bone. To everyone's astonishment, the small bone sprouted two tiny hands, grasping the feathers of the zombie dove as it climbed onto its back, perching upon its neck with an inexplicable air of authority. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying the little bone away. The gathering of cannibal ravens was left speechless. The leader, witnessing his spouse's newfound companion, was instantly filled with displeasure. Caw. Boss, what shall we do with the corpses of those individuals? Caw. Just find a pit and bury them. The cannibal raven leader took flight, hastily pursuing his wife with the leader's casual command. The subordinate ravens, feeling no inclination to search for a proper resting place, discovered several pits created by lightning strikes along their path. The cannibal crows cast Yunanshu and his companions into the depths below, burying them on the spot. As for the scattered remains of the mutated beings, some busied themselves with extracting crystal cores while others feasted upon flesh. After the crows departed, a few timid mice emerged to scavenge amidst the desolation. The streets lay ravaged, strewn with severed limbs and broken bodies, and apart from the rustling of the mice, silence reigned supreme. It ascended to one of the grandest trees, perching beside a nest that sparkled with crystalline brilliance, filled to the brim with crystal cores. A small skeleton leaped down from the back of a zombie pigeon, rolling gleefully upon the crystal cores, clearly reveling in its newfound treasure. The zombie pigeon gazed upon it with maternal affection, cooing softly. Sister Goo, from now on this shall be your home. Settle in comfortably. The small skeleton, not comprehending the words spoken, flitted about the pile of crystal cores like a little fish. The leader of the cannibal crows, oblivious to the small skeleton's presence, squawked. What about that thing? The zombie pigeon retaliated with a vigorous peck to the leader's head, cooing. You are the one to speak that way. I will not allow you to disrespect my friend. The leader clutched its head with its wings. Too intimidated to utter a sound with a tinge of bitterness, it muttered. Those who know are friends. Those who do not might mistake her for your mistress. You treat her so well. The zombie pigeon shot a domineering glare, cooing. What did you say? The leader trembled, standing upright, squawking. Rest assured, my dear. I shall issue orders immediately to ensure everything is handled perfectly. The zombie pigeon waved its wings, cooing. Then hurry along. The leader responded promptly, squawking. At your command. The cannibal crow took off dutifully, squawking. What do we need blood for? Squawking. Just go when told, no need for so much chatter. Do you dare to provoke me? A flock of cannibal crows, terrified, shed black feathers and hurriedly took flight. Soon, the air was filled with their cacophonous calls. The leader quickly ascended the tree where the crystal cores were stored, squawking. What are you all clamoring about? Squawking. Boss, look. Upon observing the nest, the leader was taken aback to find that half of the crystal cores had vanished, replaced by a skeleton the size of a small cat. Its form was devoid of flesh, the bones gleaming white and translucent, resembling a sculpture of white jade. It clutched a crystal core with its tiny hands, munching away with great delight, indulging in the cores with a fervor akin to that of an apple. The other cannibal crows were filled with envy and resentment, for none had ever enjoyed such fortune squawking. Boss, this creature is too strange. Do we truly intend to take it in? Squawking. Perhaps we should discreetly dispose of it while the lady is unaware. As soon as this suggestion escaped the lips of one of the crows, the leader swiftly retaliated with a slap, squawking. Are you intent on disturbing my peace? If we do this, my wife will surely take my life. After all, this is her cherished friend's beloved companion. The last words were spat out through gritted teeth. In unison, the cannibal crows silently derided, wife's brain, squawking. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? The leader bellowed. The entire flock of cannibal crows took to the skies in a flurry. The leader of the cannibal crows hurriedly flew to the nest to boast to his wife. To his surprise, she pushed him aside and joyfully flew towards the grand tree. The leader of the cannibal crows lamented, Woe is me. My wife no longer loves me. Meanwhile, the zombie pigeon ascended to the great tree, only to be startled by the sight of a small skeleton inside the nest, nearly plummeting from the sky in fright. At that moment, the skeleton had grown to the size of a 1-year-old infant, and what had once been a spacious nest now felt quite cramped. After the initial shock, the zombie pigeon was filled with delight. Indeed, Sister Gu was truly remarkable. This was the rhythm of bodily resurrection. As the last crystal core in the nest was consumed, the skeleton crawled out, clutching the tree trunk as it slid down. The zombie pigeon followed, cooing, Sister Gu, do take your time. The skeleton safely reached the ground, and a host of cannibal crows gazed at the diminutive skeleton, watching in silence as it wobbled to its feet, fearful of startling it and causing it to fall apart. A disastrous mishap indeed. At that moment, the cannibal crows stood like statues, fixated on the tiny skeleton learning to walk. Remarkably, it appeared somewhat endearing. Chapter 104. Yi Nanyu becomes a terrifying existence. The little skeleton stumbled and rose again, its clumsy attempts to walk causing the hearts of the cannibal crows to flutter. They longed to rush forward and assist it in a brief span of time. The charming antics of the little skeleton captivated the hearts of the zombie crows. The zombie pigeon wore a proud expression, affirming its friend's undeniable charm. The little skeleton finally mastered the art of walking, teetering towards the blood-filled basin. The crows exclaimed, Is it seeking to drink blood? Quickly, fetch it a bowl. I'll go find a bowl. Just as one of the cannibal crows finished speaking, the little skeleton tumbled directly into the basin, splattering crimson blood everywhere. The little skeleton has fallen in. Hurry to rescue it. The little skeleton is so adorable, we must save it. I shall rescue it. I will protect the adorable little skeleton. A flurry of cannibal crows rushed to extricate the little skeleton, only to find themselves dumbfounded upon reaching the basin. There was not a single drop of blood left. Instead, sitting in the basin was a skeleton the size of a 3-year-old child. Goodness! Its absorption capacity is simply extraordinary. After the initial astonishment, the cannibal crows were filled with dismay, questioning whether they could truly sustain it. The zombie pigeon, however, was beside itself with excitement, circling around the little skeleton, cooing, This is fantastic, this is fantastic. What are you all waiting for? Quickly, go find blood and crystal cores. Yes. The flock of cannibal crows reluctantly set off once more in search of sustenance. Night fell. The entire city was enveloped in darkness, as a cold wind swept through the litter-strewn streets, scattering debris. Scattered rodents scoured for food, emitting faint squeaks. Soon, a pack of zombie dogs appeared at the end of the street, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. They charged forward like ravenous wolves, gnawing at the corpses strewn on the ground among them. A black zombie dog looked disdainfully at the severed limbs and dismembered bodies, clearly unimpressed. It seemed to catch a whiff of something and trotted forward, sniffing as it went, until it halted at a spot where the earth was freshly disturbed. Then it began to claw at the earth, digging for approximately 10 minutes before finally unearthing 3 corpses buried beneath the soil. It sniffed the air, and the green light in its eyes intensified. The scent of crystal cores filled its senses. A foul, putrid saliva dripped from its mouth as its tongue flicked over its sharp teeth, and it opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards the head of one of the corpses. At that moment, a pair of icy blue eyes snapped open, causing the zombie dog to explode into a mist of blood. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura spread like wildfire, prompting the rats in the sewers to flee in terror. The pack of zombie dogs sensed the imminent danger, their fur bristling as they scattered in all directions. However, one after another, they detonated, and within the blink of an eye, every last zombie dog had perished in a violent explosion. A chilling wind swept through, carrying away the stench of blood from the street. Restoring an eerie calm under the desolate moonlight, a tall figure slowly rose. The icy blue eyes shone brilliantly against the night. Yi Nanyu's memories lingered on the last moment of tightly embracing Chu Ge. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the ruins of buildings and the streets littered with dismembered limbs. The brutality of the battle was evident. Yi Nanyu turned his gaze toward the pit, where the bodies of Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang lay entwined. With a wave of his hand, a faint blue light enveloped them. In the next instant, the long-deceased Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang astonishingly opened their eyes simultaneously. Yi Shiyu's gaze flickered with an eerie light. Clearly no longer human. Find Chu Ge, Yi Nanyu's voice echoed ominously through the night. Yes. Both Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang obeyed Yi Nanyu's command. They conducted a meticulous search in the vicinity, but apart from discovering a spatial ring, they found no trace of Chu Ge. Upon seeing the blood-stained spatial ring, Yi Nanyu's grip tightened abruptly. Chu Ge in a shadowy corner of Rongqing. The scent of blood was overwhelming, and in the dim light, a figure lay half dead on the ground. Its body was grotesquely decayed, blood pooling around it, with only a seemingly intact head twisting in agony. A gentle breeze blew aside the hair from its face, revealing that it was Yin Tong, surprisingly still alive. A cloud of despair loomed in her silver eyes. That foolish woman had committed the reckless act of self-detonating a crystal core. Had she not hidden in the rift of space at the critical moment, she would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. "Do you think you wish to kill me? Dream on," she cackled with wild abandon. Suddenly, her laughter ceased abruptly as she looked in terror at the three figures approaching from a distance. For the first time, she felt a presence stronger than her own, causing her very soul to tremble. Were it not for her decayed body, she might have prostrated herself in submission upon recognizing Yi Nanyu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is you?" She had not anticipated that he would transcend her in power. Yi Nanyu regarded the pathetic form of Yin Tong, resembling a puddle of sludge, his icy blue eyes growing even colder. "Where is Chu Ge?" Under Yi Nanyu's immense pressure, Yin Tong could not refrain from speaking. "She self-destructed her crystal core to kill me." Yi Nanyu's pupils contracted, his expression darkening instantly. "What did you say?" "She self-destructed her crystal core. She's likely turned to mush. You shall pay for this." Yi Nanyu's aura surged with an overwhelming hostility, and Yin Tong cried out in terror. "No!" With a resounding thud, Yin Tong shattered under the oppressive force, dissolving into a mist of crimson that dispersed in the frigid wind. On the ground, a crystalline core glimmered with ethereal light. Yi Nanyu stood erect, his finger brushing against the scabbed bite mark on his neck. His gaze deep and enigmatic, shimmering with an otherworldly blue luminescence. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu stood quietly behind him. What did it matter if Chu Ge had perished? He was certain he could resurrect her. Chapter 105. Chu Ge transformed into a skeleton yet remained alive the following morning. The lair of the man-eating crows was littered with the carcasses of various animals, deer, monkeys, tigers, and the like. With a thud, the final drained creature was discarded. "Ku! Hurry and find it, it's finished eating again," the zombie pigeon proclaimed loudly. "Damn!" A group of man-eating crows lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Caw! Dear, you've tormented them all night. Can't you spare them?" The leader of the man-eating crows rarely showed sympathy for his subordinates, fearing that if he remained silent, they would all perish. This skeletal being was insatiable, akin to a famished ghost returned to life. It had scoured all the edible offerings in the city, resorting even to capturing animals, yet its voracious appetite far exceeded the speed at which food could be procured. Surely, this skeleton was sent by the heavens to bring ruin upon their man-eating clan. "Ku! But it's so small, if we ignore it, it will be too pitiful." The zombie pigeon wiped its eyes. "Caw! Small? Are you certain it is still small?" The leader of the man-eating crows gazed at the skeletal figure, now nearly the size of an adult. In just one night, what had begun as a bone the length of a finger had grown to resemble an adult form. Such an evolutionary capability was astonishing. Just then, the skeleton suddenly spoke, startling the zombie pigeon and the crow leader. The skeletal jaw clacked against itself, producing a sound reminiscent of bones colliding. "Caw! Damn! How did I become a pile of bones? Caw! Whoa! Where has my chest gone?" Chu Ge's skeletal hands incessantly explored her chest, finding only ribs where softness once resided. "Caw! My perky round backside is gone too." The zombie pigeon and the leader of the man-eating crows exchanged glances. Perplexed isn't she supposed to be grateful to be alive? Is her focus misplaced? Half an hour later, Chu Ge came to terms with her new reality, despondently sitting beneath a grand tree. She never anticipated that her thoughts would manifest into reality, transforming into a skeleton yet remaining alive. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, she thought of Yi Nanyu. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her. Yes, Yi Nanyu. She anxiously turned her gaze towards the zombie pigeon. "Caw! What about Yi Nanyu and the others? How are they? She silently prayed for a miracle, seeing the hope in Chu Ge's eyes. The zombie pigeon hesitated to deliver the truth. Recognizing the pigeon's demeanor, Chu Ge's heart sank. After all, why would a miracle occur? Caw. Where are they? A profound weight bore down upon her. Despite having no heart, merely a collection of bones, she felt a piercing pain. Caw. We buried them. Chu Ge remained silent for a long while. Caw. Take me to see them. Caw. Alright, I will take you. As the zombie pigeon was about to take flight, it suddenly realized it had no knowledge of where Yunanyu and the others were buried. It glanced at its companion and cooed. Where are they buried? The leader of the cannibal crows shook its head and cawed. I am unaware of their burial site. I instructed my subordinates to handle it. Cooing. Then quickly summon them to guide us. The cannibal crow raised its wings, pointing towards the ground where its dazed subordinates lay, frothing at the mouth. Do you believe they can lead us? The zombie pigeon responded quietly. Chu Ge cast a glance at the sprawled cannibal crows and clucked. Get up and lead the way. The flock of cannibal crows sensed a formidable aura of danger, causing their feathers to tremble as they hastily stood up, each bowing respectfully, cawing. It is our honor to guide you, Lady Skeleton. The leader of the cannibal crows thought to itself. Damn. Why do I feel as though my position is in jeopardy? Clucking. Lead the way then. Cawing. Lady Skeleton, please allow me to carry you on my back. A larger cannibal crow flew in front of Chu Ge. Clucking. No need, I have wings. In an instant, a pair of immaculate, white bone wings sprouted from Chu Ge's back, shimmering with beauty. The zombie pigeon and the entire flock of cannibal crows gaped, utterly entranced by her wings. How beautiful they are! How enviable! The proud leader of the cannibal crows scoffed. What nonsense! Merely a ploy for attention. Drawing such notice is courting death. Clucking. Let us proceed. Chu Ge flapped her wings, preparing for takeoff. Cawing. Lady Queen, please follow us. The leader of the cannibal crows exclaimed. Queen! How outrageous, do they not regard me as their leader? Cooing. Your Majesty, wait for me. The zombie pigeon flapped its gray wings, pursuing Chu Ge. The leader of the cannibal crows stood rooted in place, watching as his wife and subordinates followed someone else. A chill running through him as a breeze swept by. It was all that damned skeleton's fault for whisking away his wife and subordinates. In one moment, the leader of the cannibal crows was filled with righteous indignation. In the next, he spread his wings and took flight after them, cawing. Your Majesty, wait for me. A group of 12 individuals was departing from the city, and among them a woman pointed to the sky and shouted, Look! There's a skeleton flying in the air. Crazy woman, your eyes must be deceiving you. What skeleton? A man said, lifting his gaze only to be startled into a shiver. Holy crap! There really is a skeleton flying. The whole group turned to look, their jaws dropping in shock, their souls seemingly escaping them. Madness, this world has gone mad. Run! The bone spirit is coming. He found himself inexplicably captivated by the skeleton's haunting elegance. Am I losing my mind? He shook his head frantically, trying to dispel the terrifying notion. Suddenly, his eyes widened, for he thought he saw the skeleton in the sky blow him a kiss. The young man's face flushed crimson, and he felt something trickling from his nose, hastily covering it with his hand. Damn! Bin Shao, you're bleeding. A young woman in the group called out. What bleeding? It's just heat, do you understand? The young man stammered defensively, then buried his head and quickened his pace to flee. The woman gazed at the young man's receding figure and murmured, The fire burns rather fiercely. Both his face and ears are emitting smoke. The scene of Yunanyu's demise in her embrace surfaced in her mind. An eerie red glow materialized in the eye sockets of Chu Ge's skull, and the ground beneath her feet suddenly fissured, spreading ominously toward the end of the street. A flock of flesh-eating crows took flight in terror, their dark feathers cascading from the sky. The zombie pigeon trembled on Chu Ge's shoulder, fearful of how terrifying her friend had become. The corpse king from yesterday was now but a triviality to Sister Gu. Easily vanquished, Chu Ge did not require the crow's guidance. She navigated with precision to the grave where Yunanyu and the others lay buried. Upon seeing the empty pit, her spine stiffened in horror, and she cawed, Not here, could it be they survived? The pigeon cooed, Impossible, I saw them utterly lifeless. The leader of the crows circled the pit, cawing, There are numerous dog hairs on the ground, and paw prints near the edge. It seems a zombie dog excavated them for a meal. A surge of crimson light erupted from Chu Ge's hollow eye sockets, and she cawed, Is this what you call a burial? The crow leader screeched in alarm, flapping its wings in a frenzy. It had no inkling that its subordinates had carelessly interred them in a mere pit. Now the bodies had been devoured by dogs. What a disaster. The zombie pigeon broke into a cold sweat, fearing that if her friend grew displeased, her man might meet a grim fate. Sister Gu, please remain calm. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. They may still be alive, it could. Chu Ge retorted. Did you not claim they were utterly lifeless? The pigeon weakly replied. Could it be they found this burial site uncomfortable and were revived? The crow leader shielded its face with its wings. My dear, do you truly wish to ponder such notions? Chu Ge, devoid of rational thought, nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Suddenly the crows erupted in terror, taking to the skies in a frenzy, while the leader clutched the zombie pigeon and fled. They sensed an extraordinarily terrifying presence approaching. Chu Ge too perceived it. It was an entity more formidable than the silver-eyed one. Unlike the crows, she did not panic and flee, but remained composed, standing her ground, having transformed into a mere skeleton. She had no fear of anything. As three figures gradually emerged at the street corner, an immense joy surged within her. They were all well. Just as she was about to rush forward to reunite with them, she caught sight of her own skeletal form, and her spirits plummeted. This appearance was far too grotesque. Thus, she executed a clever maneuver, concealing her presence and lying still, feigning death. She was determined to reunite with them, but not in this guise. At the very least, not until she regained her corporeal form. Lying on the ground, motionless, she perfectly blended into the debris surrounding her, feeling the terrifying aura draw ever closer, signaling that Yunanyu and the others were nearing. Yunanyu sensed the presence of Chu Ge in the air and hurried over with a heart full of joy. However, upon arrival, it vanished, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. He surveyed his surroundings, his steps betraying an urgent anxiety, while his eyes, deep and somber, concealed a weight of unspoken emotions. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, and his footsteps abruptly halted. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu, who were trailing behind, noticed Yunanyu's sudden stop as he gazed intently at a skeleton before him. His back trembling slightly, they exchanged a puzzled glance, failing to comprehend the significance of the skeleton. Without warning, Yunanyu knelt beside the skeletal remains, his trembling hand reaching out to it, and then he enveloped the bones in an embrace. Chu Ge, I'm so sorry I'm late, he spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. What? Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu were utterly shocked. This skeleton was Chu Ge. Wasn't he that a bit far-fetched? How could Yunanyu recognize Chu Ge in this skeletal form? Was this not an exaggeration? Could it be that love allows one to recognize a beloved even in the ashes? Despite being acknowledged, Chu Ge remained motionless, perfectly embodying her role as a skeleton. She would never admit that she had feigned death. Moments ago, Yunanyu knelt on the ground, heartbroken as he held Chu Ge's bony frame, pondering how utterly desperate she must have felt to choose such a fate. Undoubtedly filled with terror. From now on, I will be here. No one will dare to bully you again, he vowed, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Damn. What is happening? Does Yunanyu intend to take me with him? I've turned into a skeleton. Shouldn't he be laying me to rest? Chu Ge silently scoffed, momentarily forgetting that Yunanyu could hear her thoughts. He caught her thoughts and abruptly glanced down at the mere bones of Chu Ge in his arms, his lips twitching in disbelief. It dawned on him that while they were all scoundrels, she was the true powerhouse. Surviving even in skeletal form was genuinely impressive. Damn. Why is Yunanyu looking at me with such a strange expression? He wouldn't be contemplating a love suicide, would he? Yunanyu chuckled inwardly, thinking, feigning sorrow, huh? Anyone can do that. With a facade of deep sorrow he lamented. Chu Ge, how could you bear to leave me behind alone? How am I supposed to live? Fortunately, I have a way to keep you with me forever. He recounted a tale he had once heard. After death, if one were to place a person's bones in a pot of oil and fry them for 49 days, then grind the crispy bones into powder for 81 days, and keep it close, the spirit would return, ensuring they would never part again. Chu Ge felt a chill run down her spine at his words and jumped up, pointing an accusing finger at Yunanyu, exclaiming, you antiquated fool, so rigid and steeped in superstitions. The mere thought of being fried and ground into powder sent shivers through her. Yet, the most terrifying notion was that if she were ground into powder and retained her consciousness, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Utterly horrifying. I suppose we should set up a frying pot right here. I'm eagerly anticipating our reunion. Yunanyu's long fingers gently caressed Chu Ge's brow. Imbued with a disquieting undertone. Startled, Chu Ge jolted and forcefully pushed him away, swiftly retreating to a distance of 10 meters. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu stared in astonishment at the fleeing skeleton. Was it truly alive? Devoid of flesh, it was merely a collection of bones, yet it still exhibited signs of life. Could this be real? Yunanyu, I never anticipated you to be so perverse. I have utterly misjudged you. The voice that escaped Chu Ge was eerily chilling were a human to hear it. Their hair would surely stand on end Yi Shiyu, as if encountering the extraordinary for the first time, exclaimed with excitement. The skeleton spoke. How utterly bizarre. This skeleton can not only move but also articulate speech. Xiaogu. Zhou Yang, initially incredulous, now accepted that this skeletal figure was indeed Chu Ge. How had she transformed into this? Come here. Chu Ge Nanyu, with his icy blue gaze, fixated on the skeleton. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ge interpreted his intent as a threat, and terrified, unfurled the bony wings on her back and took flight. Once again, Yi Shiyu was left in shock. This skeleton could not only run and speak but also fly. Was this an extraterrestrial invader? Suspended in midair, Chu Ge turned to Yi Nanyu and provocatively beckoned with her finger, as if to challenge him to fly as well. Yi Nanyu's expression darkened. He watched as Chu Ge prepared to flee once more. With a flick of his fingertip, a surge of electricity shot forth towards her. The current struck Chu Ge's head and then fragmented into countless streams, forming an electric net that ensnared her, bound by the electric web. Her bony wings were rendered immobile, and she plummeted from the sky. Yi Nanyu, observing Chu Ge's descent, shot forth like an arrow and deftly caught her. Her weight akin to that of a feather, yet the sheer structure of bones was exceedingly uncomfortable against his grip. Yi Nanyu, you scoundrel! Do you wish to kill me by throwing me down? Chu Ge lightly pounded her fists against Yi Nanyu's chest, but to her surprise he retaliated with a powerful blow, causing her to spit blood. Chu Ge, Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu,